I didn't want to have to be making this video. Like, there are far better things I'd rather be doing right now, and far better projects I'd rather be working on right now, many of which a lot of people on my channel have been patiently waiting for, and I do want to get those out hopefully later this year, but first, I gotta make this video. Last year was an incredibly stressful time for me, and there's some pretty important things I want to get off my chest in this video. I'm not going to be monetizing this video because I personally don't want to make any money off this situation because it's a lot. This video is obviously going to feature a lot of very sensitive and heavy topics, so just keep that in mind going forward. This is not the usual kind of content that I'm used to making, and sadly this also isn't the first time I've had to make a video like this. And I do not desire to keep making videos like this once this one goes up, because I can't take it. I'm not a drama channel, I make lengthy game reviews and band retrospectives that are probably way longer than they have any reason being, but considering this situation involves one of my closest best friends facing an onslaught of harassment for the past several months, so bad that she herself can't seem to address anything without people immediately denouncing her, so I've decided to step in, again, to try clearing things up, setting the record straight. While I'm going to be addressing a bunch of topics, the main crux of this video is going to be responding to that god-awful 50-minute video that Ricardo from SpeedSuperSonic made. Yeah, I'm not hiding my feelings, that video was hot garbage. And to any viewers who are maybe going to be upset at me for saying that so early on before I even look at Ricardo's video, if you're just going to click off without even bothering to hear what I have to say about the video, then go ahead, I'm not going to stop you. But for the other group of people who decide to stick by and maybe want to hear what I'm going to say, then hopefully by the end of this, you'll understand my point of view. My perspective, if you will. And since another goal of this video is to disprove a lot of the false accusations that have been sent Emi's way over the years, Ricardo's video actually gives me a decent framework when it comes to tackling said accusations in my own video. I'll also discuss other allegations that were discussed during and after the video. But before I get to talking about that piece of crap video, I should probably explain how exactly we got here. Back in April, a woman came forward who described 2 sexual assault encounters they had with animation reviewer Saberspark. The 2 scenarios took place in 2012, though the victim mistakenly got one of the dates wrong at first. Regardless, both incidents took place over a decade ago, so not all details are going to be perfect, and I don't think accusing the victim of anything malicious for getting one detail wrong is entirely fair. It's not a mystery anymore, but the person who came forward was later revealed to be one of my best friends, Emi Jones, aka EmuEmi. She came forward after a lot of pressure was being put onto her, being outed by other parties at the time, along with certain stalkers in her life that I will be addressing later in this video. Now, look, whether you want to believe Emi or Saberspark, I think either side of this situation can probably agree that the way these accusations were being handled was honestly pretty terrible. I don't need to discuss that KP person's video that started this whole mess. It was bad, and her response video was also not that great, and this voice message she sent Emi.
So I'm at the point where my reputation is on the line because of you. And I feel like an idiot because of you. You can be an adult and help me clean up this mess, or you can be a coward. So I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm being real with you. It's fucked. You're fucked one way or the other.
Was abysmal. I don't care how you guys feel about Emi, you don't send a threat like that to a potential rape victim, especially one you were originally claiming to help. KP would have never wound up in her own position if she had just taken her own videos seriously. I have no sympathy for her after everything that's played out, and I'm not going to be talking about her past this point of the video. She's not the main focus. However, shortly after Emi revealed herself as the accuser, a YouTube channel called Cont would upload their Saberspark Has Receipts video, which pretty much threw a monkey wrench into Emi's story and shifted a lot of people's view on the whole situation. Ignoring how obviously one-sided and very anti-Emi the video clearly was throughout it, even citing a lot of the same allegations about Emi that I will be disproving later, the 2 most noteworthy things that Cont brought to these accusations were an interview he did with Saberspark, which he would play clips from throughout the video, along with newly surfaced text messages from late 2012 to early 2013, which Saberspark was able to recover from an old phone he got repaired. People are free to think however they want about this, though just to make my stance clear, I obviously believe Emi's version of events. I don't personally think she would outright lie about a situation like this, let alone 2 different scenarios with the same person. You guys can call me biased, I understand why a lot of you may say that, but Emi actually did come forward to me about this in a private call around 2019, and all of the details in her descriptions matched up exactly to what her statement said back in April. Another thing to note is that Saberspark's version of events aren't exactly backed up with proof. Yes, there were the text messages, but just one moment. I also thought it was a bit hypocritical of people to scrutinize and rip apart any minor details or mistakes Emi made while telling her story. Meanwhile, Saberspark was also making some pretty big mistakes, like how he kept changing his story based on how much information was made publicly available, and there were even a few points during Copenseep's interview where he was getting called out for getting details wrong.
Guided me towards the stairs to go back down to where we were, just into a men's restroom, where he pulled his pants down and guided my hands and head towards performing oral sex on him. So, I mean, so your account of this is actually, she was more kind of trying to guide you in that way? Am I
wouldn't
getting
say,
that right?
I wouldn't, it was mutual. I'm not saying that, I'm not saying like, oh, it was just her. I was innocent and she grabbed me and shoved me into the, no, it was again.
So if this was, I mean, you say you pulled away from her for the next few months, but I mean, because I've seen your DMs with her. Yep. So if you pulled away from her, I mean, it wouldn't be for months, Saber.
Not months, I would say. I mean, I'd say November. No, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm getting my the increments wrong. But I would say for the rest of November, we'd still text, but I was a lot more reclusive of replying. A lot, not nearly as enthusiastically, communicative, I would say.
This was a situation from over a decade ago. Both parties were gonna get minor details wrong. So why is it bad when Emi mistakenly did that, but not when Saberspark does? Hell, I doubt anyone watched Emi's video far enough to get to the part where she proves that he changed his story directly within the interview itself.
There is a part of the interview where he claims to have gone directly to my hotel to essentially make me take a pregnancy test on Sunday, end of the event just before he went home, implying he went straight to my room.
Into the convention on a Sunday. I remember going over to her hotel, being like, we have to get this test. Like, I need to know the answer before I head home, so I can know what's going on.
There are multiple things wrong with this. He couldn't have gone to my hotel room to do this because we already checked out of our hotel room by noon before the event ended. I even have proof of this in the form of a vlog that we recorded during the time we were there. On Sunday night, we are telling a group of people in a hotel room goodbye and that we were leaving to go back home because we didn't have a room to go back to. There's also footage of us taking the stuff we bought from the convention to the car because we didn't have a room anymore.
We're leaving, so I'm doing a quick vlog to say bye to everyone.
Oh, you're
so
leaving? Aww.
Say hi and bye.
Hello.
Best
bye.
people you can ever meet.
They're awesome.
Right there.
Where are you leaving to?
Home.
However, Saber also states himself in the interview just a minute before this claim that he was too busy to hang out with me during the entire convention, and that the only time he could recall seeing me was at Downtown Disney, which was after the convention.
After the bathroom. What happens then?
So, that was another busy convention. That was the one where they were showing the premiere of the Burning documentary from John Delancey and Michael Brokoff, which was a big deal at the time. And the only time I can really recall seeing her was when we left. It was in Downtown Disney when we walked out of the theater screening, and I remember looking to the side, and I saw Emily like leaning against the wall with her friend Sandra.
And he's right. Apart from the screening, the only other time I saw him was when we both just so happened to be in the lobby where we don't even acknowledge each other. This was Saturday night and I wasn't there long.
It's a shame you didn't start asking about, what is it, Super Pinky or something?
Yeah, we sleep time. Find the cure.
Yes!
Super Pinky Adventures. Saberspark. I like how you find your Saberspark and Screwball. They had a very extensive conversation.
I've heard about this conversation.
Apart from that, we didn't really see each other. He also says after the screening that the right people were called to help me and that he and his friends left.
I think we actually called one of the Disney people came over to actually help out because they were like, hey, we actually have like first aid people. But ultimately, we didn't stay around for too long because someone else intervened to help out Emily and Sandra.
Later that night, I was still with people, and there's footage of this. There's also footage of him going to hang out with his friends after the Downtown Disney screening. He also says in the interview himself that he and his friends had other things to do.
We just concluded dinner at the Rainforest Cafe. Really good group of us. Everyone here. Everyone you see here.
Wait, so you want to chill out in the room with us?
Do I want to chill out in the room with you? What do you think the answer to that is?
And after hanging out with people, we went home. We left Anaheim entirely.
Where are you leaving to?
Home.
When it comes to taking a pregnancy test, I don't have memory of taking it personally. However, he did not go to my hotel Sunday to make me take one like he claims, to try to imply I was purposely trying to keep him on edge. It wasn't during the convention either, because he himself states that he didn't really see me during the convention, and that he was busy.
Saberspark did show text messages from back then, all taking place shortly after both incidents occurred, though again, these screenshots still don't entirely prove Saberspark's version of events. A lot of people online are treating these text messages as a smoking gun for how Emi lied about both scenarios, but I think there's more nuance to these text messages and it's not so black and white. Yes, Emi still kept in contact with him not too long after, which people believe is a confirmed lie from Emi, but never in her testimony does she specify when or how long she pulled away for. On top of that, I don't think people understand the mindset of how victims tend to process these things. Sometimes it can take years for them to realize they were assaulted. Emi would even go over this, along with explaining that she has a difficult time with pleasing people and trying to maintain a friendship some more in her own response video, which she posted back in July. I'd recommend everyone give this video a watch because Emi still deserves to have her voice heard in this situation, especially since she was forced to not be anonymous anymore. So please go watch the entire video before coming to any conclusions, especially since I know not everyone has seen it. Emi can see the viewer's retention on it, and it showed that most people aren't even watching half of it and are just concluding that she lied. I get it, the beginning does go over definitions and stuff, but please go watch the entire thing. Another thing that people glean from these text messages is the part where Saberspark asked Emi if the sex was good, and Emi tells him, yes. For some reason, a lot of people are running with this like, this is proof that Emi consented. No, it's not. And it's really not up to the rest of the internet to decide that for her. Also, if you 100% believe that this text messages shows that Emi was lying about the occurrences, that would also mean you seriously think that women have never lied to men about the sex being good? Get fucking real, guys. Plus, Saberspark even admits that he underperformed, with Emi even describing that he just put it in and let it sit there. Objectively, it just sounds like it was an awkward and bad experience. Some women don't feel comfortable enough with men to be completely upfront with them. We all know this. Like, what was she supposed to say? No? You actually assaulted me? This mindset just comes off victim blaming. And there is so much out there that goes over victim behavior, and many victims of assault still trying to maintain a relationship with their perpetrators. Hell, there are some victims that even go as far to come back to initiate sex with their perpetrators to give themselves a chance to convince themselves that they were able to maintain a control of the situation. And I would be willing to bet that many people would still choose to blame the victim over it. Not all victims go through the same process when trying to handle something awful, and I find it really weird that people aren't able to see beyond their own personal expectations on what a victim is supposed to look like or how they're supposed to react. Emi's actually shared with me that several victims who struggled with the same experiences have actually reached out to her, and while they did thank her for sharing her story, seeing how the public reacted has caused them to fear ever wanting to come forward. It's pretty heartbreaking. And to say that these text messages disprove the whole cutting Saberspark off thing just isn't true. And Emi even explains the full context in her video about it.
I also want to address the question I've received often. If you were assaulted, why did you continue to have contact with him? It's incredibly hard to process the emotional weight of being put in a non-consensual situation, especially when the person involved was someone you had complicated feelings for. I liked him. That doesn't always go away immediately after occurrences like that for everyone. Because of all of this, maintaining contact felt like a way to hold on to some sense of normalcy, even though I couldn't figure out why I had felt so terrible after I had, in theory, had sex with someone who I thought I was interested in. Once confronting someone, especially someone you liked, with something like that, you can't go back from that. It makes the situation feel more real, and that is really hard to process. I say that I pulled away from Saber, along with getting the time wrong during an investigation, and this is being seen as proof enough of a discrepancy that renders my entire experience fake somehow. This all happened 13 years ago. It's not going to be easy to remember every detail. The only reason I remember the physical event so vividly is because of telling close friends I trusted and therapists about the experience for years. I believe two people can choose to pull away from the other, but I never meant to imply that I cut the relationship off myself. Maybe I should have though, but I just didn't have the tools or ability to do that at the time. Just like I wasn't able to express or act upon the fact that I felt so taken advantage of by someone I looked up to. That being said, at that particular point, that is when I pulled away, emotionally. Finally. That is what I was trying to say when I said that I pulled away from him.
I personally don't think tossing this into the online space was smart, especially considering how the people she shared her story with just did the worst possible job at delivering it. But Emi has effectively taken back her story since it was hers to tell, and honestly, I'm really tired of people tearing her apart over a situation no one was there for, besides her and Saberspark. Yes, she didn't have evidence. Most victims don't. And when the heat was at its absolute worst, I did reflect on everything and thought maybe I probably should have stepped in and asked her things like, okay, wait, who is sharing your story? Have you found anything concrete to really prove your story at all? Are you sure this was a good idea? Alas, I didn't ask Emi these questions and it's way too late to go back. But another issue I have is that while Emi didn't have evidence, Saberspark doesn't entirely prove things either. This may be controversial for me to say, but these text messages are not proof of anything, let alone consent. And it's not up to the rest of the internet to dictate this when it wasn't their experience, nor was anyone else there. Even Cope and Seif brought up that when looking at everything from Saberspark and Emi, he said it was still inconclusive about what took place.
After having had a few hours to, I guess, reflect upon these further comments from Emily, I'm still not totally sure where I land.
Strange how people aren't sharing that part of his video. Mind you, he still called it Saberspark has receipts, and most of the video was heavily against Emi to begin with, only really trying to balance it out closer to the end of the video, but I don't know if people are ready to have this conversation yet. These messages at most show that Saberspark was under the impression that consent was there, but unless he has other messages of them discussing sex before the occurrences or something like that, then ultimately, this situation is still inconclusive. In the end, no one knows what truly happened here besides Emi and Saberspark. Public opinion on this is gonna forever be split, but I think at this rate it should just be handled legally in court so an official outcome can come out for this. And that's really all I can say about the situation. I would advise everyone watching to go do their own research and maybe even pause my video to go do this by looking at everything that got released from both parties who were directly involved. And then come to your own conclusions and don't just blindly believe some random drama tuber who not only wasn't there, and also likely didn't do as good research about this serious topic when you yourself can likely do way better. Which is what leads me to the main topic for today's video. SpeedSuperSonic, whose real name is Ricardo, is a Sonic YouTuber that makes Sonic videos. I don't really watch his content. Just scrolling through it, he appears to make videos about Sonic news and other basic stuff, but this video isn't about his channel, but mainly about this particular video right here. Back in September, Ricardo posted a video expose about Emi, where he calls her out for her many years of controversial drama in the Sonic community. But hold on, who is Ricardo in relation to Emi to begin with? Well, that all started with nothing. Emi and Ricardo were never friends and barely ever interacted with one another. I think the earliest public post I can recall Emi making about Ricardo was back when people were calling him out over some pretty sexist tweets he made all the way back in 2022. While the community, well, mostly the women in the community, were giving Ricardo shit for these tweets, Emi would tell a story under a related thread about how she saw Ricardo in Burbank playing with Sonic plushies in public at one point, pretty much making the point that Ricardo had no right to tell women how to act their age. The next big event between Emi and Ricardo would take place at Sonic Revolution 2023. Emi was sharing a table with a few former Sonic VAs, and at one point, Ricardo showed up to the event and lined up near Emi's table. Emi's friends at the con informed her about Ricardo, which made her uncomfortable, and she decided to step away from her table for a bit to try maintaining distance and use that as an opportunity to hang out with her friends. I asked Emi later, but apparently there was some confusion about Ricardo even being allowed at Sonic Revo because he was apparently banned at Sonic and Sega Fan Jam for allegedly making threats towards Sam Procrastinates. Strange. Another weird detail too was that Ricardo and some other attendees at the convention were apparently using an entrance that they weren't supposed to be using. Yeah, so her friends decided to bring this up to the staff, and one friend in particular decided to check if Ricardo was even allowed to be there considering everything. But when it came down to it, Emi just mainly didn't wish to be near Ricardo because of his history. But she was sitting with multiple Sonic voice actors, so she understood that she needed to be the one to maintain her own distance so that Ricardo could meet who he wanted to meet. Unfortunately, this led to a pretty horrible miscommunication to the staff, who promptly kicked Ricardo from the building and banned him from Sonic Revolution, without even asking if that's what Emi wanted. It was a horrible mistake and even resulted in Ricardo posting this kinda dramatic statement about how Emi purposely got him banned from the convention for no reason, which wasn't true. I was actually at that Sonic Revolution and I had no clue Ricardo was even there. I even remember checking Twitter and seeing people share his weird ass drama posts while the convention was still going on. Like, people were still going to Emi's table to see her and the other voice actors. There's no way Ricardo thought through while traveling home that, yeah, this is a good statement for me to post while the convention is still going on. It was honestly ridiculous, and Emi would even explain things in a Twitter thread shortly after she got home, where she stated that she didn't want the staff to ban Ricardo. It was just an unfortunate circumstance of her friends and the staff overcorrecting and banning this guy when it didn't need to happen. Emi even told the staff to let him back in, but their decision was already made and it was too late. And Emi has all the evidence to back up her experience too, providing conversations with both the friend who spoke to the staff and a conversation she had with one of the staff members at Revo. There was even one guy on Twitter who admitted it wasn't even Emi who got him banned, but it was someone else that he knew. And a quick footnote, if you look at the conversation that Emi had with her friend, that friend even states that they were aware of Ricardo being at the convention before they even spoke to Emi about it, even speaking to the staff well before they told Emi that Ricardo was at the convention, which, in my opinion, is a pretty important detail when looking back at everything. Since that point, Ricardo's kind of held a huge grudge against Emi for kind of humiliating him, so much so that he would even feature her in a few videos sometime before deciding to make his hit piece on her.
Peek out of line one more time and I'll have Emi Jones kick you out of Sonic Revolution again.
Yes, sir. Fun fact, her and her team had me almost kicked out of a Sonic convention. This was me realizing I did not belong here.
Then why were you so upset that they kicked you out? And in this same video, he gets defensive about Emi bringing up the plushie thing.
By the way, speaking of me holding a plushie as an adult, this claim from Emi Jones that I was walking around Burbank, California carrying a Sonic plush is completely false information. I don't know where the this came from. No beef though, Emi. Hope you're doing good.
Look, you can believe whatever you want, but Emi sent me these old DMs of her messaging one of her friends that she saw Ricardo in public. And there's even an old California vlog around the same time, and Emi has screenshots of that too. Oh, by the way, another detail I didn't share, and he also didn't share before, Ricardo and Emi actually had a DM conversation on Twitter, where Emi tried explaining her case that she didn't want to get him banned from Revolution, but Ricardo just didn't want to hear it, and they even bring up the old tweet that Emi made calling him out for playing with plushies in public, which you can actually see him get defensive about, which is kind of hilarious. Ricardo, there's nothing wrong with playing with plushies out in public, but it's another thing entirely to get offended and defensive about it. Were you bullied in school over it? Did your parents make you feel bad for doing it? You have various videos of you playing with plushies out in the open. Hell, for your own birthday in October 2025, you went to the club with a damn Sonic plushie. So what exactly was the big deal about Emi bringing it up here? Someone seems embarrassed. But that's really the whole backstory or connection that Ricardo had with Emi before he made his video. And I hope with me providing all this context to you all will help understand all the points I'm going to be bringing up about why Ricardo made his video in the first place, because I really do think providing context for his motivations is really important. So Ricardo clearly grew a huge hate boner for Emi, and just like a lot of other people who have loathed Emi for years, jumped at the perfect opportunity to hate on Emi just when it seemed like the whole internet was turning against her after Cope and Sleep's video came out. After Emi posted her For Clarity video, Ricardo made a tweet publicly announcing that he was going to be making a video about Emi, saying her response video was disgusting and spit in the face of victims of sexual assault, which was honestly just a shitty thing to say, especially considering Emi did have proof that she's a victim of sexual assault in other circumstances, but as we'll come to learn later, Ricardo is one of the very people who didn't bother finishing her video. He would also ask in his announcement tweet, "If anyone would like to speak out, please reach out," essentially opening his door for anyone who wanted to jump in on it. Ricardo, I don't know if public opinion from strangers you don't know is the most reliable source. What makes you think that they weren't going to be super biased against Emi? Eventually, he would continue to tease this video by posting this. Before the video was even out, there was already a huge issue. What in God's name was he thinking when he made this poster? Apart from the fact that he was trying to hype up what was basically a hit piece on Emi like it's some kind of event or movie, why did he include a picture of Emi as a child? what the fuck was the point of that? You typically do that when you're making a murderer documentary or the subject you're talking about is dead. Like, what exactly does Child Emi have to do with any of the recent controversy surrounding her? It's not a fucking movie you're teasing, it's a video about serious topics that are getting discussed. How did no one call him out for this? Actually, one particular person did. And it wasn't just some random Sonic fan, it was Pete Capella. Yes, the former voice actor for Silver the Hedgehog, who replied to Ricardo's poster tweet rightfully chastising him for putting a picture of Child Emi on it, and he even called it a smear video, which is great. Pete actually got some blowback for doing this, which is weird on its own, but I don't think people realize how significant his input is here. Yes, Pete has collaborated with Emi in the past, appearing on a few live streams and even voicing Silver in Sonic and Tails R. However, Emi and Pete are actually super close. Not the close that some pervs watching are gonna make gross assumptions over. No, she's dating Pete's brother. He set them up and they've been together for years. So Pete and Emi are not just close friends and colleagues, they're close family. So Pete had every right to call out Ricardo for making this god-awful poster. Seriously, shout out to Pete for doing this. Go send the dude some love. Somehow, it gets stupider past this poster. Considering the views and likes his posts were getting, I'm not sure how much negative feedback that Ricardo was actually getting for hyping up the release of this video, but a day before he uploaded it, he posted this insanely stupid letter where he says the video he's about to post is one of the most important videos he's ever made, and how he's not a drama channel and has no desire to make content about community relations again. Deja vu. He also says, "We are not perfect. I'm not perfect." I'm guessing he said this because people were probably reposting those old edgy sexist posts he made 3 years ago. I also do wonder if Pete's feedback on the poster maybe got to him a bit. He then says he believes in second chances, but doesn't think that Emi is capable of changing for the better after 10 years of lies, manipulation, and deceit. Keep that in mind. He also says one of the things you'll see tomorrow is the use of an audience to harass others, which he was trying to accuse Emi of doing this, but it becomes extremely ironic considering the aftermath of his video. But then he tries to soften this by pulling the whole "do not harass anyone mentioned in this video," claiming Emi is still human and he feels that this can be lost in the influencer world. Okay, while I agree with that statement on its own, you still blatantly called the video "The Fall of Emi Jones." Like, it's on the fucking poster. It's pretty clear what the purpose of your video is. He closes his dumb letter by saying he hopes his video is a positive thing for this community, hoping that this video really resonates with people. And he ends the letter by proclaiming, "I love Sonic, but more importantly, I love you." What the fuck? I don't understand what the point of this letter was. Actually, I don't understand what the point of that poster was. And what's weird is that he was making all these grandstand posts about how he was gonna call out Emi, acting like he had any kind of say on who Emi is or what she can do in the community, but why? He's a random Sonic tuber, and the most interactions he's had with Emi are just misunderstandings or disagreements. He has no idea who she is, and he certainly doesn't know what her intentions or thinking process is like. So why does he feel like he's someone who knows that Emi is incapable of changing or owning up to her mistakes? Why exactly does he have to say this? Well, on September 27th, Ricardo would upload The Fall of Emi Jones, and the reception to it was pretty huge, especially for Ricardo's channel. Reportedly, it got over 200,000 views, which is impressive for a channel with 86,000 subs. However, this would come crashing down about 2 weeks later when Emi successfully took his video down in mid-October. Ricardo would then make some pretty cringe posts hyping up a re-upload of the video, which also included him tweeting, "She won't win. See you soon." Does he think he's an anime protagonist? Is this really how seriously we're gonna take this situation? What the hell has cancel culture done to us? He would then post a video teasing the re-upload, accompanied by a Kanye song of all things.
Bitch, I'm back out my coma.
Please tell me, does anyone else find this insanely stupid? He also posted a 5-minute response video, where he talked about the reception of the video before it got taken down, and that he planned on re-uploading it later that day. But I'll take a more thorough look at this 5-minute video later. Going back to the teaser for the re-upload, he gave it this quick-cutting editing style to basically drive home the point and hype up this re-upload to his immature-ass audience who ate this shit up, I guess. It's also interesting that he seemed to have put actual screenshots from the takedown notice he got sent because, well, when Emi initially took the video down, a lot of people were clowning on her and even saying comments like, "Oh, she took the video down? That must mean she's hiding something." Like it was some sort of admission of guilt or some shit. Another weird claim that I saw people try to make was that Emi had no right to take Ricardo's video down because it was fair use, which doesn't really apply to Ricardo's video at all. Do Sonic fans not know what fair use is? Also, if someone made a video about you that was just spewing misinformation and false facts about you, wouldn't you also want to take a video like that down? Like, are you really telling me you wouldn't want something like that removed? Especially if it was getting a ton of views like it initially was? How does it being removed prove anything? Then on October 13th, Ricardo re-uploaded the video where it was like 13 seconds shorter, and he edited out some childhood pictures and photos of Emi's kid, but not all, as I will highlight later. Because he had to re-upload the video, the original's 200,000 views no longer show up on his channel, and all the ad revenue he potentially earned from the video was probably not sent to him. At least, I'm assuming that's how YouTube's system works. Also, yeah, he monetized this video. Why? Why did you monetize this? I get it, you're a Sonic tuber, you gotta make a living. I put ads on my videos too. It could be a huge source of income for everyone who makes content here, but this video is getting set up to be so serious and addresses a lot of situations that really need to be handled carefully. It's not one of your usual Sonic videos, it's a drama video. Do you really think slapping on a bunch of mid-rolls would be appreciated by people who don't use ad blockers and are trying to listen to you talk about some really serious topics, only to get interrupted by some random Taco Bell ad or some shit? Does no one else find the issue with this? The thing is, I would not be giving Ricardo this much shit for putting ads on this video if at the very least, he said at one point in the video, all the ad revenue made from this video will be going to RAIN, which he did link in the description, and any other organization that supports victims of assault. If he had said something along those lines, I would not be going as tough on him for putting ads on such a serious video like this. However, not once in this 50-minute hit piece of shit video that is riddled with ads, not once does he ever state that any of the ad revenue he was going to make from the video would be donated. And I know he never says this at any point in the video because, trust me, I was taking notes. And the craziest part is, he easily could have done this. And he easily could have used it against me for making my video right now. Like, he could have seen my video and just been like, "Wow, Cooper, how dare you make this video calling me out when my video donated so much money to actual victims of assault." He re-uploaded this entire video and he still didn't put in a part where he said he was going to donate the ad revenue? How could you claim you're trying to support victims when not only are you not, meanwhile you, in turn, are earning money off of them? That's because he didn't make this video for the victims or the community. He made this video because he saw an opportunity. The whole internet was mad at Emi, and he decided to step in and make this entire situation about him, and this idea of him having a redemption arc. And then he grossly attempted to paint this like he's the good guy speaking up for victims and other bullshit. He was making all of these mistakes out in the open, and I haven't even started talking about his video yet! Okay, so quick update on Halloween of all days. Ricardo has taken the video down. Yeah, he took the video down and posted a statement saying the content was false, speculative, and harmful. Even apologizing for featuring photos of Emi's kid in the video. He also discourages people from re-uploading the video anywhere too, restating that the video was false and any continued sharing of it will be a legal liability. He even deleted every tweet he made relating to the video. Like those tweets I showed you just a few minutes ago, they're all gone. As of October 31st, 2025, you can't watch his video on his channel anymore. God damn. He must have had a hard reality check sent to his door. This is fucking wild. I didn't expect this to happen so soon. The video wasn't even 2 months old yet, and it's officially gone. This is the internet though, so obviously people are gonna repost the video even though Ricardo told them not to. I probably would have cancelled making my video altogether, but considering how the internet works, I'm sure people are going to continue to weaponize this against Emi and still blindly believe all the content and misinformation that was included in Ricardo's video, even after he had to officially state that all of it was false. So, no, I still want to personally document all this. Ricardo's not going to get away with this. Some people might criticize me like, wow Cooper, way to kick Ricardo while he's down. The video's gone, what's the big deal? The big deal is that people are going to continue to weaponize the video getting removed against Emi as if it proves any of the false allegations that were in it. On top of that, if my video is kicking Ricardo while he's down, then what exactly would you call him making that video while Emi was already facing an onslaught of online harassment to begin with? Even though he finally took the video down, the damage it's caused is already done, and Emi's still affected by it. And to break it down, the original video, I couldn't find a good screenshot for this, but Ricardo later stated on camera that it managed to get over 200,000 views before it got taken down.
However, with over 200,000 views, I'm happy people got to watch it at its original release, and I'm happy that people will be able to watch it again.
And then his re-upload, while not being able to pull the same numbers, still managed to rake in another 67,000 views before being officially removed. So adding it up, the video officially got over 267,000 views from Ricardo's channel alone. That means over 250,000 people saw this video before it got taken down. And that's not even counting the copious amounts of re-uploads that likely keep shooting this number up too. So this video is still being shared around, and I'm gonna have to clean this mess up. It's actually so fucking bad. Ricardo, you better be watching, and I seriously hope that once you reach the end of this video, you feel even more ashamed of yourself. So, with all that set up, I should probably actually start talking about his video. But before I do, there are two other things I want to bring up. First, remember when Ricardo said in his letter that Emi has had 10 years worth of lies, manipulation, and deceit? Well, ironically, Ricardo's own video is filled to the brim with lies, manipulation, and deceit. So let's talk about it. Another thing I'll look at before talking about his video is, well, two major things. The title and the thumbnail. The Fall of Emi Jones, the Sonic community's evil queen. He appears to have lifted part of the video title from that Queen Falls video that those perverts and stalkers made, which I'm sure some of you have seen pop up in your recommendations. That video is fucking terrible, and if anyone tries to source info from it, do not listen to them. Holy shit. So it's not a good sign that Ricardo was probably lifting from it in some way. Like, at one point the video tries justifying them making pedophile jokes about Emi's child, and of course it doesn't go into what their joke was.
It's a known fact that Emi's fans have ratted people out for even the most minor of offenses towards her. This is what happened to a friend of mine, True Blue Fuse, when he made a video called Unknown from Emi, which was a parody of Unknown from ME, and Emi and her friends were all too happy to throw around all these false accusations left and right, even though it was simply a joke.
These were the lyrics from that song, by the way. Wow, good joke. Just to be clear, the guy who made the Queen Falls video on Emi admits to being friends with and even tries victimizing True Blue Fuse, the same guy who made pedophilic rape jokes about Emi's child, harassed the shit out of Emi, and was complicit in knowing that Jesse Pajamas, a now outed pedophile, not only crossed state lines to have sex with minors to avoid getting in trouble with the law, but also admitted in a recording that he molested both his sisters while they were sleeping.
He knew that Candy was underage when she was 15. He chose to continue talking to her and have sex with her at 16. She was 16, and Jesse at the time was 25.
People know that you slept with me when I was underage. People know I was a minor.
You weren't a minor in your state. Just in mine. Age of consent laws are a bitch.
Yeah, you broke your law. Your law still follows you even if you leave the state. You are still under New York law.
But go on. We can agree to disagree on whether or not that's fucking a stupid law or not. I understand where you're coming from. You don't have to argue with me on that. Do you think I should just go around telling people about my sisters? Just willy-nilly?
Well, no.
You think that's what you think?
No, not necessarily. You've talked about it. You mentioned the fact that you're getting bullied because people accused you of messing with your sisters, in that sense.
You know why I thought that was true? Because he kept saying shit about that first, and I told him I didn't want to hear it.
True Blue Fuse knew his friend was a predator, even made this song parody, and would frequently make incest jokes towards Jesse, which really upset him, all while remaining his friend.
He was making incest jokes.
And I didn't want to tell him the full truth because it's none of his business.
He was,
I still don't think it's
yeah, he was just making incest jokes, just jokes, and you took it personally.
not about me. I think I want people making jokes about my sisters and I. Do you think I want that? Does that mean I'm not allowed to make incest jokes about fictional hedgehogs?
That you were getting bullied in high school because people are accusing you about the incest shit with your sisters and your cousin, but mostly just your sister.
Here's proof that True Blue Fuse knew Jesse was a pedophile. In fact, his knowledge of Jesse being a pedophile that preys on teens even inspired him to back out of dating a 17-year-old girl himself once someone compared him to Jesse. You know, as if him dating a minor wasn't already a red flag. These are the people you're supporting by giving that video any amount of credibility. And for the record, yes, Emi worked with Jesse back in 2017, but she cut ties with him long ago and hates his guts, especially after learning all the fucked up shit he was doing. Do not defend these creeps and never source their video. Jesus Christ. So the title of Ricardo's video is super clickbaity as hell, but so is this god-awful thumbnail. It doesn't help that he calls Emi an evil queen in the title, but then he did the weird deep-frying photoshopping of her face and then put devil horns on it with the text pure evil right next to her. It's really dramatic and stupid. Also, I'm just gonna put this out there. Something about this thumbnail looks a bit AI generated. Like, obviously, it's using a very popular profile picture that Emi used for a while, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen before, but when you flip the image around and try lining it up with the thumbnail, some parts of her hair and her ears don't really line up. Look, I don't know if Ricardo actually used AI to make this thumbnail, but it looks off. And fucking horrible. This is one of the worst thumbnails I've ever seen. I haven't even started watching the video yet, and I already got a pretty solid idea of what it's gonna be like.
Now, Charles and Jeannie never thought they would hear the words "I'm pregnant" coming from their 16-year-old daughter, Emily's mouth.
Really? The Dr. Phil episode? That's the first thing you chose to start the video with? You've lost me already.
Emi Jones is a voice actress in the Sonic community who's caught up in a lot of scandals lately.
Oh, I bet she has.
Born on December 17th of 1993, Emi would grow up to find a love for not only video games, but specifically Sonic the Hedgehog and many other fandoms such as My Little Pony.
Again, why the childhood pictures? What does this even add to the controversies whatsoever? She's not dead, and it just feels wrong to use images like this in this kind of video.
And after 10 to 15 years of influence, opportunity, and some would go as far to say power, she has used her positioning as a method of gaining more power in this community.
Okay, is anyone else not bothered by how a lot of drama videos are edited so obnoxiously? They all have the same goddamn format, the dramatic music in the intro, the slow zooms on photos and videos, and that damn mouse clicking sound effect. Why the hell is that a thing? Does no one else find it annoying as shit when the mouse click is used throughout the entire video? Stop using this sound effect.
Over the 30 years of the Sonic franchise's existence, we've seen many notable figures, but I believe and I say with good authority that Emi Jones might be the first villain that it has seen.
Emi is the first villain? Didn't you show Christian in that little montage you played? And didn't they end up going to jail for raping their mom? Their dementia-riddled mom? But sure, Emi's the first villain. This is how insane the Sonic fanbase has become. Also, this is a bit of another tangent, but can we please stop lumping in Christian and Sammy Classic Sonic Fan together in these types of videos, as if they had the same type of controversies? Sammy was a literal child when he made those videos, and Christian is a depraved human being who's now a convicted criminal. Just leave Sammy alone and stop pairing him up with Christian. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, they're not the same. Sammy's meme-worthy, Christian's a criminal. Get it right.
Idiots!
So the first major topic in this video is when Emi was featured on an episode of Dr. Phil when she was just 16 years old. This has been public info ever since the episode aired, obviously, but the way Ricardo chose to introduce this segment was really manipulative and wrong.
Dr. Phil is a unique place for a Sonic influencer to first make their appearance. Naturally, it's usually through YouTube videos. But at the age of 16, Emi Jones would become pregnant with her child.
Why did you word it like this? Emi didn't choose to go on Dr. Phil. Plus, she already had an online footprint well before this TV appearance. Sure, she wasn't a major public figure yet, mainly because she was still just a teenager, but her old YouTube channel, EmuEmi is still currently up. It was made on June 1st, 2007 and has posted content since day one, and they were mostly AMVs. Yeah, she loved making Sonic X AMVs. Some of them got blocked due to copyright issues, but a lot of them are still currently up if you go look. And if a few of you are gonna somehow doubt that this is Emi's channel, there's even one vlog video on it where you see teenage Emi appear in it. So yeah, this is her channel. She mainly stopped posting here because she forgot the login info for the account years ago. I'm not sure if she had any other accounts after this, but uploads stopped on EmuEmi in February 2012, and her current EmuEmi account that we all know was created in July 2012. Though it was an MLP channel at first before she made the switch to Sonic content around May 2015. So I don't really know why Ricardo words it like Emi chose to go on Dr. Phil to introduce herself to the world or the community when that's not what happened here. This was a serious situation where her parents forced her to go on TV against her will, and idiots like Ricardo have made fun of this appearance for years. She tried keeping this TV appearance a secret for quite a while until she was forced to come forward about it in her own statement she posted in November 2019, because some jackass in the community had planned on making a video about her experience on the show to basically humiliate her. But my main issue with how Ricardo chose to talk about the situation isn't just from how horribly inaccurate and dishonest he was when he went into it, but he then tries to flip it to the other side by mentioning how Emi was a minor when she was forced on the show, and then attempts to victimize her instead of ridiculing her like he did at first.
I think it should be stated first up that Dr. Phil is a terrible, awful show. Emi, along with a lot of other kids on this show, are just confused and lost teenagers who are being humiliated in front of millions of people on national television.
But it doesn't exactly land well when he, 1, introed it like it was her fault to begin with, and 2, he doesn't even show her 2019 statement talking about her experience. Why did he leave this out? It seems pretty vital if you're gonna bother bringing up this old ass Dr. Phil episode for no reason. This is the one part of the video where he says Emi was undoubtedly the victim here, and he just left out her official statement where she recounted her experience? It's pretty interesting, and I'd say important information for the viewers to learn about that he just left out for no reason. The truth is, he just doesn't take Emi going on Dr. Phil seriously. It's always been a joke to him, even when he's talked about it in previous videos.
Being one of the largest women in the community and some stuff in her past that is memeable.
Yes, the teenage trauma she went through is very memeable, you fucking moron. Also, even before this video, sometime after the whole getting banned from Sonic Revolution thing, he posted this really stupid tweet, which he clearly regretted because he deleted this shortly after. Again, he acts like he cares, but he just doesn't. Also, why are you including a horrible traumatic experience where Emi was clearly the victim as the opener to a video you titled The Fall of Emi Jones, the Sonic community's evil queen? Doesn't that seem a bit counterproductive? What the hell are you doing? You clearly describe her as being the victim in this situation, but then use footage of her being victimized to humiliate her. Oh wait, could it be that you're just describing it this way to sound unbiased towards Emi, when in reality you've already made jokes at Emi's expense on your social media about her being on Dr. Phil? And again, all of these corrections and other things are public information that he didn't bother researching properly. And if people are really gonna try to defend Ricardo here like, well, maybe he wasn't able to find any of this. If that's the case, then Ricardo should not have been making this video in the first place. It's completely irresponsible on his part, no matter how you look at this. Since he clearly didn't bother watching Emi's For Clarity video, I'm guessing he also didn't bother checking the description, because Emi linked an entire document that had plenty of receipts pertaining to multiple controversies she was lumped into over misunderstandings, and from people mostly on Twitter playing telephone with information they didn't know the full context for at all, just wanting to share ignorant hate for a content creator they didn't like. I'm not kidding. Literally nothing from this receipts document was shown in Ricardo's video, and he doesn't bother bringing it up at all, which is really not a good look for him, as you'll see as I continue watching his video. If this bears repeating, this document was linked in the description for Emi's For Clarity video. Anybody, including Ricardo, could have easily accessed all this information, but he just didn't bother. Ricardo has effectively set people back to square one for virtually no reason. I'm almost amazed by his incompetence.
At the age of 17, she would eventually give birth to her daughter, and I just want to state this here, we will not be discussing her child for the duration of this video.
And here we have the main problem for every time someone tries to unironically use the Dr. Phil episode against Emi. Not only was she a teenager when she was forced to go on the show, but as a child, she chose to keep her child and has remained an amazing mother to this day. Like, guys, her kid is now a teenager. That's how long ago and irrelevant this fucking Dr. Phil episode is. And only weirdos like Ricardo keep bringing it up. And not only are they a teenager, but they're about to go into high school. Like, they're getting close to the age that Emi was when she was forced on Dr. Phil in the first place. And this also means there's a pretty solid chance they're probably gonna come across Ricardo's dumbass video, and then they're gonna have to go talk to their mom about it and be like, hey mom, what the hell is this? Where their mom's traumatic experience of standing up to a room full of adults and sticking to her decision to keep them as a kid is now being weaponized to hurt her reputation. I honestly feel bad for Emi and her kid that this Dr. Phil episode keeps getting brought up like it's of any importance whatsoever, especially when people are missing the whole fucking point of the situation. Emi overcame the impossible and survived being a teen mom, now having a healthy, amazing child who she spends every day with and loves so much. Why is that being treated like a joke or a negative thing? What the hell is wrong with you, Ricardo? Yeah, another pretty big issue about featuring this in his video is that it also opens the door for morons who have no idea what they're talking about making insanely gross assumptions about Emi's parenting, with some people even joking that Child Protective Services should be called on her. Good job, Ricardo. Thank you for giving morons like this the platform to mock someone else's parenting that they know nothing about. Did you even consider how this was going to affect her child?
Not only does she play little to no role in the story that we're going to be telling, but also in any of the drama or controversy, but let alone that, she is a child and does not deserve to be drug into this.
Yet you still chose to talk about the Dr. Phil episode at all, therefore dragging them into this mess indirectly. I know you clearly saw this topic as low-hanging fruit and that's the only reason you brought it up at all, but even just mentioning your child was so abhorrent and wrong. Also, he later featured a photo of Emi with her child and didn't bother blurring out their face, which Emi's initial takedown notice made heavy mention of with timestamps to accompany it. He literally showed the timestamps in his teaser video. Did he not bother reading the actual notice, ergo leaving the unblurred image in the re-upload? Why didn't you remove this? Why did you even feature any picture of Emi with her kid if you made a point that they don't deserve to be dragged into this? What the hell is wrong with this dude? I'm only like 3 minutes into this video and I genuinely don't understand how people thought this was well made. It's well edited. I mean, I think the audio mixing's kinda shit, but the video editing is okay. But having decent editing doesn't automatically make this a good or well made video. If you're gonna make a video expose about somebody, then you need to do a proper amount of research on them. And sadly, Ricardo did not do that. Not only does he not feature anything from Emi's receipts document, or really anything that Emi has publicly stated about these past situations, but it becomes incredibly obvious as you continue watching the video that he was just pulling from heavily biased sources against Emi to begin with, while trying to claim that his video was going to be unbiased when he was promoting it. And two of the most obvious sources that he chose to pick from were an incredibly creepy Twitter account that's been stalking and archiving a lot of misinformation and stuff about Emi over the years, along with Kiwi Farms. Some of you may be aware of Kiwi Farms, and I personally don't like this website. Call me a chicken shit or whatever, but its controversial reputation is fully earned, and a lot of the people on this website are really gross gossipers and outright stalkers being hateful and spreading misinformation without caring if it's valid or not, with a few suicides being confirmed to be people who were targeted by the website. Emi unfortunately has a page on this site, and it becomes incredibly obvious that Ricardo got most of his information from that source. So he's pretty much just chewing up all their misinformation and just feeding it to the community like there's baby birds. Ricardo, there are pages on this site that are dedicated to instructing Emi on how she can properly kill herself. Why did you think this was a good source to pull from? And here's the thing, if you're gonna make a video like this and Kiwi Farms is one of your main sources for getting information, that is perfectly fine as long as you're being fully transparent about getting info from that site, and you're also making sure to get stuff from other websites that are more trustworthy and aren't so heavily biased or just plain hateful about the subject you're talking about. However, if Kiwi Farms is one of your only main sources of getting info, and you make that increasingly obvious throughout your video, and you also fail to never mention that you're getting information from Kiwi Farms, then you have failed at making a video like this. Ricardo at no point in this video ever states that he's getting most of his information about Emi from her Kiwi Farms page. I wonder why. Like, you have to be so careful when making a video like this because it is so easy to screw up. You gotta make sure all your info is at least vetted and can be easily proven without just going off of pure speculation, which Ricardo carelessly didn't bother doing. For instance, the video continues with Ricardo going over Emi's involvement with the My Little Pony Friendship is Magic community, which is where he brings up Saberspark for the first time. Now, I should make it clear where Ricardo stands on the Saberspark allegations. He doesn't believe Emi. Like, at all. So he's fully siding with Saberspark, which is his choice in the end, but he unfortunately lets this peer into the video countless times. If he really wants to think that Emi lied about the allegations, he's free to think that, but it's another thing entirely to just blatantly state this in a public space where over 267,000 people ended up hearing it and blindly believed him. Even the Cope and See video didn't outright deny Emi of her story, but when Ricardo first starts talking about the two encounters between Emi and Saberspark, he presents it mostly from Saberspark's summary of events. But the issue is that Saberspark also made pretty clear mistakes in his summary as well, and Ricardo doesn't bother correcting any of this when it's brought up.
The two would speak on Skype quite frequently, mainly about the show keeping things relatively friendly, but eventually things got personal. The two were discussing their normal lives, and the fact of Emily being a mother was brought up, and how she was no longer with the father of her child. This naturally transitioned into the topic of her being single, and things got progressively more flirty between the two. With the convention Canterlot Gardens being set for the 28th through 30th of September, the two were looking at that convention as a place where they could hook up. Strictly under the banner, though, of friends with benefits.
There is no proof that Emi and Saberspark had a friends with benefits relationship. No, the text messages are not proof. Where are the messages of them agreeing to this? Even worse, he also makes mention of Saberspark claiming that Emi told him that she had an IUD. A claim that, to this day, has never been proven true. Why is it that when Emi tries to come out about assault and has no proof, she's seen as malicious, yet Saberspark can accuse Emi of baby trapping him with no proof and he's seen as the victim?
Around this time, Saberspark was having a lot of anxiety about Emi not getting her period, fearing that she might be pregnant. He feared this because their sex was unprotected, due to Emi saying that she had an IUD. And despite IUDs being 99% effective, there was always that 1% chance and also the chance that Emi was lying.
Something else you may notice about this video is that Ricardo does a lot of telling, but not a lot of showing of evidence. It almost seems like he didn't even watch Cope and Steve's video and he's just going off of hearsay from other people on social media. I'll get back to that point much later, but I also don't understand why there are so many people online who just blindly believe the IUD story at all. Emi takes her health so damn seriously. Like, I've known this about her since the first day I met her. Her receipts document even includes screenshots of her diagnosis list and other health issues, which Ricardo doesn't bother showing. So why do people just assume Emi wouldn't have kept any records of her getting an IUD at any point? If she was lying about it, why would she be so transparent about her medical records? If the situation with Saberspark went to court, they would ask for those medical documents, so that they can most likely try to prove Saberspark's claim of Emi getting an IUD to disprove her side of the events. But not only would that require his legal team to try looking for these IUD documents, but Saberspark would also have to prove that Emi said this to him, which he has never shown any proof of.
The two at this point obviously were not on great terms, with Emily being quite upset at Saberspark for essentially ghosting her. This made conventions very weird, with there being awkward tension between the two, so Saberspark decided to reach out and patch things up before Saberspark eventually pulled away again. This lit a fuse under Emi, a very angry one.
You really use footage from Dr. Phil again, but put Hellfire over it to make Emi look evil? Footage of Emi as a minor? Was it worth it for the dramatic effect? He does shit like this throughout the video. It's manipulative as hell. It's borderline anti-Emi propaganda on the same level as a fucking Michael Moore documentary.
Around this time, Emi was getting into cosplaying, but specifically Sonic the Hedgehog cosplay. And while a lot of the community was eating up her cosplays, there was one individual who wasn't. Lizzy Silvas.
Stop right there. You blew it. You've completely blew it. You've totally lost me at this point. What the hell are you doing? For those of you who somehow don't know who Lizzy Silvas is, That girl's crazy. Literally, this woman, who is currently in her 40s, has spent the past decade trying to ruin Emi's life. Attempting to summarize this as best as I could, when Emi first got into the Sonic community, she was really big into cosplaying and decided to showcase her Sonic cosplay. For some reason, Lizzy instantly saw Emi as a threat and blocked her over it, making weird claims that Emi stole her cosplay idea. But the thing is, Emi had no clue who Lizzy was, and her cosplay looking similar was just a complete coincidence. Also, this is just a really goofy claim for Lizzy to make because countless female cosplayers who cosplay Sonic use the exact same outfit idea, like the blue unitard, the blue wig. A lot of these types of cosplays were documented long before Lizzy or Emi posted theirs. Regardless, Lizzy completely believed her own perception that Emi stole her cosplay idea, and saw Emi as a threat to her overall presence in the community. Once again, Emi had zero clue who this woman was, and it led to her posting a tweet asking her friends why Lizzy blocked her. This was the first public instance of Emi ever acknowledging Lizzy. And to this day, Lizzy still uses a screenshot of this old tweet as a weapon against Emi, claiming she was trying to use her audience to harass her over it. The thing is, this was back in 2015, and Emi had just gotten into the Sonic community. While she did gather a small following from My Little Pony, it was nowhere near the amount that the Sonic fandom would bring her in the later years. So honestly, I'm willing to wager that Emi's few followers at the time did not go harass Lizzy, which is made more evident by Lizzy never providing proof that she was ever harassed to begin with. Hell, even in the screenshot Lizzy took of Emi's tweet, it hardly had any engagement on it. Emi only had a few thousand followers, and barely any of them seemed to care about this tweet. Lizzy just claims Emi's followers harassed her, and people who hate Emi for no reason already just blindly believe her. And this ironically started a harassment campaign of sorts led by Lizzy, which has been going on for 10 years. She's not only tried spreading needless gossip based on misinformation and speculation, but Lizzy has literally done crazy shit like contacting various employees at Sega to try to ruin Emi's opportunities, along with contacting Emi's own family members to cause harm. She would even send death threats to other Sega employees, and even openly wish that Emi would get drowned in a sink. Straight up death threats. At one point, she even told Mike fucking Pollock that she wanted to put a bullet in a certain Sega employee's head. All of this was obviously reported back to the company. Eventually, this got so bad that Sega blacklisted Lizzy from everything, just for the safety of their own employees. Lizzy also apparently posted the letter that they sent her about banning her from everywhere, but she didn't bother censoring her own address that was on the letter, so she effectively doxed herself and even tried blaming Emi for it later on, despite Emi actually censoring it out in her receipts document where she addresses everything. This woman is delusional. She shouldn't be given a platform on the internet, she needs to seek serious help. Then in late 2016, Emi had to post an official statement about Lizzy. This statement is still up, and Emi would run down all the weird and creepy things that Lizzy had been doing in just that first year of harassing her. Yeah, believe it or not, this statement is actually horribly outdated, because despite being told to leave Emi alone, Lizzy still continued harassing Emi. So much so that a few years later, Emi had to make a whole other document that literally has a full decade's worth of all the crazy shit Lizzy has continued doing. Yeah, and Emi still has to update this document from time to time. It's that bad. Her receipts document also gives a brief rundown of all of this, but it also has a link to her updated Lizzy doc, and it is actually bonkers how far this woman has tried to go in order to ruin Emi's life. Like, to all the dedicated Emi haters that are watching, this is your future. Really think about it. Do you really want to end up being another Lizzy Silvas? Seriously, if I had to go down all the crazy shit that Lizzy has tried doing to Emi over the years, this video would be way longer than it already is. Another detail I didn't really get to point out was that at one point, one of Emi's friends actually talked down to Lizzy, and managed to get her on speaking terms with Emi, where Emi would finally explain her side of everything, and it seemed like Lizzy was willing to listen, and even went as far to post this apology statement to her Twitter. But the whole time during their friendship, it became clear that Lizzy was trying to use Emi to get her unbanned, which Emi did go out of her way to do, but she was literally told by Sega that no, Lizzy can never be unbanned. So once Lizzy realized she couldn't use Emi to get unbanned, she immediately ditched her and went back to her hate campaign. Oh yeah, and there was also the pretty public situation about how Lizzy called the police on Emi's place 3 times. The first 2, Emi has the paperwork to prove, and it got so bad that Emi actually filmed the 3rd encounter, and the video is still on her Twitter.
10-year-old female and her 10-year-old child. Emily has been posting on social media that she's been stalked and receiving threats.
Who's Sarah?
I don't know who Sarah is. She's the one who called us. I'm assuming she's your friend of yours or
I don't know.
someone you know on the social media maybe?
No.
Okay.
So what happened?
This person said that you were mentioning or posting some stuff on social media saying you're sad or depressed or you haven't left your house for a couple of days and all that stuff, and you look skinny and you don't want to eat. Again, I'm not sure where it's coming from.
I see.
So they were concerned. That's why they called
I
us.
understand. This has now happened to me. This is the third time that someone has been called to my house about like
police or like someone who's someone like cops.
There were 2 times it was cops. There was one time it was a bunch of firefighters showed up. This has happened now a couple times, and I've called the police station before and they gave me the number, and it's happening by this person. Her name's Elizabeth, and she's been like stalking me, and she
so that's a different story, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, is it okay if I record this? Because I've been trying to like get her to stop sending people to my house. She's done this.
As long as you know who's called, because we don't know who's calling. They just don't tell us who's called.
I'll probably call and see if they can verify if it's her again. But yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
As long as you're okay, don't need help. I'll tell them.
Nope, all good. Thank you.
That's fucking scary! If this was terrifying for Emi, imagine how her child must have felt when this kept happening. Like, what the hell is wrong with this woman? So if you have the time, please go read the updated Lizzy document from Emi. It is a hell of a rabbit hole to fall down, so I'll be linking that with everything else in the description. The last thing I'll mention is that Emi actually did try seeking legal action against Lizzy back in 2022. So much so that she actually did take Lizzy to court to try getting a restraining order on July 1st, 2022. Emi included the full transcript from the courtroom in her receipts document, along with labeling who's who on each page, and you guys seriously gotta go read all of it. It is insane. Sadly, Emi's case got dismissed and a restraining order wasn't granted because they didn't get very far in the case, mostly due to Lizzy having issues calling into the courtroom since it was being held in California while Lizzy resides in Texas. But even on the few occasions they were able to hear Lizzy and ask her questions, she just went apeshit and rambled on and on about nonsense. There's even parts in the transcript where the judge and other witnesses in the courtroom were trying to get her to stop talking because she kept going on and they were scrambling to figure out what was going on. I remember Emi telling me about this when it happened because it was genuinely embarrassing to witness. Literally, go look at the transcript. Emi lays down her case so professionally at first, then once the judge tries asking Lizzy about the stalking, she just starts bringing up a bunch of random crap that wasn't important, and even mentions how Emi was on Dr. Phil. Lizzy, the episode has aired 11 years ago at this point. Why would the judge care about that? And I now know that it aired that long ago because the air date was literally the first thing we see in Ricardo's video. And I'm more than willing to bet that out of everything that he researched for that video, the air date of Emi's Dr. Phil episode is probably the only thing he cared about getting right. How embarrassing. But that's the story about how Emi tried getting a restraining order, and Lizzy's delusional rambling just annoyed the judge so much that he threw out the case, mainly on the basis that both of them lived in different states and they just wanted to move on to the next case. Isn't the US legal system so great? So, if Lizzy is such an infamous figure in the community and Emi has made her stance on her perfectly clear, then why is Ricardo even mentioning this person? Well, unsurprisingly, he completely botches this topic as well. First off, he starts out describing who Lizzy Silvas is and her overall relation to Emi, but he fails at immediately explaining that Emi is the victim in this situation. It's almost like he's saying Lizzy was the victim here.
Lizzy Silvas, a longtime Sonic the Hedgehog fan who did cosplay and largely credits the Sonic character for helping get her through a brain tumor. This is an objectively powerful story, and a lot of people within Sega or people associated with the Sonic brand took a liking to Lizzy for this reason. But Emi became very popular very fast. So when a cute little white girl pops onto the scene and—
How do you wait, what did he just say?
So when a cute little white girl pops onto the scene and—
What the fuck? Bro's sexist views are peeking through again. But getting back to the main topic, how do you fail not seeing the massive error you were making while doing this portion of the video? Plus, if you're hell-bent on making a video about how Emi Jones is an evil public figure, and try to claim that she's the community's first villain, but then you bring up Lizzy Silvas, what are you doing? If anything, I'd say Lizzy's a more fitting contender for the community's first villain. That bitch is insane! Oh, and by the way, nothing from Emi's updated Lizzy doc or her receipts document are shown. He just goes over the history of Emi and Lizzy, mostly from Lizzy's perspective, of course, until he tries making a loop around at the end by going, oh, by the way, Lizzy's actually the bad one.
Lizzy to this day has made it her mission to destroy Emi Jones, creating an at this point one-sided relationship with her where she has harassed, stalked, even sent the cops to her home. Now it should be noted that Lizzy is not not mentally well, and I think that comes off quite apparent. But at the same time, that does not excuse the actions of Lizzy.
Yeah, maybe not the best way to lay out this information when just a few seconds earlier you framed her actions like...
And from this point forward, Lizzy vowed revenge on Emi Jones.
You say this in a video where you're trying to make Emi look like a villain during the segment where you're talking about literally the worst stalker she's had to deal with in her career, who is still causing problems for her to this day. Did you not see how dangerous it might be to frame all of it this way? Oh yeah, during this segment, Ricardo decides to do a bit of epic foreshadowing with this.
Matt would go on to become the social media intern for Sonic the Hedgehog under Aaron Webber, the former social media manager for the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise after the company went through a restructuring. This is an important man, and he will be playing a role very soon.
Wow, how ominous. Whatever he has against Aaron better be good. But anyways, he then mentions when Emi publicly asked why Lizzy blocked her and says this.
Around this time, she noticed that Lizzy blocked her, confused as to why she added Tails' channel and YouTuber Steven Nux, which directly led to dogpiling.
Which he shows no proof of, just like Lizzy, but okay. Though there is one other infamous tweet he talks about that Emi made about Lizzy.
Not just that, but truly a really fucked up reply came after saying, jealous of attention. She feels she should be getting attention for beating cancer when I'm just a pretty cosplayer. A truly fucked up and heinous thing to say about somebody.
Okay, look, Emi is one of my closest best friends, but even I'll admit, this tweet is pretty unhinged as fuck. Out of context, yeah, it is pretty difficult to defend at all. But one important bit of info that Ricardo didn't tell everyone was that this wasn't Emi just going rogue on Lizzy out of nowhere. Emi was actually paraphrasing something that Lizzy would say often about her, where she would accuse her and constantly put her down for only being successful because she was a pretty cosplayer. And Emi specifically told me that she was actually referencing an old Facebook post at the time, and she actually did manage to find a screenshot of the post and sent it to me. Mind you, Lizzy doesn't say pretty cosplayer anywhere in this post, but Emi has found a shit ton of other instances where Lizzy and other friends of hers would constantly put Emi down, simply on the basis that they thought that her success was only because she was this pretty girl. Like, there are so many instances of Lizzy doing shit like this. And this Facebook post isn't the only post she's ever made about Emi, trust me. But going back to the tweet, I will admit that Emi's biggest mistake here was that sure, she should have worded it better. Maybe if she just put the pretty cosplayer part in quotations, then maybe it wouldn't be weaponized as much as it is today. But here's the thing. This tweet, and the other tweet where Emi acknowledged Lizzy for the first time, are the two main posts that Lizzy always bounces back to when she talks shit about Emi. Every time she's tried victimizing herself against Emi, she almost always references or brings up these two posts, which are well over a decade old now. Plus, Emi has already expressed her intentions when she made these tweets a handful of times, and even admits that she should have worded it better and made it more clear that she was paraphrasing Lizzy.
There is actually one other thing too I wanted to bring up.
Sure.
Because it is something that I've seen taken out of context, and that is this tweet that I have. It's been screenshotted for a while now. It's me. I'm tweeting at this guy. I think it's like Gabriel Castro or something. And I am, the quote, I believe it goes...
Gabriel C. Media, jealous of attention. She feels she should be getting attention for beating cancer when I'm just a pretty cosplayer.
Yes, this screenshot has been spread around. This is kind of like the main thing that she does share, and it has been taken horribly out of context. I do want to clarify that and explain that I wish I had worded it better, because at this time I was quoting something that she herself had said on her Facebook. On her Facebook, there was a post where she was attacking me, just saying a lot of very demeaning things, and she, near the end of it, said, I'm sorry, but I think a girl who beat cancer deserves a lot more attention than some pretty face, some bitch who stole my costume. And so when I was saying that, I was trying to explain to somebody my only theory as to why she was coming after me, because somebody had asked, why is she doing all of this? And I said, I think she's jealous of attention. This is what she said. She said that she deserves more attention. I wish I had worded it better, because years later, without that context, it doesn't look too amazing.
But I wanted to provide that because it's important.
Right, yeah.
Plus, meanwhile, Emi has a literal boatload of documentation on Lizzy's constant harassment, doxing, swatting, and other kinds of delusional behavior over 10 years. So, sorry, I don't think a tweet of Emi asking why this random girl blocked her, and another poorly phrased tweet suddenly outweighs all of Lizzy's actions. Also, if anyone is still going to use these tweets, or specifically the first tweet against Emi, during the brief time that Emi and Lizzy were on speaking terms, Emi actually sent her an apology for that public tweet. So I must ask, why is this still being brought up? All I'm saying is, Lizzy's gonna be pushing 50 at some point, dude. A crazy woman who has literally sent the police to Emi's house 3 times, Lizzy has slut-shamed Emi, spread horrendous rumors about Emi, and has even contacted several people to try to get them to turn on Emi, even finding Emi's home address and abusing it. Emi has had to move to a completely different place twice just to avoid Lizzy's harassment. So make sure when you leave this video, know this: Lizzy is not the victim. This woman needs serious mental help, not a fucking platform enabling her actions. I want everyone watching this video to walk away understanding this. Do not treat Lizzy like she's a victim. And that's not just me saying this, Sega themselves are aware of how crazy this woman is. She's in her mid-40s at this point. It's time to stop coddling her and stop enabling her behavior. So Ricardo does denounce Lizzy's actions and mentions how Lizzy has a very one-sided relationship with Emi, and does state that she's not mentally well. And he also plays a short clip of the 3rd time the police got sent to Emi's house. That's all fine and good, but again, I still don't get why including Lizzy was all that necessary for this kind of video. It goes against literally every single one of your intentions. As you'll see in other cases, this negatively affects Ricardo's own narrative about Emi because Lizzy is literally responsible for most of the misinformation that's out there about her. Ricardo does mention that Lizzy apparently did try reaching out to him to help provide help for this video, but he chose to ignore her altogether, which is probably the most decent thing he did for this video. Hell, did you guys also know that apart from the asshole Dylan Thomas being the one who forced Emi to come forward about Dr. Phil, Dylan only found out about it because Lizzy made a burner Reddit account where she spread shit about Emi and brought it up. It's just fucking weird. And why am I not surprised that Lizzy saw this as the perfect opportunity to try victimizing herself in Ricardo's DMs. So after he stops talking about Lizzy, Ricardo then discusses Emi's career in the Sonic community. More so, he immediately goes for the main topic that I'm more than willing to bet he could not wait to bring up in this video.
Something else that happened is that she became the Sonic community's most eligible bachelorette.
Wow, where exactly are the sexist claims against Ricardo coming from? The most eligible bachelorette? That's how you're going into this topic? Jesus Christ. I love shaming women for having sex lives and relationships. That's what this screams to me. Holy shit. So yeah, this is where Ricardo brings up the scandal of when the Sonic fanbase found out that Emi had a relationship with the former voice actor of Sonic, 6 years after they stopped dating, by the way, Ryan Drummond. Of course, Ricardo shows a quick montage of memes where fans were clowning on, mainly Emi for how old tweets from an old private account she used to have, that only like 4 people had access to, ended up getting leaked out, where she joked about Ryan using the voice in bed, which caused hers and Ryan's names to go trending back in February 2023. This was an absolute shit show, and one of the most horrible experiences for Emi and several close friends of hers to go through, let alone have to relive in garbage videos like this. So it's no wonder Ricardo probably found this shit hilarious. I'm also really not a fan of this phrasing.
Outside of the fact of a former official Sonic voice sleeping with a fan,
Ricardo is not the only one guilty of this, but this way of wording their relationship is honestly kinda sickening. Guys, seriously, can you try separating their connection to Sonic for a minute? These were 2 grown adults in a consenting relationship that also didn't even last a full year. Why is this being villainized? Especially against Emi. Though another element of this drama was the whole affair claims, which Ricardo does address and denounces in the video. Oh, and by the way, Lizzy was the one who made up the affair rumors and was even the one who leaked these screenshots to begin with. And she ran with these rumors for years with zero proof. But are you guys really shocked to hear that? Ricardo doesn't mention that detail, by the way, but he does at least try to dispel a lot of the misconceptions for the affair claims.
At the time, Ryan Drummond was indeed married to his wife, with his wife not filing for divorce until 2018 and it being finalized in 2019. When you and your partner fully agree to separate from each other and that your marriage is essentially finished outside of court, it does not fall under the guise of cheating. You both have mutually agreed to go your separate ways, but due to Ryan and his wife having multiple children, this made the divorce more complicated, which made it take more time, and notoriously, divorces that include children extend the process exponentially.
Now, while I appreciate Ricardo for at least addressing and discussing this aspect at all, let's be real. I don't think the majority of people who watch this video are going to be all that interested when you literally titled it this and made the thumbnail look like this. People aren't watching this for the technicalities. They're watching it to justify and validate their hatred for a content creator they don't even fucking know. Plus, why was this relationship relevant to go over at all considering neither party did anything wrong? I know the answer to this, by the way, that was rhetorical.
But according to multiple sources who were close to Emi and Ryan at the time, not only did the relationship feel very affair-like.
Damn, great journalism. I'll surely blindly believe this random person who provided no proof versus the word of the two people who were actually in the relationship.
But it was also not what it was made out to be.
I'm sorry, how the fuck would this random person know more about this relationship than Emi or Ryan, who were actually in the relationship? This is just speculative, gross, and just fucking weird. Why is this in the video? And it just seems like petty gossip you're trying to push as 100% fact. And Emi's already addressed the affair claims in a pretty brutally honest statement about it, which she posted about a week after the whole situation got leaked out. Also in the statement, she claims that the voice was not used. It was just a joke she made on her private account to a few friends of hers, and one of the people following the account completely breached Emi's trust and screenshotted it. It got shared with the wrong people, and surprise, surprise, Lizzy Silvas got her hands on it, and she's the main reason it ended up getting out in the public. Again, stop platforming her. Also, a little fun fact, Emi and Ryan worked on this statement together. So, you're either gonna take the word of Emi and Ryan, the people who are actually in the relationship, or this anonymous source who wasn't even in the damn relationship. Whoever this anonymous source is, they're just spreading petty gossip about Emi in an effort to make her and even Ryan look bad. Unfortunately, Ricardo keeps going on and on with these speculations, and they just keep getting more and more outlandish.
In an interview with Mr. Enter in 2025...
Okay, wait, so you mean to tell me you actually did watch this interview? Which also cleared up so many topics about Emi's past, yet when you made your own video, you still chose to spread misinformation anyways? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Emi states that her and Ryan simply dated for around half of a year in 2016, and separated due to location purposes, specifying that he was in the Bay Area and she was in Los Angeles. Remember these dates. If you type in Emi Jones GoFundMe into Google, and trust me, we will be talking about all of these and many more money-making ventures very soon.
Oh god.
She has a GoFundMe set up for her to move. But when was this fundraiser created? Well, it was created in September of 2018, a whole 2 years after Emi initially stated that her and Ryan got together, and these locations aren't adding up because Emi lived in Ohio. Something you will discover about Emi throughout the rest of this video is that she not only lies a lot, but about the smallest thing that I don't even feel like you would need to lie about. And I'm led to believe that she is lying to save face and protect her ego because her and Ryan were never really an official couple, more of a situationship, if you will.
This entire section is insanely fucking stupid. He says all of this and infers that they never actually dated because he simply misheard what she said in the Mr. Enter interview. Here's what she actually said.
It's just, honestly, it was because he needed to remain, like, up in that, like, San Francisco Bay Area, because of his kids, you know, because of his, you know, his previous relationship, and they obviously both deserve to have their kids in their life, and for me, I have my own kid, and that's just not where we wanted to be. We did not want to be up there. We wanted to be in Los Angeles. So that was a choice that we both made. It was totally like amicable. Everything was cool, and we're still friends because of that.
In case I need to break it down for you guys, Emi did not say she was living in Los Angeles at the time. She said she wanted to be in Los Angeles, which she did because she was still living in Ohio when she was dating him. And she wanted to live in LA for years before she eventually made her move in the beginning of 2019. She was living in Ohio and was working to try to move to LA for a while. When I first met her in 2017, she was still in the process of saving money for the move. LA is where she always wanted to be.
We wanted to be in Los Angeles, so though.
This is such an embarrassing display of Ricardo trying to catch Emi in some gotcha moment, when in reality he just doesn't know how to fucking listen, or read, or do proper fucking research for that matter. Also, situationship? What the fuck? Is that another thing your petty as fuck anonymous source told you about too? They were long distance dating! Something millions of people do around the world! Ricardo from SpeedSuperSonic is the stupidest motherfucker!
This all tracks because on Emi's burner account where she detailed her time with Ryan,
I think it's a pretty weird and dishonest comment to call this old account a burner. A burner account is when someone makes an alternate account for the purpose of being anonymous, but their posts are still public. This account was clearly not that. It was a private closed account for Emi to post for a few friends to see. Like, you can literally see the lock on the account in the screenshot. So, no, not a burner account. Someone who Emi thought she could trust ended up screenshotting these tweets, which is what led to them being leaked out. They were never public posts.
I kinda hate that this is the #1 thing people talk about when it comes to Emi Jones because it's usually just boiled down to, haha, Sonic's former voice actor slept with a fan voice actor who's like 20 years younger than him. And also, you know, they used the voice.
No, they didn't. It was just a joke tweet. A joke tweet people weren't supposed to see. Again, were you in the room watching?
If this truly was an affair and Ryan and his wife were separated, and frequently whenever this comes up, this is used as a smokescreen that covers up bigger controversy that comes later down the line with Emi Jones.
Wait a minute, I recognize that screenshot, but I'll save my thoughts on that for later.
Unfortunately for us, her love life isn't done just yet.
Oh, I'm sure it isn't. Also, what the fuck is wrong with you? Who talks like that? And why does everyone care about Emi's love life so much? Is no one else grossed out by this? I feel like at this rate, this community cares more about Emi's sex life than she does. Before I move on, I do want to point out that during this section, there was actually a small part that he deleted in the re-upload. When he got to the "they used the voice" comment, in the original version of the video, Ricardo decided to crack a funny joke.
Only God knows why somebody would be attracted to the sound of Sonic the Hedgehog while getting their back blown out, but the last thing we do on this channel is kink shame, so if that's what she's into, that's what she's into.
Hilarious, isn't it?
Yeah, that joke was disgusting and awful. But here's the interesting thing. Yes, this joke got removed from the re-upload along with a few other things, but I'm pretty sure this joke wasn't part of those timestamps that Emi sent in the privacy notice. Like, Emi obviously couldn't stomach watching this video herself. I mean, could you blame her? So she had close friends of hers watch it for her, and they were the ones who reported back the exact timestamps where childhood pictures of her and her kid were shown, which she later included in the privacy notice, but none of us ever told her about this joke. In fact, she actually didn't know that Ricardo made this really gross joke until I started making my video right now, and I did a comparison with the original version and the re-upload because I was curious what the missing 13 seconds were. Mind you, I don't have a copy of the full original upload of the video, so by the time I downloaded it, which was just before Emi filed that privacy notice, Ricardo was already censoring and removing stuff using the YouTube editor, which sucks ass by the way, but then the video was eventually taken down by Emi, which is what led to him posting the re-uploaded version, which is what I'm mainly looking at, where he removed the same stuff that he initially took out using the YouTube editor and whatnot, but he also removed this kink shaming joke when Emi and literally no one else reported about it. Mind you, if Emi was aware that he made this gross ass joke, she would have put it in the privacy notice or report the video for misinformation, but she didn't know it existed until I told her about it. So, the only reason this joke got removed from the re-upload was because Ricardo himself chose to remove it. Maybe it was out of guilt, which would be pretty out of character for him, or maybe he just felt, oh wait, this joke kinda goes too far and really screws up the tone of the video, I better remove it. Like, what caused him to remove this joke? I really want to know. Plus, it's not like it didn't fit the rest of the video, he cracked similar jokes about the same topics later on. So why did he remove it? What the hell was that about? Also, the re-uploaded version not only removed the parts he took out using the YouTube editor, but the only other parts he removed were like 3 pictures of Emi's kid and the kink shaming joke, meaning he didn't bother looking into the rest of his video to see if there were any other photos he probably should have taken out. Like a few more instances where he still shows Emi's kid. She literally provided the exact timestamps for him to remove certain pictures and he still didn't bother removing all of them. His laziness astounds me.
Once when her and Ryan separated, she must have gotten really into voice acting.
What? What are you talking about? She's literally done voice acting work before she dated Ryan! Hell, before she even spoke to Ryan! She has an old demo reel on her channel!
Emi Jones, voice acting demo reel 2013.
People have even tried weaponizing an old project she did voice work for, done by Animated James, which, again, was way before she met Ryan. Hell, on the Internet Archive, you can literally see Emi made redubs on her old channel way back when she was just a child. Ricardo, what the fuck are you talking about? How did you even get this wrong?
People doing Sonic voices is nothing new, as there were a lot of prominent people doing voices of characters around this time in different fan projects. One of those people was named the BlueEyedFox.
Oh my god, Ricardo, there's no way you're serious.
They were said to appear in Sonic the Wrath of Nazo as Tails, until they were replaced by also Emi Jones. This is because at the time, Spirit of the Blue, the voice actor for Sonic in Sonic Wrath of Nazo, and Emi were having a situationship of sorts. Their relationship was incredibly behind the scenes and not incredibly well defined, but it is largely believed that Emi was using her position with Spirit of the Blue to replace the BlueEyedFox as Tails in Wrath of Nazo and taking a job away from a veteran Tails fan voice actress.
Everything you said was wrong. Everything. Plus, all of this information could have not just been cleared up, but corrected if Ricardo had just looked at the damn receipts document. I guess I have to clear this up now. Basically, a long time ago, BlueEyedFox was part of a project known as Sonic Misadventures, where she was going to be the voice of Tails. But apparently, she kept causing drama within the team, so much that they had to end up letting her go, and decided to host a public audition for a new Tails voice. These were public tweets that Emi provided screenshots of in a receipts document. Basically, Emi and a few others sent in their Tails auditions, the team picked a few of their favorites and had their followers choose who their favorite Tails voice was. Also, all the entries were anonymous, and people still ended up choosing Emi's and she got the voice role for Tails in Misadventures. It was kind of a unique way for the community to decide something for a project.
And
Right. Let's forget that ever happened and turn our attention to this, bad dickhead?
But following this choice, and this all might sound very familiar, BlueEyed fucking hated Emi, treating the situation like Emi was trying to replace her as the definitive Tails voice in multiple projects. This woman would stalk and harass Emi relentlessly. I'd even probably say that she has tried doing more damage to Emi than that other controversial figure I talked about earlier. Oh, and by the way, guess who BlueEyed ended up joining forces with in her pursuit of ruining Emi's life? It was Lizzy! It was fucking Lizzy! It's always Lizzy! They were friends! These two both saw Emi, this person they had never met or spoken to before, as a huge threat to both of them. Literally, their forces combined has led to some of the worst harassment and private information from Emi being leaked out and used against her publicly. So just like Lizzy, BlueEyed has demonstrated years worth of mental instability and erratic behavior, and the fact that she has any platform at all is highly questionable after all the crazy bullshit she's helped Lizzy with. Though some of you may be thinking, wait, why was Nazzle Unleashed mentioned in Ricardo's video if this Sonic Misadventures project was the one that was causing all the problems? Well, this claim is actually a completely different one that has unfortunately gotten screwed up over the community playing telephone with all the information and thus getting the details wrong. And of course, Ricardo didn't bother correcting any of this crap because he didn't bother doing any research. At one point, Nazzle Unleashed was going to get a sequel that would have featured a completely original voice cast, instead of using voice clips from the games. BlueEyed was originally cast as Tails for the project, and the lead for it would post a trailer for the sequel to help hype it up for fans. Emi at one point saw the trailer and was excited for the project, so she did a thing where she recorded her own Tails voice saying the lines in the trailer, and edited them into her own video, posting the results online as a fun little thing she did. She had even got permission from the creator to do this. Of course, once BlueEyed saw this, she took it as a fucking threat. And this was way before BlueEyed was even removed from Sonic Misadventures, by the way, so this little dub was likely her first ever exposure to Emi. She blatantly accused Emi of trying to replace her in the Nazzle sequel project, and even gave her a shot for not crediting her as the original Tails voice in the description, despite the fact that she did credit the creator and linked back to the original trailer. Also, just a reminder, this was long before Emi started becoming a really famous figure in the community. Emi felt bad and even checked in with the creator if this was alright, and the guy said that she only had to credit him, which she did. BlueEyed was just making a big stink over nothing. Emi still felt bad about it and even removed the video after what happened. But just to prove to everyone that this was all over a fan dub, Emi contacted her family and asked them to try finding the original dub, since she had made it on their family's old computer. Thankfully, they still had the computer in storage, and they spent over a day looking for it. And with her family's help, they were actually able to find the video. Here it is.
We reached Eggman's battleship! Straight ahead! Ready to rock, Sonic? Sonic! Take out that barrier!
And if you want more proof, Emi even asked her family to include the file's properties on it to prove that this was made all those years ago.
Can you also do one more thing for me? But when you're sending these, with the first video that I had you send, the top priority one, can you open up the file properties? And it should have a date on when I recorded that and when I made that. Can you pull up the file properties and take a picture of the file properties to have the date on there? That's it. You're good. You've done everything I need. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry that you had to do all this digging, but thank you so much. You have no idea how much I needed this. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Getting to look back at all this now, it just proves even more of how much of a fucking overreaction BlueEyed had to all of this. Emi even put text at the very fucking beginning saying it was just for fun and clarifies it's not part of the actual project. Literally, all this nonsense started over this video. She wasn't trying to replace anyone, it was just for fun. So that's the whole BlueEyed situation explained properly. And again, Emi provides a screenshot of all this in a receipts document, which Ricardo once again didn't look at. So that's why in his video he's treating BlueEyed like she was the victim the whole time, along with accusing Emi of having another situationship with Spirit of the Blue, which again Ricardo shows no proof of this, and also why should we care? I'm personally getting tired of Emi's supposed relationship life being weaponized, along with the pretty hilarious claim that Emi did all this to get a leg up in the community, and that she was purposely trying to take the food off the plates of other people. He actually fucking says this!
Her intimate relationship with Spirit of the Blue isn't necessarily the story here. It's her using this relationship as a way for her to get a leg up in the community and purposefully taking food off the plates of other people.
What is wrong with this man? Did he also really think Sonic Misadventures was a paid project? Because, spoiler warning, it wasn't. The guy running the project was like 18 at the time. What's also funny is that Emi even shared a screenshot of one of her friends talking about how BlueEyed was going around and actively trying to take roles away from Emi. So, who was trying to steal from who now? Now mind you, this is an anonymous source, but unlike Ricardo, I am gonna at least point out that you shouldn't necessarily take this as definitive evidence, and more just take it with a grain of salt. See, this is what happens when you only use Kiwi farms for research. You just end up spreading a bunch of fake bullshit. How did you not vet any of this information, Ricardo? Were you rushing to get this video out? Was someone pressuring you to put this out before getting all the facts corrected? This is so poorly researched. How did this video get so far before getting taken down twice? Just like with my Lizzy segment, I want to make this perfectly clear. BlueEyedFox is not a reliable source. She will not be heard out, and if anyone still chooses to genuinely believe her, then they're just as ridiculous as her. Also, you want to know what the funniest, or I guess saddest part of this entire situation is? Neither Sonic Misadventures or the Nazzle sequel project ever got released! This woman, just like Lizzy Silvas, has wasted years of her life going after Emi for nothing! Imagine wasting your life like this. It's just sad and pathetic. Oh yeah, remember when I said BlueEyed has probably done things worse than Lizzy? Well, she would even target Emi's kid, making insanely gross comments about them when they were just 5 to 6 years old. What a disgusting human being. She would also body shame Emi all the time, and would also make disturbing photoshopped images putting bruises on Emi. An actual psychopath. But thank you, Ricardo, for not mentioning any of this and treating this horrible ass person like they were the true victim all along. Why were people shocked that Emi made him take this video down again? Also, remember the tweet of Emi saying the pretty cosplayer thing, which Lizzy keeps trying to weaponize? Well, both BlueEyed and Lizzy would constantly use Emi's good looks to ridicule and put her down, which you can actually see examples of in the receipts document. And at one point, BlueEyed even made her Twitter banner this. So to restate so it's very clear to everyone else, Emi was not calling herself pretty in that tweet. She was paraphrasing Lizzy's words, and this is a clear example of what she was referring to when Lizzy and BlueEyed would constantly put her down. It's petty as hell. It's almost like a more evil and sadder version of Mean Girls. Personally, I thought body shaming was looked down upon, but I guess it's fine when you're putting down women you don't like. Oh, and that's not all BlueEyedFox did.
So something that most people don't know, but I did go over a little bit in my receipts document, is that BlueEyedFox, with the help of an ex-friend of mine, hacked a dark account I had years ago. Just to put it out there now, this was a different private account than the one that was leaked in 2023 pertaining to my private relationship. This one had a few more people on it, and I refrained from sharing anything about my relationships in it. I mostly used this other one to vent about personal stuff I had going on in my life, and also making hyperbolic jokes because these were all my friends. At one point, I took a photo of a suction cup dildo where I put it on my knee because I thought it was just funny. At a particular time, BlueEyedFox would try turning my friends against me, and because one of my friends and I were on shaky terms due to this being in 2016, we had very different political views. He became friends with BlueEyed because the two of them bonded over being fans of Donald Trump and hacked into my private account and gave BlueEyedFox full access to that space. I don't have a picture of the message she sent me at the time, but I remember her messaging me saying, "You can't hide from me," and said that she had access to my private tweets on that account. I remember receiving this message while I was at my job, and I immediately rushed in and kicked out multiple people and changed my password out of fear, but it was too late. BlueEyed grabbed things from my private account, including the picture of the dildo joke picture, and then passed it around to not only men in the community, but even a 13-year-old boy, which probably disturbed me the absolute most, who would tweet the photo at me and message me saying I should be in jail for owning a toy on the grounds of being a mother. As if parents don't have sex toys. I easily chalked this up to this being a kid who didn't know better, but also several men in the community passed this image around to strangers to sexually degrade and humiliate me, and wound up even in Gamer Guide 7 Ace's possession, where he had hoped to get me outright cancelled over it.
And wanting to expose Emi Jones, a Sonic cover artist, for owning a dildo.
That looks like a dildo. Okay.
Many of them creepily bringing up me being a mother too, as if being a parent means you can't have sex. I stayed silent for a very long time because BlueEyed would eventually slowly stop harassing me, but the effects of what she caused has affected me for several years. That photo is still circulating around to this day. I will never forget being at Catalina Island, the trip I got my horrible sunburn and the ibuprofen incident happening, and I would dissociate while we were supposed to be having fun because of the pure anxiety BlueEyedFox caused to me.
Oh my god. Is that the guy who made the Queen Falls video in these screenshots taking part in passing around the information about the dildo picture? I'm not entirely shocked, but just yet another reason to stop giving this guy views. And you guys know that this is technically sexual harassment, right? Just wow, honestly. Wrapping this section up, there's even a screenshot of BlueEyedFox admitting that the shit she was doing to Emi could possibly get her in jail. Great work turning this psychopath into the victim, Ricardo. You incompetent fuck. So, moving on from that whole mess, Ricardo then tries to claim that Emi would only date people in the community for monetary reasons, all of course with no proof.
She would become involved romantically with other community figures, whether it be proper relationships, hookups, dating, situationships, or simply leading them on, sometimes for the purpose of simply liking somebody and wanting to see where it goes, or for other ulterior motives. We're not going to speculate on any of these people unless it's public knowledge or I have gotten confirmation from sources.
Ricardo, you've been endlessly speculating and spreading rumors on unvetted lies throughout this entire video so far.
We're not going to speculate if Emi Jones got with Jason Griffith's dad.
That was supposed to be a joke? At least I hope it was. His delivery was fucking terrible. And I know a thing or two about horrible deliveries. My subscribers should know if they've been watching me for years. But what the fuck kind of joke was that? I don't know what's more embarrassing, Ricardo making that joke, or people hearing the joke and then actually praising Ricardo for making this video, and seeing this slut-shaming asshole as a respectable source. Like, do you guys think Jason Griffith would really appreciate jokes like this? Or that countless fans of his were supporting a joke like this? Not just about his own father, but even a colleague of his that he's worked with many times?
But somebody we know that she flirted with, or rather led on, was the member of the website and organization Sonic Retro. I will not be specifying this person for privacy reasons. As you'll come to see in future controversies that we'll get into, harassment from Emi and her audience plays a big role and is obviously an awful thing to do, and the last thing I want to do is incite more harassment from those people, so when something is not entirely public knowledge, please understand when I choose to exclude their names.
Oh boy, another anonymous source who also provided no proof. I can't wait. So Ricardo goes into discussing the Sonic community and big figures that were part of it a while back. Watch this, I'm gonna pull a similar move that Ricardo's been doing throughout the entire video.
Sonic Retro is a very mysterious but also very powerful organization in the Sonic community. They are Sonic fan veterans and are very possessive over the community and franchise. This has led to great opportunity for members of Sonic Retro, including Sergio Montalegre.
Remember this guy for later. Anyways, Ricardo makes a claim that Emi led on some random Sonic Retro user to get the Sonic Forces script, and makes the accusation that she was the one who leaked the script online. At least, that's how he says it at first.
Now, why am I talking about this random Sonic fan site outside of the fact that Emi associated with one of their members? One day, Emi was given the script for an upcoming Sonic game by the name of Sonic Forces by none other than this unnamed Sonic Retro member.
Okay, he says here that Emi got the Forces script from that anonymous Retro user, right? Well, then he turns the topic into this.
This was a draft from 2016 with notes given from somebody with the initials of AW. Somebody around that time that shared those same initials was Aaron Weber, someone that Emi recently became very close to, thanks to her connections with the aforementioned Matt Mannheimer of Tails channel and Sonic Retro members. And not only did Emi leak this script, she leaked this script from Weber's apartment. And no, not just because they were friends, Emi and Aaron were seeing each other at the time.
What the fuck is he even talking about?
I'm gonna fire over an allegedly here for legal purposes, but as you're seeing on screen right now, I have multiple testimonies from people who were close to Emi and Aaron at the time. Now, this is one of the most well-known secrets behind the scenes in the Sonic community, amongst larger influencers. It just hasn't come out because I don't feel like there's been any reason to, but when you're making an expose on Emi Jones, now kind of feels like the right time.
I don't like where this is going.
Many people wonder why Emi was given so many opportunities with Sega, how she became so closely associated with the company. This is a large reason why. Her having a sexual relationship with essentially the head honcho of the Sonic brand in America around this time allowed her to get her quote-unquote foot in the door and make a lot of connections with people at Sega.
So, it started out like Emi led on someone to get the Forces script, but then Ricardo immediately segues into a different accusation that Emi was sleeping with Aaron Weber to get opportunities in the Sonic community, and because he chose to format it in such a manipulative way, it's now resulted in multiple people on social media accusing Emi of sleeping with Aaron to get the Forces script, which is not even what Ricardo said. So, this isn't just a case of Ricardo fucked up, but the community also fucking up because Sonic fans don't know how to fucking listen! I mean, Ricardo at least did put allegedly during this section, probably to try saving his own ass legally, which clearly wasn't enough, by the way. He absolutely put all of this here just so his mostly kid audience could eat it up and run with it. Like, that allegedly part just didn't really matter, especially when seeing how easily gullible the community can be when spreading unvetted information. Also, this is your proof?! 3 people we don't know who also didn't seem to provide any real evidence to Ricardo besides their word? Who are these people, and why should we just blindly believe them? Plus, just them being in this video means they hate Emi to begin with. This is why posting on Twitter asking people to reach out to you is not a good way to get information, you fucking idiots! And for all we know, it could just be friends of Ricardo pretending to be other people, and just made all this shit up, which is why he didn't have any proof to send him. Are we supposed to just blindly believe outlandish claims like this solely based on people's words now? Not to mention, why do people care about Emi's dating life? What the hell? Oh my god, you guys, Ricardo burned down an orphanage. Here's what my anonymous source had to say about it. Crazy, right? Don't ask me who this is or why you should trust them. Also, don't ask why my source has their own different source to get their info from. But that's also 2 sources you're getting this info from. That's a double whammy, so it must be true. Do I have to further explain why this is so fucking stupid? Not to mention, what are you doing tossing Aaron Weber into all this? A beloved major figure in the Sonic community who has done so much for the fans, making sure their input and other aspects about the series be heard? The guy who became a director at Sega of Japan and is well respected amongst the Sega company? Like, the series would not be where it is today without this man. So why are you lumping him into all this? And I know you know this, Ricardo, because you made a dumbass video glazing him up back in 2020.
This is Aaron Weber. If you're a Sonic fan and you don't know who Aaron Weber is, well, strap in. Because I'm telling the story of how one kid like you and me, a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog, pursued his dream and reshaped the character that we know today. He always wanted to work at a video game company, more specifically, Sega, writing himself a note in 7th grade to his 20-year-old self saying, if you're not working at Sega by then, you need to stop slacking and do that. If that doesn't scream passion and having a solid drive, I don't know what does. But this 19-year-old Aaron had a very tough choice. Does he leave his home state of Missouri and move to San Francisco? Of course he does. He did it. In the year 2008, he accomplished his dream at only the age of 19, a year before his 7th grade quote-unquote deadline.
This is how you repay him? By tossing this baseless-ass accusation at him with literally no proof? Kinda makes that video you made about him really fucking pointless now, huh? See, this is what happens when you try to eat, sleep, and shit Sonic 24/7. You just make embarrassing-ass videos that you probably wish you can take back. Again, there's no proof of any kind regarding any of this, so why are you venturing all this information from 3 anonymous sources who also couldn't give you any proof? Leave Aaron Weber alone, you goddamn moron. Not to mention, to accuse Emi of sleeping with Aaron to get Sega opportunities, that means you're also accusing Aaron of abusing his position at Sega to fuck women, while still trying to villainize Emi for it? Wouldn't this dumbass fake scenario make Emi a victim of coercion? Or at the damn least be seen as sexual exploitation on Aaron's part? And yet you're using this as a knock against Emi. Emi. No matter what situation you ever see Emi in, she is always the bad guy, and this is proof. This. Not 3 anonymous sources, you saying this dumb shit in your video. Aaron worked at Sega. Ryan Drummond is a veteran voice actor in the community who's also 20 years older than Emi. No matter the situation, you're gonna just shift the accountability on Emi and Emi alone. All because you are holding a grudge based on what happened at Sonic Revolution 2023. Also, even if the rumors about Emi and Aaron dating are true, can we stop the slut-shaming for a second and just point out, Emi managed to date both Ryan Drummond and allegedly Aaron Weber? This bitch got serious game, like really. Also, even if they did date, oh my god, who fucking cares? But apart from these baseless claims coming from these anonymous sources, you know what the stupidest thing about these accusations actually is? Emi didn't leak the fucking script! I thought this was pretty well documented, but according to Ricardo and now a large portion of the fanbase who blindly believed this video, I guess not! So here's a bit of a history lesson. At some point in 2016, a Japanese copy of the Sonic Forces script was leaking in certain parts of the Sonic fandom. The original file for it was dated back to January 2016, though according to the Cutting Room 4, it was last updated in March of that same year. It would end up being found and released online by Wendy Gitlord, a famous figure in the Sonic community known for translating various Sonic games and stuff. To my knowledge, Wendy's translation was the first time a wide variety of people got their hands on the script, but it's apparently known that Wendy was given the original Excel file for it from elsewhere. This means the file for the script was already being passed around by certain areas in the community. Yes, this was back in 2016. This version of the script even had the original title of the game, Sonic Wars. Hell, some of you likely heard about it at the time but just probably wrote it off as a fake leak. I know I did. But nope, it was very much real. Made even more evident by how most of the dialogue in the leaked script is pretty identical to what we got in the final game. Because of Ricardo screwing this segment up, a lot of people in the community are now convinced that Emi was the one who leaked the script. The thing is, the way that Sega ended up finding out the script got leaked in the first place was because of Emi reporting it to them. Shortly after people were sharing leaked information around and she caught wind of it. She even sent me over screenshots of her talking to Matt Manheimer, the original host of Tales channel who also worked at Sega back in 2016, where her and Matt even frequently joked about the employee who actually did leak the script and shared it with Sonic Retro, since he was originally part of the site before being hired by Sega. And here's another screenshot where Matt even states that most of Retro already knew about the leaks. Remember, Matt was literally an intern at Sega during this time.
Matt would go on to become the social media intern for Sonic the Hedgehog under Aaron Weber.
So the fact that he said this really speaks volumes. Emi also sent me over messages that she shared with Aaron freaking Weber, informing him that the script got leaked and to help keep Sega informed about it, even expressing that whoever was leaking the script clearly had the original file itself because they had screenshots of it. If she really slept with him to get the script, why was she willingly giving him insights on details about the leak? Like, guys, if she was the one behind this, it could have easily been pointed back to her, right? Like, for someone who apparently leaked the script, why would she report it getting leaked back to the people in charge, much less Aaron Webber himself? Several people already had access to the leaked script, and Emi even sent me over multiple messages of her trying to stop people from leaking it, along with trying to gather information on the source of the leak so she can go tell it to Aaron, along with saying that she was worried about people getting fired because of this leak going on, and willingly donated her personal time to try to help. Also, like I brought up at the start, this all took place back in 2016. If we really are gonna believe this Emi leaked the script at Aaron Webber's apartment claim, there's actually a huge error with this that a lot of people don't realize. Around this time, Aaron was living in Burbank where Sega's Sonic Pillar was located, which is also where Emi would later move in 2019. However, the script leaked in 2016, meaning that Emi would have had to been at Aaron's place sometime in 2016 in order for her to leak the script, right? Well, the thing is, Emi literally never visited Burbank until 2017. There are even old tweets about this of her talking about her first ever visit to Burbank, which was in 2017. She was not visiting Aaron to leak the script in 2016. Especially considering around this time, she was actually informing Aaron and the rest of the team that the script was being leaked. That doesn't add up. Also, wait a minute, in Ricardo's video, didn't he bring up that Emi was dating Ryan in 2016?
In an interview with Mr. Enter in 2025, Emi states that her and Ryan simply dated for around half of a year in 2016.
So what, are we just supposed to believe that Emi was dating Aaron and Ryan at the same time? You know what, Ricardo, you're right. This timeline isn't adding up because you keep fucking it up. What the hell? Everyone was lied to. She didn't leak the fucking script. She hadn't even stepped foot in Burbank at that point. But who exactly did leak the script, and why is it being pointed back at Emi? So, and some of you may have noticed this in Emi's screenshots with Matt, remember that Sergio person that Ricardo mentioned? One of the very people in the community he said he didn't want to speculate on, but didn't have any problem with speculating on Emi? Well, Sergio, who was a former member of Sonic Retro, actually worked under Aaron Webber as an intern at Sega's Sonic Pillar. At one point, Sergio was given access to the script and decided to pass it around. And more particularly, he would give the script to someone named David the Writer, also known as David the Lurker. If you don't know who this guy is, that's understandable. But he was a Sonic Retro member and worked as the main writer for Big's Big Fishing Adventure 3.
Hi, I'm David Frisk, also known as David the Lurker on the internet, and I'm the main writer of Big's Big Fishing Adventure 3.
A semi-official project that Emi was also involved with. David was also very aware of some other rumors that he received from Sergio, such as the cancelled Sonic Adventure remakes that were apparently going to be produced at Sega of China. There's even an article where these rumors got posted about, and the writer of the article specified that the person responsible for giving this information to them was also the one responsible for leaking the Forces script, and it even talked about how this person went out of their way to ask this news site to report on the rumor, meaning these leaks were incredibly intentional. Which also means if this was Emi, then these messages of her trying to keep the script from leaking would make no fucking sense if it was her who did leak it. What's funny is that Ricardo was at least somewhat close to getting a few of the details right like the Retro user, but still completely fucked it up. This guy, David, the anonymous source from Sonic Retro, did leak the script to Emi. However, he victimizes himself by saying Emi led him on, with absolutely no supporting evidence. But personally, I feel like him telling Ricardo that Emi led him on already sets off alarm bells regarding David's intentions. When I spoke to Emi about this topic, she went into more detail about how, after only one hangout in person, David would offer to show her the script, and even went to her parents' house in the middle of the night to show it to her, and he also brought a third party. And before some of you people go there, they were all looking at it upstairs in the family computer room. As in the family computer at Emi's parents' place, all the way back in Ohio, which was where her and David were hanging out. So if Emi got the script from David back in Ohio, then how exactly did she leak it at Aaron's apartment if he was living in Burbank, which Emi never visited yet, making it out like this all happened the same day?
One day, Emi was given the script for an upcoming Sonic game by the name of Sonic Forces. What we do know is that Emi would go on to Discord later that night and would go on to leak this script. And not only did Emi leak this script, she leaked this script from Weber's apartment.
So, unless Emi got the script, and then jumped on the fastest fucking plane known to mankind, and then I guess leaked the script while going to Aaron's place at 11:59 California time, none of this is adding up. So thank you again, Ricardo, for making this timeline needlessly confusing as shit. And if everything shown hasn't been enough for you, just to further prove that Emi was in Ohio that day, I went do some digging, and Emi actually posted this picture on her Facebook the same day. That day, she had a shift at the video game store that she used to work at, just before later in the evening when she went hang out with David. Also, yes, Emi used to have a job at a video game store, where she repaired and cleaned old games and consoles. So all the idiots posting those job application memes towards Emi, you guys are being assholes. Stop it. Maybe go get a job yourselves. And to prove even more that this was taken in Ohio, I found footage of the same mall that Emi used to work at, and you can see this person passing by the bathrooms, and there it is. The exact same pattern on the wall that's in the picture. This was taken at the Tuttle Mall in Dublin, Ohio, which was where her video game store job was located. I really should not have had to been this thorough when providing evidence, mainly because really the burden of proof was supposed to be on Ricardo, but seeing as people just ran with his bullshit anyways, here we are. But anyways, after he gave her access to the script, he would begin showing up to her workplace unannounced, which was especially strange because he lived like 3 hours away in a different state. Emi would continue hanging out with David, wanting to maintain a friendship and working relationship since both of them were working on Big's Big Fishing Adventure 3, but at one point, after the two grabbed food and she got off work, David would apparently become extremely touchy with her, starting with holding onto her in his car for about 20 minutes, petting her hair and complimenting her, to the point where her lower body was going numb from the pressure he was putting on her. She shared how she froze up, her muscles became stiff, and she didn't move because she was uncomfortable, until eventually asking him to get off her because her body was going numb. To which he responded to her, "Do you want to move to the back of the car?" Which he said in a pretty suggestive tone. That's... wow. Emi then told him that she was getting tired and wanted to go home, to which David gave her his tablet which had the Forces script on it, which she would read more of on the way back. On their way to Emi's parents' house, while Emi was reading the script, David would suddenly take Emi's ponytail out of her hair playfully. In case this needs to be said, don't do that to someone you're not dating. Emi obviously doesn't have any hard evidence about these encounters, so all of you can take this with a grain of salt, but she did send me several messages of her expressing discomfort with David over the years, who she sent to people who also not only knew David, but were also aware of how he felt about her. So while I obviously can't prove what happened in person, these messages range from dating back to a few years ago, to even earlier last year before all this mess started. And if you guys want to see a bit more proof that David had a huge crush on Emi, and that she also never let him on, she also sent me this screenshot from their DMs, where David was very clearly trying to hit on her, and she just completely ignores him and goes back to bringing up their work. It looks really pathetic. So I think it's ironic how Ricardo is trying to paint Emi in such a negative light, attempting to accuse her of abusing her power in the community. Meanwhile, Emi literally kept all of this information about this guy to herself, until she had no choice but to come forward about her experiences, because it seems David might be one of these anonymous sources that reached out to Ricardo, and is spreading lies because he's seemingly mad that Emi didn't date him after sharing the script with her. I think another thing that really pisses me off about this is that Ricardo tried pushing this idea that Emi slept around for a while, all while she is constantly trying to dodge people making advances on her. And trust me, I've known her for about 8 to 9 years now, and I've witnessed dozens of times where Emi has to put up with this, and she hates it, especially because she tries extremely hard not to upset them. It's also ironic that Ricardo's trying to say he wanted to speak up for victims, but decided to platform a guy who literally admitted that he tried using the Forces script on a girl to clearly initiate something with her. Like, David kind of admitted his intentions pretty clearly. He gave her the script because he thought he was going to get something from her in return. Why would he admit that? Why is Ricardo trying to accuse Emi of sleeping around to get bigger opportunities as some sort of abuse of power, when in reality, someone else tried to use their position in the community at the time to get something from Emi, which is in turn, you know, kind of an abuse of power? Plus, guys, Sega is fully aware of who leaked the script, and it wasn't Emi. Made even more evident by how Sergio no longer works at Sega anymore, because not only did they know that he was responsible for the script leak, but he was let go because he actually had a habit of leaking several things. Oh my god. Like, this message even talks about him apparently leaking stuff from Sonic Mania. So if two of these anonymous sources are Sergio and David, then it is so irresponsible of them to try pinning all this script leaking bullshit onto Emi, taking no responsibility responsibility for their mistake from nearly a decade ago at this point. Again, big if, because we don't really know who these sources were, so it's all just speculation. Though, admittedly, it is kinda weird that Ricardo focused on Sergio at the start, even giving him a full title card, yet after that point he just doesn't bring up Sergio ever again? That just seems a little suspicious. Like, did Ricardo know that Sergio was actually behind the leaks, but he still chose to say that it was Emi's fault, along with throwing Aaron Weber under the bus just because? If that's true, then that's really fucking shitty. To quote Pete from earlier, be fucking better. And before I move on from this David topic, I'm gonna play you guys a quick testimony from Emi.
So to go over what happened, I met David the writer through working on Big's Big Fishing Adventure 3. I voiced Tails and Amy Rose in that game while it was still active in development.
Hi there, my name is Emi Jones and I am the voice of Tails and Amy Rose in BBFA3.
Hi, my name is Miles Prower, but everyone calls me Tails. Have no fear, Amy Rose is here. I was watching the news this morning and saw that Sonic got arrested for robbing a bank and attacking the military. My Sonic would never do that. I just know it. Hold on, Sonic. I'll save you, my love. Oh, hey! I think that's him over there. Sonic!
In 2016, the Game Grumps hosted a random meetup at Wendy's in Columbus, Ohio, which was where I lived in 2016. This was September 9th, 2016. This was one of my first real encounters with David in person. He wanted to go because our team and Sega made plans to actually have Game Grumps do a playthrough of Big's Big Fishing Adventure, so I remember that being a reason to go to the meetup. After meeting the Game Grumps, we would hang out that evening near the Wendy's when David told me he had the script for the next big Sonic game. This was before Sonic Forces had its final title, so we referred to it as Project 2017. David told me that he was given the script by the Sega intern Sergio, also known and referred to as Gene, because he was asked to fix the script. David told me that the plan was for David to rewrite the script and it would be pitched for Sega to use David's rewrites. I can't really confirm the legitimacy behind that. Sergio had a habit of making false promises of Sega jobs to others. He even told the entire BBFA3 staff that we would all be entitled to jobs at Sega after the game's release. At one point, he even attempted to manipulate me into dropping my role for Amy Rose because he wanted his girlfriend to voice her instead, by trying to suggest if I did that for him, then I could voice act officially on the actual mainline titles. Thankfully, I did tell the staff about it, and it was even brought to other Sega employees' attention, and Sergio was removed from the project. Point is, though, I don't believe Sega was aware of these plans with David, and I do think this was something Sergio got in his head that he could try to do. Regardless, this is ultimately why Sergio, the Sega intern, leaked the script. At least, that's why he leaked the script to David specifically. I believe David at the time when he talked about the script rewrites and thought I was talking to someone with heavy influence over Sega. I thought it was so cool that I was friends with somebody who was going to fix the script and be the head writer for a mainline game. I was very new to the community, so I just didn't really know much about how things worked at the time and had no reason to not believe him. That night we were at Wendy's, he and his friend came to my parents' house and I was shown the script. I can't really remember this other person well, but they were friends with David. We went into my family computer room and he had the script on him on a flash drive, meaning he had it on him the entire night. I read through it a while, and David told me if I wanted to read more, then I had to hang out with him more. After he said that, I immediately caught wind that David was trying to use the script to get something out of me, so when David and his friend walked out of the room, I copied the file over onto my family computer to 1, not have the script held over my head in exchange for things I wasn't really comfortable with, which he made more evident in his testimony to Ricardo by claiming I led him on, and 2, to keep tabs on it, and would inevitably report it to Aaron later when this leak got out of hand. Yep, I'm being completely transparent about everything regarding what happened so nothing is misinterpreted. The moment he said I had to spend time with him more in order to read more pieces of the script, I made the decision to copy the file over to my computer instead. I did feel bad about it for a while, though I also felt it was the right decision. If he had been able to hold the script over my head, I feel like the situation could have been different, and knowing how I used to be, I would have likely tried ignoring my discomfort due to feeling indebted by him for showing me the script at future hangouts. I got the script on September 9th, 2016, the same night as the Game Grumps meet at Wendy's. There is literally nothing online regarding the contents of the script dating back this far.
Project 2017 will be out during the holiday time.
Yeah, so like
obviously 2017.
right. So like November or December, something like that.
Probably, yeah, just around the time for parents to start buying everyone's
right, exactly.
Mommy, I want Sonic 2017.
I don't know. You know what? I don't know if they're gonna actually be called that. Like, do you think it might?
No,
be
it's
called,
not.
What, like Sonic Resistance or something, maybe?
Something, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Obviously right now it's just a code name and something that we can refer to it as until they drop a name.
Right.
I'm excited. I'm curious as to what the name will be, and I'll tell you what it won't be. It won't be Generations 2, so if you guys could stop calling it that.
Yeah, it is not Sonic Generations 2. Seriously, like Takashi Iizuka-san, he came up on stage and like said it is not Sonic Generations 2. Just because Classic Sonic is there does not mean that it's Sonic Generations 2.
After this, David started trying to hang out with me more often. He even showed up at my job unannounced, which made me extremely uncomfortable, especially because he drove 3 hours from a completely different state. I felt like I had to hang out with him because he drove all that way. I invite him to show off any amount of proof that I flirted with him. Being nice isn't flirting. Hanging out isn't flirting. I can assure you it doesn't exist. I did not flirt with him. I just wanted to be his friend. Mutual friends of ours confirmed that he had feelings for me later on, which is what I suspected when he tried using the script to initiate things with me. After this, a few months later, I learned that the Forces script was circulating around private spaces. Matt told me that most of Sonic Retro knew of the leaks, which I hadn't realized at the time. By December of 2016, screenshots of the script were being spread around and a friend of mine told me about it. In 2016, I would explain to people involved with BBFA3 and those who asked that David gave me the script and that it came from Sergio in relevance to where the source of the leaks came from based on David telling me Sergio gave it to him. A friend of mine and David's told me that David also showed him the script. I reported these leaks to Aaron to let him know what was going on. I explained in full that I got it from David and that David said it came from Sergio. I did my best to investigate the source of the leak after telling Matt about it. I contacted Aaron to report it because I cared about Matt, Sergio, and Aaron and didn't want anyone to get in trouble given Matt was blamed often for leaks and Aaron was responsible for Sergio. Admittedly, I was hesitant in reporting it at first because I didn't want anyone at Big's Big Fishing Adventure 3 to get in trouble. I went out of my way to try helping by even reaching out to people just simply posting online that they had Forces leaks privately to discourage the act of spreading it publicly and was told they heard about the leaks. It was spreading around everywhere, and because I cared about the people at Sega, I went out of my way to try keeping other people from leaking it out constantly. All this to say, I am not the source of the Sonic Forces script leak. Evidently, the Forces script file was passed around Sonic Retro as a whole, which stemmed from Sergio. I can only confirm David showed me, our mutual friend on BBFA3, and his friend who came with us to the Game Grump meet and to my parents' house. There was some guy sending these screenshots around and sharing details about the game. I would confront a friend of mine who was talking about it and asked if they knew where this guy got any of this. I pretended to not know anything so I could let Aaron know. To this day, I still have no idea who this guy is or how he wound up with the script, but considering he had screenshots, he obviously had access to the file itself. My friend told me that he claimed to know someone who went to Sega and got it from the office. I don't know if that's true personally.
Plus, let's be real, guys. Why would Emi risk everything and sleep with somebody? For Forces? Really? She fucking hated Sonic Forces. I'm pretty damn sure she's made that pretty clear over the years. So even if these rumors were at all true, I wouldn't be disappointed in Emi for leaking the script. I'd be disappointed in her for sleeping with someone for Forces. Like, what the shit? That wasn't worth it? Nope. That was a joke. Emi very clearly did not leak the damn script. And if you guys still have a serious issue with this after everything I've shown, go take it up with Sega. They know who it was who leaked the script, and have continued to work with Emi long afterwards, so they obviously know it wasn't her. I'm not sure what else to say. Back to the voiceover. And just to remind you guys how fucking annoying this entire section is, in Ricardo's video he stated that the anonymous source from Sonic Retro admitted to leaking the script to Emi. Why are there dozens of tweets with thousands of likes blaming Aaron when the actual guy from Sonic Retro admitted it was him? Aaron is not part of Sonic Retro and never was. Even with all the evidence missing that I now provided here, the original answer was in everyone's face. People don't even know what they're spreading around. They're just parroting off the breadcrumbs of information and just jumping the goddamn conclusions. What is happening? One of the worst things to come out of this video was Ricardo pushing this idea that Emi only slept with Aaron to get bigger opportunities in the community. It doesn't matter if this is one of the only parts of the video where he slapped allegedly on the claims, it still led to the insanely gross speculation by the community that all of Emi's success and opportunities over the years only came from her sleeping her way up. A claim, by the way, that was also heavily pushed by Lizzy Silvas. Stop platforming her. I will keep screaming this. But he only said this in the video because he knows that his impressionable younger audience were gonna run with the information and then just do all the grunt work for him on social media. This is so disgusting, and what makes it worse is that people went posting about this as if it was entirely true, even going out of their way to inform fans of Emmys, with practically no real proof to back it up. My first real issue with this claim is the most obvious one. Where's the proof? Like, let's say Emi did date Aaron. Unless there is a screenshot of Emi downright admitting that she only dated him to leech off him, just for opportunistic gain, there is no way for anyone to conclude that she slept her way up the corporate ladder. Not only is there nothing concrete that proves that they even dated, but there's nothing that actually backs up this gross, weird theory that Emi slept with him for Sega opportunities. Go watch the video. Plenty of people have re-uploaded it. There's nothing. So why are people running with this? My second issue is how blatantly misogynistic this whole accusation is. Like, it's not exactly a hot take to point out that there's rampant misogyny in the Sonic fandom. Like, yes, every fandom has its fair share of sexism and whatnot, but a fanbase like Sonic is especially really bad about it. Plus, it's not like Emi hasn't received any kind of major opportunity that other influencers haven't. If you look into what she has received, you can confirm at least one other influencer who has received the same thing. Hell, even the bigger and more exciting opportunities that she has received, like the Monopoly video or her collaboration with IHOP, or even helping on the movies, other influencers were receiving those same opportunities. Why is it that when these other influencers get these opportunities, then they fully earn them, but when Emi receives the same thing, then she must have slept with someone for it? They all get the same opportunities. Like, receiving games early? She had to fuck for it? But the ocean of men and even other women who also received the games early didn't? Hell, even in the Monopoly video, there's another influencer who's also featured in it. The people running with this accusation are really starting to tell on themselves. Because why does a woman have to have sex with people in power in order to receive the exact same opportunities that other men are apparently rightfully entitled to? Emi is a huge influencer. That's why Ricardo made his video about her. That's why it got the kind of traction it did. Because of Emi having a successful YouTube channel. And before any of you say, but Cooper, it's just Emi. This isn't about her being a woman. It's because she's confirmed to be a whore. She slept with Ryan Drummond. Okay, Lizzy Silvas 2.0, you seem to think you made a good point. Why do you care so much about her love life? You're so fucking weird. Why does it matter that Emi and Ryan liked each other and had sex? Him voicing Sonic suddenly strips him of all his rights to be with who he wants to be with? Well, it's not just that. She was also on Dr. Phil over a teen pregnancy. Okay? She didn't ask for her traumatic experience to be broadcast everywhere. She got forced onto that show. And I hate to be the one to break this to many people, but plenty of teenagers have sex. All of us went through this phase. Hormones kicking in, you're figuring out new things about yourself. We've all been through it. Teens have sex. Sometimes pregnancy happens, other times it doesn't. Well, Cooper, she also might have dated and fucked Aaron Weber. I literally don't care. And the only reason these people do care is because of their association with Sonic. Just like Ryan, they don't view these people beyond what they have done for the Sonic the Hedgehog brand. Aaron hasn't even been on the social media team for years, and again, if Emi did date him, people are allowed to meet through work without there being a transactional motive. Like, I've had a job at Outback Steakhouse for like 3 years, and if someone I liked became a manager there and I somehow managed to date and fuck them, am I only doing it for free steaks? No, what the fuck? Plus, social media opportunities are about metrics like having an audience, engagement, and quality content. People are acting like they only gave these opportunities to Emi because she's some chick, completely ignoring all the work and actual effort she's put out over the years. Not to mention, people get to know each other, people date, people have sex, and sadly, tons of women are shamed for it. It happens to Emi specifically because people online are able to confirm that she's had sex more than once, and with influential men. Emi's even received hate comments from people who claim that she should lose her platform simply because she slept with people. Someone actually said that. The way everyone views these people is just so parasocial. Like Emi, Ryan, Aaron, you don't know these people, yet you try to talk about them like you do know them. Another issue I have with this claim is that Emi has been so vocal about wanting to make music for the actual Sonic games. And she's even mentioned the dream of wanting to officially voice act in one of the games. Seriously, it's everywhere. On her social media and outright plastered in 8 years worth of live streams, which are all still public.
Are you gonna be
What?
Are you gonna be DLC in Smash Brothers? Well, if she ever voices Tails.
Oh, dude, I would die. Would you like to work for Sega to voice Tails or sing? Oh yeah, I would love to. I'd be honored. If they ever came to me and asked me to write a song or to voice Tails, I would 100% say yes.
You would do it in a heartbeat.
I would do it in a heartbeat, absolutely. That'd be so much fun. I actually think about it sometimes. Sometimes I like think about, man, what if I got to do a song? Oh my god. You know? I think if I did a song, it would work out really well, like if they had me do like the ending. You know how like a lot of Sonic games, they have like a really soft ending song? I feel like it would be perfect if I could do like an ending to a game. Don't get me wrong, it'd be cool to do a theme, but I don't know if it'd be fitting. It'd be cool to hear your singing voice on soundtrack releases. Yeah, that'd be so cool. Again, I would even be like cool with like a remix or something. Like if they just wanted me to do something for like the social media, like that'd be fun too. I'd take anything. I'd take anything that they were willing to offer, of course. So I really appreciate you guys saying what you're saying. Thank you. Oh, Caleb, that's so nice. You should be the next Tails voice. I would literally, if Sega ever asked me, I would say yes, of course. I think when it comes to my goals though, I aim more to, I want to do a song for like the official games. I don't expect to do any voiceover for the games, but oh my gosh, I would do anything to be able to do like a song for an official game. Space Blob says, Emi, question, would you want to apply for the actual role of Tails if you ever had the chance? I think you'd be awesome. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, you can't really apply for it. It's a thing where you'd have to know about the audition. You'd have to be capable of being able to go to the audition. But absolutely, like if I were ever given an opportunity to audition for the role of Tails, I would take that in a heartbeat because I would love to voice Tails. Tails is just, you know, he's my favorite character. He's inspired me to do so much. It's literally this game that I'm playing right now that caused me to be such a big Sonic fan at all, and especially Tails. Really hoping you become the canon voice actor for Tails someday. Thank you. That's really, really nice. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a genuine dream of mine. Even if I don't get to do it someday, to be honest, doing it in Sonic and Tails R was more than enough for me. To be honest, I really thought about that. Do you want to voice Tails in the sequel to the Sonic movie if it's not Colleen? Well, seeing that the movie is coming out like at the beginning of next year, I feel like it's way too late for that. Of course, I would be honored, but I think Colleen deserves to have it. But yes, of course, if Colleen, if for whatever reason she was unable to, then yes, I would love to. I'd be completely honored.
You really think she's sleeping her way up the corporate ladder just to get free jackets, game codes, and that fucking Monopoly video? Again, these are opportunities that other influencers get, but she wouldn't try to get the opportunity to appear in an official Sonic song? Seriously? The absolute closest she's gotten to this was singing for a Phantasy Star Online 2 song, which is a completely different branch at Sega. An opportunity not only given to her, but multiple other online musicians that were also involved with the project. And it was given to her by another woman. If she has really been trying to sleep her way up to the top, then she must really suck at it, because whose dick did Nate Wants to Battle suck just to appear in the Frontiers soundtrack? Oh wait, you guys don't think Nate would do that, do you? Why? Because he's a man? But if Emi somehow appeared in the next Sonic game, then she would have had to have slept with Takashi Iizuka himself, because she's had sex before, and possibly with Aaron Weber too, so she's not capable of earning anything normally. Screw the millions and even hundreds of thousands of views that her songs have gotten, along with the tens of thousands of comments that she got praising her work, the literal hashtags that fans have made wanting Emi to become the official Tails. None of that actually ever mattered. How is no one seeing how gross this mindset is? Like if Nate Wants to Battle was Natalia Wants to Battle, then would the same slut-shaming be happening to them? Oh, that Natalia Wants to Battle, she probably slept her way to appear in Frontiers. That slut! Such a stupid double standard. Another weird fucking thing that I've actually seen people claim on social media is that, oh no, Emi slept with Aaron to get the Forces script. Oh, I hope that wasn't the reason Aaron had to leave Sega. Why the fuck would Sega give a shit? Not only because Emi, and by extension Aaron, didn't leak the damn script, and they are well aware of that, but why would Sega care about the dating lives of their employees? Let alone their sex lives. Is that part of their NDAs you have to sign? You can't have sex or date anyone? That would fucking suck if it was true. We are sharing with you confidential information about an upcoming Sega project, and we trust that you will keep all this information secret. Also, if we find out that you are dating anyone or having sex, we will can your ass. That shit is disgusting. Could you imagine reading that and just being like, yo, what the fuck? I'm a Sonic fan. I don't get laid. Another thing. People on Twitter literally think that Aaron got fired over all this. For the record, no, he wasn't fired. And he especially wasn't fired over this alleged relationship. Emi has never impacted his career in any way. This is just further proof that people just blindly believe Ricardo's words, because he just sounds like throughout his entire video that he knows what he's talking about, when he doesn't! And now portions of the community are making up this whole story about Aaron getting fired over the Forces script bullshit. It's so fucking stupid. Not to mention, the social media staff who are in charge of picking influencers, the majority of them are women, and have been women for several years. So where's the rumors that Emi slept with Katie or Sydney to get her opportunities? Emi's posted about being bisexual in the past, so there's a chance. Oh wait, no one would believe that because she would have had to have slept with a man to get these opportunities, right? Again, unless there is any concrete proof besides these three dipshits, like Emi in a DM or a recording claiming that she slept with Aaron or someone else higher up to get the opportunities that she has gotten, then I'm sorry, none of this is true. And the fact that none of those three anonymous sources could provide any actual proof for Ricardo's video speaks volumes on this. Oh yeah, I guess I should get back to talking about his video. Damn it.
Well, unfortunately, it's all downhill from here.
When were we ever uphill? So Ricardo proceeds to talk about Emi's GoFundMe pages, which included her Move to California fund, the second GoFundMe to help pay for Emi's medical bills, and for some reason another GoFundMe set up to help her mom get a service dog. Why was this in the video? He goes on to claim that Emi abuses her platform to get money from her fans to an unhealthy and unusual degree, mainly referencing the times when she would retweet her Patreon from time to time. Huh? Emi's Patreon is one of her main sources of income. Tons of YouTubers promote their Patreon and retweet it. I've even tweeted about mine in the past and link it in every video on my channel. Is it unhealthy and unusual to ask for support on Patreon? Does that mean millions of YouTubers are guilty of this? Hell, several others within the Sonic community also do this. What else would the website exist for? But then Ricardo attempts to break down the GoFundMes and tries to make the insane accusation that Emi has lied to her fans and actually uses her donations for Disney trips and other personal expenses.
But there are a lot of people who have noticed that she is doing things that somebody who is struggling with finances doesn't typically do, such as frequently going to Disneyland, 2 trips to Japan, going to a bunch of different events and trips. All of these are luxuries. It almost feels like Emi and her partner are able to meet their financial means, but without the support of her fan base, they might not be able to live as comfortably as they like, which by no means is the job of the innocent people around the country who simply enjoy your content to fund.
There are two major problems with this accusation. One, Emi has receipts for everything! Literally, all the money for her move fund, she kept receipts for all of it. The pod she ordered to move her stuff, the deposit for the apartment she moved into. She even includes part of the damn lease to show that she didn't just spend the money so freely. She even calculated all the funds she had left when everything was done. Literally, all the transactions went to exactly what she said the money was going towards. And all of this is in the receipts document that Ricardo didn't fucking check. What about the second GoFundMe for her MCAS fund? Well, guess what? She wasn't the one who set it up. It was her partner Cameron, Pete Capella's brother, who made it for her. His name is on the damn link. Not to mention when Emi tweeted about it, she literally stated that Cameron was the one who made the page. He provided details letting everyone know where the donated funds are going, and Emi even provided proof that the money was going into her medical balance, along with showing emails of her referrals and even charges she got while getting test results. There's so much transparency about where the money was going. How did this accusation get so out of hand? On top of all that, Emi even decided to show proof of all her health-related issues in her document because some insanely creepy stalkers in the community have gone around trying to suggest that Emi's health issues aren't even real. But there is so much documentation of her health issues that it's not even funny. If she was faking all this, then does that mean the doctors that she was seeing were also in on it too? She provides every diagnosis that she got from several different doctors, and even her damn medical notes. And when it comes to the third GoFundMe for Emi's mom, Why is that even in the video? Emi didn't set up this page either. Even then, this was from several years ago, and this GoFundMe wasn't even the only crowd-raising thing that was set up to help Emi's mom. Emi's family also set up several in-person events like a painting event, and even an auction where family and friends came together because of Emi's mom's worsening health. What, were they all in on it too? Just to help Emi? Wow, how dare Emi ask people to go support her mom? What an evil bitch! But for anyone who does want to know where this went, they eventually did get Emi's mom a service dog, a poodle named Baymax. By the way, most of Emi's family are Disney dorks. So yes, they obviously got the name from Big Hero 6.
I know.
I mean, this shit is just so cute, and it's just weird that Ricardo even mentioned any of it. Even in his own video, by the end of it, he makes it seem like it was completely pointless to bring this up.
From 3 GoFundMes initially asking for a medical dog for her mom, with a goal of $8,000 in donations, firstly wishing nothing but the best for her mom, but she was able to get a service dog regardless.
Why were you even trying to weaponize this? Leave Emi's mom alone, you weirdo! Also, you want to know what the second big reason why accusing Emi of all this is blatantly wrong? Long before Ricardo decided to put all this stupid shit in his video, you know who was the one that was originally responsible for making up these crowdfunding rumors about Emi? Take a wild guess. It was Lizzy! Of course it was! It's always fucking Lizzy! This bitch doesn't go away! Ricardo, you idiot! You weaponized an accusation from someone you yourself called mentally unwell, yet you're continuing to perpetrate false bullshit that came from her! What is wrong with you? Side note, but about 22 minutes in, he straight up shows a picture of Emi with her child completely unblurred. Reminder, this is the re-uploaded version that I'm looking at, where he easily could have removed this picture, but he just kept it in. She included timestamps in her privacy complaint, and he still left this photo in. Awesome job, Tails. What's even funnier, sort of, is that there's a really creepy stalker Twitter account called the Emi Jones Archive, which I'm starting to realize Ricardo probably sourced most of his info from. Well, that and Kiwi Farms. But apparently, that account at one point was making very similar claims about how Emi was making GoFundMes that were scamming fans out of money, and a few people actually called the account out and pretty much asked what exactly was wrong with Emi asking for money from her fans, and what especially was wrong with asking them to help her sick mom. The account must have got a lot of negative feedback from that because they later deleted that tweet, which I sadly wasn't able to screen cap in time, but they did make this apology post for making people uncomfortable with their previous post, which definitively proves that they were talking about the GoFundMes at first. You see, I'm willing to bet that stupid ass accounts like this are where people are getting their info from, and I'm also willing to bet that Ricardo saw the tweet before it got deleted and decided to write it into his video before it got taken down. Now, if that's not A+ journalism, I don't know what is. Now here's a quick testimony from Emi.
I have already shown that my GoFundMe's money went exactly where I said it went towards, but I am tired of this narrative that originated from Lizzy, an ex-friend of mine who was mad I didn't date him, and Zealous Fox. So let me put everything on the table. My first trip in Japan in 2016, I had a physical job I worked most days of the week. This was 2 years before my GoFundMe's, and I only paid for the plane and food, as I actually stayed with a high school friend who lives in Japan. The second trip was fully funded and paid for by another party unrelated to me or the GoFundMe money so I could attend my high school best friend's wedding and Jaipo. Both trips, I did not stay in hotels, but instead with friends. And for the disingenuous array of Disney photos, some of these photos are of a trip of me in 2018 with my family who paid for it entirely. My family also works as travel agents for Disney, making it extremely affordable for them to treat us with these trips. Anything beyond 2018 are of me living in LA and going with, at the time, a dirt cheap annual pass. I paid like $20 a month and could go to the parks anytime I wanted. This was after I used the GoFundMe money to move to LA. People do not understand my living situation before moving and after moving. I began to see more financial freedom, and I took full advantage of that to go nearly weekly because I live so close. Then things became understandably difficult during the pandemic when my partner was laid off for about a year because of everything closing. It wasn't until after the lockdown that Disney opened their parks and introduced their new pass, the Magic Key. This was several years after my first GoFundMe, 3 years later, and a few years predating when I got sick enough to need financial support in late 2023. Cameron had set up the second GoFundMe after he had to quit his job in 2023 to take care of me 24/7. We did the magic key for only 1 year in 2021. We didn't extend it because it was a bit more expensive for us, but my partner also had a fairly stable job in 2021. After that, every other trip I have ever had at Disney was free because I have a friend who is employed at the parks, and all cast members are able to bring in a group of friends for free on a reserved day. He also shows random photos of me at the beach, which literally cost maybe the gas money just to drive there, but it's so disingenuous to try to suggest that I live life in luxury when I don't at all. People just saw that I go to Disney and started making these assumptions. But you don't know my life. You don't know what I have personally going on. You don't know any of my personal financial decisions. In my opinion, it is extremely inappropriate for anybody to be speculating on my financial decisions and speculating on what I use my money over. And especially speculating on the idea that I abuse my fans so I can go on Disney trips.
But another thing that Ricardo decides to highlight next is when Emi wanted to work on a jazz album, even showing an old funding goal she had on Ko-fi a few years back. The goal is no longer on that page anymore, but Emi did post about making this album as far back as 2017, but it's pretty much been in development hell. She had even opened pre-orders to people who paid to get their copy of the album on vinyl. I was even one of the people who pre-ordered. So why was this never released? What happened? Well, the obvious answer is that making an album is expensive, and it does take a while. But Emi did make some solid progress with it around January 2020, even sharing a clip of her working with a pianist to help transcribe the music for the album. She also had plans to record with live instruments and fully intended on delivering it as soon as possible. However, two main things got in the way. One, full funding for the album was never really hit. Like, there were plenty of pre-orders, but it wasn't really enough to get it rolling. But Emi did try to get around this, and her dad even supported her by helping provide the startup funds to get the songs arranged, and for the piano stems to be recorded, which did help the project for a short time. But the second, and really the biggest reason why this jazz album just never came to be, was mainly because just before production could really get rolling, the pandemic happened, which was affecting literally everyone. It even shut down a lot of nearby studios in LA that Emi was going to try working with to get the album done. On top of that, she was going to hire live musicians who only had experience in recording live performances. So the studios closing down effectively stopped Emi from being able to move forward for a while. And really, that's why production of the album stalled. Like, Emi was, and still is, hell-bent on getting this album completed, but the resources that were initially available to her ended up disappearing.
I actually do plan on doing Can You Feel the Sunshine? I've been working on this jazz album. It sort of was put on hold because of the pandemic because it is being recorded by a live band. So we haven't been able to work on it properly, but we are doing a bunch of jazz songs, and Can You Feel the Sunshine is one of the songs that we planned on covering.
Not to mention, the whole fucking world was kinda changing and wasn't really the same after that. And more recently, her health problems have slowed down her progress even more. Not even just with the jazz album, but even her music projects. So the album never coming out isn't really entirely Emi's fault. And I feel like holding this against her is not entirely fair. Like, she couldn't fucking predict the pandemic happening, Jesus. She hasn't really posted about the album because she just needed to move on to other projects. Emi's told me to this day she still plans on making the album, but because of her health and other projects getting in the way, she just has to put it on the back burner for now. It's not like she kept posting about it years afterward when it clearly wasn't being made. So who the fuck was she even scamming? When she was asking for funds, it was being worked on. No one was being scammed. I hope I made that clear. But after Ricardo briefly mentions the jazz album, he then tries to villainize Emi for sharing her Amazon wishlist at one point, something several other content creators have done before, but now because Emi's done it, it's evil.
Or plugging an Amazon wishlist for people to simply buy her things. Now yes, this was during COVID time, so a lot of you might be saying, oh, she might have been asking for essentials. Well, you would be correct, because she got Sonic Legos and toys.
Why was that the first time he showed any emotion in this video?
Sonic Legos and toys.
Of course, the man-child who's had videos of him playing with Sonic plushies is most upset about that out of everything else he's discussed so far. But he then goes on to shame Emi for frequently plugging her Ko-fi account. This is just as stupid as calling out retweeting her Patreon. These are some of her main sources of income. Why wouldn't she plug them as much as she could? I also plug my Ko-fi page right next to my Patreon in all my videos. Does that make me evil too?
Frequently plugging her Ko-fi, asking for just random donations on a whim, such as funding migraine glasses.
Bro's really upset she got those Sonic toys, huh? He then briefly mentions the migraine glasses, which I almost cannot believe people actually tried claiming she scammed her fans over. She has the proof of purchase for them in her receipts. That's a literal receipt. Why didn't you show this, Ricardo? And if you're still not convinced, because maybe you're that dipshit Sand Guardian who made this dumbass tweet, trying to claim that Emi didn't buy the sunglasses, then use a picture of Emi where she's not even wearing the fucking sunglasses, I got permission from Emi to show this picture of her actually wearing the glasses. She took this selfie strictly to prove that she bought them. So that's the receipt and this picture. What else do you guys want?
There's a term for this. E-begging. Emi is an e-beggar.
Oh my god, what are you talking about? Having a Patreon is not against the damn law. Asking for funds on Ko-fi isn't against the law either. So many content creators have several forms of online tip jars for their subscribers. Are you gonna give her hell for using the memberships thing on her YouTube? Something else that other creators, even ones with millions of subscribers, also have on their channels? This is such a horrendous section of the video. Also, what the hell was e-begging about asking people to help her mom? She wasn't even the person who set up that page!
A lot of people, including big figures in this community, have problems, go through things, have health issues, including myself. But in my time in this fan base, I have not seen somebody ask their community so much for financial backing for the smallest, most minute things.
Aw, poor you. A random white girl you don't know got support from her fans, who also willingly bought her Sonic toys that were already in her Amazon wishlist after she shared it. But how will you survive? Also, she had essentials in her wishlist too! In fact, most of the items were essentials, but a fan clearly chose to just want to give her something Sonic related.
Maybe it's the way I was raised, but I was never taught to ask for handouts. And I was especially not taught to take that money that generous people gave me to turn around and use it on luxury.
What the fuck is he even talking about here? Like, wow, what a saint. We should all aspire to be like Ricardo, the perfect specimen who never asked for help. He's never asked his fans for financial support when he was down low, so why should Emi do that? Such a goddamn hero, this guy. Jesus. He really wanted those Sonic toys. Just a reminder, not only did he monetize this video, but in the original description, he linked a random sponsor to help him get more money from the situation. But you don't accept handouts, am I right?
Emi Jones has a Patreon, of course, why wouldn't she? Where she is currently
Get it? Money! Okay, so he goes on to make more accusations that Emi never delivers her rewards to her patrons, and mainly points out that she hasn't posted an update on the page since August 2024. While that last part is technically true, what isn't explained is that Emi made 2 separate posts informing her patrons that all her paid content was going to be moved to her Discord server, which all of her patrons have access to. Pledging $1 gets you access to the server, but pledging at least $5 lets you see the early access channel, with all the project updates and sneak previews posted there, and it's updated pretty frequently. But in Ricardo's video, he makes the crazy claim that Emi supplies her patrons with nothing, which is objectively not true. Wait a minute. Reverse the footage. That's the gentle reminder update! It was for patrons only, but you could literally still read the text saying the rewards are on her fucking Patreon server! I could only call this man an idiot so many times, but he's actually so fucking stupid. What the fuck? My friend, who goes by the Licking Lamp, even made a Google document revealing all of this after people kept running with this false information. All of the proof and evidence is in this damn Google Doc, and people either just didn't see it or ignored it. You see, it's shit like this that proves that no one actually cares to look into anything, and just choose to believe drama posts at face value. I'll be linking Lamp's document in the description, and I recommend everyone go look at it. But getting back to people just blindly believing drama at face value, Ricardo decides to talk about Emi's Discord server some more.
But maybe Emi doesn't view it that way, because they are still gaining access to something. Her Discord. Emi Jones has a Discord server where she is active in, but this isn't your typical server where fans of someone's content can come together to meet new people, bond, communicate, share interests.
No. You nailed it. That's exactly what her server's like. It's a pretty chill place, all things considered. People get together and play video games, share music, host karaoke nights, hang out in calls. We even recently brought back a weekly server event called Multiplayer Mondays, where we get together and play specific multiplayer games together. We also host Secret Santa every year, try to watch movies together, and we've also done Halloween costume contests. We've also had a few server meetups too, and we're also planning another one soon to help celebrate Emi hitting 100,000 subs.
Oh, there goes the. Oh my god, that thing's gonna topple in like one hit.
It'll take more than that to kill me. Oh, wait.
Alright, time. Oh, I thought you were gonna jump up and down on it again. It's like, alright, time for another Warner moment. Boinky boink.
You did it! You fucking
Who's gonna wake Bunny up at 5:43?
The sun. She wakes up by the sun.
The sun doesn't even make noise. How does
I've met literally all my best friends because of Emi's server, and I'm pretty grateful I joined it so long ago. But clearly, Ricardo was setting something up with that intro, so let's see what he has to say.
No, this is very close to, and I'm really trying not to be hyperbolic, a cult.
What the fuck?
Where Emi Jones is the queen, and her little Patreon minions will do what she wants.
Ricardo, that video, Emi was asking her Discord members to go report supported pedos and weirdos. I think Emi had every right to ask members of her server to go report this creepy-ass video. Also, probably not a good sign that this is the only real example he shows of cult-like behavior in this video. Seriously, he shows literally nothing else. But some of you may be thinking, but Cooper, what about that second screenshot? The video link is a completely different URL. Good catch. But upon going check this announcement in the server myself, oh, look at that! It's still the Queen Falls video! Huh, I wonder why Ricardo decided to crop this out as video. But you know, fuck Emi for asking people to report a video that tries to defend the guy who made rape jokes about her kid. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Whether that be supplying her with a free Nintendo Switch 2, because
Ricardo, that wasn't just server members, that was all close friends of Emi who decided to surprise her with a Switch 2. What, a group of friends can't come together and buy their friend a gift? Is that wrong? Is that evil? This was also something addressed in Lamp's document, and it was something they all did in secret and later surprised her with. So again, why are you talking about this? Are you just jealous that she got a Switch 2 for free? That's what having good friends is like, Ricardo? Or is this the never take handouts argument again, you fucking weirdo? Now Emi's evil for accepting gifts from even her closest friends? Even in Lamp's document, they share testimonies from all of Emi's friends who decided to come together and do this really sweet thing for her.
Yeah, we got you a personal virtual road trip.
Surprise!
Oh my god, I thank you guys! Oh my god!
I knew she was gonna cry. I knew it. I called it. I told you.
Thank you guys! Thank you! Oh my god, I'm so excited. Yeah, they got me a Switch too.
That's so cool.
Oh my god.
So, of course, we didn't do this alone. We had this idea cooking for a while, and Azure had the same idea I had, and we put our heads together, and it's like, all right, how are we gonna do this? We didn't do this alone.
Okay.
Jade contributed.
Thank you, Jade. Okay.
Jade contributed. We also had help from Andreas.
Oh.
We had Billy, Hunter, InStyle, Milk, Shaddix.
Oh my god. That's so sweet.
Jamo.
Oh.
We had a lot of help with this to put this together.
I just wanted to include that clip because it was wholesome as hell. And I find it especially gross that this really sweet thing they did is being weaponized to make Emi look evil.
Or how about when she gave out Valentine's Day cards that were $15 each? Naturally, she started doing this little money-making scheme around February, consistently fear-baiting her fans into her taking a loss on these cards if they don't sell enough, so people bought multiple, just for months and months and months to go by until late July of that year, where she makes an announcement tossing all the blame onto her partner that he forgot to ship them. And I guess he must have forgot again, because people didn't start receiving their cards until the following year of 2025. A whole year for people to receive Valentine's Day cards.
Oh my god. I know Ricardo's mainly pulling from a single biased thread here, but god, I just wish he read Lamp's counter document. I'm getting really tired of having to explain shit that ultimately likely didn't even affect the people online upset about this. Like, I understand there are concerns related to the idea of her scamming people, but Jesus Christ, is no one willing to do any actual research? As this was another thing talked about in the counter document, Emi wanted to send people Valentine cards and sold them to cover the printing costs, but they sadly didn't get delivered on time because her boyfriend, Cameron, just failed to drop them off at the post office. Emi had believed he took them to the post office, but eventually found out otherwise. Emi wasn't in a position where she can easily go do this herself, mainly because of how sick she had gotten over the past 2 years. Plus, she doesn't even have a driver's license or a proper car. Cam did, and he just failed to get this taken care of. That's it. That's why the Valentine's cards weren't delivered, which stressed the hell out of Emi constantly, especially after she found out they weren't even sent out because people in the server were asking about them. In fact, their situation got so bad that last year, in February, I actually flew out to their place to help them pack and finally drop off the cards, along with other things that Emi needed help with due to becoming so sick. Like, this was all taken care of and isn't an issue anymore. So why is this being brought up? Why didn't Ricardo properly research this before spreading this idea that Emi was purposely scamming her fans, when the context of the entire situation is not only public, but it was even shared in quote retweets? Like, for the sake of your own video, wouldn't it have objectively been better to show both sides of the situation, not just one? That way the viewers can look at everything and maybe come to their own conclusions, instead of the basic Emi scammed everyone, she's evil mentality. Like, I can sort of get the point you were trying to make here, but the thing is, Emi held herself accountable apologizing for the huge delay, and not only did the cards still get delivered, but everyone was still happy to receive them. You claim to have made this video as a means of holding Emi accountable, but you included a situation when, even when it wasn't her fault, she still took responsibility for it? What? Do you really want to hold her accountable, or are you just purposely trying to make her look bad? By the way, every time I keep asking questions like that, it's obviously rhetorical. I think we all know damn well why Ricardo chose to format his video like this. I'm also personally kind of disgusted that he not only used multiple pictures of server members being happy they got their cards, but a lot of these people are actually close friends of mine. And here he is trying to use their cute pictures against them to try accusing her of scamming them. Like, they were still happy they got their cards. So Ricardo including all of this helps no one. Also, Ricardo, if you're watching, people from the server saw your stupid video and even expressed being super uncomfortable with you featuring them like that. I get that you probably only see them as cult members or some shit, but these are real people, not your props to use against Emi. Once again, you are helping no one.
Even friends of hers get this, or supporting her financially, giving her close to $1,000, helping her pay for trips, meals, all of this.
Wait a minute. I recognize this screenshot too. Oh no, he did not get information from that source. Oh, I can't wait to talk about this later.
Here she is fear-baiting a fan that anonymously came forward to me about how she needs money because her power is about to be shut off. He sent her money numerous times through PayPal, and when her attempt at a $450 cash out didn't work, she simply tried to just get off with a 30.
Oh boy, another anonymous source. And I know exactly who this is too because, well, the Spanish screenshots kind of gave it away. This person was not a fan of Emi's. They were an old close friend of hers from years ago. He was also unhealthily obsessed with Emi and seriously needs to move on with his life. I'm not kidding, we cut ties with this guy back in 2018. That's almost 7 to 8 years ago. And this guy still has Emi on his mind and contacted Ricardo for his video. I was actually going to keep this person anonymous, but I later found out that they were posting about this stuff on their main. So here it is. AGM was a very active member way back in the early days of Emi's server, between 2017 to 2018. Notice how it only lasted a year. And I'm not kidding, he was pretty damn close with Emi. So, no, this isn't Emi just DMing some random fan fear-baiting them for money. This was Emi being vulnerable with someone she considered close with her. We even found similar screenshots to the PayPal transactions he had with Emi. So to paint this like this was Emi in some random fan's DMs when this was actually a super close friend of hers from years ago is super disingenuous. I hate to break it to you, Ricardo, but your anonymous sources keep lying to you, you gullible fuck. I'm not gonna go terribly into detail about how all of her friendships with AGM fell apart, but I will say that Emi had stopped being friends with this guy at one point because he sent her a huge message on Discord, talking about how thankful he was for their friendship on Thanksgiving Day, only to delete the message after and subtweeted her later, even calling her a bitch because she didn't respond to his message fast enough, even though it was Thanksgiving Day and she was obviously spending it with her family. There's a lot more to that mess, but it was mainly AGM just wanting more out of their friendship, and didn't really react well when Emi couldn't give him the time of day 24/7. Now, while Emi initially ended their friendship in 2018, she did try giving him another chance in 2020, but that friendship didn't last either. And throughout both their friendships, AGM would constantly offer help to Emi. Here's even a screenshot of him offering her financial help, only for her to say she didn't want to be a bother, but he insisted that helping her financially would never be a bother. And if you want another element of how actually close they were, he even made one of her family members into an ofrenda. And here are other messages of him talking about their friendship anniversary and how much he loved her. So this proves that he wasn't just some random fan that Emi was DMing, but it was a close friend of hers that at one point said helping her financially would never be a bother, only to run to Ricardo years later to try victimizing himself, making it seem like he was some unsuspecting fan, because he's still mad about how their friendship ended. Twice. Even a year after she cut ties with him in 2021, later in 2022 when a different drama was going on, which I sadly will be covering later, he was even still defending Emi at the time. They weren't even friends anymore. They quit being friends for the second time and he was still thinking about her a full year later. That just comes off as really unhealthy obsession. Seriously. I'm moving on, but for now, AGM, if you're somehow still watching this further into the video, you need to stop going around spreading weird gossip about your friendships from years ago, and just move on with your life. You're a grown-ass adult. Grow up!
This is not normal behavior. I don't care what way that you try to paint this, this is clear financial manipulation of her audience and makes her GoFundMes all that more sketchy.
Yes, the very GoFundMes where she has proof of every purchase she made with the money, and the one where she asked people to help her mom. So evil. Don't be a Ricardo, do proper research.
Remember though, money isn't all that matters to Emi. It's also power.
What?
Her Discord has been turned into a battleground, a dictatorship.
What the actual fuck are you talking about? You're just word vomiting at this point. I mean, sure, we get kinda heated when we play Mario Kart or Sonic Racing or especially Smash Brothers, but it's not that much of a battleground. And what the hell are you talking about when it comes to a dictatorship?
Where you must, as a fan of her, build up the social credit to be one of her favorites, and if you don't, you are simply treated as lesser.
This literally reads like you only got this information from petty ex-server members, who were probably upset that Emi didn't give them their full attention, or just didn't like Emi to begin with, despite paying to be in her server. And let me be clear, some of these issues is really because of Emi being a woman, with a lot of men having a lot of unhealthy and unfair expectations for them. It does pose the risk of people becoming entitled to Emi's constant attention over $1 a month. Plus, just being real here, they probably had crushes on Emi. That's all I'll say for now. Not every server member is going to be perfect. This is the case with every Discord server ever. Sadly, a few bad eggs have come and gone. The server has been around since December 2016, and these people were clearly airing out their frustrations to those like Ricardo who are making drama videos like this. As someone who has actively been in her server for years, she tries treating everyone with respect and kindness. Literally no one in her server is treated as some lesser person by her. Everyone's welcome, and like I said, it's a pretty chill place to hang out. A lot of members have been really open too about how the space has done so much for them. Or does that mean they're just now part of our cult? Do people think we have like cult meetings or some shit where we try to plan out our next action or whatever? I mean, some of you may have noticed that there hasn't really been a lot of cult-like activity from the server lately. Damn, we must be slacking. I'm a mod in our server. Does that mean I'm like a cult leader? How does that work? I've never been in a cult. I'm not really quite sure what they do. Like, if we're a cult, we fucking suck at being one, guys. So, if you guys have any suggestions on how we can be a better cult, then maybe leave some ideas in the comments for us. What the fuck? There's also just the plain logical view on all of this, which is simply Ricardo has never been in Emi's server, so he has absolutely no idea what's going on here or how it works. He's clearly just getting tunnel vision from super petty and insecure ex-members. It's honestly really embarrassing seeing him describe the place like this because it's so wildly inaccurate. He's spewing all of this so confidently like he's been in the server, when he hasn't. It's so weird. It also makes me wonder if any later joining members who have seen Ricardo's video have only tried joining just to spy on the server to report cult-like activity, only to quietly leave weeks later when they couldn't find shit. It's just a bunch of Sonic fans talking about video games, movies, and people making corny jokes every few minutes. Like, we're all a bunch of dorks. Sorry. I also hope that when those people left, maybe they had a realization that Ricardo had no fucking idea what he was talking about, and that's made even more evident by this comment.
Where you must, as a fan of her, build up the social credit to be one of her favorites, and if you don't, you are simply treated as lesser. A big part of this is being as hateful as she is.
What? Who the hell is telling you any of this? What are you talking about? I mean, I do have a list of usual suspects who were most likely reaching out to tell him all this bullshit, but I'll save that for later. Oh, and obviously AGM's on that list. But for real though, Ricardo, this was such a horrendously awful part of the video. Not like you've been striking hits so far, but the fact that you included all this information about a Discord server with a community that you have never interacted with, and have also never been part of, and have now passed on this really shitty narrative that we're some kind of stupid cult, which was originally being pushed by a bunch of petty ex-server members, it is completely irresponsible for you to include all this gossip in your clout-chasing drama video, which ended up being seen and shared with over 267,000 people. I know he already took the video down and apologized to Emi, but considering all the damage that the aftermath of this video has caused, honestly, he owes an apology to the fucking server too. Talking shit about Emi when you don't actually know her is one thing, but then labeling an entire community of people that you don't know as a cult? That is obscenely stupid. These are real people. You can't just do shit like that in a video like this. Not only is it irresponsible, but also insanely embarrassing on your part. Unbelievable.
Emi at her core does not like the community that she is a part of and profiting off of. More specifically, the larger influencers and creators that she shares the scene with.
Oh, this ought to be good.
It's been said that she had a whole entire hate campaign against Sam Procrastinate, where none of her audience would be able to say anything positive about the man or his content.
Well then. So this hate campaign that he's referencing mainly relates back to a thread of tweets that were made by an account called the Iblis Trigger, ran by another ex-server member by the way, showing tweets of me and a friend of mine, in style, posting tweets that were making fun of a guy who didn't seem to understand what was going on with Sam Procrastinates at the time, though I'll get back to the Sam thing in just a moment.
And I swear that this is not the purpose of me making this video, but shocker, she really doesn't like me.
Gee, I wonder why.
So when a cute little white girl pops onto the scene, something else that happened that she became the Sonic community's most eligible bachelorette.
You seem like such a nice guy. During this part, he also brings up getting banned at Revel 2023 again, and it's just as petty as he makes it sound.
Having her crew go to the staff of Sonic Revolution to have me removed from the event in 2023. And once when that happened and caused issues, she of course shifted all of the blame onto her friends. Sound familiar?
I already broke down what took place in the preface for this video, so I have nothing else to really add. TLDR, Emi didn't want him banned, the staff overcorrected and kicked him out over a misunderstanding, he posted a huge statement during the event to try causing a big drama shit show, Emi later posted her own thread explaining her side, and we all moved on. Plus, Emi has since shared screenshots proving her side of everything. But then Ricardo dives back into talking about the hate campaign allegations, which I have to state, aren't true.
And I'm sure there are many people on the internet right now who see content creators like Sam or Fidel or myself and they do not enjoy us, our personality, or our content. But you know what they do? They go about their business and do their own thing and enjoy what they enjoy. They do not create and encourage hate campaigns against us.
Wait, didn't he show these same tweets earlier? Hold on, these two are just the same tweet. I just have a different profile picture in both screenshots. How did he not notice these are duplicates? And if I could be honest, these tweets were not the smartest thing for me to post. We were just dunking on some random guy we didn't know just for the sake of making fun of Sam. I do want to apologize to this guy, Speedster Light, if he's watching. He shouldn't have been the main focus during the height of the whole Sam thing. That being said, this wasn't a harassment campaign and Emi had nothing to do with this. She didn't tell us to go tweet these things at the guy. We just found the tweets and we chose to be assholes. Just cause we're friends with Emi doesn't mean we're incapable of acting on our own behalf. That doesn't make makes sense. But for those who may be missing the context, on August 31st, 2024, The Sonic Show posted a video accusing Sam of platforming and being friends with a known pedophile in the community, who was known as Shani. I actually had a few run-ins with Shani when he was part of Emi's server back in 2017 or so. And before people panic, he wasn't super active and he rarely joined calls. He also left the server after only being there for a few months and he never came back, thankfully. And on the rare occasion he did join a call, I remember him somehow having a lot of behind-the-scenes knowledge on Sega projects that weren't even announced at the time. It always perplexed me how he knew about all this stuff until a few years later when I learned about his connections with Sam and the company. Shani and I never really grew that close and I thankfully fell out of touch with him a few years ago. I was 19 when we first spoke to each other, so I guess his interest in me just didn't get very far, especially considering I was over a decade past his preferred age range. But getting back on topic, The Sonic Show called out Sam, and he did end up making a very lengthy response video where he denounced a lot of Sonic Show's claims, and made it clear that he was no longer connected with Shani, and even went as far to donate a good portion of money to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which was a really good thing that he did, no harm there. And I don't feel great going after Sam. I know a lot of people in the community really like him. I've never personally watched his content. We do share a birthday though, so that's pretty neat. But he cleared up the accusations, cut ties with that pedo, and donated to a good cause. There wasn't a hate campaign, don't get any of that twisted. And while I'm done talking about this specific topic, I do plan on bringing up Sam a little later. But for now, this hate campaign claim is really stupid, and it only stems from an ex-server member posting mine and InStyle's tweets, with Ricardo and others jumping to conclusions without any other proof. Like, you couldn't find anyone else that was hating on Sam? There was probably plenty of them when the accusations were new. Or did he just center on mine and InStyle's tweets because he knows we have connections with Emi? Are you starting to see how manipulative this narrative is? Like, if this was a hate campaign, it wasn't a very good one, let's be real. The next topic Ricardo talks about is a pretty major one, and he was sadly very disingenuous about this one as well. And I'd argue this one doesn't just affect Emi either. These were the accusations regarding a document that was put out by a girl named Evelyn, talking about her own story with grooming from her ex-husband, who is the now disgraced former member of Hyper Potions, Kevin. Her document revealed a lot of really gross behaviors and text messages that Kevin had sent her while she was still a minor, along with highlighting some other creepy aspects from their relationship and marriage, like their age gap and some other pretty awful things. I will provide a link to her document in the description if you guys want to go read it for yourselves. However, what exactly does Evelyn's grooming situation have to do with Emi at all? Well, Ricardo does a brief rundown of Evelyn's document, but he mainly focuses on explaining who Kevin was and his overall connection with Emi during this.
Emi was at least somewhat aware of the issues that Evelyn and Kevin were having, even being the person to tell Evelyn to speak out. But when Evelyn would eventually resign from working on Sonic and Tails R, she would go on to be replaced by Kevin, her groomer, her abuser, the worst thing that really ever happened to her, all hidden under his Push Pause moniker. When Evelyn eventually spoke out, Emi would too, claiming she didn't know the extensive history behind their relationship.
So here's the thing, I'm one of Emi's closest best friends, and I'll still go out of my way to defend her, but even I'll admit, this initial statement was pretty bad. It was clearly rushed out and not thought through very well, and Emi was also dealing with a lot of stress from other events, which we will get to later, just you wait. So this statement was just not the best way to address these claims, especially without evidence. If only Emi included a more thorough, updated response document providing a better in-depth explanation on things, along with screenshots and proof of several other things from her point of view, and then maybe attach this updated document to her initial statement a few weeks later. If only she did that. Oh wait, she did! And this updated document is still up and available for everyone to go look at and read. Why didn't Ricardo include this in the video? It's literally attached to the same tweet! I mean, that's just shit journalism. If you're gonna talk about this serious topic, then why aren't you showing everything from both sides? All you had to do was scroll down, you fucking dipshit! So we're gonna do what Ricardo couldn't do in his video and actually read this thing. The main accusation related to Emi is that she knowingly hired a pedophile to work on music for her channel. However, when you go through Emi's version of the events, it becomes pretty clear that Emi didn't know that Kevin had groomed Evelyn, and she has several screenshots backing this up, which were never shown or addressed in Ricardo's video. Instead, he decided to make this disgusting comment.
Emi deflects when Evelyn said that she needed to stick up for herself in relation to Kevin going back home to Pennsylvania and Evelyn staying in LA. But even if you didn't have the gritty details of their marriage and why it was ending. You're telling me that you didn't know anything that Kevin had done? When you were talking with Evelyn, that a simple discussion of life, two friends confiding in each other, no red flags were raised about Kevin or his character.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Emi's just now expected to have some kind of sixth sense to know when her friends are being abused? That's not how grooming or abuse works, and perpetuating this idea is actually fucking disgusting. Like, instead of focusing on and shaming the actual groomer, we're just gonna shame the victim's friends for not catching on to it? Is no one else disgusted by that comment? Grooming isn't always obvious to the victims. Grooming in nature is manipulative and hidden. That's what grooming is. So if the victim couldn't tell, how the fuck were her friends supposed to tell? Not to mention, several key figures who were close with Evelyn and Kevin at the time of their relationship, which included multiple Sega employees, and even the other half of Hyper Potions, Ian, all had zero clue what was going on. Not everyone is a goddamn mind reader. That's so horrendously unrealistic. Multiple people were lied to. And again, Emi literally detailed this in her own updated document, which, shocker, Ricardo conveniently left out his video. Like, sure, her initial response document was far from perfect, but not acknowledging her more detailed document going over everything is horribly irresponsible on Ricardo's part. All he had to do was just scroll down. Ricardo, I'm legitimately shocked that you fumbled this. How incompetent are you? Anyways, looking over Emi's response document, she goes over her own personal experience with Evelyn and Kevin. When Emi and Evelyn were friends, at one point she invited Evelyn over to her apartment for a sleepover. While they were hanging out, Emi received a message from a friend, making her aware of a blog that was posted about Kevin and Evelyn's relationship, pretty much calling it out as inappropriate. Emi obviously told Evelyn about it since they were hanging out together in person, and Evelyn, while in tears, apparently denied everything to Emi. There's even a message of Emi responding to that friend, where she says that she was with Evelyn and that she had told her that the whole thing was bullshit. Evelyn also told her that the person behind the blog was a music competitor of Hyper Potions, and since they were best friends, Emi believed her. She even includes screenshots of her other messages with that friend who sent her that blog, as well as a screenshot of the blog getting removed, to which they all celebrated its removal, as well as this friend offering to help write a statement to absolve Kevin. Interesting. That didn't age well. Plus, something not included in the document that Emi found were these old screenshots of her and Evelyn talking about the blog that talked about Kevin and Evelyn's relationship. The same blog that Evelyn told Emi was bullshit. Here's her telling Emi that the blog had traumatized her, with Emi even pointing out the one that exploited you and Kevin, showing that this was probably something that Evelyn told her personally, with Evelyn saying the blog was not true and traumatized her, which is consistent with Emi's document and her feelings towards everything at the time. Emi also brings attention to the fact that Evelyn admitted herself in her own story that she would lie to her friends to protect Kevin, to prove even more so that Evelyn wasn't being honest with Emi about their relationship. And I actually do understand why she did that. It's pretty common for victims of grooming to protect their abusers, so I don't blame Evelyn for this at all. And I also don't blame Emi for choosing to believe her best friend, who was initially in tears begging to be believed. Oh yeah, in Evelyn's document, she for some reason words it like they had a conversation in October about Kevin grooming her, but according to Emi's side, the conversation they had in that October was completely different. Emi also points out that there were other people there who can attest to this. This was when Kevin and Evelyn were still married and were having relationship problems, mainly revolving around a conflict where Kevin wanted to move back to his hometown because of financial difficulties, while Evelyn herself wanted to stay in Burbank. Apparently, Evelyn tried convincing herself that she was fine, and Emi would provide a safe space for her to open up about how she felt. Emi told her that she deserved to stand up for herself, and the things she cared about in the relationship, which Evelyn vaguely described without the full context in her document. Evelyn would also vent about marriage problems due to constant fighting, and Kevin becoming depressed and considering quitting music, which really upset Evelyn because music was how these two connected. Supposedly, Evelyn even went out of her way to plead to Emi and the others in the room that this wasn't abuse, and that she was worried about Emi and their mutuals cutting off Kevin because of how she was opening up about her feelings. This conversation wound up being the catalyst that ultimately led to Kevin and Evelyn getting a divorce. Emi shows a screenshot of her following up with Evelyn after their talk, as well as one from her boyfriend, Cameron, sharing his experience with the conversation, and it matches up pretty well with Emi's version. The dates even line up on the screenshots too. There's something else I want to point out too. Their friendship ended in summer 2021, which means that it would have had to been October 2020, which lines up with the screenshots that Emi provided. But what really doesn't make any sense to me is that this document implied that Evelyn had told Emi that Kevin had abused her in October, only for Evelyn to not only be perfectly okay with Emi collaborating collaborating with Hyper Potions on this Pokemon song back in April 2021, about half a year later, and she even congratulated her on the release, and they were perfectly fine. Evelyn would even invite Emi to her place for tea time and a tarot a week later, along with hanging out and still working together months after. And here's more screenshots of them not only still interacting, but are very clearly still extremely close. After Kevin and Evelyn split up, Emi introduced Evelyn to a friend of hers, wanting to help expand Evelyn's support system, and she would soon move into the same complex as his friend, albeit in different apartments. They would all become a big friend group and hung out pretty regularly. Evelyn would also apparently date one of these friends after Kevin left town, but the relationship wouldn't last due to Evelyn having trouble grieving with the divorce. After that relationship ended, these other friends would start having conversations whenever Evelyn wasn't around to discuss her life problems, including their opinions on her love life. And Emi points out that these conversations would specifically begin after Evelyn went to bed. At one point during these private talks, one person in the friend group would start asserting that Evelyn needed to understand that she was clearly groomed. However, for some reason this friend would also frame Kevin in a weirdly sympathetic tone, and they would supposedly say things like, "Kevin likely didn't know what he was doing. He has likely already grown from this. Kevin doesn't seem like a bad person. I'm just saying, factually speaking, did this happen? Yes. Is Kevin a groomer? No." And they would continue saying more weird comments like this. Emi, at the time, found these conversations to be really disturbing. This friend also apparently told Emi and her partner that Evelyn has denied their grooming claims to them, and explained otherwise to these friends several times. Emi found these conversations to be really speculative and inappropriate since they were speaking about a relationship that they weren't always present for, especially when they had only known Evelyn for a short while. Because this group continued to disregard Evelyn's feelings on the topic several times, Emi became pretty upset by this, because she had witnessed Evelyn crying over that blog that tried speaking about her experiences. Emi points out how hurt and afraid the blog made Evelyn feel, and this friend group openly admitted that they were trying to make it a mission of theirs to change her perception on it. They felt that Evelyn just needed to acknowledge this so that she has the power to heal, which retrospectively makes sense, but at the time, Emi and even Evelyn were very much not buying it. According to Emi, Evelyn would even vent to her about how these other friends think they know her situation when they didn't. And Emi took Evelyn's side because, again, they were best friends. But months after this, Emi would get informed by that friend group that they finally got Evelyn to believe what Kevin did was grooming, through pounding it into her head, as they apparently worded it. Okay, you guys watching can take all of this information with a grain of salt, but if the way that Emi is describing the situation turns out to be true, I'm really not sure how to feel about this friend group doing this to Evelyn. I personally feel that victims should be the one to dictate how they feel about their experiences, and not essentially be forced to believe a certain reality almost by force. Emi even says that the friend group doing this seemed alarming, considering this as a way of conditioning Evelyn to believe these things. And just a reminder, this was a few years before Emi and the rest of the community became aware that Kevin was grooming Evelyn. But getting back to the document, Emi says that while she and Evelyn were swimming one day, Evelyn would concede with her that their friend group had managed to change her mind about Kevin, and felt that she could finally heal from this. Emi was extremely confused by this, but was too afraid to confront or ask her any questions about the situation, not wanting to overstep a boundary with Evelyn, so overcorrecting. But she was still generally confused about what exactly changed about the story Evelyn initially told her, since she apparently didn't reveal anything new about their conversation at the pool. Remember, Evelyn admitted that she would lie about what actually happened with her and Kevin to her friends, so Emi didn't really know what was happening, but still felt happy for Evelyn saying she can grow from her relationship problems. And because those friends were speaking so sympathetically about Kevin, and also told Emi that none of this made Kevin a horrible person, she was essentially of the belief that Evelyn's perspective had only changed because of these friends changing her mind, and that Kevin didn't groom anybody. And since no one seemed to be actively persecuting Kevin, then it ultimately didn't matter at the end of the day, as long as it didn't appear that Kevin was being falsely accused of something, so Emi was just happy that Evelyn was able to move on. Emi does acknowledge that her being completely in the dark about the situation was her fault, and that if she was aware of everything, she would not have hired someone like this on her projects. She didn't speak up or ask questions because she thought she was doing the right thing at the time. Emi then talks about how Evelyn had quit Sonic and Tails R, mentioning how she wasn't aware of why she was really quitting, only being told by Evelyn that she was just overwhelmed. Emi later figured that Evelyn had stepped down for being more occupied working on other personal projects at the time, which Evelyn later told another member of the R team. Emi was also worried that Evelyn had actually quit because of some drama that was going on with her and the friend group over a situation with her partner, Cameron, but Evelyn just didn't explain to Emi why she decided to quit. Emi would even go confront these friends about an hour after she spoke with Evelyn. But after all this, she contacted Trey Nobles to take over as lead composer, while also asking around for other friends to help fill in for a few episodes, which led to her hiring Kevin for episode 8. Remember, Emi was still not aware of the full situation when she decided to hire Kevin, which is why she later contacted Evelyn to let her know that Kevin and a few others were filling in for R, so she had nothing to worry about. Emi restates that if she was fully aware of what happened, she would not have willingly told Evelyn she hired Kevin, let alone hire him, period. She then shows 2 screenshots, one of Evelyn saying she was quitting, which led to a 12-minute voice call to discuss this more, though according to Emi, Evelyn still didn't fully disclose why she was quitting the show. Below is the DM of Emi letting Evelyn know that other composers, including Kevin, were filling in for her on R. Emi then shows a screenshot of Evelyn contacting Dorian, the other lead on the show, letting him know that she was mainly stepping down due to her incredibly busy schedule with other projects. Emi later says that after this, she just went back to living her life like normal, completely unaware that she had hurt Evelyn like this. Evelyn would then begin dropping out of other projects she had with Emi, opting to tell other people on the projects that she was stepping down, rather than telling Emi herself. She had essentially begun ghosting Emi. Months would go on with Evelyn never speaking to or responding to Emi, which broke Emi's heart and had her crying a lot, mainly worrying about their friendship during these extended periods of silence, along with the anxiety of worrying that she had done something wrong. Emi considered Evelyn her best friend at this time, and was initially worried that this silence came from what happened with the friend group recently, where they tried breaching really sensitive boundaries in terms of Emi's relationship, and even her own personal trauma and abuse. She had asked them for an apology to not overstep her boundaries again, only to be met with silence from this friend group as well. Emi then makes an important clarification about other allegations that were being thrown at her from a different source at the time, where she said this friend group in particular, not including Evelyn, was a source of venting for her to close friends at the time, who later falsely accused her of hate-watching creators she didn't like. Emi says that she was pretty upset to see her personal venting about an ex-friend group was getting twisted into something really negative a few years ago, being early 2023. Emi also points out the hypocrisy about how this friend would vent to her about every known Sonic person in the community, and she respected their privacy to not leak any of this out. She says this friend most likely only did this to cause more drama and chaos in the online space, igniting more conflict being sent her way. She states that she wants to keep her personal life private, and doesn't see any benefit from airing out old beef like this, since it ultimately helps none of the parties involved. She continues reiterating these feelings, and her still being hurt about the friend group breaching her privacy and personal trauma without apologizing. Emi then goes back to discussing about how a few months after Evelyn quit, she had told Trey that she was hurt that Emi hired Kevin on R, showing a series of screenshots leading up to Trey telling her that Evelyn had quit because she hired Kevin. Emi explains again that she still did not have the full context of what happened between both of them, and was still of the sense that Kevin didn't groom her, based on how the friend group had worded their thoughts on Kevin's actions a few months back. Emi brings up that she's sadly been a victim of grooming and not realizing it when it was happening, with her own parents at one point needing to step in when she was younger to stop her from getting groomed, which she wouldn't learn the full extent of until a few years later. Emi says at this point, the friendship was not in a very good position and it was too late to ask questions about Kevin. Plus, Evelyn was apparently supporting that friend group breaching Emi's boundaries, so their relationship was just not in a very good place at that point. Emi then sent a pretty lengthy apology to Evelyn, hoping to patch things up and provide closure. And I'm guessing this was the last real time Emi tried contacting Evelyn at that point, because the next paragraph talks about when Evelyn dropped her document. Emi says she took the time to read the whole thing when it released, and was sick to her stomach learning about everything much like everyone else was. Again, leaving her in tears to learn what Kevin had actually done to her old best friend. Emi even confronted Kevin over the situation in DMs, she provides a screenshot, which quickly led to her hopping in a call with him to essentially chew him out. Emi would also learn that because of this section of Evelyn's document, she was getting a lot of hate thrown her way, but that wasn't her biggest concern yet. Emi wanted to reach out and properly apologize to Evelyn for not knowing the full extent of everything, but considering she had been ignoring all of Emi's Discord DMs for a few years at this point, she decided to send her an email, apologizing for hiring Kevin without the knowledge of him grooming her. sadly, Evelyn would never respond to this email. Also, I want to address this comment that Ricardo makes in his video real quick.
And ends it off by saying that she hopes that Kevin can get the help that he needs. Help he needs? He groomed a 15-year-old and then went on to abuse, manipulate, and sexually assault her in their marriage. Why would you wish him well? Wish him to hell.
While it does sound damaging, when you actually read her statement, she was not wishing Kevin well. She said that she hopes that he gets help, which I'm sure some people are gonna argue, well, that's the same thing, she just worded it differently. But saying you hope that someone gets the help they clearly need so they don't hurt anyone else is not the same as wishing someone well. You are trying to center the perpetrator's feelings over the clear and obvious impact he's made on someone when they were a teenager. Untreated and unaddressed behavior only leads to more situations like this. That's what she meant by she hopes he gets help. So it's again really manipulative and gross that Ricardo tried to imply that she was wishing him well, which has led to even worse allegations being sent Emi's way, which I am sure Ricardo knew was gonna happen. But anyways, Emi explains that when looking back, it made sense why Evelyn told a different story about her relationship, saying she was worried about getting cancelled for being with Kevin, and was seemingly dishonest with everyone to protect that from ever happening. Not to mention, she was also likely protecting Kevin out of love since they were together for a few years. While Emi can understand this, but does again state that it was her fault for not asking questions when this happened. And honestly, that's how I personally view this whole situation. Lack of communication, which led to some pretty horrible misunderstandings, not just between Emi and Evelyn, but even that friend group for leaving Emi in the dark about all this too. Emi then shows a Twitter DM of her initial reaction to reading Evelyn's document, and more damningly, she shows a DM of Evelyn admitting miscommunication was a huge factor to what happened here. Like, she straight up says it right here. So, this was just a huge mess that got blown out of proportion. I do have a small theory about this particular section in Evelyn's document, but I'll save that for now. Emi ends her updated response by wishing Evelyn well, and hoping that she's in a better space. Says that what happened was wrong and her heart broke upon learning the full extent of Kevin's actions. She wishes she could have improved her communication with Evelyn during all this, but says that all they could really do now is move on, and take these lessons to apply them in the future. Emi closes this by saying to leave her out of Evelyn's situation since it really shouldn't be about her, since she was mostly a bystander in this situation, being friends with both parties and getting confusing information from both Evelyn and Kevin themselves, and she thanks everyone for reading. Sorry if this part of the video seemed a bit slow, but considering no one has really tried to look at Emi's updated response document to this situation, I wanted to give it a proper look. And also so I could blatantly point out, going back to the main topic of this video, why the hell did Ricardo leave all of this out? You can't just omit information like this. Regardless how much you hate Emi or not, it's robbing the viewers of really easy information that Ricardo had access to and just didn't bother looking it up. It's also insanely gross, dishonest, and manipulative as hell to use someone else's grooming situation as a weapon to make Emi look bad. This is why learning both sides is important, so you don't fuck up this badly. And Emi provided a good amount of proof for her side too. Shame on you, Ricardo. Shame. All you had to do was scroll down. Unbelievable. And to close out this section, here's another testimony from Emi.
I want to make it clear that I am not claiming to be perfect when it came to this situation. I could have communicated better, and I wish I had. In all honesty, things were really messy for everyone in that friend group. All of us had our own personal problems going on all at once, and it made our communication really weak. Around this time, I actually stayed at their apartment because my anxiety levels were unlivable, with my eating disorder starting to actually really take major effect. They took me in and helped me try getting me back into a more manageable state. Meanwhile, Evelyn had her own demons that she was dealing with. I don't want to obviously go into what the rest of the friend group was dealing with, out of respect for their privacy, but overall, things were really messy. When Evelyn told me nothing inappropriate happened, I believed her, because she was my best friend. She cried telling me the stuff wasn't true. I loved her a lot. I also think I was blind to the signs of it, because I was groomed as a teenager twice. I knew it had happened at 12, however, it actually wasn't until 2023 when I finally realized and came to terms with it happening a second time when I was 17. I was talking to a 24-year-old man who I told my parents about, and they actually contacted him and threatened to get the police involved if he continued talking to me. I was honestly pretty upset about it for years, because the dude obviously fled and I never heard from him again. In 2023, it finally hit me that my parents did the right thing by doing that. I thought I was mature enough to talk to the guy because that's how he made me feel. And when things changed with the friend group changing her perspective, I genuinely still believed what she had told me before because I remember her crying over how others didn't believe her. I'm honestly thankful that our friend group saw what me and Evelyn couldn't. I just wish that I hadn't been scared to approach her about it. And I wish that I could have known about all of this. I did fuck up by not communicating, but I also was adamant on believing my friend who had told me multiple times that none of this was true. She was even complaining about the friend group trying to get her to change her mind on it. But that does not mean I knowingly hired a groomer. I did not know. Still, I want to be transparent, and since that experience, my perspective has grown and I know the signs now to look out for. And for the record, Pushpause was not some form of alias I created to hide Kevin being on the project. If I wanted to hide Kevin being on the project from Evelyn, I wouldn't have directly told her myself that he was helping. Pushpause was a name Kevin wanted to go under to form a new brand to release lo-fi music independently from Hyper Potions. And also for the record, my original statement doesn't deny that Kevin was ever brought onto R. That would be blatantly untrue and a very stupid thing to lie about. My statement was pointing out that Kevin was not Evelyn's replacement, which he wasn't. Trey was. I called him near immediately and hired him as Evelyn's replacement as staff composer. Evelyn's document heavily implies the idea that Kevin took over Evelyn's position for R, which is not true. Kevin only filled in for a few songs I struggled to fill along with several other musicians from episode 7 to episode 10, and during it I was devastated because I wanted Evelyn on it more than anything. Regardless, I still understand that that move still hurt her, and I would not have made that choice if I knew genuinely the full story of what was going on. Still, I understand that whether he was the sole replacement or just somebody who filled in on a couple songs, it hurt Evelyn, and I acknowledge that. And I'm very sorry for that. I genuinely did not intend on doing that, and if I knew the full picture of everything, I would not have made that decision.
And what makes this even more sad is that this is not the only example of Emi being negligent in protecting the abusers and predators that are in her life that she gives jobs and associates with.
Oh no, you're not.
Sonic and Tails R is often hailed as Emi Jones' project.
You're really not.
But if you look at the credits, she is the executive producer, the voice of Tails, and the co-voice director. Now, why is she the co-voice director? Because there's someone else that's involved with the project far more than she is.
Don't say Dorian. Don't say Dorian.
His name is Dorian Nelson.
Oh my god, you fucking idiots. I'm so annoyed that I have to talk about this situation again. To try summarizing a TLDR, because I just want to assume everyone watching is also just as tired as I am that this keeps getting brought up. At Sonic and Sega Fan Jam 2017, an artist named Ceci, who goes by TheChaosSpirit, stayed the night in the same hotel with Dorian Nelson, another artist in the Sonic community and the co-creator of Sonic and Tails R. Both parties give conflicting reports of what happened, but according to Dorian, Ceci was very flirtatious with him in front of a lot of other friends while they were hanging out, something that others in the community have also said to have witnessed. While at the convention, they ended up cuddling in the same bed that night, though according to Ceci, she woke up to Dorian spooning her, and then she left the hotel room where she allegedly went around telling people that Dorian had assaulted her. This led to a lot of misunderstandings and horrible conflicts to occur over the years, culminating in Ceci supposedly threatening the Sonic and Sega Fan Jam staff in 2022, where she said if Dorian wasn't banned from the event, she was going to out him and throw the rest of the staff under the bus, just for allowing him to go. Eventually, Dorian posted a several-page statement with screenshots where he explains the 2017 Fan Jam situation from his point of view, even showing that he and Ceci had patched things up in both 2017, look at the date, and for reference that year's Fan Jam was in November, and in 2019. But Ceci still turned on Dorian shortly after. He even showed a few other messages where Ceci acknowledged what happened between them was a misunderstanding, and even one where she tried to downplay what she was doing by pointing out that he already apologized for it and tried to move past it. Also, quick note, Dorian's statement is still up and I'll be linking it in the description, but it seems that none of the link screenshots appear to work anymore, but I did archive all of them and will be providing an extra link to a Google Drive folder containing them, numbered in the same order they were laid out in the statement. Dorian even said in his document that he had gathered as much proof as he could to prove his own version of events, and even said at the end of it that he would likely be looking into any legal action he could take on Ceci. This led to a decent portion of the fanbase calling out Ceci, which led to her and her husband, Mr. Pasquale, weaponizing past stuff about Dorian and even throwing Emi into the scenario at one point. Soon after, Emi would post a twit longer explaining her whole stance on the situation, where she also revealed that at one point, Ceci had slipped an ibuprofen into her drink without asking, which caused Emi to develop OCD and an eating disorder for not being able to trust others around her food and drinks, which still drastically affects her health to this day. Emi revealed all this trying to explain why her health was in a bad state, and why Dorian not going to Fan Jam 2022 would negatively affect her. But she mainly wanted to provide context because Cess was publicly posting about how Emi was upset about her health, and that Ceci was claiming she would have willingly helped her, which made Emi uncomfortable considering the whole ibuprofen situation. Obviously, fans learning this info led to people calling out Ceci because this was a really bad thing to do to anyone. You don't give someone something like ibuprofen without their knowledge. Like, it could have negatively affected Emi's health. And if you don't want to take my word for this, then here's a word from a different YouTuber who's actually a licensed doctor, Dr. Mike.
Don't give people medicines that they're not ready for. Aspirin especially, it has all sorts of interactions with other medications. Some people are sensitive to aspirin. Like if I take an aspirin tablet, my nose bleeds because it actually impairs platelet function. If God forbid they have a procedure coming up, that would be detrimental. Children, if you give them aspirin, they can develop Rye syndrome. Please don't just dose people with aspirin just because you do the same thing with your dog.
So yeah, Ceci fucked up, tried using Emi's health as some kind of crutch, and Emi decided to air out all this information, which just made everything more tense. A few months went by, and most people seem to have moved on from the situation, until February 2023, when Ceci posted her infamous 93-page document that caused a huge shitstorm in the community, which led to frequent harassment sent to Emi, which hasn't gone away for 3 years. This situation got so bad that some of you subscribed to my channel may remember this, but I made an over 2-hour-long video going over Dorian's document, the Twitter posts, Twitlongers, sat down and read Ceci's original 93-page document, because let's be real, most of the community didn't actually do that. I also looked at a more detailed response document that Emi had posted which no one was reading, and it was just a huge project that was really stressful to put together, and I'm so irritated that I have to make a second video like this to clear up all this information again. However, that video is no longer on my channel because about 2 months after I posted it, Ceci and Emi talked things out privately, and decided to post joint documents on the same day where information was getting cleared up, and explained that both of them had talked things out in private. I was made aware of all this behind the scenes, and took my video down the same day they posted their statements, along with posting my own statement explaining that my video had served its purpose, and didn't really need to be up anymore. Ceci had also approved my statement before I posted it too. But since this is the internet, someone did re-upload my video not too long after I took it down. I haven't spoken about or promoted the video ever since, but considering Ricardo screwed up this situation so much, I have no choice but to mention it again. So if Ceci is watching, I'm really sorry I have to discuss this topic again, but people are still running around with false information to this day, a lot of which came from your original 93-page document to begin with. Like, this shit needs to be cleared up. It is actively still ruining Emi and Dorian's lives. Like, I almost don't want to play any more clips from Ricardo's video talking about the Ceci drama because he did such a horrible job at covering it. And is it just me, or does this feel very manipulative in its editing by including all sorts of footage of Emi and Dorian, to then cut to stock videos of a bed when talking about the night that things happened? Like, to someone not paying attention, it almost makes it feel like we have footage of the bed where it all happened, but it's just some random ass stock footage of a bed in a hotel room. It doesn't belong to anyone. Also, remember those new documents I mentioned? Yeah, he doesn't show either of them. Instead, he continued to keep villainizing Emi over this whole situation from now 3 years ago, while only faintly mentioning that Emi and Ceci talked things out.
Until months later when Cec was able to publish her own doc, which the edited version of that doc will be linked below. That version was ultimately created after Emi and her decided to make peace due to the harassment both parties were receiving.
Oh, really? They did? Why don't you show that? Is it because Ceci literally shut down multiple claims about Emi from her original document that you wouldn't be able to use against her anymore? It's kind of weird that a hit piece made about Emi features an old drama where both parties publicly stated they talked things out and asked everyone to allow both of them to move on in peace. Once again, this is really irresponsible for you to do, Ricardo. Like, you acknowledged that they talked it out, which means you are well aware that you are spreading harmful misinformation. It's not just horribly manipulative to the viewers, but just outright terrible journalism. If you're gonna talk about a subject and make it clear that you're well aware of information that contradicts your own claims, then at that point, you were simply begging for that lawsuit to hit your door.
But if you're curious about the contents of the original doc, I'm sure there are links floating around out there somewhere, and it's also been reported on numerous times in different YouTube videos and forums.
Why are you encouraging people to look up the outdated original version of the document when Ceci herself went edit this stuff out because she said the initial information wasn't accurate and caused damage to Emi? She literally explained this in her truce document, which Ricardo didn't bother showing. What the hell are you doing? You know what makes this worse? When this video initially went up and was making rounds, Ceci apparently set her Twitter to private, and even made a tweet asking to not be involved with the current drama going on from the video. The victim you are claiming to speak up for was asking to not be involved, and was very clearly stressed out over this old situation being brought up again. Who are you helping? So not only did it seem like Ceci was upset by this video's existence, but so was Dorian. In fact, on the original upload, Dorian actually left a pretty lengthy comment calling Ricardo out because he pretty blatantly called him a sexual predator at the very start of the segment. It even led to a brief back and forth between Ricardo and Dorian, and I honestly just feel really awful for Dorian. This whole situation is nearly 9 years old and it's still being brought up like this. Literally, both parties have said they're unhappy with this video's existence. It helps no one, and the fact that he just intros the segment like this.
And what makes this even more sad is that this is not the only example of Emi being negligent in protecting the abusers and predators that are in her life that she gives jobs and associates with.
You can't do that. You can't just blatantly imply someone is a sexual predator like that. And especially not in a public YouTube video like this. Also, there's a pretty clear difference between Kevin and Dorian in that there is clear-cut evidence and screenshots of Kevin being a creep towards Evelyn during their relationship. Meanwhile, there's practically nothing on Dorian being what you were insinuating he was to Ceci. In fact, I would argue there's far more evidence against that narrative. Like, there is so much information that you keep leaving out for the sake of your video, it's really fucking embarrassing and frustrating as hell! Not to mention, Ceci has publicly cleared all this up multiple times, and people still don't pay attention to it. Her February document, which was edited down from 93 to 58 pages, even had 2 other instances where she said Dorian was not a predator. Plus, in her later released truth statement she put out alongside Emi, she restated again that Dorian is not a sexual predator. I wonder why Ricardo left these parts out. Also, maybe not the best idea to casually refer to someone as a goddamn predator, because that now leaves it open for Dorian to sue Ricardo if he wanted to. This is why I keep saying you gotta be careful and commit proper research when making videos like this. Do you really want to deal with 2 potential lawsuits, Ricardo? Ignoring Ricardo for a minute, which trust me, I want to go back to doing on a daily basis again. Regardless if you guys believe Ceci or Dorian, only those 2 know what happened back in 2017, and at this point, their whole situation just needs to be handled legally in court. Sound familiar? I also just feel really uncomfortable looking back at this whole situation again, mainly because some newer details about everything have actually emerged shortly after Ricardo's video went up, and I'm gonna address all of it now. If you pause to read Dorian's comment from earlier, you may have noticed that he mentioned something interesting about Ceci's call with the FanJam staff in 2022, saying that it was apparently recorded. That's actually kind of a big deal because during all of that drama, both sides were claiming things pertaining to what was being said in that call between Cec and the FanJam staff, and obviously neither party shared evidence to back it up. Hell, this call ultimately led to everything playing out the way it did. Why wasn't this recording ever released? Dorian and Emi apparently quoted the call often in their statements, so if all of these quotes were captured in the recording, this would have made for some pretty damning proof that Emi and Dorian were telling the truth. So what happened? Well, shortly after Ricardo's video came out, a bunch of screenshots randomly appeared on Twitter by an anonymous account. It was shared in the Sonic the Hedgehog Twitter group and stated, "I wasn't supposed to see these screenshots, but they were shared by someone who got careless." They posted several screenshots, which seemed to have been shared around privately and eventually wound up in the hands of someone who wanted to stir some shit up. I saw a few replies that were trying to claim that the information he shared didn't mean anything, but when you actually look at the screenshots, well... The screenshots first take place before Dorian posted a statement in November 2022. October 19th. Matt Menheimer mentions that Dorian decided to step down from FanJam 2022 out of his own volition, and the same day this was decided, another member in the group, Kenny, shared a tweet that Cec had posted that day. The next screenshot, now October 21st, shows Kenny saying that she and Sam Procrastinates were looking up Ceci's tweets mentioning Dorian, and found 2 of her positively interacting with him back in 2019, deciding to archive them in the chat in case Ceci went public saying she wanted nothing to do with Dorian. Ceci in her Twitlonger response did go on the lie and say that in May 2019, she pulled away completely and did not communicate with Dorian at all, despite the fact that Dorian literally showed in his original document, which was posted before Ceci's Twitlonger, which had screenshots of her reaching out to him in June 2019, 1 month after she decided to completely pull away from him. And the conversation even ended with them being friends again. And as Kenny showed here, they were still friends in November 2019, just a few months later. It's kind of weird how Emi Emi got called out for saying she pulled away from Saberspark, and that in turn means she's completely lying. But when Ceci very clearly did the exact same thing, that isn't being questioned. That makes perfect sense. Then Emi asks Sam and Kenny what exactly Ceci told them about Dorian, to which Sam relays. Ceci said they were up at 4 AM setting up for Fan Jam and that they were going to stay in the same staff room, which only had 2 beds with 6 people staying in. Cec didn't like that there wasn't enough room, so she decided to go stay with Dorian because he was the only one she knew in the group at the time. They apparently shared an air mattress, and around 6:20 AM, she woke up to him spooning and grabbing her. She tried shaking him off, which led to him kissing her and saying, "I like you," and then she waited for him to fall asleep, to which she left and went to an ex-friend to, quote, cry about it to his mom. Emi responds by saying that Trey Nobles had confirmed that Ceci was going into her Discord server, and was openly telling people that Dorian had molested her, with Trey being present in the call when he heard this. Emi points out that Ceci has changed her story about what happened several times. During this, Emi posts a DM she got from Ceci, asking to see how everything was, along with asking if there was any tension between them, and that she liked to talk about it. Sam points out how Ceci had waited 2 days to address this, and advises Emi to just be honest with her. He points out how Ceci should have gone to Emi directly if she had a problem with Dorian, and that at the end of the day, they thought both parties agreed that this was just a misunderstanding and they all moved on, which Cec herself said in 2019. Emi says that Sam is right about taking the honest approach with Cec, but also says she's a bit anxious about approaching her. Sam says that she has every right to feel those feelings, but also points out how revealing specific details will show her that the staff spoke to Emi. Emi worries that no matter how you approach Ceci, it would progress into something bigger, saying Ceci didn't respond well to people telling her that she fucked up. Kinda eerie foreshadowing to what happened later in February. Sam agrees with Emi and says that you can't really be honest with Ceci. Then Sam tries to help Emi by guiding her how to word her message, going so far as to just write out the entire message that Emi sent to Ceci. There's even a side-by-side comparison of Sam's draft and Emi's message that she sent Ceci, the very message that she later used against Emi in her Google Doc in February. Wait a minute. Sam wrote these messages that led to the entire internet to conclude Emi was trying to cover up an assault? Guys? Speaking of which, the next screenshot after the side-by-side takes place just 2 days after Ceci's document dropped, where Emi and several of her friends are begging for the recorded call to be shared, since they strongly felt that it would help prove Emi and Dorian's cases better, and since Emi's character was being horribly attacked. But for whatever reason, Sam says that while he understands wanting the call released, he doesn't think any evidence will change Ceci or make her admit she's lying. Sam, you really thought this started and ended with trying to make Ceci admit she was lying? What about proving the innocence of your friends? He even tries to claim that Ceci's tweet will be irrelevant tomorrow, and Ceci's post will continue to grow irrelevant by the second. Which isn't true, especially based off how people are still spreading misinformation from Ceci's document to this day, both after Emi and Ceci's truth statements, and now Ricardo's god-awful video resurfacing all this again. I mean, I guess to give Sam some credit, I guess something would seem pretty irrelevant if it's not directly affecting you. That's extremely selfish. Sam also mentions that Cec would just latch on to how she was recorded without consent, which is a valid worry, but also, she apparently said some pretty damaging and hypocritical stuff in the recorded call, all of which would have made a lot of points in her 93-page document look inaccurate and dishonest. Several in the group chat would even start dissecting about how Ceci blatantly lied about stuff in her own document. Then, I'm guessing this was posted out of order, but the thread goes back to using screenshots from November 2022. Here, Sam mentions that they have a recording of the call that, quote, needs to be reviewed. So, yeah, Dorian was telling the truth in his comment. The staff recorded the call with Cec. Matt Menheimer even point-blank says he has the recording, and Sam acknowledges the recording too. There's even a screenshot from the same day Dorian posted his statement on November 19th, with Sam screenshotting Ceci's avatar reacting to seeing Dorian's statement get posted, I think. This led to Sam also sharing multiple posts of Ceci and Pasquale getting defensive with people on Twitter that same day. Then there's another screenshot of Sam in the previous month of October, also stating that if she had come forward before Dorian, she was gonna throw the whole Fan Jam staff under the bus, and make it out like they did nothing to help her in this whole situation. The thread then shows more of the group discussing Ceci's 93-page document dropping, with Sam once again trying to frame it like it wasn't getting as much traction as it clearly was. Shortly after these messages, we see what appears to be Emi's initial reaction to the document, claiming she was having a panic attack learning what Ceci had posted. Emi's worries were still not being heard, with another FanJam staff member, Patrick, trying to claim that the tweet would, quote, die in 24 hours. And considering how much it has actively ruined her career, it just makes reading this really sad. There's also a few screenshots here of Sam and the FanJam staff, now known as the Sonic Expo Atlanta staff, just expressing their overall hatred for Ceci, with Patrick calling himself rich because Ceci unfollowed him, Trey welcoming him to the club, with Sam calling them lucky bastards because Ceci still follows him. And then when Ceci privated her account shortly after Dorian posted his statement, Patrick would quote, "Did we win?" Just showcasing how much they all kinda hate Ceci, with some screenshots of Sam calling Ceci manipulative because of her threatening the staff and trying to have Dorian banned. The last screenshot in the thread shows Emi asking for the recorded call to be released, since it would have really helped clear up a lot of the lies and manipulation in Ceci's 93-page document. But Matt shoots this down again, stating he wasn't comfortable with it being released. The last message in the screenshot shows Emi being frustrated that her sticking up for Dorian publicly hurt her so horribly, with her character being attacked because of the document, which sadly still affects her to this day despite what Sam, Matt, and Patrick all claim. The last part of this anonymous Twitter thread is a contents of recording description, where it summarizes what was apparently being said in the recorded call. Keep in mind, this account obviously doesn't have the recorded call, though the details they provide are very specific, and I'll even confirm that some of these things were directly told to me from people who heard the call, though still not proof. It says that Cec did threaten the FanJam staff by blackmailing them that if Dorian went to the event, then she would release a document discussing the whole situation. Which, just a reminder, Ceci has tried going on multiple times saying she never threatened the staff. Keep that in mind. In the call, Ceci did accuse Dorian of sexual assault, which is really not a good look for her considering how she later went on to claim that what happened between her and Dorian was not that, along with stating in her truce document that Dorian was not a predator. And I do want to point out that this kind of backs up Dorian's original statement where he points out that Ceci constantly changes her story. To this day, a lot of people on Twitter are still throwing these sexual assault allegations to Dorian, along with claiming that Emi had covered up a sexual assault, both of which are false. And I really wanted to be emphasized that if Ceci really did say this on a recording, then that's not going to play out very well for her in court, especially since it'll really help Dorian since he's collected all his own screenshots and receipts over the years. So if this recording is still around and Dorian's given access to it, this could really ruin Ceci's case. Also, to anyone parroting around the sexual assault claims against Dorian thinking it would help Ceci, it really won't. Hell, Dorian could probably gather even more screenshots of all these people saying this about him and use it in his defamation case against Ceci, you know, whenever he decides to file it. So to anyone thinking you're helping Ceci, you're actually helping Dorian. In a way, you're also helping Emi by tossing these false claims at her too, if say she also decided to look into legal action against Ceci. But moving on, another detail brought up is that apparently, Matt and Patrick brought up being concerned about their own friendship with Emi if they had gone forward with banning Dorian. Cec then claimed that she didn't want to harm Emi, but if this whole thing did hurt her in the process, then quote, oh well, which the anonymous user points out that she carelessly said this when she and Emi were still close friends at the time. And then, in a pretty insane claim if this is true, in the call, Ceci brought up a pretty horrible and, well, for this video, kinda topical but gross hypothetical where, if Emi had been assaulted, then the staff would have acted on it, and weirdly used Ricardo in her own fake scenario of Emi being raped. Okay, if this recording is still out there somewhere, I hope for Ceci's sake it doesn't get leaked. This is a really horrible thing for her to say, and it's a bit more insane that Ricardo of all people was used as the example. I wonder how Ricardo would feel knowing he was used in a hypothetical scenario of him being a predator. And I also recall Emi's statements referencing this remark. Again, this took place months before Ceci would post her 93-page document that caused a huge shitstorm in the community. Then at a certain point in the call, Ceci's husband, Mr. Pasquale, would join and entered in a relatively nice tone, though he would still try reaffirming to the staff that this is sexual assault, guys, which again would not help his wife's case at all if this goes to court. He would also say, quote, fuck that dude, I don't care what happens to him, in reference to Dorian. He also claimed that Dorian would not leave Ceci alone, and references when Dorian and Ceci spoke to each other shortly after Sonic Revolution 2019, but allegedly lies and says that Dorian was the one who reached out first. This blatantly isn't true. Dorian showed in his screenshots that Ceci was the one who reached out to him first. That was all in his document. So if this part of the recording did take place, it kinda sounds like Ceci just lied to her husband about this detail. That's really confusing. But then both of them would tell the staff that even if Ceci wasn't going to the event, quote, Dorian should be banned from attending Sonic and Sega Fan Jam, with Ceci also adding that Dorian was allowed to walk around like nothing is wrong. Which this Twitter account points out is weird because Cec later said in her new document that Dorian isn't a predator. I'm pretty sure she also said he didn't have to pay for a mistake from several years ago. It just doesn't make sense. So yeah, this is a lot to take in. And I'll be honest too, I was actually aware of all this information as it was going on behind the scenes, and it was one of the driving factors as to why I made my video about Ceci 3 years ago. That video was originally meant to be much longer, but I decided to cut it off to me just summarizing all the documents and statements. That way there would just be something in video form doing that, and part 2 was going to be me going over all of this stuff and even revealing things like how the call was recorded and why it was never released. Part 2 never came out because Emi and Ceci eventually talked things out and put out their true statements, which made part 2 essentially unnecessary. I don't know Matt, Patrick, or Kenny personally, but it is so frustrating seeing them in these old screenshots trying to play down Ceci's 93-page document, trying to make it out like it wasn't getting that much reach at the time it was posted, along with shutting down any chance of the recorded call of Ceci saying these damaging things ever getting released. So even if the scenario comes true that maybe Matt or one of them just deleted the call out of guilt, we still have a lot of screenshots that prove that they did record the call and they did play it for Emi and Dorian. And when we saw that that random anonymous Twitter user leaked these screenshots, I later talked to Emi about it and she informed me that there's actually way more that account didn't really show. She decided to go back and send over this screenshot showing Sam and Patrick joking about calling the cops on Pasquale, and even mentioning, legally, Ceci better be ready to say that to a judge. So these guys are fully aware that what Ceci and Pasquale did in this allegedly recorded call was legally not okay. Whether or not someone decides to come forward with all of that information or even the recording itself remains to be seen. I did ask Emi if she could maybe provide more from that group chat, and Emi decided, because of how everything has played out, she's just gonna put everything on the table. She did send me this screenshot where it seems that Emi and others in the group re-listened to the recorded call just to reaffirm Ceci's words. And Emi seems to be quoting the call directly, to which Sam responds saying, then legally she better be ready to say that to a judge. If the staff did ultimately delete that call, then honestly, I kinda hope Dorian can use that against them as a way of charging them for tampering with evidence or something, but I'm clearly not a lawyer, so I don't really know what could really happen. Aside from the recording of the call never getting released, another element from the screenshots that really bugged me here is how kind of uncaring Sam especially was during all this. Both before and after Ceci posted her document, not only was he trying to act like Ceci's document wouldn't be that relevant for too long, but he also didn't really seem to want to speak up or help Emi and Dorian publicly during what was easily the lowest points of their careers in the community. Clearly, he had no issues helping them behind the scenes, and even directly participating in it. Emi also makes note in her truth statement about Ceci that someone else had helped her with the messages, but couldn't be entirely open with Ceci about her hurt feelings, which now we have the full context for. Because you can see Emi was hurt by Ceci saying she didn't really care about Emi getting hurt during all this, but she also couldn't really address that because it would lead to Ceci finding out that the Fan Jam staff recorded the call. Remember, Sam helped write out those lengthy messages that Emi sent to Ceci, which was later weaponized against Emi in the worst possible way. And this led to one of the worst accusations being made against Emi, which people still parrot around in the community to this day, and Sam did nothing? Those were his words that he wrote for Emi, but he never spoke up or tried to defend Emi. They were relatively decent friends at the time, and he was one of the main people who encouraged Dorian to come forward in November 2022. If everyone is going to try to hold Emi's feet to the fire because she tried to speak up and defend her friend, and people truly wholeheartedly believe that she covered up a sexual assault, then I fully expect all of you to show that same kind of energy towards Sam, Kenny, Matt, and Patrick. Once Dorian's statement went up, radio silence. And once Emi was being attacked because of Sam's words, he just let her take all of that. Huh. Like, obviously, Emi ultimately was the one who sent the messages to Ceci, which I still believe were misrepresented greatly in Ceci's 93-page document, all of which I went over in my original video, but I really think that Sam's behavior here was incredibly spineless. Fake as fuck. It honestly looks like Emi was purposely set up to fail. Dorian too, but Emi more so. I'm not trying to accuse these guys of purposely trying to ruin Emi's career by not speaking up, but I will say, it is very weird for them to clearly be on Dorian and Emi's side privately, but then went on to say nothing, despite these guys all actively participating in the situation. Like, they were watching over Ceci's social media for fuck's sake. But just to save their own careers, radio silence to the public, all while shitting on Ceci privately, pointing out all her lies and manipulation. Look, I think it goes without saying that no matter how big you get, you're always gonna have people who don't like you. That's just the price of fame, and you can't really control that. These past few months, and honestly the past few years, have shown me that there are a lot of people out there who really want to see Emi's career plummet. Just crash and burn, see her roll over and die. And given how awful I've seen her health firsthand, even more recently with her eating disorder she developed after the ibuprofen incident, these people got pretty close to getting what they wanted. And that's not even me addressing the major elephant in the room being the blatant misogyny and sexism that's in the Sonic fandom. But the point is that there's a lot of venom and hatred towards Emi, especially after the events of 2023 and 2025. And honestly, that's just it. People just wanted to get rid of her, wipe her out of the community. She's not a person worth collaborating with or even befriending. She's some kind of competition, and she must be destroyed. That's what Ricardo did with his video. That was his end goal, which fed and validated a lot of the worst sides of this fandom that have wanted Emi gone for so long. And I also wonder if some close ex-friends of Emi have also felt very similar ways about her since cutting ties. Maybe we'll be talking about them later. Not saying that someone like Sam is part of this sexist mob, but he acted extremely fake. Never speaking up or defending Emi, or claiming responsibility for helping write the message that she sent to Ceci, which was later weaponized horribly against her. And again, this very message is still being used against Emi to this day, even by people who probably didn't even read Ceci's 93-page document. It's not that Sam necessarily needed to come out and say that he wrote these messages, but for fuck's sake, how about retweeting Emi's statements? Or Dorian's documents? He didn't try reaching out? Just nothing? Anything apart from telling Emi not to worry about it and just let it die, only for the drama to keep consistently getting worse, and is still being brought up to this day? That is why I made my video about Ceci back then. To clear up misinformation that I felt was wrongly being shared around in this community, especially by several people who didn't even care if it was true or not. This part of the video has definitely lost focus, and I will be getting back to Ricardo's video, but I really want everyone watching to walk away from this and ask, why? Why was none of this information ever disclosed or revealed until years later? Why didn't the FanJam staff do anything to help Emi or Dorian prove Ceci was lying? Especially when Sam had Emi standing up for the FanJam staff in these messages. Was Emi just this meat shield to go at Cec for threatening the FanJam group? Why didn't these guys stick up for Emi and Dorian publicly after they stuck up for them? Why were both of them simply left to pick up all the pieces when they were encouraging Dorian to speak up against Ceci to begin with? Why was all this toxicity allowed to happen and still remains prevalent to this day? And I do have a bit of a personal reason for making a video about all of this. Back in 2023, I was so frustrated to see no one sticking up for Emi publicly. Even long before my part 1 video was out, I was posting several Twitter threads calling out Ceci and sticking up for Emi because I just felt it was the right thing to do. Ceci was a close ex-friend of mine, and seeing her so irresponsibly ruin this entire situation just to get back at Emi for sharing what happened with her, especially the whole ibuprofen incident, it just made my blood boil. There was just no willingness to take true accountability for anything she did, and instead shared around Emi's personal information to get back at her. I'm pretty sure I was one of the only people who voiced any kind of support for Emi after that 93-page document was posted. I obviously got detractors, but I expected that, and actually going read through Ceci's full document, it just made me more irritated that the community was falling for everything she had lied about. Ceci even made tweets publicly villainizing me for essentially calling her out, which really rubbed me the wrong way. Like, let's be real. During that entire situation, before I even made my video about Ceci, who was I? I was just some guy in the community with a niche YouTube channel with a just as niche following. I barely had 1,000 followers on Twitter, and my posts were really not getting that much traction or even being positively heard out by anyone. I most likely lost followers and supporters after making those posts, especially after Ceci posted my stuff on her Twitter, basically utilizing her fans to go attack me. But at the end of the day, I just wanted Emi's voice to be heard, and I won't lie, it kind of filled me with pride that Ceci was threatened by me. Me! People have said way worse shit about Ceci compared to what I was saying, but somehow my words were actually the most hateful, vile shit she ever heard. It's so interesting that she was so threatened by me. Probably because we actually used to be close friends, and maybe there was a huge part of her that realized I was not one to bullshit. Plus, there were some things included in her 93-page document that just felt odd and manipulative as hell. I don't know how much of a reach that this video is gonna get, or even how many people are gonna watch this far into it, but I'm gonna assume that most of everyone watching are new, and also did not watch my Ceci video when I posted it way back when. So I'm gonna dedicate the next few minutes to pointing out some of the worst and most manipulative aspects of her original 93-page document, so that we're all on the same page. And just a reminder, this was the very document that Ricardo advised people to go look up, so keep that in mind. Ceci's most definitely going to be pissed at me, and likely by extension Emi, and she'll likely try to put blame on her for me saying all this in the video because we're friends, but all of this is public information and I'm really tired of this mess after 3 fucking years, so here we go! First was Ceci's constant mentions of being a teen or teenager during her experiences, when the whole time she knew Emi and Dorian, she was an adult. She met Emi when she was 18, about to be 19, and the incident that happened between her and Dorian took place when she was 20. Yet on multiple occasions in her original document, she keeps trying to paint it like she was some kind of inexperienced teenager who was being manipulated by Emi and other things. Not only is this a gross tactic, mainly because when most people see teen in a document, they're not usually gonna think, oh, she was like 18 or 19. No, they're gonna jump to conclusions and assume she was 17 or younger. Ergo, most people assume that she was a minor, infantilizing herself because it was convenient. Again, she was a legal adult when she first spoke with Emi, but because of her irresponsibly referring to herself as a teen over and over again in her original document, this led to that really gross accusation that Emi commissioned a minor for NSFW, which to this day has no solid evidence or proof. It's also complete bullshit because Ceci was 18 when she met Emi, and while I'm glad she did ultimately clear this up in her truth statement, this shouldn't have happened in the first place and should have been cleared up since day one, not months later after I made a video. Also, this next detail hasn't really been talked about anywhere before because Ceci frequently deletes her tweets, but a few days after she initially shared her document, she made a few tweets discussing her experiences with Dorian and whatnot, and would once again refer to herself as a teenager. However, by virtue of basic math, this doesn't add up because if we line up the timeline accordingly, the situation between her and Dorian took place in November 2017. Her birthday was back in September 1997, so she was 20. Okay, people can try to argue that she was trying to say she was 18 or 19 or whatever, but calling yourself a teenager when she was 20? I don't care who you are, that's not teenager. And Ceci must have realized how bad this tweet would make her look, because she deleted it not too long after she posted it. Dorian managed to screenshot it though, so now all of us can look at this. Ceci purposely infantilizes herself in her document, and in these posts because she's doing it to avoid accountability. I also think it's very telling how consistent Dorian has been when needing to gather as much evidence as he can against Cec just to prove his own case. Look, I know a lot of you are going to disagree with me, and you're free to do so, but I'm personally siding with Dorian. He's just been far more consistent with his side, and really has maintained his version of events as accurately as possible. Meanwhile, Ceci has proven time and time again that she will keep changing her version of events, even going as far to delete or hide evidence that would make her version of events look inaccurate. If people still want to side with her, that's their choice. But I don't remember the part in Dorian's statement anywhere where he straight up admitted to not wanting to out or cancel the other party simply because they weren't on Twitter. Yes, Ceci really said this at one point. There are screenshots of this. It just makes it more obvious that this wasn't about trying to hold a person accountable. This was about optics, and him no longer being active on Twitter being the reason nothing was said is just... what the hell? Ceci would also keep trying to make out the age gap between her and Emi as if their friendship had some sort of power dynamic to it. So here's both their birth dates and the age gap when totaled up. It wasn't that severe at all. She was grossly exaggerating this to frame Emi as someone practically grooming her or some shit, when in reality they were just 3 years and 9 months apart from each other, and both of them were adults when they met. Another thing I found really manipulative, and probably one of the worst things that was in her document, was Ceci trying to absolve herself when it came to putting medication in Emi's drink. She frames it like an apology, but then she desperately tries to spin it like she was the victim by phrasing it like she was only a teen when she was actually an adult, trying to help this other adult who who refuse to do anything for themselves. She even lies about other pointless details by saying Emi refused to drink water, saying she didn't like water, and also claimed that Emi refused to wear sunscreen. She also claimed she did it because she and her friends were a bunch of teens, who were all actually adults, who one friend's parents didn't really help them, leaving a group of teens to essentially put medication in Emi's drink because they couldn't handle the situation. Not only are none of these claims true, but there are multiple things that contradict these stupid claims, including her own tweets where she tried defending herself by saying she bought Emi water. You know, that thing she didn't like, and totally isn't in her fucking fridge every time I visit her. There's also a DM conversation between Emi and her friend discussing the handprint on her leg from not putting enough sunscreen on. There's even a live stream from a few years ago of Emi talking about her sunburn, almost a full year after the trip.
So I'm on the beach, just chilling like, I'm gonna tan. And I put sunscreen on, by the way.
She did.
So I'm just chilling on the beach. Everything's all great. Hours later, we're like, alright, we gotta go catch the boat to get back home. And we're in line to get back on the boat, and I'm like, oh man, my shoulders are kind of burnt, I think.
Yeah, no more beaches, no more beaches for you. Just, no.
I put on sunscreen too.
I know, that's the hard part of it all.
I was out there for a long time, and I should have put on another layer. I'm sure that's part of the issue.
Unless Ceci wants to think that Emi planted this here a few years ago just in case, she's accused of otherwise. And regarding the parents not helping claim, this directly contradicts a tweet she made in November 2022, where she admitted that they were under the parents' supervision, and that they even participated in the decision to give Emi the medication without her consent. Ceci even tries downplaying the situation by saying it was just one pill, and that Emi's fever probably went down on its own, even making comments about how Emi ate at a restaurant just fine. You know, one time. And tried to suggest that Emi was lying about the reasons for her eating disorder because Ceci didn't want to be held accountable for something that honestly made her look bad. Really bad. I don't have to play the Dr. Mike clip again, do I? To me, this was probably one of the most sickening parts to read. As someone who knows Emi personally and has witnessed her symptoms firsthand, if you really needed proof that Emi's eating disorders stem from developing OCD because of the ibuprofen incident, then here. These are medical records of Emi's where it's all written out as plain as day that Emi is terrified to eat because she fears that there's medication hidden in it, even noting one time in a hospital where she had to ask for another water bottle because she was too worried that a previous one got tampered with. I wonder where this fear must have came from. Not to mention all the times that Emi's boyfriend, Cameron, has had to record himself bringing Emi's meals so that she felt safe eating it knowing nothing was put in her food. Like, if Emi's faking all this, she's one hell of a method actress. She's also super dedicated because she's been doing this shit for years. Another one of the main issues with Ceci's original document was her excessive need to keep revealing private information and other details about Emi, and even other people she mentioned in her document who turned against her, mainly to try directing attention away from the main issue, because she didn't appear to have any good defenses for the real accusations that were being brought up against her. This is why since Emi spoke up about the ibuprofen incident, a bunch of private information was suddenly being made public. Not just through Ceci's document, but even in less obvious ways, such as stuff Emi shared with Ceci privately suddenly appearing in Emi's YouTube comment section by other people trying to accuse her of things that were misinformation but clearly came from a poor game of telephone that originated between talks between Ceci and Emi. And we know this was her because Emi only told actual details to a small number of people, and Ceci was the only one she told this information to that she wasn't friends with anymore. It isn't always obvious, but a lot of things about Emi that's become public, Ceci knew about it. I'm sure once she watches this video, or someone informs her about it, she'll likely get very pissed, and will want to reveal private DMs and other stuff pertaining to me, and especially Emi, in an effort to try taking power away from me from trying to call out her behavior. That's literally the #1 strategy when it comes to defending herself in most dramas. In fact, before I even made my video about her tweets trying to call me out and villainize me were basically just that, just trying to take power away from my voice. It's made even more evident when looking at the replies where a close friend of hers, SuperEgg, willingly shared DMs I sent him back in 2018, where I was being extremely aggressive and even fat-shaming towards him, which, yeah, wasn't good for me to do. But these DMs had literally nothing to do with anything. SuperEgg just shared them to make me look bad so no one would believe or listen to me. He also didn't seem to clarify that these DMs were from 2018 either. Even in this screenshot, Ceci is shown trying to frantically search her old DMs with me, with the intention to post about some old fight we had several years ago, completely completely unrelated to the current situation, just so she can weaponize it against me simply because I made tweets defending Emi and calling Ceci out. Again, I'm sure Ceci and a lot of her followers and friends are going to be mad at me for including this segment at all, but this is literally just who Ceci is. She will gather as much dirt on anyone for the perfect opportunity to unleash all of it in order to defend herself and make the other parties look as awful as possible. That is what the mass majority of her 93-page document consisted of, and everyone fucking fell for it. So if her response to my video is to just keep leaking as much shit as possible pertaining to Emi or me, then that'll just prove my point completely. And she may not even do it directly. So if not from her, it'll likely happen from others doing it on her behalf, because she's also reached out to others to do it as well. Did no one else find it extremely suspicious that once Emi said something that made Ceci look like a bad person, then all of Emi's private business suddenly got plastered online? Need some examples? When Emi was at her lowest point and Cec found out that she was suicidal, Ceci would go straight to the same person who exposed her private relationship with Ryan Drummond, told him about that, and then approved him using her screenshots that she tried filtering out with the exact same piss yellow she used in her own document, just to leak Emi's suicidal ideation to the public in an attempt to paint her as a liar. Why was she in this guy's DMs? I remember this so vividly because Emi and her close friends were all genuinely concerned about how everyone on Twitter knew she was suicidal. But after we figured out it was Ceci, Emi called it out, and Ceci was forced to admit it was her, though she tried reframing her intentions so people didn't believe she was being malicious. Ceci stated and clarified that she herself never accused Emi of suicide baiting after being called out, but that doesn't entirely matter considering she still gave Starman these screenshots so he can post, and most likely filtering them out herself, which still consisted of Ceci directly accusing Emi of lying about getting medical attention for her suicidal thoughts, which again, Starman still posted publicly. This next one is not definitive proof that Cec was involved, so keep that in mind. However, only a week after Emi spoke about the ibuprofen situation, suddenly a brand new account was created that started accusing Emi of liking Tales, and even accused Emi of harassing TheChaosSpirit over liking Tales, trying to suggest hypocrisy. Nowhere was there any supporting evidence of Emi harassing TheChaosSpirit over this specific topic, and oddly enough, this exact accusation, down to the same details, also appeared in Ceci's document a few months later. That's really odd. Oh, remember when I brought up Ceci going to the same fucking guy that leaked Emi and Ryan's relationship? Well, here's something else really weird. The guy who leaked the relationship, Starman, who, trust me, I will discuss more later, would also post a thread accusing Emi and Ryan of lying about the nature of their relationship, where he also included screenshots that just so happens to use the same shade of yellow that Ceci also used earlier, in both her document and the other messages she gave to Starman about Emi being suicidal. Like, it's not even subtle, why didn't you use a different color? Also, at one point, Ceci made this really weird tweet where she said, "Must be exhausting to lie all the time," and this was another tweet that she deleted shortly after posting it, which is a little strange because she also made a tweet directed at those harassing Emi saying, "Personal relationships are no one's business except for the people in them." This is the same person who kept sharing misinformation about Emi and Ryan's relationship to Starman. I don't understand what her thinking process is like. Ceci, seriously, just uninstall Twitter. It's for your own sake. Want to know something else that's interesting? These tweets exposing Emi and Ryan are now gone because Starman's account has long since been deleted. Yet the exact same shit still wound up appearing in Ricardo's video. There's no way he could have gotten any of this from the Twitter thread itself because it's been long gone. Plus, Ricardo says that he got all of this directly from someone. So I wonder how this near-identical story that Starman posted, which were also using those same filters of yellow, also wound up in Ricardo's possession. So, back in 2023, there was pretty heavy speculation that Ceci likely had something to do with the leaks about Emi and Ryan. Emi would even share different testimonies, one even from Ceci's best friend back in 2017, where she would message Emi to warn her about Ceci apparently sharing intimate details with people about Emi's relationship with Ryan, with 3 others also telling Emi the exact same thing in 2023. Mind you, these are anonymous sources with no proof, so this is just speculation. But that being said, when these details were shared publicly, Ceci again tried downplaying and absolving herself by saying she only told her best friend about it, and then tried blaming one of Emi's other friends for leaking all this out. though this information isn't entirely relevant because the other friend she's referring to was Matt, and Matt did not have access to Emi's private Twitter account, and I can confirm it because there are DMs of the two talking about this. There were only 4 women that were following Emi's private Twitter account, and Emi listed all the names publicly. Regardless of that, in the messages with Ceci's ex-best friend, she herself says that if Emi had questions about Cec spreading this around, she should go ask another person whose name is filtered out. This shows that Cec didn't just tell this to one person. These are just examples of things that can be looked at based on how things have all played out. This doesn't even cover the most blatant examples of leaking private information that Cec herself put in her own document, or the attempts to try leaking other stuff that we have screenshots of. Something else I don't think a lot of people know or would really remember is that back in 2017, Ceci was actually getting cancelled on Twitter by multiple people over different reasons. One reason being that she was allegedly leaking other people's tweets from their private Twitter accounts, and there's even a few tweets that are still public of her trying to defend herself over this. It's kind of insane to look back at. It also kind of shows too that sharing private things about others is just a bad habit she's always had. Plus, if you line up the dates, a lot of this happened around the same time that Ceci's best friend was talking with Emi, explaining that she had shared private information about her relationship with Ryan, along with BBFA3 song trailers, and, Forces leaks apparently? Which Emi confirms didn't come from her. Why does it always go back to Forces? We may never have direct proof of who actually took the screenshots from Emi's private account. While someone told Emi they saw Ceci leaking them, that alone isn't really hard evidence. That said, even if Ceci isn't the one who took the screenshots, she still played a key role in confirming Emi's relationship with Ryan to the public, by including in her document that Emi was in a private relationship with a public figure. Despite knowing these leaked screenshots from Emi's private account had already been circulating for a bit, Ceci effectively legitimized those leaks and brought further credibility to them. Cec even mentioning that Emi was dating a public figure, while knowing that the only public figure people already had been speculating about was Ryan Drummond, her actions just made it extremely easy for someone to put this together, which they did, with Starman in his original thread using Ceci's document as a source of info, and even admitting in DMs later that people were using Ceci's document to connect the dots. And then she wound up DMing that same person to keep spreading more shit about Emi. Like, regardless if she did take these screenshots, she's still the person who used her public platform to confirm these rumors, especially with what was said in her document alone. And then she victimized herself over the storm she caused posting her document, trying to say that she almost didn't want people to share the document anymore, but still left it up because that makes sense. Along with tweeting that personal relationships aren't anyone's business, and then proceeded to gossip about the same private relationship to the same guy who publicized it. That way he can continue to publicize and spread even more gossip about it. Another example from this is because of Patrick from the FanJam staff leaking out that email they sent Ceci, where they were trying to hold her accountable for threatening the staff. So Ceci just leaked out old messages of Patrick using slurs from a few years ago. Like, she is so incapable of addressing things without feeling the need to drag down the other party that was calling her out. She doesn't want to change or improve. She just wants to be in control of any situation even when she's clearly in the wrong. And leaking out private shit is the easiest way for her to change the conversation completely, and to things that are completely unrelated, just to put more heat on those speaking out against her. Just using her audience to silence the other party even when they're completely in the right. Oh, and to wrap up that Super Egg thing, I did unblock him in 2023 to send a lengthy apology for those messages, and also for not really giving him an official end of our friendship message that I probably should have given him several years ago. I initially cut ties with him in 2017. When I sent him this message, I kept him unblocked for a bit so he could respond, but after a week or so I didn't hear anything from him, so I decided to just block him again and move on. He never publicly acknowledged that I sent him an apology, and I honestly doubt he would have accepted it after so long. Super Egg hates me, and that's fine. I have my own reasons not to like him too. But I really don't think these 2018 DMs hold any relevance. It just seemed like a pretty petty move for Super Egg at the time. And it's also extremely similar to the way Ceci almost always handles things too, especially when looking back at that DM. It doesn't surprise me that these two are good friends. And in a recording that was sent over to us, we found out that Super Egg also supports Ceci for the ibuprofen thing, even making some really poor, tasteless jokes.
I don't agree. Emi's a fucking bitch. I'm glad they gave her the fucking ibuprofen, but but
Yeah. He's also admitted to only really supporting Cec because they were friends, despite how completely in the wrong she was. And while he did apologize for these shitty tweets, that recording of him was from months after the fact. But I'll actually come back to Super Egg in a different topic. Also, on Super Egg's apology, even one of Ceci's other friends told him to stop tweeting, saying he isn't doing anyone any favors. Which I found kind of funny that this guy didn't like that Super Egg was acknowledging what Ceci did was wrong. What a great friend group. But one of the major catalysts that led to me making my video about Ceci actually happened in the middle of March when Evelyn had posted her document about Kevin. And I want to make this perfectly clear. I am not against Evelyn making that document calling out Kevin, and I am going to be linking it in the description along with everything else. However, the one part of Evelyn's document that seemed a bit off to me was this one, where she was making very heavy reference to Emi hiring Kevin for Sonic and Tails R, but tries very hard to not say her name. I actually remember a few accounts at the time making a huge deal about this segment, and they're just like, oh, she's talking about Emi, whoa, Emi's caught! But when you actually read that part of her document, I think she was being pretty on the nose that she was talking about Emi. So all those people making those gotcha posts where they tried to act like they caught Emi in something else awful, they weren't really being as clever as they thought.
I've connected the two dots.
You didn't connect shit, but
I've connected them.
But this part of Evelyn's document was kind of weird to me because why didn't she just name drop Emi? Most of the community were already largely against her because of Ceci's document. So I don't think anyone would have really held that against Evelyn for calling out Emi, especially in a document where she was coming forward about some pretty serious experiences. And maybe the argument can be made that she didn't want to say Emi's name in the document because really the whole thing was supposed to be about Kevin, so she didn't want to take the attention away from that. But regardless, this outcome already happened either way. So why didn't she just outright say Emi's name? Everyone knew she was talking about her. Well, at the time, I actually made my thoughts about this known publicly, where I would tweet about how suspicious this section felt out of everything shown in the document, where a lot of which Evelyn had pretty solid proof of, except for the stuff about Emi. The timing of Evelyn posting her document just 1 month after Ceci's was also weird, but this section right here just spelled to me that some heavy tampering was probably being done behind the scenes. Like, I'm gonna assume that Evelyn probably had a group of friends with her helping her gather all this info and type up this document, which is a really common thing for a lot of documents like this. Victims asking for help is totally natural and understandable. It's not easy coming forward alone. But I remember when I first read this part, it almost seemed like Evelyn wasn't fully comfortable with including it, and probably kept Emi's name off it as some sort of compromise. At least, that's how I felt at the time, and I made my thoughts known about it on Twitter. Not only that, but I fully thought that Ceci probably had some kind of hand in helping Evelyn with the document, if not at least this section referencing Emi. And if not even that, she probably encouraged her to include Emi in some way. Now, I have no proof of this, it's just speculation, so as I've been saying, you can take it all with a grain of salt. And when I tweeted that back then, I don't really think it got that much traction, besides like maybe 1 or 2 people agreeing with me. Apart from that, it didn't really seem like anyone felt this way about the document. And then Ceci tweeted this. There is speculation that I helped Evelyn with her document or wrote some of it for her because of a, quote, vendetta. I like that she put that word in quotes, but I literally never said this anywhere in my tweets. I guess this is her brain filling things in again like back in her 93-page document. She also tries quoting Emi like she told Ceci she waited to bring it up to inconvenience everyone and use her trauma as ammo, but Emi literally never said this. Go look at the screenshot she showed and please let me know in the comments where did Emi say this. Ceci, why are you underlining a bunch of random crap already? You can't at least underline the part you're quoting? Again, if this is how you interpreted Emi's messages, that's whatever, but why are you quoting her like she said it? Your brain said that! Don't you think that feels a little disingenuous? I don't know, like, that's weird, right? What sparked her to tweet this? Is this some sort of admission of guilt? It's so weird that I probably live rent-free in this girl's head. Like, I'm not sure if there was anyone else besides me or the few people who responded to me who maybe suspected that Ceci probably helped work with Evelyn on her document, but it's just always bugged me ever since Ceci made that weird tweet about it. Girl, you need to stop dumping all your thoughts online 24/7. Jesus Christ. It keeps biting you in the ass. For the record, this is something that I don't think was ever posted before, but I made those tweets because Ceci actually let on behind the scenes that she knew about Evelyn's document targeting Emi well over a month before it got got released, saying if it wasn't her document or the Ryan stuff that would cancel Emi, then it would be the next thing, and talking about how she was being entrusted with information, even alluding to the grooming on Kevin's part, saying not to associate with groomers. And according to Emi, before the events of early 2023, Ceci and Evelyn were never really that close. Ceci even admitted in these messages here where she said she was weirded out by Evelyn talking to her about the blog because she hardly knew Evelyn. So, I don't know what else to believe, personally. And if you couldn't tell at this point, a lot of the topics during this section in particular were actually going to be featured in the part 2 of the Ceci video that I planned on making. But I ended up shelving the video after the truce documents were being discussed. But since this video is probably the closest to a part 2 that I'll ever make, I figured I'd just discuss everything here. But there's also another private detail that I want to share with you all, and this would not have been in part 2. The truth is, Ceci really wanted my video gone. Even though it was not getting that much attention from the community at all, she still felt really threatened by it. Literally one video against her was too much to handle. Meanwhile, look up Emi Jones drama and see how many videos are against her. But like I said earlier, Ceci very much felt threatened because I was the one who made this video. If this were someone else, she most likely wouldn't have reacted so strongly, and that theoretical person's video probably would have gotten less attention. Honestly, with Ceci's initial tweet where she called me vile, she could have just done the same for my video on her. Like, she could have just told her people, Cooper's such a creep for making this video, please go report it and call it out, I would really appreciate it. But at the same time, in her own document, she was also trying to make the claim that Emi uses her audience to attack and mass report people in a really toxic way. So maybe there was some self-aware part of Ceci that knew it would have been massively hypocritical for her to use her platform like that, though I would argue her even tweeting about me to her 20,000 followers was already doing that. Really, she was just worried about my video being seen because I actually sat down and read through everything that was public, all relating to the situation, and I also knew to cross-reference everything that was being shared. There were even some recent Blue Sky posts, which lined up suspiciously to new comments that were being made on the re-upload, which makes me wonder if she's been stalking over that comment section as well. I also noticed some of the re-upload comments appear in Ricardo's video too. What's that about? But I do want to continue going over the nature of how my video got removed. After I uploaded my video about the situation with Cec to help give Emi a voice, Ceci found out about it, and the very next day, she reached out to someone close to Emi to let her know that she's seen the video, and then unloaded a list of her own misfortunes, even trying to imply at one point that the online stress may have given her a tumor? What? And that message would kick off a back and forth between both sides. Ceci claimed that my video made it impossible for anyone to move on, and she said she reached out hoping everyone could come to some kind of mutual understanding. It was explained to her that while yes, understanding how everyone was being affected is a good start, but moving on wouldn't have been so simple for Emi considering the several false accusations that were made against her. A list of those accusations were shared, leading to both sides to go through them one by one, breaking down information, explaining their feelings, and ultimately agreeing to put out statements addressing these topics. Throughout all of this, Ceci would repeatedly try to get Emi and her friends to sign legal binding contracts, I'm not joking, promising to never speak about her again, which would ensure they would do the same for Emi. We made it clear multiple times that none of us were comfortable signing contracts like that, but she kept pushing anyway, and then tried to spin that Emi's refusal was evidence that she and her friends intended to continue harassing Ceci. The conversation stalled for a bit and wouldn't really pick up again until Emi's partner, Cameron, called out Ceci publicly for trying to downplay the ibuprofen situation, especially since someone on Twitter was referencing Ceci's document, using it to minimize what Emi went through. Cam even brought up how they weren't comfortable signing any contract. This tweet is still public, by the way. In response, Ceci pleaded Cam to stop continuously harassing her publicly over a few tweets. This was the first real-time Cameron ever tagged her about the drama, and these were pretty justifiable tweets that were asking her to clear up misinformation about Emi that she willingly helped spread. After this, she would circle back to the person she originally contacted to continue the truce discussion, and later on the conversation would move to being between Ceci and Cameron. During these talks, Ceci kept insisting we were blackmailing her, making demands, or otherwise targeting her, despite the fact that she was the one who initiated contact first, because she wanted my video taken down. No one said at any point that if she didn't clear things up, then we would harass her. The only thing that was made clear was that my video, along with Emi and her friend's tweets, were direct responses to the misinformation that was spread because of Ceci releasing her document. And in case Ceci tries framing this like she was being forced to say things in her statement that she didn't want to, here's a message of her clearly stating she didn't want to put anything in her statement that she didn't actually mean. Something else I noticed when looking at these DMs, Ceci says that she knows that I was planning on releasing recordings in my second video, referring to that FanJam staff call, which not only is there one known recording of it, so I'm not really sure why she said it plural, but also, no, I wasn't. I don't have the call. None of us have the call. The only ones who have it are the FanJam staff. Like, Ceci, if you seriously think that me or any one of us had the recording, why the fuck would we just be sitting on it? You don't think we would have put that shit out immediately? Hell, if I had that recording, I sure as hell would have put it out way before I even conceived making that video about you. Who the hell told you this? They clearly lied! But yes, Ceci framed Emi and her friends publicly addressing the false accusations as continuing harassment. In fairness, it was explained to her that we weren't going to stop speaking up about the truth until the accusations were cleared up. That wasn't a threat ever made to her. It was Emi standing up for herself after being hit with some serious, damaging accusations, and not willingly agreeing to just roll over and let the accusations ruin her life. Expecting Emi to just shut up and let the public run wild with misinformation was never going to be realistic or fair. I think the reason she framed it as blackmail is because she knew I was going to release part 2. But that was never something that was made clear to her as a form of blackmailing. Part 2 was going to happen either way. I already made the choice to do it, which I even say in the first video. Production on part 2 just stopped because of personal issues on my end, along with Ceci asking for a truce. But obviously, if both parties couldn't agree on anything and their truces didn't come out, then part 2 would have eventually been made. In the end, both sides agreed to release statements that were approved by the other. I agreed to take my video down, since that was something Ceci specifically said needed to happen, which I had no problem doing. Both Emi and Ceci agreed not to talk about the other and to leave each other alone. They also agreed to step in if the other party was being harassed, especially when it came to relating to this old situation. Oh yeah, a little unrelated, but in these conversations, it was made known to Ceci for the first time that the FanJam call was recorded, because they wanted to be transparent about everything, and shortly after learning this, Ceci would change her document again, which kinda looked to be some sort of failsafe in case the recorded call ever got leaked. That way she didn't look like she lied when she asked on Twitter if her use of the terms were so inaccurate. She also makes references to learning about big community figures getting involved behind the scenes here, which was shortly after learning about Patrick, Matt, Kenny, and Sam's involvement. Ceci's original 93-page document said, "This situation is complex because it is impossible to truly know Dorian's intentions, and labels can be extremely harmful as they ignore the possibility of a misunderstanding." So even here, she says it's harmful to accuse Dorian of sexual assault. In 2023, she tries remaining consistent to that notion that it wasn't sexual assault by saying it wasn't in her document and that it wasn't in her tweets, stating that she never said this and there is no proof otherwise because it doesn't exist. She also tried to put the blame of this accusation on her husband, Mr. Pasquale, saying he was the one who said that, not her, although Ceci's close friends were also calling it sexual assault on Twitter. Regardless, in the recording of the call that the FanJam staff have, she allegedly said, at least according to Emi's quoting of it while she was listening to it, legally speaking, this is sexual assault. And like we just went over, after being told that she was recorded, and the recording proved that she did falsely accuse Dorian of sexual assault, she decided to change her story. Despite the fact that in these DMs, when confronted with the fact that she was in a recording, she said she misspoke. Interesting. However, like I was just going over, after Ceci learned that some hard evidence existed of her being inconsistent with her story, she ran online defending the idea of calling it sexual assault. After all of this, Ceci went full throttle on publicly accusing Dorian of sexual assault, despite previously stating that what happened with her was not assault, and that accusing Dorian of this was harmful. And I went check. She literally went edit out part of her document where she said it wasn't sexual assault. Oh my fucking god. Now she's trying to justify using the word assault by claiming it was just an umbrella term, and in a tweet where she goes over this, to which she then showed a screenshot from a website that literally doesn't say this. Instead, it says that sexual harassment is the umbrella term, not assault. Ceci has literally changed her story multiple times, this time changing it and being more bold and falsely accusing Dorian of sexual assault because she knows that a recording of her saying this in call exists, and doesn't want anyone to find out that she effectively lied to the entire community on the off chance that the evidence were to come out. She literally actively removed a part of her document where she said she never said this, so people wouldn't call her out in the future. How insane. But going back to the topic of the truce agreement, it kinda fell flat. Ceci would frequently threaten Cam that she was gonna go after Emi. For the record, Cam and Emi would always step in whenever Ceci asked them to, and even when she didn't ask them to. Ceci would also step in during other times, but unlike Cam, would refuse to do so on a few occasions. Hell, in these screenshots, Cam was asking her to go DM this guy to stop spreading misinformation and harassing Emi, and Ceci's initial response saying she briefly spoke with them, but they told me they didn't want to delete their tweets, because they didn't feel like they were spreading misinformation or lying, which is weird. Only for her to come back a few minutes later saying she didn't type that right, blaming anxiety, and then says that she didn't feel like she had the right to ask the guy to delete the tweet. Yeah, she just straight up lied to Cameron. It's ridiculous. How do you just mistype a whole lie? Cess would on one occasion step in when some accounts that engaged in drama targeted Cess, where she publicly spoke out pretty negatively against Emi. Yeah, in all honesty, I think everything coming out was pretty inevitable because of how public the whole situation was back in February 2023. Emi would even have to answer to the allegations in Mr. Enter's interview, where she tried being transparent and even quoted Ceci's statements to tread the topic lightly so both parties wouldn't be affected. And yeah, Ceci was pretty angry about that and tried getting the interview removed, which I found pretty strange that Ceci found out about this so fast. But she was also very well versed in the Saberspark drama too. But it was explained to Ceci that Emi didn't really have a choice but to do the interview, because Mr. Enter's team essentially gave her an ultimatum that either she came forward in the interview, or they speculate on the anonymous victim being her, and then spread all the misinformation from the Queen Falls video. And then when Ricardo's video came out, despite victimizing herself on Twitter that she didn't feel comfortable with the drama coming up again, she then told Cam that she would not be contacting Ricardo to remove it, even though shutting down misinformation and harassment was part of their truce agreement, telling him that Emi had bigger fish to fry, because that's not suspicious. But anyways, neither party could really wipe away the entire existence of the 2023 incident away. Another important aspect was the re-upload of my video, which popped out of nowhere. Ceci fully expected us to get it removed. But the thing is, we don't know who re-uploaded this. Trust me, Emi has tried figuring this out because she was just tired of the drama, and she's even stepped in if she caught wind that anyone was trying to start shit. Plus, this random channel also re-uploaded one of Ricardo's videos. Cameron did recommend that Ceci and her husband reach out to me so we can maybe figure this out, but they never did, and they instead used it as a knock against Emi. And just being honest, this was not Emi or Cameron's mess to clean. They had their own shit to deal with, and the video was ultimately mine, and keeping it removed was my only part of the deal. Plus, the re-upload was not getting watched. It barely reached 1,000 views in well over a year. Though I did notice it went up a few hundred after Ricardo's video came out. Still, no one cares about this video, Ceci. Unless, you know, I needed to make another drama video where I talked about all this bullshit again, thus pulling more people into watching the video to try convincing them of Ceci's true character. Whoops. Then, everything just kinda came crashing down, especially when Ceci refused to step in over the Ricardo stuff because of the Mr. Enter interview, the re-upload of my video, and even Ceci being mad that Dorian left a comment on Ricardo's video. Dorian did not participate in these truce conversations. He didn't agree to stop talking about any of this, but Ceci expects Emi to still have to pay for decisions that are ultimately made by Dorian. Emi didn't even know that Dorian left this comment until Ceci told Cam, to which it was then screenshotted and then sent to me before the video got taken down. So thanks for informing us, Ceci. I'm glad Dorian's comments standing up for himself weren't lost to time. But yeah, if you haven't caught on by this point, this whole truce agreement is kinda dead. But there was something else that I took notice of during these conversations, which is that at one point, Ceci went out of her way to mention that she was in direct communication with other YouTubers who were going to cover these same topics on their own videos, even name-dropping Ricardo? Wait. So, Ceci and Ricardo have directly spoken to each other? Okay, so apparently in Ricardo's SonicTuber video where he talks about Emi, he references Ceci's document. But if you go see the video now, it ended up getting blurred out because Ceci spoke to him directly about it, asking for it to be removed or covered up. And this wasn't something that Emi or Cam asked her to do. So, Ricardo already knew that just including a 3-second brief mention of something in his video bothered Ceci enough to ask him to blur it, only to end up making another video in the future where he talked about all this in an even longer segment where he showed very similar footage and didn't bother blurring out anything? Why is it okay now, but it wasn't okay then? And why hasn't Ceci asked him to remove any of this? Just a friendly reminder, this is the re-upload where he still talks about all this. What the hell is going on? This, well, it can mean two things. One, Ricardo isn't the righteous speaking up for victims advocate he claims to be, and chose to ignore Ceci entirely by including all of this bullcrap again, despite already knowing that including just 3 seconds of it in a previous video was enough for Ceci to ask him to blur it. Or two, Ceci gave him permission to use all this. We obviously don't know the true answer to this, but either outcome is bad. Especially when you keep in mind that Ceci has frequently victimized herself in these conversations, trying to make it out like she just wants to be left alone. I really hope Ceci didn't say all this only to turn around and go help Ricardo with his hit piece on Emi. And even if that's not the case, then it's just another knock at Ricardo for completely going against someone's wishes. Oh, do you remember that anonymous source that claimed that Emi's relationship with Ryan shared similar behaviors to an affair?
But according to multiple sources who were close to Emi and Ryan at the time, not only did the relationship feel very affair-like, but it was also not what it was made out to be. And I'm led to believe that she is lying to save face and protect her ego, because her and Ryan were never really an official couple, more of a situationship, if you will. He did not give Emi any straight commitment and would just simply fly her out to random cities in California where he was performing at the time. They would hang out in hotels, have sex, and that would really be it.
A little bit earlier, I talked about how that same story was showcased back in February 2023 on that Starman person's Twitter, where it uses the same shade of yellow not only used in Ceci's own document, but was also used when she was giving Starman messages to post about Emi being suicidal, which Ceci later had to admit was her. Well, Ricardo actually mentions a lot of the same details that this anonymous source told him about, claiming their relationship was affair-like, mentioning how they went to hotels to see each other. The thing is, we only know one person that has ever gone around saying this, and it was Ceci. We actually have a screenshot of her saying almost the exact same thing down to the exact same details in a DM with someone else. Wow, this is childish as hell. Look, I don't know how to come to any other conclusion apart from her being this anonymous source. And if it is her, then I find it even more disturbing that she chose to be part of a video that victimized BlueEyedFox of all people, especially given how directly involved Ceci was in that situation. She literally talked to BlueEyedFox to get her to leave Emi alone. And she was directly involved in getting these screenshots from the guy who gave BlueEyed access to Emi's private Twitter account, which led to Emi being sexually harassed. If this is her, it is such a bad sign that she is co-signing so much misinformation about Emi. Misinformation that she knows isn't true. And telling Cameron that Emi essentially has bigger things to worry about in the face of accusations that Ceci knows is fake bullshit. Even defending Emi over the affair allegations, only to later switch her opinions on it, going to tell others that she thinks it's an affair now, after Emi spoke out against her. And just like I said 3 years ago, what happened to private relationships being no one else's business except for the people in them, Ceci? You not only tweeted this when people were laughing at Emi and Ryan when they were trending, acting like you were some kind of better person here, but you also constantly went on about how Dorian sharing your husband cheating on you was wrong because of how the nature of people's relationships is no one else's business. So it's only wrong when people do it against you, but when you're doing it to others, then I guess that's completely okay. And God, your document is so embarrassingly outdated where you claim that you had an understanding that these things don't need to be shared with thousands of people. Which, wait a fucking minute! While doing research for this project, I stumbled across this tweet. Super Egg, and I mentioned this before, is, or at least was, extremely close to Ceci. So close that he went to her wedding. So they've been close for years. Here, he openly tweeted that only a few people knew about the relationship between Emi and Aaron, and that he knows more than he lets on. Uh-oh. By the way, Ceci also told Super Egg about Emi dating Ryan, years before people found out about it. She was lying in her tweets when she said she only told her best friend. What a gossipy bitch. But getting back to Aaron, how exactly do you know this, Kevin? How do you know that only a few people knew about this alleged relationship? Could it be possible that you know it because Ceci was this anonymous source, and she shared this with you? This really makes her tweet trying to victimize herself over the drama feel so fake, when it seems extremely likely that Ceci was directly involved. So, which is it? Who fucked up here? Aaron did nothing wrong at all to deserve to be dragged into this, and now because of these idiots, someone who literally helped revive the Sonic brand is being dragged through the mud. All because these anonymous sources saw Aaron as reasonable collateral damage to hurt Emi, as if them potentially dating is a crime. And if this is Ceci, then it makes this drawing she did of Aaron seem pretty embarrassing to look back on. Don't worry, Ceci, I'm sure Ricardo can relate. Oh, and by the way, according to Emi, Ceci was never close to Ryan or Aaron. So if this anonymous anonymous source is Ceci, she was lying, and Ricardo was talking out of his ass again. But what else is new? Part of me genuinely wonders if that's why she privated her Twitter account after the video dropped. Evidently, it wasn't because she didn't want to be included in the video, because she refused to contact Ricardo about it despite doing so in the past. It was just for show. Something else I want to highlight was that Ceci was completely unwilling to clear up that it was her and her friend's actions of putting the ibuprofen in Emi's drink, completely without her knowledge in the statement. She very disgustingly denies it 2 different times in these messages, both times backing down after being called out for it. She explained that she didn't want to get harassed, so she just doesn't feel comfortable clearing it up. And then she asked Emi to remove parts of her statement clearing it up too. Just effectively running away from accountability. Again. Another thing that I really want to highlight is that Ceci would get really pissed off when people would use the word drugging to describe the situation, talking about how it makes it sound a lot worse than it actually was. When just being blunt, if it sounds bad, that means it was. And it's not like people are going around saying Ceci Bill Cosby'd Emi or some shit. Anytime it's been described, people are still talking about it being an over-the-counter drug. But because it sounds really shitty, Ceci would rather people sugarcoat it so it doesn't sound as bad, and then victimize herself over specific terms as if that's what honestly matters here. What matters is you put medication in someone's drink without their consent or knowledge. She said no to medication prior and you knowingly went against her consent and put it in her drink anyways. And now she's literally afraid of eating or drinking anything that someone gives her, and has also developed some really bad mental health conditions due to it. It's fucked up. And the irony in this is that Ceci will argue the other side of the coin, saying that she never accused Dorian of sexual assault, when you literally went on your Twitter and tried making a direct comparison between yours and Dorian's situation, and comparing it to the Activision Blizzard situation, where a woman killed herself, there was an alleged rape, and not to mention a bunch of male employees passing around pictures of an employee's genitals. What do you think this tweet looks like, Ceci? What do you think this implies? And that's disregarding the fact that she allegedly did outright call it assault in the Fan Jam recorded call. In fact, Ceci placed the exact same card in these DMs when she came to us trying to wave the white flag because of my video, where she tried denying claims that essentially came from her in the first place, trying to make it seem like she never said these things, claiming stuff like, I never said Emi covered up sexual assault, when she literally lied in her document and said Emi told her that her speaking up ruined everyone's good time. Emi never said this, and in Ceci's document she never shows it because it was never said. In fact, Ceci accused her of saying this in their own DMs, and Emi calls her out on making that claim. Emi tried approaching this conversation with Ceci delicately, with Sam's help, knowing that Ceci and Dorian had already talked it out before this. She expressed that she didn't want the tension between them to get in the way of both of them enjoying the convention together, to which Cec interpreted this as Emi saying that Cec being touched was ruining everyone's good time. Emi immediately clarified that that was not at all what she was saying, and yet Ceci still chose to claim otherwise in her own document, even omitting the message that proves her claim to be not true. Obviously, people were gonna read this part of her document and conclude that Emi was covering up a sexual assault. It doesn't matter that Ceci didn't say this outright, her description of the situation still gave people the same impression, and she knew this. There's also her trying to claim that she never said Emi commissioned a minor for NSFW, when Ceci repeatedly called herself a teenager in her document several times, and even saying when I was younger, when bringing up Emi asking for NSFW of a real-life encounter, which that wasn't true either. Emi commissioned Ceci to draw a real-life encounter of cuddling, and she has no recollection of ever commissioning Ceci for NSFW, which again could not have happened when Ceci was a minor, because both of them met when they were adults, which, yeah, Ceci has been an NSFW artist for 10 years now, but Emi still holds on to every single RP she's ever commissioned from somebody, and she doesn't have anything NSFW from Ceci at all. It doesn't matter if she didn't outright make the claim herself, she still carelessly implied it in her document, and then proceeded to half-ass clear it up by saying, I believe I had turned 18 at that point, still leaving it up to interpretation that it's possible she just doesn't remember. Really, you believe you had turned 18 at that point? You can't just do the math? You met Emi when you were 18! You even originally included your first interaction with her in your document! You already know this! And then you tried arguing in these DMs that you never left it ambiguous, when everyone was firm that this needed to be cleared up, because it is absolutely reckless to accuse a parent of all people of exploiting a minor for NSFW art. And as for the Santail shipping claim, Ceci was the direct source of that claim. And when Emi had expressed in her initial response that she stopped supporting that ship, Ceci then proceeded to lie to everyone on Twitter, saying that Emi still liked flex on Tails. And then later on during the truce discussions, she deflected and said that Emi needed to be the one to clear that up, completely ignoring the fact that Emi already did clear it up, to which Ceci lied publicly and shot this down, silencing Emi again. What the fuck is the logic? Just own up to your mistakes! We're around the same age, Ceci! What is your damage? One last thing I want to highlight during these truce conversations is that during the talks when they were going over the details, Ceci tried really hard to shoot down the idea of Emi not knowing about Kevin grooming Evelyn, referring to that old blog that came out about them. You know, the one where Evelyn was staying over at Emi's house when it dropped. But you know who didn't believe Evelyn? Ceci. She fully admits that Evelyn spoke to Ceci the same night, and suggests that she didn't really believe her when she said she found it weird, but since she was an adult, it wasn't really her place to say anything on it anyways. And then the very next day, she was offering to help write a statement for Evelyn's groomer of a husband to try absolving him from it. So either Ceci believed Evelyn and wanted to try to help, or Ceci didn't believe her, and still wanted to try helping a groomer. Honestly, this just feels like a means of Ceci trying to convict Emi over this, but didn't realize this would also apply to her own actions at the time too? Really didn't think that one through, huh? Anyways, take all of this information however you guys will, but Ceci, in my opinion, is really one of the most dangerous and unpredictable figures in the community. Hell, this is actually one of the primary reasons why I made the thumbnail for my Ceci video a side-by-side. On the left is this cute cuddly drawing of her that she wants people to think she's like, and on the right is this really aggressive drawing of her OC, looking pissed off, angry, filled with vengeance, hatred, and in my eyes, her true self. There's a reason why figures like Sam and even the Sonic and Sega Fan Jam staff didn't want to release that recorded call, and a huge factor was their fear of Ceci targeting them next because they knew she would. I know that because that's exactly what they told Emi and Dorian, that Ceci would go after them next if she knew that all of them participated in this. Hell, even Patrick got dragged down in her 93-page document. Ceci was ground zero for everything. Suddenly, because of her document, it validated people like Lizzy and the weirdos who made that Kiwi Farms page, which, by the way, they created during the Ceci drama just to spew out nonsense. All because Ceci didn't like that Emi was calling her out for being a liar. If you guys can remember the drama from November 2022, when Dorian and by extension Emi called out Ceci, Emi was straight up calling out Ceci for lying. And then notice how Emi being a liar has become the biggest narrative people now run with, all because of Ceci's document. A narrative that was deliberately created by Ceci in order to silence Emi. That way no one else would believe her words against Ceci. Anytime Emi would respond with literal proof, Ceci would publicly shake it off as more lies, until more and more people began to pick up on the same narrative. Despite Emi showing literal proof, hell, even during the Revolution bullshit with Ricardo himself was parroting the same notion in Emi's DMs, despite Emi herself literally telling him the truth. And this would all be heavily used against Emi later on, accusing her of lying about the Saberspark situation. Ceci's document is also what resulted in the Queen Falls creeps getting the validation they needed to make their own video, and guess what video was shown to I Love Kim Possible a lot, and even Mr. Enter's team, which resulted in KP sending that threat to Emi, and the Mr. Enter team giving her the ultimatum of either coming forward in the interview, or not coming forward and them unknowingly spewing false information. Ricardo's video, the Queen Falls video, the Kiwi Farms page, even that Starman person posting their thread outing Emi's relationship with Ryan Drummond, which later went viral. All of it ties right back to what started everything, which was Ceci's 93-page document in 2023. I wasn't sure where to fit this comment necessarily, but considering I mentioned her just a minute ago, Ceci has basically become Lizzy Silvas with a platform. I wouldn't call her Lizzy Silvas 2.0 because BlueEyedFox has clearly taken that title, but Ceci, it is not very good that you have basically become Lizzy Silvas 3, and have effectively done so much more damage to Emi's life and career, even more than what Lizzy or BlueEyed could have ever dreamed they'd do. Despite how much you have tried to claim that you have cared and loved Emi, and how much you wanted to protect her and protect her well-being. And trust me, she claims this a lot to defend herself, but you have effectively ruined Emi's life. You have endlessly spread gossip about her, are the key reason why thousands of people sexually harass her with degrading jokes, successfully took power away from her voice, and not to mention physically impaired her because of the ibuprofen situation. And even that you can't stay consistent with. Like, at first you're calling it ibuprofen like everyone else, and then you switch to calling it Advil in your document. Which one is it? Do you like that you're scary to people? Is this a narrative you're happy with, Ceci? The whole public doesn't know that you're this mean, horrible person, but so many people in this community are aware of that about you. You even admitted during the truce talks that you and Alex have lost friends because of all this drama. How are you not saying that this is a clear result of your actions? And I'm willing to bet that some of these people you've lost friendships and connections with also probably knew Emi a fair bit, and were well aware you were telling bullshit this whole time, but were all just too afraid to speak up to you. Do you like people being afraid of you? Is that just to add more to your constant need to be in control of everything? That is super villain coded shit. Like all this crap and you also making us try to sign this legal binding contract? How do you not see what's wrong with all this? It's really fucking bad. People who speak up against her are always afraid of retaliation. I've even heard dozens of stories from people who are too scared to say anything because they know how she behaves. But I really hope when this video finally comes out, maybe it'll push those people to not be afraid of this woman. Obviously, I'm not Ricardo, so I'm not gonna platform and spread around those stories, but hearing Ricardo describe Emi in the awful ways he did...
I don't think Emi cares. I don't think she cares about anyone but herself. You can talk about your medical conditions, you can talk about your mental illness, but it's not an excuse to act like a bad person and to commit the evil acts that she has. And Emi, after all of these years of this behavior, I don't think she can change.
Literally, everything evil that he said to describe Emi, that's how I would describe Ceci. And the big difference between Ricardo and Emi and Ceci and me is that I actually knew Ceci. She is someone unwilling to grow or change or own up to her past mistakes, instead trying to victimize herself in a situation where they were the ones who caused major harm, and attempt to silence those trying to speak out against her, just so people don't call her out again. And I know me saying all that is going to put me at full risk against Ceci, her husband, and all of her friends, but keep it here. And I know she's going to likely consider retaliating against Emi, because she is going to be sharing my video, to help bring more light on the truth of multiple issues and controversies pertaining to her. But know this, Ceci. I chose to include all this. Emi has tried moving on. Ceci makes Emi extremely uncomfortable. But I know saying all this likely won't help though. So if or when she decides to target Emi and then tries to victimize herself in the whole situation that she wants to be left alone, or more private information suddenly gets leaked out somewhere, now you know why. And the cold, hard truth about all this, Cecilia, is that I'm not your supervillain, and you're not mine. I literally don't care what you or your husband do with your lives. I don't think about you guys 24/7. I seriously don't care. I've already made it clear that I don't enjoy making videos like this. And trust me, I really was disappointed when I saw that I had to bring up all this bullshit again. It's been 3 fucking years. I've got better shit I'd like to do. You think I enjoy making videos like this? You think I enjoy bringing down your fucking character to people? This video is supposed to be about Ricardo, but your section is easily like the longest part of the video. Literally, if you had just spoken to Ricardo like Cameron asked you to, and asked him to remove your part of the video, I wouldn't have had to include this entire part. Literally, I would have just spared you and moved on with my life. But because you've allegedly spoke to Ricardo, fed him a bunch of bullshit, and then let him talk about all this drama from 3 fucking years ago again, or you just didn't do shit and you let Ricardo spread all this for no fucking reason. Neither of those choices were good, Ceci! In reality, I just want you to leave Emi alone. We're all trying to move on with our lives despite how hard you've made that with your stupid fucking document. And now you choosing not to do shit about Ricardo's video. I really wish you would just do the same and just move on with your life. Stop thinking about us, please. Fuck off. As a final note, I want to go back to the subject of the Sonic and Sega Fan Jam team, or again known as the Sonic Expo Atlanta staff, and everything related to Matt, Patrick, Sam, and Kenny's involvement, noting how all of them were supporting Emi and Dorian during all of this, whether that be advising them over what to include or edit in their public statements, or Sam helping Emi write her messages to Cess. Things were going to be taken a step further, or at least that's what they were told. During these calls, Emi and the others involved were told that there was strength in numbers, and were told that if Ceci lies about the situation and if they truly needed to, they would release the recorded call. Because of this, Emi and her friends would ask at different times about releasing the call, to which each time the staff would refuse. Emi was completely of the belief that they would release it if things got out of hand. These are messages of Emi opening up to Matt about how hurt she was, where she even goes into how they told her that they would help, and how hurt she felt realizing they weren't gonna help in the ways they said they would. Emi and Dorian were encouraged by the staff to speak out against Ceci, with this idea in mind that they were going to be supported and that the staff had their backs, only for them to not act on anything, leaving both of them to fend for themselves. At one point during February 2023, Emi was extremely suicidal. She was writing out a will, preparing to part with her belongings, and had to go see a crisis counselor because she was so distraught over what was taking place online. And most people were just believing everything in Ceci's document despite all the clear manipulation in it. Manipulation that was so obvious to everyone involved because they had the context of the recording. The same recording that these guys refused to release, despite saying they would if things got bad and they truly needed to. Which, you can't make the argument that they never reached this point. It got extremely bad. This has ruined Emi's life. One of Emi's friends would even get into a call with them, begging them to release the recording, scared for Emi's life because she was making life-ending decisions in her DMs, and they just remained silent most of the time, along with declining releasing the recording again. But why? Why did they refuse to release the evidence like they said they would if things got bad? Well, they told Emi and her friends why in these late calls, and it was because of their relationships with Sega. They told Emi and her friends that they ultimately wouldn't step in and release the recording because they knew Ceci would attack them next, focusing on Ceci being recorded without her consent, and that in turn would impact their working relationship with Sega. Matt at the time was the head person at Strategy Guide, which is an agency that works directly with Sega on content like Speed Strats. Obviously, Sam and Kenny, as everyone knows, are not only part of the Strategy Guide, but also have their own unique and strong relationship with Sega. And well, Emi and Dorian were left to try desperately defending themselves on their own, despite all the staff still being on their side. I find it extremely interesting that later, this idea of a Sam hate campaign would start, and people would openly speculate on why on earth could Emi possibly dislike Sam, considering he's so great. So was Emi really just some hater? Or was she reasonably hurt that this group essentially sold her out for Sega opportunities? Also, I didn't mention this in the Sam section because it felt more fitting here, but Ricardo actually does mention in his video that Emi didn't like Sam because Sam didn't defend her during her past controversies.
Why is this? Because he did not personally come out and use his platform to publicly defend Emi during one of her controversies.
Which really stood out to me because how exactly did he know this information? I mean, it clearly omits context, but still, did one of his sources tell him what actually happened? Including all this information about the recorded call that proves that Ceci was lying? And Ricardo just chose to withhold the full story from the community? Ricardo even made mention of Matt here too.
She also has specific vendettas against Fidel of GamesCage and Tails channel, and for those who are not aware, hasn't been run by Matt Mannheimer in around 10 years at this point.
Which wasn't public knowledge in any way. So he couldn't have just assumed this was from any threads or tweets about it online. So obviously, somebody was feeding him some of the information about this. Did the source just not tell Ricardo everything? Either way, someone here is not being entirely upfront. And now I would like to play another testimony from Emi, going over her feelings on this whole subject.
I have had a really hard time trying to process everything that happened. Even with all that's happened, I'm still grateful that the FanJam staff, including Kenny and Sam, and a few other creator friends stepped in to help both me and Dorian. They came to us telling us that Cec had threatened them. They asked Dorian for his proof and he provided it, and after being shown the evidence, they supported him through all of this. Before all this, they recorded the call with Cec and Pasquale when Cec threatened the staff so she and her husband couldn't twist it later and say FanJam didn't try to help. They let us listen to the recording in a call. I listened to the call personally at least twice. We had to pause a bunch of times because it was so frustrating to listen to and the call kept getting worked up over it. They would repeatedly say how we were all going to be okay because there was strength in numbers. They encouraged Dorian to finally speak up publicly because he was exhausted from feeling as though he was held hostage. That's what led to everything coming out in November of 2022. When Cec reached out to me to make sure there were no hard feelings, Sam helped me write my responses. We knew anything I said could get shared around, and people who knew her knew that she never keeps things to herself. We even made a Google Doc where Sam and I broke down her messages into particular arguments, and Sam helped me word things carefully so they couldn't be twisted later. It honestly felt like performing surgery just trying to have a basic conversation. Sam was really helpful at pointing out when Cec would twist things or use strawman arguments. So we worked hard to keep my feelings clear, which you can see in the messages a few different times. The hardest part was not being able to tell her the real reason I was so upset, which was hearing her say on that recording that if I got hurt, then oh well. I wasn't allowed to mention it because no one wanted her to know that the call had been recorded. I chose to respect my friends' wishes and handle it the way that they had suggested. I am grateful for all the long calls we had where we talked it through and supported each other. All of us were tired and frustrated with Cec. When Cec first responded in 2022, she lied about details that the recording could have disproved, so we asked for it to be released. They didn't feel comfortable doing that, and at the time, we understood. It was communicated to me that if push really came to shove and if we absolutely needed to, then they would release the recorded call. Then February 2023 hit, and she released that 93-page document. And everyone in that group agreed it was manipulative and full of misinformation, but they still didn't want to release the call. I ended up attempting suicide on Valentine's Day. People in our group were begging them in tears to release the recording because of how things were for me, and they still chose not to. Their main fear was that she would come after them next, and that it would hurt their working relationship with Sega. I cared about my friends, and at the time, I wanted to respect their wishes, so I tried to defend myself with what I had. Though it honestly didn't really make a difference until Cec wanted a truce after Coop made his own video covering everything. When talking to her, my partner and I decided to be honest with her about how we heard her in the recording because I wanted to end the public back and forth and put everything out on the table. Even though the conflict eventually stopped and the accusations against me were cleared, the damage was done. Over the last 3 years, I've lost sleep watching my reputation slowly fall apart because of all of this. My reputation now is what it is today because of Cec's document. Everything that happened after this, people assumed my guilt because of the damage that started with February 2023 from Cec and those associated with her. I was assumed to be some form of compulsive liar because that is how Cec framed me during all of this. Sometimes I wish I didn't say anything at all. I catch myself wishing I just didn't tell anyone about her putting medicine in my drink without my consent because I do think about how different my life might look right now. About how my private relationships and life would have stayed private and how so much of my life wouldn't have been affected by what she did. I am glad we eventually talked and cleared some things up back in 2023, but the impact never really went away. People still bring it up even years later, just like it's happened recently. Sometimes I kick myself wishing I thought to record the recording when shown it, but these were people I saw as my friends, and the fact that I didn't think to have that foresight, I believe just speaks to the fact that I would never have thought to do something like that. Of course, I wanted to reveal this information and had hoped to for Coop's original part 2. However, because Cec came to us claiming to want to have a truce after Coop's first video, I bit my tongue when it came to sharing everything. I wish when everything did happen, I could have just shared the full story. 3 years later, I guess now is the time, considering it's time to just be as transparent as I can about everything that happened. For the record, the screenshots of the chat were shared around in private spaces, and someone decided to share them, and at that point, I just didn't care anymore and was tired of protecting that information from the public, while constantly being left to hold the bag. It felt like my life didn't ultimately matter back when I planned my attempt in early 2023 when I was being harassed by Cec's fans and friends. I didn't understand why I was considered a reasonable sacrifice to avoid losing Sega connections. I still don't, but I don't want to understand. I can confirm that the contents of recording got all the details correct. They probably got the details from me venting about it to people privately. I heard the call directly. There were multiple people in that call listening to the recording. I even quoted it in one of the messages directly as I was on a call listening to it a second time after Cec went to Twitter and denied saying things that she absolutely did say. In the end, I'm tired. And for the record, no, I don't hate any of these people. If I had actually wanted to put together a hate campaign against Sam, I could have easily released these screenshots when Sam was already being attacked online to pile more onto him, similar to what Cec does. I don't hate Matt either. I am extremely hurt by how everything has played out here, and because of that, I don't entirely respect their decision, and I'm not their biggest fan after my career was ruined and they withheld evidence. On top of that, I also heard from a close friend of mine and theirs that they were all laughing at Ryan and I when it was revealed we dated when I thought these were my friends. Not to mention, and this is something I never planned on sharing, but back in 2020, I had to ask a friend of mine from Sega about why my messages suddenly weren't showing up in the Sonic official live streams, as I loved hanging out in them and talking with other Sonic fans, only to find out I had been muted in them. And not by any actual employee of Sega, but by one of the mods. And all of the mods at the time just so happened to be part of Strategy Guide. I didn't break any rules or do anything wrong. Thankfully, my friend at Sega did undo this mute, but it was really unnerving that this group of people would try to control my participation back in 2020, years before all of this crazy stuff happened. And even after that, I still defended them when Seth threatened them because I cared about them and I was willing to move on. I even tried to talk things out with them by being vulnerable about how their actions affected me, but was shut down and told they didn't want to talk about it, even when they had originally told me that they would have been happy to talk about it. None of this was influenced by a sudden change of heart over mine and Dorian's innocence. They knew Seth's document was manipulative and fake. They were making fun of how manipulative and stupid it was before I even woke up to find out what was happening. They told me I shouldn't even respond to it, and that I didn't even need to worry about it. It was because ultimately, they did not want to be convinced to release the evidence. And for the record, I don't hate Fidel either. He walked away from me after the Sess drama, and Fidel posts very frequently. I didn't want to be reminded of what happened, so I tried muting him, but his posts still wound up appearing frequently on my timeline, so I did make the choice to block him for my own mental health, just to make sure his posts stop appearing on my feed. The only other thing I want to address here is Cess accuses me and Evelyn of pulling her into a call to beg her not to tell anyone that Kevin essentially groomed Evelyn. That is insane and not true at all. I knew Cess's history with drama, so I felt Evelyn pleading her side was vital so Cess didn't spread the blog around because Evelyn and Kevin told me it was misinformation. But her takeaway from it apparently was that we begged her to cover up grooming? Why did she agree to it then? Why did she offer to absolve Kevin if that's how the conversation apparently took place? Either she is lying or she helped cover up grooming. The last thing I'm gonna say on this is that I never want to talk about this ever again. I'm done. I am tired. Please leave me alone.
Hey everyone, if I look and sound weird during this part of the video, it's because I got horribly sick again while making this video. So if I look and sound kind of congested during this part, that's why. So, since Emi wanted to put everything on the table during this part, I figured I'd do the same just before we fully move on from this topic. I cut ties with Ceci back in 2018, around the same time Emi initially did too. Unlike Emi, I never gave Ceci a second chance. But not for a lack of trying. Knowing Ceci and how she chooses to react to being called out, I know that she will very desperately try to track down or look for any kind of old screenshots or DMs we've had in the past, for the sake of putting me down and trying to take power away from my voice. So before Ceci thinks that she has the opportunity to do that and not just own up to her past mistakes, I'm gonna do that first so she doesn't have the chance to victimize herself by not providing the proper context for why her past friendship collapsed. I'm gonna be censoring out certain people's names during this past fallout of ours back in 2018, because it was literally 8 years ago, and I would rather the focus be on Ceci and I. That way these other people who have likely moved on with their lives don't suddenly get dragged down over old shit. I apologize to these people in advance if something does come out revealing their identities knowing Ceci. So in the scenario where Ceci does just carelessly come forward about who you guys were, I'm really sorry. In 2018, Emi and Ceci were having their own little spat, which led to Ceci leaving Emi's server, a server that she used to be a mod in. But another huge reason why she left was because Ceci had actually made her own server, which obviously needed a bit more of her attention at the time. A little bit after she left, Emi got involved with a misunderstanding, where someone had commissioned her to do vocals for a song they wanted to include in the video they were working on. But months went by and the person's commission was never finished. And for a bit more context of the situation, Emi was having a challenging time when she accepted the commission, with the notion that one of her mixers would actually be helping her. Emi then tried taking the time to learn how to mix on her own, but was just inexperienced. And the guy did insist that he was good on waiting because he really wanted Emi on his project. So from the start, there was some pretty decent communication about the commission in the server, and Emi did at least record the voiceover elements. They tried contacting Emi for a refund, and through a lot of miscommunication, Emi didn't send them their refund for a bit. They would suddenly post about it on Twitter. It got some kind of huge attention being brought to it, but eventually Emi did send the person their refund, and really, that should have been the end of it. It wasn't. You see, this same person was also in Emi's server, and they ended up leaving too. Around the same time, Ceci left. The person was also apparently in Ceci's server too, and had voiced frustration about Emi not recording this commission they paid for, and they just wanted to get a refund after months of not getting one. Ceci caught wind of that, and since she was having her own issues with Emi at the time, she got involved. she more than likely pushed this person to post about it publicly. That way a ton of pressure and hate could be sent to Emi to give the guy a refund, because clearly there was no other way this situation could have been handled. This person and I were also decent acquaintances, and I was also becoming super close with Emi since I had joined her server a year prior, so I went messaged the guy asking why he was shitting on Emi publicly, and that I was just generally disappointed in this person. Our talk didn't really go well, and he ended up blocking me. It's been 8 years, I don't hold any ill will towards that person, and I'm sure they just want to move on and just do whatever the hell else they're doing nowadays, which is why I'm also not gonna name drop them, because it's really not that important to this old situation. I also don't have any screenshots to show of this interaction because I actually lost access to my original Discord account back in November 2022 because an older phone of mine broke, and it was the only device I could see my two-factor backup codes on, which Discord was being incredibly anal about. I literally emailed them from the same email and gave them the phone number I had linked to the account, and they said they just couldn't shut down the two-factor thing on my old account, despite me explaining to them that I never downloaded the backup codes, and the only codes I had access to were on an old phone that broke. So I just had to make a brand new Discord account, losing access to all my old DMs and other things from December 2016 to November 2022. It fucking sucked. But that's the main reason why I couldn't really go back and screenshot any of these messages. I just don't have access to my old account. It also makes me realize that if Alex and Ceci did try contacting me, it was probably from that old account. So if they try to come forward and say, we tried contacting Cooper, but he just didn't respond, I couldn't. You were probably contacting my old account that I can't even log into anymore. And besides, those old messages I had with that guy weren't really great, just a lot of lashing out, and it's just not a good look for either of us. So I'd rather just not fully dig up that stuff and just wish the person well wherever they are. I do have old screenshots of what happened next though. After my talk with that person went horribly, they blocked me and I just decided to move on. Until I suddenly got a DM from someone that I didn't expect to be involved. Ceci. She had contacted me because apparently that person had complained to her about how I confronted them in DMs, and she came to confront me about how shitty I was being. And even at this point in time, I was super intimidated by Ceci. She was kind of a scary person to deal with, especially when she was pissed off. So I immediately folded and even asked Ceci to have the person unblock me so I could send them an apology. I even sent her this subtweet that she apparently made about me and a few other friends at the time, relating to the whole situation with Emi. But after I sent that person an apology, Ceci and I's conversation was kinda done at that point. At this moment in time, I hadn't really spoken to or interacted with Emi for about a week or so, mainly because she had a lot of personal stuff going on. She was still in the middle of trying to move from Ohio to California at that point, but then I ended up joining a private call with Emi and a few other friends where we were talking about the drama that was recently going on Twitter, relating to the topic of that person calling her out publicly. Naturally, I brought up how I went to confront this person in DMs, saying how they created this whole unnecessary public drama over the situation, and I also brought up how Ceci came confront me in DMs shortly after I spoke to that person, and Emi was pissed. Apparently, I wasn't the only friend of Emi's that Ceci had tried doing this to, as a few others in our friend group had told Emi that Ceci had came spoke to them too, in an effort to badmouth Emi and get us to turn on her. And sometimes it worked. A few decent friends of ours actually left Emi's server and didn't want to hear otherwise. But obviously, not all of us were gonna fall for what Ceci was trying to do. Not only was this whole situation getting blown out of proportion because of Ceci getting involved, but she and several friends of hers at the time were subtweeting about the whole situation and Emi, because I guess she's mentally stuck in high school and needs to surround herself with friends who are just as emotionally immature as her. Oh, and by the way, Ceci and her friends were doing all this awful subtweeting, all while Ceci didn't even go ask Emi for her side, and this was during the time when Ceci and Emi were supposed to be best friends. This was during their first friendship, which later fell apart horribly because of this entire situation. So yeah, I figured I'd include that detail. But 10 days after our initial DMs and the drama itself was starting to die down, Ceci would contact me again, saying how she was still disappointed in me about how I didn't just fold and dump Emi as a friend, and then just blindly follow Ceci into an empty abyss of petty hate, being disappointed in me for not doing what she said, so I gave her a super sassy bitchy response of heart by smile, and then I think Super Egg took her phone or something because her next messages seemed really out of character, saying I had enormous balls and that I was a pussy-whipped lad, words that have truly never left my brain to this day. So I flipped both of them off and told Ceci I said bye to Kevin too. On second thought, maybe I did give Kevin a proper goodbye way before my apology in 2023. A day after this interaction, Ceci would tag me on Twitter publicly calling me out for stalking her tweets, which I kind of was. It wasn't really a healthy thing for me to be doing. I saw this tweet and messaged Ceci with a link to it, saying to humor me. Ceci responded annoyed, trying to tell me not to talk to her like that, even though the last time we spoke she literally called me a pussy-whipped lad. This talk was bound to not go well. And it really didn't. Because after Ceci had messaged me really annoyed and publicly called me out on Twitter, I sent her this massive message, starting out by quoting her saying, "I don't want to be rude," which I called a good one, and unleashed a very, very angry message on her. I called her all kind of insults and awful names, called out her weird chronically online drama-obsessed behavior, talked shit about her getting involved with the at the time smear campaign against Emi. I also pointed out how when Emi would call me out as friends, she wouldn't go on her fucking Twitter to subtweet me like Ceci would often do. I mentioned how if Emi didn't give a shit about me, then in parentheses, I pointed out how Ceci had a habit of going to random friends of Emi's and telling them this exact claim, but I was pointing out how Emi would always choose to handle her personal issues with her friends privately, because she didn't need to go air out all her personal problems with her friends on her social media. I also called out Ceci for manipulating people with their past mistakes, another tactic that she does often, saying she was full of shit and what kind of friend does that. In the next part of my message, I told Ceci that me and several others find her awful to be around, with me even saying that I hope she has some kind of epiphany someday, where she realizes how horribly toxic her behavior has been and hopefully changes. Then I say something in this message that I honestly still think about to this day. Where do you see yourself in 10 years, Cess? Still subtweeting about the 10 billion fucking drama you got yourself involved in? Are you gonna be married to SuperEgg who's gonna keep instigating your shitty attitude and unprofessional behavior? Good luck with that. Damn, that's pretty brutal. Being honest, I was kind of on the money with that. The only thing I really got wrong was Ceci marrying SuperEgg. The only reason I said this was because Ceci and Pasquale weren't together at the time of these DMs, because he had cheated on her the year prior, and there was no way I would have thought that Ceci would go back to some guy who willingly cheated on her and hurt her so bad. None of my business, though. I then said she wasn't going to read what I said and take any of it into consideration. The majority of it was pretty brutal, so I honestly don't entirely blame her for not hearing me out. I told her to feel free to subtweet and or tag me a dozen more times in the future because I didn't care anymore. She would never tag me again, but I'm sure subtweets aplenty did happen. I pointed out how all she cared about was attention and constantly wanting people on her side in drama, telling her that she had a serious problem and needed to fix it. She didn't. I told her I was done with her and that I'd stop stalking her Twitter, which consisted of me liking subtweets she was making about me and other friends at the time. I also say that in spite of all this, I had hoped that she would get the help she clearly needed to become a better person, who isn't toxic and shitty to other friends, saying that she's gonna end up with no friends if she keeps acting this way, something I wouldn't wish on anyone, not even my worst enemy. I closed out this brutal as hell DM by saying I hope she appreciated this essay in quotes. I think this was a reference to something else she probably said or did around this time, but I genuinely can't remember. I also ended it with her full name drop, good god! Yeah, this DM is kind of bizarre for me to look back on. It's been 8 years since I sent this to her, and just from looking at it, I was an incredibly hateful, bitter person back then. I was incredibly pissed off at Ceci, and this was the first time I spoke up towards her and gave her my genuine thoughts about her. It was basically like a tea kettle building up and was starting to go off, and just exploded everywhere. I was very reckless and stupid when sending this DM. And sometime shortly after this, I would also end up sending SuperEgg that fat-shaming awful DM as well. I guess that was me coming off the high of me sending Ceci that message, so I just sent one to Kevin as well. I even remember once Emi and everyone else got word that I had done this, they decided to pull me into a call and talk down to me to stop doing stuff like this because it was just reckless and stupid, no matter how upset I was. I guess this would be the point where I publicly apologize to Ceci for sending such a nasty, awful DM to her. Except, I already tried doing this privately. Around late 2019, when Ceci had become closely acquainted with Emi again, and Dorian, I felt a little weirded out by Emi's decision to befriend Ceci again after what happened a year prior. I trusted her choice, but something still felt off to me. At the same time, I also wondered if maybe Ceci had grown as a person, which warranted Emi giving her this second chance. Plus, after a year of sitting on my DM I sent her and reflecting on my behavior, I obviously started feeling awful about the really terrible things I said towards Ceci in our last DMs. Plus, I figured if Emi was gonna give her a second chance, I at least wanted to clear the air with her and make things not horribly awkward for our friend groups, by deciding to send her an actual apology. I would even delete this massive DM from her messages sometime later, but I'm sure she screenshotted it and sent it to her close friends like she would often do. And I also won't be a hypocrite. The only reason I have these screenshots of the message is because I shared them with Emi shortly after I sent them to Ceci. Not great. I also sent her those Super Egg DMs too, which is what led to her and her friends needing to talk to me about it later. But basically, in early 2020, just before the pandemic shut things down, yikes, I messaged someone I knew who was still in contact with Ceci at the time, and I asked them to relay this message to her, telling her I wasn't sure if she wanted to hear from me again after, that, and wanted things to be less awkward for us at future conventions. I said that I was sorry if any of my words hurt her, and I pointed out how we were both young and dumb and said things we both regret, hoping that she'd understand. I kept it brief in case Ceci maybe gave the person a short response that was just like, no, I don't want to talk to him ever again, so I didn't end up wasting too much of her time, that way both of us could just move on. However, that person that actually sent me back a DM from Ceci responding to me wanting to be on good terms with her, and tell him if he really wants to make up with me, he's gonna have to stop self-deflecting blame onto me. Yeah, this wasn't starting out well. She was obviously still insanely pissed off about what I sent her. She said that if I wanted to talk, then I should message her myself, which was technically good, I guess, like we could finally talk things out. But one thing that felt really off to me about her message was that she was very annoyed as hell that I called her young and dumb, and even ended her message by saying, "Don't ever call me dumb again, Cooper." But I said we were young and dumb. We did things we both regretted. Which, objectively speaking, we did. I did. She did. All of that 2018 drama was handled incredibly stupid. That's what I was pointing out. Yet she made it about how I was calling her dumb. Regardless, I still went and messaged her to try apologizing properly, and this talk didn't go well either. It wasn't a giant mess like last time, but it didn't really end with anything positive. First off, I even reworded my apology to say that I was young and dumb, saying again that I was very sorry and didn't want any more ill blood with her. I even apologized for the message I sent Super Egg. Huh. Ceci's response to this was honestly pretty mean. She started out by asking me pretty manipulatively if I had actually changed, and if I feel in my heart that I'm a different person. She went on to say how my last message to her had hurt her on a very deep psychological level, and that she knew everything that was said, every dagger that was thrown. She claims that she didn't mean any harm to me, and that if she did cause harm, she swears up and down that it wasn't the intention of her words. Which, on Ceci standards, that's probably the closest she's ever come to apologizing to me about anything. She was very upset by the way I acted back then, saying she was especially upset that I used her full name to degrade her at the lowest of lows, and saying that she cannot forget it. I got her full name from her PayPal, by the way. I commissioned her a few times in the past, and her full name was on there. Should I have slapped it at the end of that huge DM? Probably not, but that's how I found out about her full name. It was on her PayPal. She said that she would never harm me, but did not want to be friends again or even talk, calling me, I shit you not, a danger to her presence. Wow. That comment actually did hurt me pretty bad, which I'm sure some people watching might say that that was just me getting my just desserts after sending her all of that, but man, that comment really put me in a bad funk for a while. I then tried telling her that I did change, that I was seeing a therapist who was helping me, I was medicated and becoming more in control of my emotions, just trying to convince her that I was trying to make these strides to improve my behavior and be a better person. I think Ceci might have realized that she maybe went a little too far in her last message, because she then said she appreciated my apology and hoped I had a good life. But then she would very confusingly tell me, right after she called me a danger to her presence, that I didn't need to avoid her like the plague at Revolution, and that we could say hi to each other if I'd like. What? Question. Would you want to walk up to someone and talk to them after they called you a danger to their presence? After getting put into such a sad mood after she called me a danger, I didn't know how to feel about this next message. It was just confusing as hell. Like, which one did she want? Am I a danger to her presence? How could she have hit me that low, but then say that I didn't need to avoid her and that I could come say hi to her if I wanted? Why would I want to put her in such an awkward position like that? What the hell? But that's the story of how mine and Ceci's friendship just ended horribly. to which I tried reaching out to apologize over a year later, to which she then threw it back in my face and then left me in a really confusing mood. And I stayed true to my word. I didn't contact her ever again after this, and at Sonic Revolution 2022, I kept my distance from her and her husband. I just didn't want to make things awkward or weird for her, let alone me. The next time I did anything relating to Ceci would happen in February 2023, when she dropped her 93-page document destroying Emi's career, which led to me making those public tweets trying to call her out that no one agreed with, and then I made my video about her 2 months later, which led to her contacting us a day later because she desperately wanted to get the video taken down, despite the fact that no one was fucking watching it. I just had enough. I wanted this community to see how horribly manipulative and awful this ex-friend of mine was being with her huge platform. I thought she was dangerous, and abused her position to take down and silence anyone who was trying to call her out in the past. When Ceci made that tweet back in 2023 trying to call me out and villainize me, I was honestly shocked she didn't share that awful DM I sent her back in 2018. In fact, Emi and I were both really shocked she never attached it anywhere. It just seemed horribly out of character for Ceci. Until Emi was sent the screenshot of Ceci with Kevin straight up admitting she couldn't find the screenshot she saved of that large DM I sent her, which I had also tried apologizing for that she threw back in my face. And if she did decide to show me trying to apologize to her back in 2020, she probably would have just made it about how he only did this because Emi and I were becoming good friends at the time, making it out like me trying to genuinely apologize to her for this whole thing seemed like a fake thing I did. Whatever. Ceci, that was me trying to give you a genuine apology. I really was sorry. That DM wasn't a great thing for me to send anyone, let alone you. If me being sorry wasn't fine enough and you just didn't want to forgive me, then that's fine. And I didn't send it to you fully expecting us to just magically become friends again. That's not realistic. But considering how horribly your second friendship with Emi ended, I was honestly right to assume that her giving you a second chance was not a good idea. It has been 8 years since this DM, and it still kinda scares me how mostly accurate I was during some of the comments here. Not necessarily the parts calling her a bitch and whatnot, but more the parts where I was asking her where do you see yourself in 10 years? Just getting herself involved with drama still, wanting to be the one in the right all the time, and surrounding herself with friends instigating and coddling her repeating behaviors. 8 years since this message, and I was still mostly on point. Though she still has 2 years left to change though, so you hear that, Ceci? You have a chance. You still have a short amount of time to prove me wrong and change for the better. I don't want to harp on this for too much longer since this entire section about Ceci has gone on for way long enough, but I do want to say that my DM with Ceci back in 2018 did end up getting shared with some ex-friends who also hated Ceci years after the fact, and I've even heard from these people that while yes, this message is insanely brutal and angry, they were also kind of shocked at how pretty on point I was with Ceci's whole character and pattern of behaviors. So yeah, Ceci, just so you know, ex-friends of yours who also knew you well in the past also agree with what I said in my 2018 DM that I sent you. I just wanted to share that with her. I have a lot of mixed feelings about this old message. I do not like the bitter, angry person that I was at the time when I wrote it out and sent it to Ceci. Though, at the same time, I did not like how Ceci threw my attempted apology right back at me, and attempted to paint it like I didn't actually grow or change at all in the time I spent not talking to her at that point. And after her recent behavior, not just with her 2023 document, but also her allegedly reaching out to Ricardo to help spread more misinformation about people that she didn't actually know, like it's still some kind of high school cafeteria gossipy bullshit, along with her harshly shooting down Cameron when he was just asking her to contact Ricardo, like she already said she did in the past, just to take her portion out of the hit piece he made on Emi, which she didn't want to do because she didn't want to get involved, and would just rather this narrative of Emi being this cartoonishly evil villain just run rampant. All in all, I would actually say that Ceci is not the same person that she was back in 2018. Because she's gotten worse, and has clearly become so much more comfortable with being worse. So I don't really know what else there is to really say about Ceci without just repeating myself over and over again. So I guess I'll just end this topic by directly telling Ceci this. While I did initially regret sending you that insanely hateful, brutal DM ending our friendship 8 years ago, after all the harm and damage that you have brought towards Emi and Dorian after the fact, along with you slapping me in the face with my apology back in 2020 when I was trying to be genuinely sorry, honestly, the only thing I regret about sending you that DM now is me deleting it in the first place. And that's all I really have to say about that. I don't know where to go following this. This video has seriously gone off the rails, but there's just so much information I don't want to leave out. Again, I'm going to be linking everything that I possibly can in the description for all of you to go read and look at yourselves. I just want to be fully transparent about everything that I'm discussing, which has definitely made this a lengthy, kind of unfocused video. I guess that's what happens when I decide to look at a hit piece video that fucked up so many important, serious topics. With that in mind, I'm going to steer right back into Ricardo's video.
But it was swiftly brushed under the rug because only a few days after Ceci's doc, the news about her and Ryan Drummond finally became public.
Oh boy, we're back at this topic again. I'm so glad. I've already shared how kind of weirdly timed other things during the whole February 2023 drama was, but Emi and Ryan's relationship getting leaked out not even a day or so after Ceci's document dropped, did no one else find that insanely odd? Like, it literally makes it seem like all this information was purposely set up to come out like this. That's just my opinion, but I always found it really odd. But the person who initially aired all this information out was a user called the Starman Mars, who not only effectively inserted himself into the whole Ceci drama, but then proceeded to go on a pretty strong actual hate campaign against Emi that lasted months, not only leaking out Emi's private relationship, but also villainizing Dorian as a predator, and strongly showing that he was on Ceci's side. There's nothing inherently wrong with still believing Ceci, but the way this Starman person did it was severely dangerous and incredibly irresponsible. I remember calling him out for this, and even by the end of the initial drama, a lot of people really did not like this dude. And going back to my theory about how people in the Sonic community only see Emi as competition that they have to get rid of, Starman was also apparently a musician. Yeah, his whole hate campaign against Emi seems to make a bit more sense now, huh? And he was also not a huge fan of the video I made on Ceci, posting a really funny Twitter thread reacting to it, making some weird-ass comments about my video, and threatening that a reckoning was coming. Someone on my video also left a comment about this supposed reckoning, which I just assumed was Starman using a burner. I also remember getting comments on my video and even the re-upload from people who have claimed to have known Starman, and they were talking shit about him. So something tells me he's likely known by some to just cause issues for no reason. To make this weirder, in some details that I've already shared about this, it later came out that Ceci was directly talking to this lunatic, even feeding him more information about Emi that he honestly didn't even know about or share. Yeah, Starman was the one who publicized Emi's suicidal thoughts at the time, because Ceci had told him about it in DMs, where they made the gross claim that she was suicide baiting, when in reality her mental health was actually collapsing. So that was a very weird decision by Ceci to keep talking to this guy, and an even stranger decision to let him use screenshots of their messages to spread more shit about Emi. What the fuck? I know it's been like 3 years, but seriously, why did she do this? Why on earth were you sharing private information with this fucking lunatic? Didn't seem too bothered that Starman was airing out something that was supposed to be between two people in their relationship, huh? And when Ceci got confronted about this during the truce conversations, she didn't really apologize for it, instead saying she didn't need us to understand why she chose to talk to certain people. What a great response. So I guess if we ever caught Ceci talking to someone like the Zodiac Killer, don't fucking question it, she doesn't have to explain herself. You weirdo. Also, remember that reckoning that Starman and that random person in my comments claimed was gonna happen? Apparently, Ceci caught wind of that and told Starman to call it off. And Emi eventually learned from Ceci that Starman was apparently gonna make a video about Emi, like a huge video expose and whatnot. So basically what Ricardo ultimately made. Oh, by the way, this Starman guy later deleted his Twitter, and to my knowledge, he doesn't appear to have an online presence at the moment. I have no clue what happened to this guy, and I personally don't care. All people are gonna remember this dude for was being the weirdo who aired out 2 grown adults dating a few years ago that he had no right to share without their consent, along with grossly piggybacking off of Ceci and Evelyn's documents at the time. And by the time Evelyn released her document, Starman was just going on a freaking tirade. Like, look at these sets of tweets and tell me, does this person sound sane? Be the change you want to see in the world. Emi is not the first person I've done this to and certainly won't be the last. I am not obsessed. I am someone who is a firm believer that no one should be allowed to escape the consequences of their actions. And then he got a reply from someone who was pointing out the just general hypocrisy and idiocracy about his posts. This is the same person that Ceci validated, willingly sent info to, and just continued allowing them to have a platform to keep doing this shit. It's absolute insanity. Also, Emi is not the first person they've done this to. Who did he go after before Emi? What happened to those people? Considering Starman deleted his Twitter, I guess we'll never know. Dude was a leech, good riddance. So, getting back to Ricardo's video, he just restates a lot of the same stuff that he brought up when he talked about Emi and Ryan earlier, but with more jokes!
A story that, let me remind you, if there was no affair, there's no wrongdoing here. It is simply two people having sex, no matter how weird a Sonic voice being used during it might be.
Genuinely, I think this was the main reason you wanted to make this video. Well, the ad revenue came first, but him cracking really stupid jokes like this, that so many in the community have also made, it's just tasteless and gross. But it also shows his true intentions to me was that he just wanted to crack another joke about the stupid voice thing. It also seriously shows that a lot of you guys just don't know Emi. Like, it's painfully obvious to me that Emi was just joking here, because I know her and I know her humor. She's publicly stated that the voice thing was just an inside joke, but the joke becomes immediately unfunny and just weird the moment it's taken from her and used to sexually degrade her and Ryan. Both of them even joked about how funny of an idea that would be, but now thousands of people are joking about it as if it actually happened. So to everyone else and Ricardo, it's not clever, you're not funny, fuck off.
Does that maybe raise a few red flags about her potentially being interested in the relationship between a canonically 15-year-old blue hedgehog and an 8-year-old yellow fox? Yeah, maybe, and that would be incredibly fucking weird.
And there's another one of the more tasteless reasons he decided to make this video. This is a stupid joke relating to another huge accusation against Emi. Unfortunately, it also spawned from Ceci's original 93-page document, and has still led people to accusing Emi of shipping Son Tails, which is a very controversial topic in the community. Never mind the fact that not only has Emi addressed and cleared up this accusation, but even Ceci cleared it up in her new document that, again, Ricardo didn't show. Ceci even affirms how harmful it is to spread this kind of stuff towards victims of childhood sexual abuse, all while Ricardo claims he cares about victims of sexual abuse. It's just fucking gross that Ricardo thought he could toss in this quick joke when it's not only completely false, but he's basically trying to accuse Emi of being a creepy pedophile, which he is sadly not the only dumbass in this community to do so. I remember being there for her when Emi was suicidal back in February 2023, and the way this triggered her childhood sexual assault was really devastating. She had to seek out professional support just to help her through being accused of something that she was a victim of. But Ricardo is a supporter of victims, right? I would even stay at her place in June of that year for Sonic Revolution, and I even witnessed her emotionally shutting down when she saw someone just casually calling her a pedo online. The lights just left her eyes and she became nonverbal. It just broke my heart. Like, unless she's a method actress, I don't know what else to say about that. So apart from the fact that casually insinuating that Emi is a huge creep like this is just disgusting and wrong, but also, you can't just say that in the video! That can be insanely damaging not just to Emi, who is a parent, but if you just carelessly state an accusation like this, joking or not, that most likely won't look very good if the person you're talking about maybe decided to take you to court over making a pretty damaging comment like this. How's that going for you, Ricardo?
But we honestly have more important things to talk about. The thing between Emi and Ryan is...
Wait, what did he just say?
The thing between Emi and Ryan is...
Remy and Ryan?
The thing between Emi and Ryan is...
You don't think that needed a retake? Ricardo re-uploaded this entire video and somehow didn't catch this. Twice. Lazy jackass. Getting back to the affair claims, one of the most bizarre parasocial things I've seen people try to push about Emi dating Ryan is that she somehow ruined Ryan's life? No. In fact, I would argue the opposite. Think about it, over 10 years prior, Ryan wasn't really making convention appearances or even doing voice work as Sonic in any form. It wasn't really until that old 2013 interview he did, where he had done his Sonic voice for the first time in like 10 years, and then he began having more of an online presence. Then he did that short birthday video with Emi in 2015, made multiple interview appearances on her charity streams, and of course eventually reprised his role as Sonic in Sonic and Tails R. And even if we're gonna entertain this notion that Emi ruined Ryan's life, how? People now know they dated long ago. Who gives a shit? I'm kind of hard pressed to imagine anyone would want to go up to Ryan during a convention and bring up the using the voice thing to him in person. That's just a stern talk down from a grown adult to an immature, awkward loser just waiting to happen. Plus, a lot of you have maybe noticed this, but Ryan has been getting a lot of opportunities recently to attend various conventions as a guest, with tables that have long as hell lines of fans that are eager to meet him. In fact, he didn't really start going to these in-person events until Sonic Revolution 2019, to which he was sharing a table with Emi and Dorian, and this was a full year before Sonic and Tails R got released. But so many fans are out there trying to convince themselves of this very obvious lie that Emi ruined this guy's life because of false affair accusations. Ones that didn't even come from Emi to begin with, and not only have both parties talked about and dismissed this, but you guys want to know why Ryan suddenly started making all these appearances at various events? Well, that's because Emi encouraged him to do this. Yes, Emi was the main one who motivated Ryan to start making these public appearances. So to anyone out there who's trying to be as anti-Emi as possible, but are also attending these same events that Ryan is a guest at, just because they want to meet one of their childhood heroes in person, guess what? Emi gave you that opportunity. The person you are trying to convince yourself is evil. Literally none of you would have ever gotten the opportunity to meet the Ryan Drummond in person if Emi Jones didn't enter his life and push him to do all this. Also, you guys do know that Remy and Ryan are still close friends, right? Seriously, Emi told me they talk every freaking day, and Ryan is constantly checking in on her, especially more recently after all the stuff that's been happening online. You idiots. So, no, Emi did not ruin Ryan's life in any way. And it's insane that there are many people out there trying to convince themselves and the community that Emi has somehow done the opposite for him. Like, if Emi has ruined Ryan Drummond's life, I hope she ruins mine next, god damn! By the way, she's also convinced a few other actors she had connections with to attend these very same events recently too. Yup, just ruining people's lives, that Emi Jones. It's what she does best. Speaking of which,
as of today, there was no wrongdoing by Emi, but I think Emi is smart enough to know that there are many instances in her history in this community where she has done plenty of wrongdoing.
I find it so funny that Ricardo still used his picture of Emi and Pete Capella when Pete had publicly called his ass out for making that god-awful poster, well before the video even came out. Actual smooth brain behavior, Ricardo. Good freaking lord. And we love you, Pete!
Now, why am I bringing these two specific stories up at the tail end of this video?
Because you're a spineless hack who's weaponizing other people's issues while pretending to care about victims. Sort of relating to the topic of Ceci and Evelyn, the main program that I use to download videos is JDownloader 2, which can also give you the option to download the description for a video as a text file. So I have the original description for Ricardo's video saved, and it's kind of embarrassing how terrible it was. Usually, if you're gonna make a video like this talking about numerous serious topics, where the sources of information can be found online, it usually helps to provide as many links in the description as you can. The character limit is like 5,000, right? And even if you're worried that you can't link everything, you can maybe still link a paste bin or something like that, where all your sources can be easily found. So you would assume that Ricardo at least added multiple links to the various sources he included in the video, right? Come on now, you're this far into the video, you should know the answer. When looking at the original description for the video, he didn't really link anything besides Evelyn's document and Ceci's edited document. Nothing else, just those two. No other documents like Emi's receipts or even her fucking documents about Lizzy Silvas. He didn't include anything else. Oh, but he was sure to link his socials, business email, a pretty out of place lengthy description of what his channel is, and a link to a sponsorship for early access and 5% off of Figgies. Whatever the hell that is. Glad to see he linked the essentials. I can't believe how lazy he was about this. But glad to see that he was prioritizing making as much money as he could from this situation, all of which will never be sent to the actual victims of sexual assault that he claimed to have wanted to speak up for. What a goddamn joke. Okay, he did link the Rain website at the very top, but I will get to that later. Just you wait.
Let's rewind all the way back to 2012. You remember this little relationship?
No, because they were never in one, but continue.
In the testimony, it's almost described like they had zero intention of having a sexual relationship leading up to that convention, with him using the power dynamic of her being a freshly 18-year-old fan and him being some big popular online influencer. Keep in mind, he had 20 to 25,000 subscribers at the time, much different from the 2 million he has nowadays.
Okay, I can see what he was trying to paint here, but Having 20,000 to 25,000 subscribers in 2012 was a pretty damn good amount to have back then. Especially for people like Emi, who was really young and a big fan of him. And this was while she was still in high school and didn't have a huge following back then either. So I don't really know why he's being this horribly inaccurate about how impressive this amount of subs would have looked at the time. Did people forget the environment of YouTube was way different back then? Why are people downplaying this? There's even a post of Emi tweeting at Saberspark while she was still in high school. 20,000 subs to someone like that can seem pretty big if you're a fan. Hell, Ceci tried to act like Emi had an enormous following back in 2016 when she only had like 6,000 subscribers, and no one seemed to find that weird. Either way, it's not like she was trying to claim that he was some massive YouTuber or something, it's just that she was a fan of his.
She makes their first encounter out to be entirely unconsensual, which would essentially make this rape. It's painted as if this came out of nowhere, despite there being instances in her own testimony where she describes having a crush on Saberspark, as well as him being aware of this. She would then go on to detail her next encounter, where all of the cracks begin to form, recounting them being in an elevator where he forcefully shoved her against the wall and shoved his tongue down her throat. She then says they'd proceed to go right back down exactly to where they were, to then go into the bathroom for oral sex. In text messages, she describes going down to a basement area where there was meeting rooms and a carpeted area. But not only did Saberspark state that this occurred in a lower gym area floor, but the hotel would go on to confirm Saberspark's recollection of the location as correct. But not just that, why would they go down, to then go back up, to then go back down again?
I feel like I'm just going to be repeating a lot of the same points I made when I looked at this way earlier in the video, but I still don't understand why Emi making a few mistakes in her testimony makes her completely wrong, but Saberspark also making mistakes isn't worth pointing out or bringing attention to? I also thought it was a bit hypocritical of people to scrutinize and rip apart any minor details or mistakes Emi made while telling her story. Meanwhile, Saberspark was also making some pretty big mistakes, like how he kept changing his story based on how much information was made publicly available, and there were even a few points during Copenseep's interview where he was getting called out for getting details wrong.
Guided me towards the stairs to go back down to where we were, just into a men's restroom, where he pulled his pants down and guided my hands and head towards performing oral sex on him. So, I mean, so your account of this is actually, she was more kind of trying to guide you in that way? Am I getting that right?
I wouldn't, it was mutual. I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not saying like, oh, it was just her. I was innocent and she grabbed me and shoved me into the, no, it was again.
So if this was, I mean, you say you pulled away from her for the next few months, but I mean, because I've seen your DMs with her. Yep. So if you pulled away from her, I mean, it wouldn't be for months, Saber.
Not months, I would say. I mean, I'd say November. No, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm getting my the increments wrong, but I would say for the rest of November. And we'd still text, but I was a lot more reclusive of replying. A lot, not nearly as enthusiastically, communicative, I would say.
This was a situation from over a decade ago. Both parties were gonna get minor details wrong. So why is it bad when Emi mistakenly did that, but not when Saberspark does? I'm just saying. Also, funny thing about a certain detail, Emi recently found old footage of her shortly before her interaction with Saberspark at the Hilton Hotel, and this video was literally taken the same night, about an hour or so before the incident. Emi told me that this was exactly where the Saberspark interaction took place, and if you look at it, it is almost exactly as Emi described when talking to the Mr. Enter team. Yes, there was a gym if you walked further down the hall, but their interaction didn't take place there. Hell, even Saberspark's close friend took a picture of the bathroom where it took place too, acting all snarky about it because she obviously doesn't believe Emi. It is the same place. It literally has the same carpet and environment as the video footage. It's all right there.
In Emi's original testimony, she makes this out to sound like it was the last time they ever interacted, that what happened was so horrific that she pulled back and never attempted to speak to him again. If you're paying attention, this is a very twisted, different, evil version of what we described earlier in the video when we talked about Emi and Saber's relationship.
I get that he felt saving his feelings for this later would have been more effective, since he had set up the story earlier in the video where he was mainly summarizing Saberspark's version of the events. If Ricardo wants to believe Saberspark's side, that's fine. But structuring the whole thing like this, and looking at it all in an incredibly biased, one-sided way is super manipulative for the viewers.
And that's because this is exactly what it is. This is a lie.
That's not up for you to decide. You weren't there. You don't know Emi. Hell, you don't even know Saberspark. You can't just make a bold statement like that. Regardless if you think Emi's lying, it's still just your opinion. This goes back to the whole damaging scenario thing I brought up earlier, Ricardo. I really wouldn't be putting yourself in much deeper legal shit.
I'm not just going to blindly deny somebody saying that they were raped. But once when this was published, us not knowing that this was Emi, Saberspark was torn to shreds. The narrative of him being a rapist spread like wildfire. You can deny all you want, which is what Saberspark did. But if you don't have evidence, you're kinda fucked.
I agree with that statement on its own, but sadly, I know exactly where this is going.
So what did Saberspark do? He sifted through old computers, multiple telephones, spending hundreds of dollars to find text logs, and he did. And it disputed everything Emi said.
No, they didn't! What is everyone's obsession with these damn text messages? I get it. Why did Emi say she cut him off when she didn't based on the text? But it's not that cut and dry. There's far more nuance to these texts that I don't think people are seeing. But I already went over all this much earlier in the video, so I might as well replay what I said just to refresh everyone. Saberspark did show text messages from back then, all taking place shortly after both incidents occurred, though again, these screenshots still don't entirely prove Saberspark's version of events. A lot of people online are treating these text messages as a smoking gun for how Emi lied about both scenarios, but I think there's more nuance to these text messages and it's not so black and white. Yes, Emi still kept in contact with him not too long after, which people believe is a confirmed lie from Emi, but never in her testimony does she specify when or how long she pulled away for. Another thing that people glean from these text messages is the part where Saberspark asked Emi if the sex was good, and Emi tells him, yes. For some reason, a lot of people are running with this like, this is proof that Emi consented. No, it's not. And it's really not up to the rest of the internet to decide that for her. Also, if you 100% believe that this text messages shows that Emi was lying about the occurrences, that would also mean you seriously think that women have never lied to men about the sex being good? Get fucking real, guys. Are we all on the same page? Can you see where I'm coming from again? Once again, go watch Emi's video. She literally provides context to everything. Okay, let's continue.
What it actually sounds like is that according to her ex-boyfriend Solrak, being unfollowed on Twitter at the time was like the worst thing somebody could have done to her.
Oh no. I don't want to highlight this guy for too long, but man, Solrak, if you're watching, which I'm sure you are, you need to back off. Emi has so much dirt on this guy, it's not even funny. It's insane. I've seen it, and she has chosen to withhold it. It's bad, because she really doesn't want to cause issues for him, in spite of the fact that he is very clearly trying to cause issues for her. So I really think for his sake, he needs to just back off. I get that your ex is being attacked and you want to jump on that bandwagon because maybe you're pissed off that the relationship didn't work out, but for your own damn dignity, stop. Just leave Emi alone. Stop involving yourself in this situation. It's for your own good. Holy shit. And he has shown his full ass on just how involved he is in this shit by reaching out to people who have published his DMs. Though the point of including Solrak's message here was just to highlight the false narrative that Emi held this vendetta against Saberspark for him simply unfollowing her. This is another thing that people have tried gleaming from the text messages, but again, it's not that simple. Could you imagine being a fan of someone who is throwing you into these sexual situations, then try to shove down your feelings about it, and then try to maintain a positive relationship with that person because your feelings are complicated, confused, and then he randomly unfollows you? Even if you don't want to believe that Emi was assaulted, at the absolute least, Saberspark used Emi sexually. Twice. And it's clear in these messages given how she's reacting, especially the whole friends handshake after doing it, which both parties confirmed happened, but Saberspark tries attempting to say it was an inside joke, yet showed no proof anywhere of this being one. He showed them joking around about other shit but doesn't show that? Where was this supposed inside joke in their text messages? Was it just not able to be recovered? That's a little convenient. Again, people running with these messages are just looking at them from a very black and white perspective, and letting their assumptions fill in the rest. Thus, look where that's brought us.
And that when Saberspark did this not one but 2 times, remember somebody that she really cared about and had a sexual relationship with, irked her beyond belief, and would go on to hold a vendetta for years before inevitably attempting to destroy his life with false rape claims at a petty attempt for revenge.
Even if there was any inkling of truth to this, then why the hell was Emi staying anonymous at first? She has a platform and a sizable audience that would listen, an audience that Ricardo tries to claim go on harassment campaigns against people that Emi doesn't like. So why didn't she just straight up come forward about her accuser during the start of all this? That's very confusing for a vendetta, all things considered.
I'm confused, I'm sure you're confused, so many of us are just asking why, but I have a different question.
Oh yeah? What's that?
Here's the thing, the really sad thing. Emi Jones, not only in this testimony, but on multiple occasions has stated that she has been the victim of sexual assault in the past. I am a person with a believe all victims mentality. If Emi Jones wanted to speak up about her history with sexual assault, why didn't she talk about her actual stories? It would have been an incredibly powerful and humanizing moment for Emi Jones if she actually talked about her experiences with sexual assault. If Emi Jones wanted to speak up about her history with sexual assault, why didn't she talk about her actual stories?
Wow. I can't believe he said that. Considering how long this video has gotten, there are very clearly a variety of reasons why I decided to make this. To clear up misinformation, inform people of all the true details, and steer their direction into reading and learning more into a lot of these situations. That way they're not just blindly listening to or going off heavily biased sources that are incredibly hateful towards Emi. But when Ricardo said this, I had to just pause the video and sit there for a minute. That is one of the most ignorant, horrible things you could ever say to a victim, regardless if you believe them over one of their assaults or not. You don't just casually victim blame them like this. It's also been made abundantly clear by Emi that 2 of her assaults were from when she was just a child. And you had the fucking nerve to make a video like this and try to ask Emi why she doesn't fully publicize those stories? I can't believe he didn't see anything wrong with him saying this in the video. Let alone, no one else seems to have caused a huge fuss about Ricardo saying something so careless and awful in his video. And it would be another thing altogether if this was maybe coming from someone who just had an ignorant viewpoint in general about why victims don't want to willingly come forward all the time about their experiences. But this is made even more complicated because Ricardo himself has claimed that he himself is a victim of sexual assault. He even made a public tweet about it back in 2024, and in his For Clarity Twitter video talking about the re-upload, he even said on camera that he's a victim.
Second, as someone who is a victim of sexual assault and harassment,
and I'm not here to dispel any of Ricardo's past experiences because that would be wildly hypocritical of me to do that to him when I've been battling for Emi as a victim throughout this entire video. But the fact that Ricardo claims to be a victim and then he still said this blatantly ignorant shit about Emi, it just makes his previous statement all the more confusing. How did he not see how awful this sounded? Does he really just have no empathy? How did he not place himself in Emi's shoes and wonder, how would I feel if someone asked me this exact same question about my own sexual assault experiences? Did any of that cross your mind when making this, Ricardo? I'm astounded at how unsympathetic you are towards Emi about her own experiences. Is this all still over her indirectly getting you banned from Revolution? Or for her making fun of you for playing with plushies out in public? All while people were clowning on you for making these sexist tweets? Genuine question, and I'm not just using this as an excuse to bring up your past sexism again, but is it just because Emi's a woman? If she was a dude coming forward, would you have still been just as dismissive or unsympathetic towards them as well? I really want to know. What also sucks is that Ricardo very clearly has a lot of young, impressionable fans who watch his videos, who most likely saw this video and didn't see anything wrong with how he asked his question, or how he handled this entire situation. So now there are people out there who are probably thinking these exact same victim-blaming thoughts about Emi and other victims, and they're not seeing a problem with it. Whether you like it or not, you are an influence to these people, Ricardo. What the fuck are you doing? I don't just feel bad for Emi, I also feel bad for other victims who maybe watched Ricardo's video, and were also very hurt by the way Ricardo handled this topic. You should never feel ashamed for staying quiet, or for being afraid to come forward at any point. That is your choice and your choice alone. No one else has the right to tell you otherwise. They weren't there, they don't know what you went through, they don't know how it's affecting you, and most importantly, it is not your fault. Shame on Ricardo for saying what he said, and I'm so disappointed in this community that more people are not calling him out for saying this careless shit, because all of you were way too busy convincing yourselves that Emi was cartoonishly evil. Unbelievable.
I hurt for her, I feel for her, I not only empathize with her, but I sympathize with her.
No, you clearly don't. Not after everything you just said. Disgusting.
And if she were to come out with this claim, which is false, it would have lost a lot of credibility and people wouldn't have taken it nearly as seriously. Also, another part of that reason in reality is because she knew she was lying.
How do you know that? Can you read her mind? You know, what I personally wonder is why is nobody highlighting this screenshot, which was provided to Mr. Enter during the investigation, and it's in the receipts document. It's heavily censored, but this is a suicide note that Emi wrote in 2023, where she goes over different times that she was sexually taken advantage of. What the fuck would Emi gain from lying about what happened with Saberspark in a suicide note that was meant for her personal close friends to find if she went through with it? That doesn't make sense. You know, something I didn't show before was that when Ricardo was talking about the Evelyn and Hyper Potion situation, he says this.
I would think it's weird if my fellow 22-year-old friend decided to date an 18-year-old girl fresh out of high school, let alone someone significantly older than that, dating somebody that young.
And Ricardo, I'm so glad that you said that, because something that hasn't really been pointed out is Emi and Saberspark's early history. Emi became a fan of Saberspark and My Little Pony when she was a minor in high school. She watched his Ballad of the Brony video when she was just 17 years old. In fact, did you also know that Saberspark and Emi first interacted with each other when she was 18 while still in high school? Their first interaction is right here. Check the date on the tweet. And here's Emi a week later with her mom, getting ready to go to high school prom, all while Saberspark was 23 years old. A 23-year-old man interacting with an 18-year-old who was still in high school. And then, according to Saberspark, was making active plans to not even date 18-year-old Emi fresh out of high school, but instead apparently asking her to have a sexual relationship with him. Again, according to Saberspark. Quite literally, Emi was fresh out of high school, just 1 month fresh, and their first sexual encounter happened only 2 months later. And this was way before Emi had a huge platform. She was an 18-year-old girl at this point who had just got out of high school, and no, her being forced on daytime television isn't a platform. That was abuse. The fact that Ricardo is trying to ruin this woman's life over an experience she had as a girl that young is just insane. Now, like I've said before, there is no proof of this friends with benefits agreement that was apparently made between them, but now it can't even be argued because Saber actually liked Emi and wanted to date her while she was that young. No, apparently he always saw this as something strictly sexual. Holy shit. The fact that he made this entire video about the Saberspark situation, and even after saying that, it's just insanely hypocritical and ironic. The Saberspark situation is what inspired you to make this disgusting hit piece, where he also made the same comment about a 22-year-old dating an 18-year-old fresh out of high school warranted raising some alarm bells. But not when it happens to Emi, not her. Not Emi, who was a fan of Saberspark when she was 17, first interacted with him while she was still in high school, and then kept talking to him fresh out of high school, only for him to initiate sex with her a few months later, all while this man was 23 years old. I know I'm close to 6 hours into this video, but I am losing my fucking mind. Also, did anyone else notice that almost every time Ricardo brings up the text messages, he only ever shows this one part of Cope and Steve's video? Like, I don't know if everyone knows this, but there's literally a portion in that video where Cope and Steve shows Saber or whoever scrolling through all the text messages they were able to recover from that old phone. Ricardo didn't even show that, just instead opting to display this one part from Cope and Steve's video. Did he just not watch the entire thing? I guess that would also explain why he never shows this part either.
After having had a few hours to, I guess, reflect upon these further comments from Emily, I'm still not totally sure where I land.
I don't even care that much about Cope and Steve. I honestly think the guy just needlessly made this entire situation worse, and even helped spread some of the same misinformation about Emi that Ricardo also spread in his own video. But at the same time, if Ricardo's gonna continue to cite Cope and Steve's video as anything worth looking into, then why didn't he watch the entire thing for himself, or show more than just this section? He doesn't even play any portion from Saberspark's interview. That low-key almost feels disrespectful towards Cope and Steve, right? And that's coming from someone who hated his video too. Ricardo, how did you fuck this up so badly? You're making me stand up for Cope and Steve.
and putting that story out there, and how you ultimately overcame all of that and managed to have a child.
Yep, that's another photo of Emi with her kid, who Ricardo claimed that he wasn't gonna get involved in any of this. At the very least, he did use a picture where their face was obscured, but at the same time, why are you still using pictures of her kid at all, you goddamn weirdo? You've clearly shown that despite not being your friend, you still have a creepy amount of pictures and videos of Emi that you gathered from over the years, so you couldn't find anything else to show on your hard drive, you fucking freak? I didn't bring light to this earlier, but at one point in the video, he also flashed an old photo of Emi's Zero Suit Samus cosplay for a second. The picture was cropped, but Emi originally posted that and a few other photos of the cosplay on Twitter a few years ago, though she ended up taking that tweet down soon after because a lot of really creepy guys were thirsting over her cosplay, even saving her photos and posting them to other websites. This made Emi super uncomfortable, and of course Ricardo has these pictures. Ugh. Okay, Ricardo just keeps going on during this, repeating the same victim-blaming comments towards Emi for not coming forward about her past assaults, along with still bringing up Evelyn and Ceci's stories, despite the fact that he didn't bother looking at Emi's updated Evelyn response, or Ceci and Emi's truth statements.
And then, another friend of yours who was taken advantage of in her sleep by someone that you would go on to create an entire radio drama with, and then go on to deny her experience after knowing damn well it was true, and then sending harassment her way for months, which almost...
This is not entirely related, but fuck Gamer Guy, that dude's a piece of shit.
I don't think Emi cares. I don't think she cares about anyone but herself.
You're so right. Emi only ever cares about herself. Aside from her kid. Or her boyfriend. Or her friends. Her colleagues, her varying support system since this whole drama blew up. I mean, she certainly wouldn't care for parasocial weirdos like you making a 50-minute Sphere video about her, where you did extremely half-assed research, left out a ton of information that would have heavily contradicted the vast majority of your speculative comments, that all somehow convinced a bunch of dumbasses that Emi is this evil supervillain of the Sonic community. Just saying.
She would respond to this with blanket definitions and zero evidence of this ever happening. You can talk about your medical conditions.
Wait, that's all you had to say about a response video? Huh. Did anyone else find that extremely underwhelming? Like, his initial tweet where he announced he was going to be making this video was sparked from how negatively he reacted to Emi's For Clarity video. And he only made like 2 nothing comments about the video? Why? This should have been the section where you fucking rip into her video, talk about how fucking terrible it was, and all you said was this?
She would respond to this with blanket definitions and zero evidence of this ever happening.
How much you want to bet he just didn't watch it? Like that short video recording he showed of him skimming through it? That's probably all he did. Like he maybe probably saw the first few minutes of it and was just like, nah, I ain't watching all that shit. I gotta get this video out before my birthday. Gotta slap ads all over that just to make that bank. And I'm gonna take my Sonic plushie out to the club with me. All for my special day because fuck you, Emi Jones. You're not wasting any more of my time. You lazy shit.
You can talk about your medical conditions, you can talk about your mental illness, but it's not an excuse to act like a bad person and to commit the evil acts that she has.
I'm so fucking tired, man. The only reason Emi has been transparent about her health problems so fucking much is because of assholes out there like Lizzy are accusing her of faking it. Point to me to a single time Emi has ever tried to excuse her own behavior because of her health. Hell, I've been going over every single controversial topic relating to her, so where the hell have I tried absolving her because of a health condition? Being transparent about migraines and memory issues is not the same thing as using them as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Show me where she's ever tried to act like her poor health means that no one can have issues with her. Where has she ever said, oops, I have health problems, you can't be mad at me? You can't, because she's never done this. And the one time she did mention her migraines and memory problems in relation to a call-out, it was to give context for text messages that she forgot about from 13 years ago. Who the hell can remember every single text conversation they've had from that long ago? Like, I used Skype from 2010 to 2016 before switching to Discord. I don't remember every conversation I had with my friends when we were 12. What's so funny too is that even in the tweets on that private account that everyone has made fun of because of the whole private relationship stuff, Emi even brought up that she had memory issues back in 2017. And this was just to the 4 or 5 people that were following it. So she's not making this up. And I know plenty of you have seen this tweet too because everyone seems to care so much about Emi and Ryan fucking. This entire narrative is so wildly exaggerated and only stems from people just saying it's true, and then other people just blindly believe it at face value. And saying this as her friend, yes, her memory does genuinely slip. but she's never weaponized it to dodge accountability.
And Emi, after all of these years of this behavior, and being at the age of 31 going on 32, I don't think she can change.
You don't fucking know her!
After all of this came to light and she naturally got ridiculed, she might have ran off of Twitter, but she's doing fine.
How do you know that? Do you live with her? You don't even talk to her! This is so parasocial!
She's going to Pokemon World Championships, smiling ear to ear, having a blast. But meanwhile, all the people that she's affected, they're still picking up the pieces of their life after she came in like a bull in a china shop. She doesn't care. This is who she is. This is Emi Jones.
She went to an event that she was invited to. So? She can't just go back to trying to live her life, enjoying any kind of positivity she still has left after all the hell that morons like you have caused her to go through? Why does this matter to you? This is such a Lizzy Silvas coded mindset. Yes, Lizzy has said similar shit. Emi's not allowed to enjoy stuff in life because she has depression, am I right? We should never encourage depressed people to enjoy anything. They should just always remain depressed. Don't become a parent if you think like this. Holy shit. I can also literally assure you that Emi has not been doing fine, and that trip was something she really needed for her mental health. But she's not gonna go on her Instagram account and tell everyone how fucking awful her life has been. If you had just watched her For Clarity video, she literally said that she intended to be better about not sharing too much about her private life or health. And now even that is being weaponized to push this idea that she's this careless monster. I mean, there's just no winning with this girl. Just what the fuck do you guys want from her?
We have now reached the conclusion of this video.
Thank fucking God.
After almost damn near an hour, after everything we've gone through, where do we go from here?
Deleting this video.
I strongly believe Emi Jones is a danger to our community. I do not believe she deserves a platform.
Just a reminder, the motivation for him making this video is because she was making fun of him for being a sexist weirdo playing with plushies out in public, and he got banned from Sonic Revolution 2 years prior. Do not forget this.
She manipulated her fan base financially, taking advantage of them at every turn, sending them to attack fellow community members.
Wait, aren't those the same screenshots you showed earlier? Yeah, wait, those are the exact same screenshots! Did he just copy and paste them from earlier? What, you couldn't find any other examples of Emi sending her fans to attack people? Something you claimed was a common occurrence? You didn't bother getting other screenshots of that shit? I'm astounded by how lazy he is. Now, we're finally at like the last 2 to 3 minutes of the video, and I don't think Ricardo knew how to end it. Seriously, like, I don't think he even knew how he was going to end the video. He's just been all over the place for the past 47 minutes, but now he has to try wrapping things up. And he does it just as smoothly as you're probably imagining. He first begins the conclusion of this video by criticizing Emi's content?
Emi first and foremost is a content creator, and her content has been lackluster and middling for years. Not just that, but it's been few and far between, with so many videos being promo pieces or videos that were uploaded out of necessity for sponsorship deals.
Why is this in the video? Like, there were way heavier topics that you talked about, but this is what you're going out on? Like, in comparison to everything else, why would her content be anywhere near important? You know, aside from her For Clarity video that you didn't even bother looking at. But it actually becomes pretty obvious why he's choosing to end the video like this.
If you're viewed as one of the top content creators in your community, part of your job is to supply your fans with content, giving back to the community that supports you so much. What exactly is Emi providing us at this point? What purpose does Emi, at this point in 2025, exactly serve the Sonic community?
I don't care how any of you feel about Emi right now. That is such a needlessly cruel thing to say about anyone. Like, that's so fucked up. What is wrong with this dude? But to try summarizing what the last 2 minutes of this video consists of, it's basically Ricardo sucking his own dick. I'm not kidding. That's what the next few minutes of this video feels like.
You know what persists? Her relationship with Sega. I am a Sonic channel first and foremost, and while yes, part of my job is supplying my audience with content for them to enjoy and inevitably having them walk away with a smile or something thought-provoking about the franchise.
This is so embarrassing. What the hell is he doing?
But also, I love Sonic, so I want to promote the brand, I want to see it succeed, and to see the franchise represent itself to the best of its ability with respect and dignity, and Emi Jones being associated anywhere near that is the opposite.
So, I think the goal here is that Ricardo feels, very rudely, that Emi is a waste of space and does not deserve her platform or her opportunities, so Ricardo should just take all of it. Just completely take her place and receive those same opportunities instead. Like, that's what the entire ending of this video is basically proposing. I'm not the only one saying that, right? It's so shameful and stupid. Just when I think Ricardo has run out of things for me to call out and shame him for, he goes on and pulls this stunt at the end. And believe it or not, it just keeps getting worse.
I hope that I was able to communicate in this video that yes, Emi has connections with Sega, and I understand that there are friendships that extend beyond just Sonic, but to continue associating Sonic with her is doing an active disservice to this brand. Just as recent as last year, she did collaborations with companies such as IHOP and Topgolf to promote their Sonic the Hedgehog collaborations. But was this combined 40,000 view total worth it? We're in the big 2025 now. There are so many Sonic the Hedgehog content creators and content creators in general who are doing so much good for the Sonic brand. And while me, along with them, are getting plenty of opportunity, let's continue having the people who are being an active positive force in this community be the people to represent it.
I think it's incredibly boneheaded for Ricardo to try insinuating that his content is better than Emi's in any way, when the two of them make insanely different content. Like, this topic is so subjective and weird to include here, but if we're really gonna go there, then let's break it down. Emi has over 100,000 subscribers with videos that have millions of views, and other videos that have hundreds of thousands of views. Obviously, these people don't seem to think Emi's content's bad. That being said, these two are still not worth comparing. Like, at all. Ricardo's just a Sonic nerd making videos about recent news and other generic Sonic content. It is the most basic form of content you can expect from a Sonic tuber. He's the equivalent of background noise. Meanwhile, Emi is a musician, ergo her content can understandably take some time to come out. Not only that, but she's literally done so much to try branching out and trying new things. She's done interviews with various Sonic voice actors during her charity streams. She co-created Sonic and Tails R, which featured the return of countless Sonic voice actors, where some of them hadn't voiced their characters in years. She's also done plenty of YouTube shorts like the comic dubs with the voice actors, promo videos for her IHOP and golf events, along with the Pokemon visit. Her most viewed video is a Sonic and Tails R blooper reel with the Sonic voice actors, and people love that shit. It got over 4 million views. I'm sorry, Ricardo, but if Emi was somehow wiped out of this community and replaced with you, what the hell could you offer the community that she hasn't? Do you really think the voice actors would want to work with you? Especially after we all know how Picapella hates your guts? And I hate to break your man-child heart, Ricardo, but several other VAs who are close with Emi don't like you either. Especially after you dropped this video. I'm not gonna rat anyone out, but they have said some pretty funny shit about how bad they think your video is. So a Sonic and Tails R scale project is never happening. Do you make music at all? Like, where are Emi's music fans supposed to go if she's gone? They were there for her. She's also worked with official music figures from the games too. And do you really think they'll want to work with you after this dumbass video made rounds and contained countless lies about their close friend and colleague? Ricardo, I don't think you realize how this video would have the opposite effect of what you're looking for. I hope for your sake that official Sega people didn't watch your video, because you'd be pretty fucked. You're not only shitting on an influencer that they respect and love working with, but you also willingly spread a bunch of unvetted shit about Aaron Weber, all relating back to that Forces script leak bullshit. Do you really think they'll be on your side? They know the real truth of everything, not you or your anonymous sources. I'm not calling you a dumbass just to make easy jabs at you, but you're just a complete dumbass. Honestly, I personally hope you get blacklisted and banned from everywhere after how much of a shitstorm your videos caused. You and your anonymous sources. Jesus Christ.
And that's what this is all about. Community.
Oh god, he's making this sentimental. Pull out the goddamn handkerchiefs.
But this community has proven to be a bright, beautiful playground where anybody can do anything they want, create any fan game, create some of the most beautiful art, create in-person community spaces where everybody can feel loved and accepted and maybe at home for the first time in forever. And that is what this is about. It's not about the money.
Yeah, this wasn't about money at all. Just pretend you didn't see that he plastered ads all throughout the video and originally linked the sponsor in the description. Shh, it's not about the money. Shh.
It's not about the power. It's about me and you existing together in the same space and enjoying the things that we both love.
Ricardo, this is such a cliche, stupid, sappy way to end the video. It also really doesn't fit for a drama video considering you made the title and thumbnail look like this. You better be leading to something good to go out on.
So please, to everybody watching this video, and even Emi, choose love.
What? That's how you chose to end the video? Choose love? Choose love? You called the video The Fall of Emi Jones, the Sonic community's evil queen! You photoshopped devil horns on Emi's face in the thumbnail, and if that was enough, you called her pure evil! You spent 50 minutes spreading a bunch of false information victimizing a slew of horrible people you didn't bother looking into, included various anonymous sources who couldn't bother giving you any concrete proof either, instead choosing to share horrendous gossip and petty drama about other things that weren't ever confirmed past speculation. You weaponized random people's words as facts when Sega themselves have all the facts, and probably won't react well to you bad-mouthing and spreading lies about one of their most respected employees and influencers. You spent the last 3 minutes of the video shitting on Emi's content while claiming to be unbiased, sucking yourself off as a somehow better content creator, created this sappy-ass, emotionally manipulative ending, tricking viewers into thinking they watched a video that was somehow worthy of their time, without knowing that they were blatantly being lied to by you throughout the entire video with no regard about what you were saying, and you have the gall to end this video by telling people to choose love in a video exposé! This entire video came out because Emi tried speaking up about something. You can come to your own conclusions, but you effectively tried ruining her life over something that not even the people investigating could prove! You really thought people at Sega were gonna watch this and unironically want to give you the same opportunities? Or have you replace Emi in any way? The same video where you were spreading bullshit about her and Aaron Weber, you fucking muppet! Oh, and he ends this video by telling people to go support Rain, and to click the link in the description. You probably should have maybe vocally told people to do that at any point in your video, in order to show that you supported victims as much as you were trying to claim you were. This almost feels like a last-minute inclusion like, oh wait, I probably should have recorded a voiceover talking about Rain. Ah, whatever, I'll just slap some text at the end. That's good. I'm not gonna donate my ad revenue to actual victims either. Those Sonic plushies ain't gonna buy themselves. Oh my god. Thank fuck his video's over. So, where do we go from here? Us? Hopefully nowhere after you sat through this entire 6-hour video and heard me argue all my points. But what about Ricardo? Well, as we all know, his video originally went up back in late September, where it severely benefited Ricardo's channel in terms of views, making it to over 200,000 views by mid-October. He even posted a tweet thanking everyone for the support. How sweet. Hate to break it to you, Blowblacks, that was not a well-made video. But as I talked about way earlier, also in mid-October, Emi had successfully taken the video down after filing a privacy complaint due to Ricardo's inappropriate use of using photos of Emi's kid, along with childhood photos of Emi for no reason. This led to Ricardo going on what I like to refer to as his brief re-upload campaign, which included the infamous "She won't win, see you soon" tweet, along with that short teaser video titled Tomorrow, where he for some reason included screenshots of the actual takedown notice where it clearly stated it was a privacy complaint, but then Ricardo posted a 5-minute response video that he insultingly called For Clarity, mocking Emi's own video when he didn't even bother dissecting it in his video. This 5-minute response consists of Ricardo reading off a sheet of paper about how the video got taken down, and that he intended on putting it back up later that day. He also claims that YouTube gave him no way to dispute the privacy complaints.
The Fall of Emi Jones will be re-released at 6 PM EST. I unfortunately was not able to save the original upload, as YouTube gave no way to dispute the privacy claims the video was originally taken down for.
When all he had to do was just look at the timestamps that were provided, which he showed in the fucking Tomorrow teaser, and then just go back and edit out every photo that was shown at these specific timestamps. What was so hard about that? He goes on to restate the same claims he made in this video. Emi lied about rape, she hurt other victims with her actions. He also still uses Ceci and Evelyn's stories as ammunition, along with pushing this belief that Emi taking the video down is somehow her not taking accountability for any of the bullshit he was spreading in the video.
The biggest theme of the video was how Emi Jones used fake rape claims to ruin a man's life, an act that is not only evil within itself, but makes it harder for people, especially women, to come forward about their experiences and be believed. All of that happened while 2 public instances of her covering up, protecting, platforming, and denying the experiences of 2 friends who were either sexually assaulted or harassed were buried beneath headline fodder. Her attempting to remove the video from the internet is another instance of her not taking any accountability for her actions, and once again, covering up the stories of the people she has directly caused indescribable harm.
It's kind of hilarious looking back at this video and just seeing how confident he was at first, especially when we all know where this ended up leading. He claims if the video got taken down, he would have just walked away from it, but his heart said he couldn't, making it out again like he's trying to fight to make this community better, and then he calls for said community to come together to call out Emi.
I will not allow that. This community will not allow that. Hence why I will be re-releasing the video tonight. I originally told myself, if it were to be taken down, I'd simply walk away from the video, but my heart said I can't. I will always fight for what's right, and I will always fight to make this community better.
This video's like another layer of embarrassment for Ricardo now, I'm sure. He pushes people to keep spreading the video like wildfire, and straight up admits that his main goal was to just expel Emi from the Sonic fanbase, after all his research from the past 10 years. You know, through Kiwi Farms and Twitter threads, and not her receipts document or anywhere else with viable information.
The reception and love, even after the video got taken down, has truly blown me away. So now is when I need you all more than ever. I need you, in a lack of better words, to run this shit up. Victims will not be silenced. I will not be silenced, and this community will not be silenced. She will not manipulate the narrative anymore. Everyone must know who she is and how much of a danger she truly is to this community. One that she is not welcome in anymore by the vast majority of it, and that is something I am truly proud of using my platform to achieve.
He restates that he doesn't think Emi deserves her position in the community or the fanbase, period, which leads to him talking about being a victim of sexual assault, including bringing up his own mother being a victim too?
The main goal of the video was two things. First, I wanted to expel Emi Jones from the fanbase. When I compiled every story over her 10-year history in it, I saw genuinely no reason for her to be as large a figure with as much influence as she has, let alone allowing her to be in the fanbase, period. Second, as someone who is a victim of sexual assault and harassment, and having many women in my life who have experienced it, even my own mother, who if you watch my channel frequently, you know is my everything.
If he wants to come forward about his own experiences, that's his choice. But did he get the okay from his mom to say this? This kinda seems like a bad case of oversharing, something I've done my own fair share of in the past, but considering Ricardo's parents probably don't watch his videos or see his Twitter posts, I do wonder if he felt that he could just share this and not worry about his mom finding out. Well, not finding out until this, probably. Oh yeah, he also says he was, quote, most proud of how his manipulative, sappy-ass ending stuck with people.
There's never been something I've wanted to bring attention to more, and beyond accomplishing the first goal of the video, I'm most proud of how the ending stuck with people.
You got that right.
I understand many people, when the video was taken down, wanted this to become a cheap mudslinging match where I make multiple Emi Jones videos. That is not what I'm doing, that is not who I am, nor is that what my channel is.
That's good, I guess. I mean, you've already brought up Emi in previous videos to begin with, so was this 50-minute misinformation behemoth just your grand finale of it all?
The only reason I did this was for the reasons I stated previously, and the fact I had a larger platform than most to spread the word on an individual who I felt endangered many. I want to leave off by saying this. A few months ago, I released a video about the history of Sonic creators on YouTube.
The video was actually called The Chaotic World of Sonic YouTubers, but I understand that Ricardo doesn't like doing research, let alone going back and looking at the title of his own goddamn video from like a year ago, but continue.
In which Emi Jones was featured. This was before a lot of her controversies were brought to light, and I used her as a vehicle to combat a lot of the misogyny that the women in this community face.
Yeah, I remember that video. That was the one where you got really defensive over Emi making fun of you for playing with plushies in public, to which you then patronized the hell out of her.
By the way, speaking of me holding a plushie as an adult, this claim from Emi Jones that I was walking around Burbank, California carrying a Sonic plush is completely false information. I don't know where the this came from.
No beef though, Emi. Hope you're doing good.
Also, a lot of her controversies were already in the public eye for years. They weren't suddenly brought to light because of the whole Saberspark situation. Not to mention, you even briefly acknowledge your controversy in your Chaotic World of Sonic YouTubers video, meaning you are well aware that you are talking out of your own ass right here. So, no, you were well aware that Emi had controversies in her career, but just chose to make your video now out of spite because you knew it would get views and ad revenue, even though you later tried claiming it wasn't about the money. Why were you still lying to people in this Twitter video?
And I used her as a vehicle to combat a lot of the misogyny that the women in this community face.
Dude, yeah, I'm glad you're the one sticking up for misogyny in this community, especially with your own comments that you made in your Fall of Emi Jones video.
So when a cute little white girl pops onto the scene, and something else that happened is
is that she became the Sonic community's most eligible bachelorette. She would become involved romantically with other community figures, whether it be proper relationships, hookups, dating, situationships, or simply leading them on. We're not going to speculate if Emi Jones got with Jason Griffith's dad. This is a large reason why. Her having a sexual relationship with essentially the head honcho of the Sonic brand in America around this time allowed her to get her quote-unquote foot in the door and make a lot of connections with people at Sega. At this point, Emi wasn't just a rising star in the Sonic influencer scene, she was one of the biggest faces. A lot of that power was acquired through interesting means.
This is so embarrassing.
Unfortunately, as a result of attaching her face to this larger message, it became overshadowed, and that video, along with the main Emi videos, comment sections are stained with some pretty dangerous and disgusting remarks towards women. This community is filled with talented, beautiful, and kind women who make this an infinitely better space, from artists to cosplayers to voice actresses to content creators and more. Please show love to the women in this community. It should go without saying that one bad person does not mean that an entire gender is awful and moves in the same way. It's a mentally ill mentality to have, and I'm sad that I even have to address this in the first place.
While I agree that misogyny is rampant in this community, let's not let idiots like Ricardo be the one to represent all men here to speak on these issues. His video literally resulted in some of the most misogynistic hate campaigns to ever happen in this community. And it's not just from guys. Some women were even being misogynistic too. But a lot of us men actually do research when making video exposés, so not all of us are lazy assholes like this guy who was just hungry to spew out anything he found online. Some of us can actually read too. I didn't mention this yet, but there was an actual comment that Ricardo got on his video from some dude who donated $50 and said, "I don't trust women, so I'm not shocked at how toxic she is. Even if some of the drama about her isn't true, she's still toxic." I like how even this guy admits that most of the drama about Emi isn't legitimate, and instead of shutting down this guy's blatant misogyny, Ricardo just responded like, "That's crazy, twin. Thanks for the support though, that's so generous." What? Is Ricardo actually this stupid? How did he not see the issue with this comment here? Also, what a fucking hypocrite. What happened to this?
Maybe it's the way I was raised, but I was never taught to ask for handouts.
You better have sent a refund to this sexist weirdo. Mama didn't raise no charity case. Also, maybe don't twinsies with a dude who straight up said he doesn't trust women. That's unfortunately very telling of your character. Gee, I wonder where all these sexist claims against Ricardo keep coming from. Oh yeah, someone else in these replies also says same to what Ricardo and the other guy said. Brilliant. Yo, are they triplets? Are they tripleting? It's also extremely irresponsible of him to first say that he wanted to use Emi as a vehicle to go against misogyny, but then he proceeded to make his hit piece on Emi riddled with misogyny. And then in this video, you go on to make it seem like Emi is the one bad egg, essentially making all women look bad, which is extremely awful. It pushes the idea that if other women in this community experience sexism, it can somehow be traced back to Emi, as if she's somehow the reason misogyny exists here at all, because she's now being represented as all the things misogynistic people weaponize to justify it. There are even other women in the community now parroting off this idea, suggesting that because Emi slept for opportunities, something that there is no proof of, now other women are going to be questioned if they are sleeping with people for their opportunities, suggesting this idea that Emi has never worked to achieve where she's gotten. This is so disgusting and irresponsible, and to pin the blame on Emi for the misogyny she's received is beyond shameful. Again, she's received crap like this even before the community found out she dated Ryan. And if people really think she slept for opportunities, are we now suggesting she slept with every single person who's involved with Sonic and Tails R? All these voice actors, everyone? She didn't just contact them and willingly ask? Again, it's fucking shameful. If anyone in this community is now responsible for this, it's Ricardo. None of his anonymous sources ever claimed that Emi slept her way into opportunities. They told him that she had apparently dated Aaron, so Ricardo took that and ran with it, irresponsibly using it to make up this horrible claim about Emi, not to mention dragging Aaron Weber down for no reason, and as a result, thousands of people now believe this about Emi with no proof. What's even more unbelievable is seeing posts like this, defending another voice actress by saying she doesn't deserve to be viewed like this, while at the exact same time pushing the exact opposite narrative about Emi. For the love of God. Ricardo's actually helped enable misogyny in the Sonic community through accusing Emi of something that has no proof, effectively making it an even worse experience for women. Good work, you fucking hypocrite.
At the end of the day, I want this community to be a better place. I came into this community as a large figure at a very young age. I was a teenager in high school in the midst of COVID-19, and that led to me being a little brash and immature.
Yeah, a little brash and immature, I'd say.
But naturally, you grow up and discover yourself as a person and how you want to carry yourself and present yourself to others. I just want to be good. And videos like this are ways for not only me to use my power that is my platform for better, but maybe encourage you all to walk with a little more love and compassion for the fan next to you, whether it's at a convention or in a server or on the internet. Like I say at the end of the video, choose love.
You smug douchebag. You really thought you were clever with that one, huh? I don't feel like crashing out over that again. You all know how I feel. Oh, by the way, I easily came across this Choose Love t-shirt on Amazon, and it was only $16 and came in different colors. Go look it up. Remember when I said Copenseef making his video was like throwing a monkey wrench into the whole situation? Well, Ricardo making his video wasn't really throwing a monkey wrench, but more tossing the entire fucking toolbox, and not even bothering to check what was inside of it because he didn't care enough to check. He just wanted to cause as much damage as possible. And I had to come down here and pick all his shit up. But it seems that Ricardo still has a bit more maturing that he needs to do because the law sure as hell didn't agree with what he was doing. As we're all aware now, back in October, Ricardo was forced to take the video down and put up this statement on his Twitter and YouTube channel posts. Not only did he do that, but he deleted all of his tweets pertaining to the situation. The poster, the she won't win tweet, the teaser video, the sappy 5-minute reading off a paper video, even this shitty tweet where he said fuck Emi Jones. All of that is gone. I started working on my video in early October, shortly after Ricardo posted his video, and I thankfully managed to download and screenshot everything ahead of time, which is how you've been able to see all these deleted tweets and videos I've shown so far. Thank God I had the foresight to do all that. Briefly going over his statement about the video again, he says the content in his video was false, speculative, and harmful. All three are true. He also apologizes for originally using images of Emi's kid in the video, along with reaffirming others from reposting or republishing his content. I'm sure everyone listened to his plea here. He closes his brief statement by saying such content is false, and any continued sharing of it perpetuates harm and legal liability. Oh my god. And needless to say, Ricardo suddenly caving and taking this video down led to some pretty mixed reception. You can just go look at all the quote tweets on Ricardo's statement, mainly because he turned off replies. And you can see all the people that are just shocked and confused by this sudden outcome. A lot of people were making their usual jabs and jokes, most of which were mocking Emi for getting the video taken down and whatnot. But even I'll admit, some of these quote tweets were pretty funny.
Oh, last year you made an Emi Jones vid. Oh yeah? Yeah, but they got him. What does that mean? I liked him too. What do you mean they got him? He used to do Sonic Toys reviews. Good guy.
Is that okay, Tony? Did I sit?
And in case you guys were curious, Emi also found some of these funny too. So yeah, since Halloween, Ricardo's video has been stuck in this very weird limbo. One where he himself can never talk about it again, but at the same time, so many people are still re-uploading and resharing the video around, despite Ricardo pleading everyone not to, and affirming that all the information in it was incorrect. This re-upload didn't even credit the right channel! You'd think this would be the end of when it came to Ricardo being stupid, but he actually did a few more dumb things. First, shortly after sharing the statement, he posted this incredibly weird tweet. Very happy to talk about Sonic, and only Sonic for the foreseeable future, Blue Heart. This literally confused everyone. He deleted it not too long after, but one person did screenshot and repost it, appropriately asking, what does he mean by this? Which led to more people making jokes about Emi holding Ricardo at gunpoint, making all these weird social media posts. Just for the record, Emi had no idea what the fuck he meant by that tweet either. What a weird day. And if that awkward tweet wasn't weird enough, just one day after he posted his legal liability statement, and this weird as hell tweet that he deleted, this fucking guy does a live stream where he blatantly told people that he would not be discussing drama at the same stream. I didn't tune in to watch it, and I couldn't really find any archive uploads of it, but a friend of mine did send me a screenshot from it, and oh my god. What was he thinking? Why did he do this? He clearly got sent some kind of legal threat, was forced to take his video down, had to post this statement explaining why, admitting his hugely popular EmuEmi is Evil video was actually extremely harmful and damaging to her character, made this very weird tweet shortly after, and then he does a live stream trying to pretend that nothing happened just one day later? Dude! Take a week off or something! Who was forcing you to do this? Just from the screenshot, you look so dead on this stream! He was also apparently muting and timing out several people who kept bringing up Emi on the stream, which I'm pretty sure he had to keep doing quite a lot. Emi Jones has basically become Ricardo's Lord Voldemort. Dude, obviously, not everyone was gonna abide by this no drama discussion rule, like, what were you thinking? And that's kind of it when it comes to Ricardo. He seemed to have tried to just get back to making his usual content, along with trying to post his usual tweets. Keyword being tried. It's kind of hard to do this when you made this big stink in the community and are now being forced to move on and pretend it didn't happen, though that doesn't mean he hasn't been stupid. Not too long after the Sonic social media announced the Chaotic Case Files audio series, for some reason Ricardo decided to make this random dig at Emi, making a stupid joke about how we've never gotten something like this in the community before. Ricardo, what the fuck are you doing? There are literally people who hate Emi but still like Sonic and Tails R. And don't fucking try to act like Sonic and Tails R wasn't a big influence for the Chaotic Case Files to exist. I don't want to hear anyone try to argue that. Plus, there's another aspect about Ricardo taking the video down and trying to move on to this more progressive new version of himself that kind of makes me have to address a huge elephant in the room. I've already brought up how Ricardo's video validated so many horrible, angry people who have hated Emi for years, but a huge part of that community who hate Emi are also people who are very alt-right. I'm not joking. If you go on a recent tweet that Ricardo made, especially stuff where he's tried giving support to trans people and whatnot, you're gonna find some very interesting replies. Yeah, Ricardo helped validate a lot of really hateful, transphobic people who hated Emi for years, and the moment Ricardo caved and took the video down, they are just letting him have it. With a few of them even saying he really fell off because he's now supporting trans people, trying to claim that it was Emi's fault. Unfortunately, whether Ricardo wants to hear it or not, his video just attracted this kind of hateful audience. He can try to say all over again that that wasn't his intention when he made the video, but actions speak louder than words, man. And I'm not joking, there's a lot of replies of people who are being this shitty towards Ricardo, dunking on Emi and being extremely hateful towards minority groups and whatnot. I would highlight more, but honestly, this video's gone on for long enough. All I'm gonna say is, best of luck to you, Ricardo, with this new audience who hates you. Good luck with your alt-right fans, Ricardo. Obviously, not all of Ricardo's fans are horrible, racist people, hashtag not all gamers, but man, you really attracted more of them when you made that video on Emi. You dug your own grave, dude. Just saying. Oh yeah, I guess speaking of Ricardo digging his own grave, this February he weirdly tried to tease that he was gonna make a video about Koban Armani 456? I never watched Kobe personally, but I am fully aware of his completely horrible, deteriorating mental collapse. Like, the Kobe that you watch when you were a kid is not the Kobe we have today. The dude is seriously mentally ill and he needs to stay off the internet. So what the hell was Ricardo thinking when he said he was gonna make a video that was essentially platforming the dude? But he's no longer working on this video because apparently Kobe himself reached out to him and told him not to make it. So Ricardo decided to just shelve the video for now and put up this statement, formatted almost the exact same as his legal liability statement, and it is so fucking tone deaf that he thought making a video like this where he platforms Kobe was a good idea. Ricardo, Kobe has literally stalked and harassed women. If he was stalking and harassing men, then would you be hesitant on making his story heard? What the hell is wrong with you, Ricardo? So my thoughts on that is, no, don't give Kobe a platform. He's not mentally well. Stop trying to get involved in drama content, Ricardo. It's so painfully obvious that you have no idea what the fuck you're doing. Just stick to your generic Sonic content, Jesus Christ. But going back to Ricardo's legal liability statement, while a lot of the public reactions to Ricardo's statement were of confusion and hilarity, there was also a lot of clear frustration over it. Ricardo's video validated so many people's false beliefs about Emi being evil, and now he's suddenly flipping and asking people to stop sharing his video, with him clearly admitting that it was filled to the brim with false speculation and damaging misinformation. This has not only led to several people still re-uploading Ricardo's video, which I will get to explaining why this is actually an insanely dumb move in just a moment, but on Ricardo's tweet where he posted his statement, a community note was added, and it's probably just as stupid as Ricardo's video. It reads, "The original video got taken down due to a privacy complaint before re-uploading the same video." Okay, that part's partially true, but it wasn't just the same video. It was like 13 seconds or so shorter. Again, I don't have a copy of the original video, and he did edit out a few photos, but I'm just nitpicking a bit. The note continues, "However, the re-upload has been privated likely due to legal risks, resulted in a scripted apology post despite overwhelming evidence to support the claim, and the source they provided a link to was a web archive of Ricardo's video, even though he stated the information in the video was false." The archive link also doesn't appear to work most of the time, mainly because of archive.org's web structure being all fucked up at the moment, which is really funny. Oh my god, people are really desperate for Ricardo's video to be true, huh? I mean, it's just kind of sad to see. It's one thing for Ricardo to admit he fucked up, but I'm not entirely shocked that it's probably going to take a long time for a lot of other people to come to terms with the fact that they were spreading blatantly false gossip and drama about a content creator that they desperately want to justify hating. So many of these people are way too invested in the gossip and drama that they don't want to admit that they fucked up horribly by spreading around Ricardo's video. To say that there was overwhelming evidence supporting Ricardo's claims is factually untrue, but community notes don't always care about what's true. It's mainly about what everyone else has agreed upon to be true. If I really need to paint this in a way where all of you will understand, you have all been sipping on really old tea that has long since gone bad and needs to be poured down the drain. Though I do understand that there are some people out there who are probably just generally confused about what was even happening here. It is clear that Emi involved a lawyer, and Ricardo was warned that his video put him at legal risk. The first takedown was a legitimate privacy notice that Emi filed using YouTube's actual legal system, but the second takedown wasn't actually as simple. Formal action was taken regarding Ricardo's video, and Emi was incredibly thorough by providing everything. Everything. She included the necessary evidence of the impact that the situation had, along with the information disputing the accusations, and supporting materials like a copy of the video itself, several mean and misleading tweets that were made because of his video, and an entire document proving the video's accusations to be false. Yes, she shared everything to be reviewed directly. I even remember her spending days putting it together to make sure it was thorough enough. Emi was eventually told that she had more than enough grounds to handle this with formal action, especially since Ricardo's video was filled with, say it with me now, lies, manipulation, and deceit. Very good. I won't be getting into how Ricardo was clearly contacted. From my understanding, these types of documents are not allowed to be published or spoken on, depending on what type of case it is, so I won't be risking anything. But to anyone out there who's still trying to make the claims that Emi was trying to hide something or is abusing her power to get the video taken down, no. She looked into every possible action she could have taken with this, and was told that she had every right to get this video removed and hold Ricardo accountable for making it. But yeah, that's how the video was ultimately taken down. Anyone still trying to fight for Ricardo by sharing the video just so Emi won't win? It's time to just throw in the towel, guys. And this was never a game. Real people's lives are being affected by all this. But if people are really going to keep looking at it like that, then Emi won. There's also another aspect about this video being taken down that I don't think a lot of people were realizing. But if Ricardo is truly in the right here, if his video really contained overwhelming evidence to support his claims, then why did he concede? Why not try to fight back Emi in court? Why did he cave and just delete the video, wanting to just move on from the whole situation, despite all the praise and support that he was receiving? Some people did try to argue that Ricardo maybe didn't want to go down this field because it just would have cost a lot of money and time. Taking someone to court, even over a YouTube video, can sometimes take years. Not to mention the legal fees, needing to hire a lawyer to defend yourself. It would just cost a lot to fight a legal case like this. But here's the thing. Why didn't he? So much of the community was behind this guy. And what if he decided to make a video about this and provided a link to a crowdfunding campaign to help him pay for all his legal fees and whatnot? Like, don't you guys think he would have thrived? Hell, I'd even bet that even those angry alt-right guys would have helped him fight Emi. Like, he probably could have reached his funding goals super fast. Like, he had nothing to lose financially wise, according to everyone else. So why didn't he do this? Oh wait, is it because it would have been extremely hypocritical of him to make a GoFundMe or crowdfunding campaign at all, considering part of his video featured him shaming Emi for doing this, and accusing her of e-begging, all while bringing up the one GoFundMe that she made herself that funded her California move, the GoFundMe her partner made to help with her medical bills, and the other GoFundMe that she shared to support her disabled mother? Yeah, I guess that would have been kind of fucking weird if Ricardo just changed his mind about asking for financial support. I mean, he did say himself.
Maybe it's the way I was raised, but I was never taught to ask for handouts.
So I'm glad he stayed true to his word. Though that does mean if Emi still decides to go forward and take him to court, then he's probably gonna have to find other ways to pay his legal fees. And I'm willing to bet AdSense and sponsors don't pay that much. And just being brutally honest, guys, the most possible reason why Ricardo backed down was because, factually speaking, his video was defamatory and slanderous, meaning it would have been extremely easy for Emi to win her court case. Him backing down and deleting this video is probably the smartest thing he's done during this whole thing. And to the people who allowed this insanely stupid community note to be added to Ricardo's legal liability statement, you guys might want to remove it. You're all just continuing to perpetuate and spread false information, which he's now potentially facing legal action over. So this community note can actually help Emi much more in her case. But you guys are free to link my video now. You know what, Ricardo? Your actions and motives honestly felt very confused and misplaced at the start of all this. But in the end, I guess you really did bring this community together to do something right. They just haven't realized it yet. So if the day comes that Emi still decides to take you to court, which day by day is honestly looking far more likely, because not only has this continued to fuck up her reputation and also her financial stability, which not only negatively affects her, but also eventually her own kid, it's not looking too bright, Ricardo. I gotta be honest. So if it does end up happening, best of luck fighting Emi in court, dude. Let's hope all the overwhelming evidence that people are claiming was in your video holds any kind of weight. Godspeed. So, we're technically done discussing Ricardo, but I'm also not done talking about everything in this video yet. Because of the online environment shifting very heavily against Emi recently, this has led to a few ex-friends and even former colleagues of Emi's choosing to come out of the woodwork just to spread more tea and gossip about Emi, essentially ganging up on her while she was down. I'll have another part in this final section of the video talking about multiple people because I don't want to have these losers get too much of a spotlight, but this next section will be focusing on one particular person who's actually worked with Emi for years. This is a lesson of overconfidence and having a massively inflated ego. The topic for this section is Joshua Taipale, a musician in the online space who has done plenty of work with content creators you may or may not have heard of. But in relation to this video, he's done a fair bit of work with Emi, going as far back as 2015. A day after Ricardo's video got taken down and everyone was clowning on Emi for it, Joshua decided to make a quick thread where he blatantly accused Emi of giving lackluster credit for his work on 2 projects, which were for the songs Fly With Me and Bring You Back. Some people blindly believed him because, well, Emi bad, she mistreated coworkers, how dare she, despite sharing basically no receipts or proof of any of his claims. He would also entertain the idea that Emi would always blame her medical issues for reasons why she couldn't pay him on time. One person even asked him if he had any receipts of their interactions to back up his claims, but he says he didn't feel like going back to check because there were just too many long arguments with her in their DMs, basically saying, I'm too lazy to check, just believe me. And no one questioned this. Sure would be a shame if Emi herself could provide these DMs in any way, with receipts and actual proof of their interactions. That way Joshua wouldn't have to make the difficult journey of going back to their messages to find them all. Well, don't worry Joshua and everyone else because she did! And she sent them over to me so I can show all of you what really went down between her and Joshua during the making of these 2 songs, in order to be 100% transparent. I do want to preface by saying this. Emi never wanted to share any of this. She likes to keep her conversations relating to professional matters private, but given Joshua blatantly used all this to make a public jab at Emi, and casually lied to people about certain details, here we go. But the first few things I wanted to spell really quickly is something that literally anyone could have gone back and checked for themselves. In Joshua's first tweet, Joshua claims that he was only ever mentioned in the descriptions for Fly With Me and Bring You Back. However, when you go back to look at the end credits for Sonic and Tails R, he appears in every single credits roll including episode 9 and 10, which also included every single person that Joshua brought in to take part, and these same credits were also in the 10 episode compilation for the series. His name is there for every single episode. Hell, episode 9, probably the biggest premiere of the series, had to get delayed by a few hours or so because the credits were so large. Having to include every single person who participated in Fly With Me's production made it to where it couldn't even render properly. We didn't want to leave anyone out and couldn't figure out what was happening, but it eventually got sorted out and the team moved forward. Everyone was credited fairly in that episode. He was also credited on the upload for the intro version of Fly With Me, which was directly in the video where it plays you and Owen's music, which included the main 3 bandmates and the damn band name front and center. Not to mention, his credit is on their official releases like on Spotify and Apple Music. Not only that, but in the upload for Bring You Back, the credits for every person who worked on that song are shown at one point, and Joshua was not only credited as an arranger, he was also in the special thanks. Like, his name literally appears twice here. What's crazy too is that he doesn't actually appear on the final version of Bring You Back musically, as he was replaced by another guitarist. I'll get to the reason why later, but Emi still felt that he deserved credit for the work he still did during production, and asked to put him in the special thanks. How do I know that Emi felt this way? Because I'm the one who edited these videos! Specifically, I was in charge of editing the end credits sequences for both episode 10 and the compilation Sonic and Tails R video, along with doing the video editing for Bring You Back. Emi literally sent me over the full credits for all of these projects, and Joshua was fully credited on all of them. Thus, they're in the final videos that all of you can look up right now. How did Joshua not realize that anyone could have gone back and verified any of this information? Like, what the hell was he thinking? Is it really because people are just blindly believing everything about Emi now without proof? So he just felt super confident in spreading all this with no consequences? You see, this is why tweets like this really piss me off, because it's so unreasonable to expect Emi to constantly address shit that's already been addressed, because people are too lazy to look into things or find actual information that's already public in your face. What do you want Emi to say? She's tried addressing misinformation for years and is frequently either ignored or told she's fucking lying even though she has proof. Regarding Joshua, this is so crazy, and I'm kind of offended since I was partially involved with both of these projects as well. For him to claim he was only ever credited in the descriptions when I had a hand in editing in your credit in the actual videos, it's just insane to me that you thought you could just lie about this. This also just makes that Emi Jones archive Twitter account look so much more pathetic and desperate for any amount of content to add to its page, given that it would respond to Joshua immediately offering him support and a platform to spread more shit about Emi, screenshotting and sharing a lot of Joshua's baseless claims that, ironically, the owner of this account could have gone vet for themselves and just chose not to. Probably because this account, similar to Ricardo, just wants to spew shit without an ounce of proof. To them, Emi was just being undoubtedly evil again. What a fucking joke. Anyways, that's the information that anyone watching could have gotten vet for themselves. Now for all the details about everything that no one else knew about, until now. The archive decided to ask if he was ever financially compensated and treated well, to which Joshua said yes and no. He says he and Emi agreed to a rate and signed the contract for it once Fly With Me was completed. He said part of the deal would be that he would produce Bring You Back for free, mentioning it started long before Sonic and Tails R, which is true. That song began production before Emi made enough to live off of and she had other jobs. He said payments for Fly With Me were going according to plan, but stopped once production of Bring You Back was started up again. He said requests for an update went unanswered, saying he didn't get a response until he said he'd stop working on Bring You Back until a new schedule was given. He says he was then removed from the project and Bring You Back was finished without his guitar recording. He then claims that after being let go, a new schedule for Fly With Me payments was made, but with a much longer time frame, saying the delay was based on medical bills, which he believed but also realized payments had stopped after Emi paid for the Bring You Back vocals. Though this seems like an inference. He says at one point that he was too stressed to keep dealing with it, since getting any DM from Emi would cause his heart rate to go up. So he told Emi to consider Fly With Me payments to be paid in full, and to not worry about it. And he says that this was the last time he and Emi spoke. But when looking at the screenshots that Emi sent me, it shows that Joshua Joshua was wording things in his post a bit manipulatively, there are multiple things to point out here. Starting with Emi being extremely transparent with Joshua about how his asking him out would potentially leave her in a situation where she could lose her home, apologizing to him and trying to work towards a resolution. Originally, Joshua proposed a multiple grand payout while Emi expected to pay around $1,500, but the two wound up agreeing on $2,500. There's even messages in here too where both of them bring up the agreement of Emi being able to take her time on payments. At one point, Joshua even brings up his patience and understanding for her circumstances irritatedly, and she does acknowledge that she's been swept up in multiple things and does apologize for it. But you can see that she's extremely transparent with him about her circumstances, such as when her kid broke their arm. It wasn't really until Bring You Back's production when Joshua decided to threaten Emi that she couldn't use his guitar stems until she gave him a schedule that she can abide by, to which she provided a schedule and then decided to bring in another musician due to her not appreciating being threatened and feeling as though she couldn't comply with his demands, even with the schedule she provided. Joshua tried to word it here like Emi only acted because of the threat as though she needed his guitars, when really, Emi wanted to try to give him what he needed while also not allowing Joshua to hold his stems over her head and effectively stop her from moving forward with the song. Not expecting this decision from Emi, Joshua then tells Emi to consider Fly With Me paid in full, since she had already paid the $1,500 she originally budgeted for, and he probably only did this as a means of trying to change Emi's mind and replacing his guitars. Emi told Joshua that she appreciated him willing to waive the remaining amount for Fly With Me, but states that she was still perfectly fine with paying the remaining amount that was due, and that the choice to replace him was already in motion and finalized. Joshua then says that he only threatened her to not use his stems to get her attention, which is really shitty and unprofessional as fuck. But the point is that both of them had agreed that Emi could take her time with these payments, and every time Emi had exercised that, Joshua made it a problem as if she was dodging responsibility by mistreating and threatening her. See, Joshua, this is what happens when you're too lazy to go check your own fucking messages from a few years ago. You just look like a fool. Joshua was also complaining about doing Bring You Back for free, which is kinda silly because he obviously agreed to it. He also tried demanding that Emi give him Johnny's vocals, as if he was entitled to releasing his own version of the song despite him not actually writing the song. Look, if you don't know what an arranger is, it just means that he got to hear the band that actually wrote the song for Emi, as it was just recorded on camera and not with proper recording equipment. And then Joshua was just to create a high quality arrangement for the final release. But he didn't own the song in any way. He didn't write the song, and more importantly, he didn't pay for Johnny's vocals. Emi did. Emi did all of that. Emi was the one who commissioned that band to make the song in the first place. This is just wildly unprofessional, and it's pretty obvious that he only really cared about the project because of Johnny's involvement. Thankfully, Emi did stand her ground when it came to the vocals, which I had known about personally, since she had to ask for support from friends to help her get the courage to say all this. And despite Emi saying that he didn't need to waive the remaining amount, Joshua affirms that Emi didn't deserve the payment hanging over her head, and that neither of them wanted to deal with it, which is why he said to consider Fly With Me paid in full. And though Joshua claims that this was their last conversation, mainly because he was too lazy to go back and actually check what it was, Emi sent me over what his last DM to her was, where Joshua congratulated Emi on the final song's release, and thanked Emi for her patience and communication, which is kind of a weird thing for him to send her, considering he made it out like her communication wasn't very good during the whole project. So yeah, Joshua, these tweets are really stupid. Please delete them, admit you were telling white lies for the sake of clout, apologize to Emi, and move on. Be more professional about this, dude. Not a lot of people are gonna want to work with you if they see that you act like this. Good lord. While the last part was focusing on Joshua, this next part's going to focus on various different subjects because they all have something in common with Ricardo. They're grifters. They saw that Emi was getting attacked and ridiculed heavily online, and they decided to just join in on the fun, and in some cases make it about themselves. I don't want to go into any more super deep dives because of how kinda long this video's gotten, so this is just gonna be a sort of rapid-fire section, highlighting the awful and inappropriate behaviors of everyone mentioned here. The first one I want to get out the way is a Twitter account that was also clearly one of Ricardo's main sources of getting false information, the Emi Jones archive. I've already highlighted in multiple parts of this video so far that this account is very clearly heavily biased against Emi, but it also very often straight up gets information wrong, along with egging on various stories and falsehoods about Emi when there isn't even any clear concrete proof of anything. Or in Joshua Taipale's case, blindly believing someone like him simply because of his word without proof, which Emi had all of. This account, to put it bluntly, is creepy as hell. Whoever's running this is clearly trying to normalize the concept of stalking Emi, along with just spreading gossip and tea about her. It's really pathetic and stupid. Made even more evident by how so many morons on Twitter blindly believe almost every post they make, despite lacking evidence most of the time and just going off of speculation. You know where Ricardo likely got the dumbass claims about Emi's server being a cult, and that hate campaign against Sam? Well, this was an account that shared that. No proof, just speculation. Literally nothing about their post is concrete or genuine, but most people will just blindly believe these tweets because they hate Emi and will eat up anything bad said about her. Aside from reposting baseless claims and even platforming ex-server members who just want to spread more gossip, more on that in a bit, fortunately, not everyone was falling for this account's extremely speculative posts. The most conflicting one they made, which I sadly wasn't able to get screenshots of, relates back to the stupid claims from Ricardo's video about Emi's Gofundmes. As I brought up way earlier in the video, the archive account was one of the people to share these accusations, that Emi was scamming her fans by asking them to support her on GoFundMe, even bringing up the page that was made to support her mother. Thankfully, multiple people actually called the archive out for doing this, and they proceeded to delete their tweet and made an apology for making people uncomfortable, which was thankfully not taken down and I could show you all here. To whoever's running this, delete this creepy ass account. How does no one see what's wrong with it existing? It has literally helped spread more damaging information about Emi, and it's made even more evident by how in Ricardo's video, he still featured the GoFundMe accusations, including the one for Emi's mom, even after this account deleted their post. This also just shows that Ricardo wasn't doing solid research, outside of reading Kiwi Farms and looking up shitty speculative stalker accounts like this one. How fucking embarrassing. The Emi Jones archive Twitter account was made in November 2023, though it didn't actually begin posting until 2025. And more specifically, the account was apparently created on November 12, 2023, at least according to third-party websites. Huh. That's not too long after Ceci contacted Cameron, when she found out the video I made about her, which she was trying to get taken off the internet, was re-uploaded by that random user. Thinking about it, why did there even need to be an Emi Jones archive account anyways? To most of the Sonic community, before the whole Saberspark mess, things were still a bit rocky for Emi after Ceci's document, but why would there need to be an account that was archiving her lying if there was no new information she'd be lying about? And why now of all times, especially since a lot of these topics were technically cleared up? And related to the topic of my original Ceci video, this account would also make posts that were still using images from Ceci's original and outdated 93-page document, one of which you can literally see that they failed to crop out the blue checkerboard backdrop, which is what I used in that video along with several others, confirming that these weirdos are going out of their way to spread false information about Emi, and are still trying to track down Ceci's now outdated 93-page document, even resorting to using my own video that someone else re-uploaded. Which, isn't that just really weird? That video didn't really get too much attention on my channel, and it barely cracked 1,000 views on the re-upload, but the person running the archive account is obviously aware of its existence, and is choosing to ignore me pointing out the misinformation in the document. Huh. The account is also heavily influenced by the idea that Emi is a liar, which is something that originated from Ceci, and has become a prevalent narrative since. Ceci had even disregarded anything Emi said as just more lies. She also said so in this DM that she sent someone. She did so in her now deleted tweet, she did so responding to her documents, and she even said it in her messages with Starman. I also want to point out that she also accused Dorian of lying in his comment on Ricardo's video. So clearly, it's an extremely common behavior of hers. The account also seems to really care about topics like Evelyn, something Ceci said she never believed Emi over, Emi's relationship with Ryan, something else that Ceci now doesn't believe her over, and Son Tales, which was another topic that Ceci tried asserting that Emi was lying about way back when the original drama took place. And going back to the Ryan topic for a bit, most of the reception to Emi's Emi's statement about it was either acknowledging that it was just two adults who consented, and people suggesting that Emi was just using the Ryan topic to try sweeping the Ceci drama under the rug. But practically no one was suggesting that Emi was lying about her relationship with Ryan. Well, aside from Starman and Ceci, who we all know was sending information to Starman. Something else the account does use is non sequitur and almost strawman-like arguments to assert things as facts about Emi to convince people that she is lying about all these different topics, which sounds kinda familiar. Also, this account goes out of its way to retweet several posts, except for anything from Ceci herself. And even weirder, the account almost never posts Ceci's name or even full screen name, which is TheChaosSpirit, instead opting to call her TheChaosSpirit, despite showing that she calls her by Ceci and DMs with people sending in testimonies, but never when she makes actual tweets. Isn't that kind of fucking weird? It honestly kind of makes me believe this theory that this account is actually ran by Ceci herself. Like, I obviously don't know that for sure, but did she maybe make this account as retaliation because of that random person re-uploading my video? And then just waited until the time was right to go on this harassment campaign? Why else would this account give a shit over the concept of trying to claim that Emi lied about Ryan using the Sonic voice in bed? To repeat my previous statement from so long ago, was the person running the account also in the room with them? Ceci was honestly the only person trying to make Emi look like a liar over her relationship with Ryan. What else would be the motive of someone who isn't her, or at least someone connected with her? Why else would this account clearly know that the TheChaosSpirit's account belongs to Ceci, talking about her by name, only to tweet a frequent mistype? To me, I really do think it's because Ceci is personally involved with the account, and she doesn't want her actual username to get attached to it. So whenever people do search her name, drama won't be attached. Hell, even when Cameron tweeted at her, Ceci even went out of her way to untag herself on the tweet, which I didn't even know was a feature on Twitter, but of course Ceci knows it. But really, what I think personally cemented it for me was just the way the account makes these claims. Apart from using very similar arguing strategies as Ceci, the account also claims to have heard from different past colleagues of Emi that she just doesn't pay them. And well, Ceci has actually gone around gossiping about this idea for years, and years before anything like this was being suggested online, because these people are all friends with Ceci. Mind you, this person clearly lied to her, because Emi found old DMs with this person, talking about how she paid them. Ceci even subtweeted Emi about the idea in 2023. Again, I don't know if it's her, it's just a lot of things are very similar about whoever runs this account, and considering Ceci also might have contacted Ricardo to help with his video, and Ricardo was very clearly using this archive account as a source of information, this would essentially mean Ceci co-created the video with Ricardo, you know, despite claiming that she wants to be left alone. But whether it is her or not, whoever is running this account, it is not a good look that you were retweeting a statement defending Jesse Pajamas. You know, that pedophile who sexually assaulted his sisters in their sleep, along with that underage girl. I'm gonna move on to the next subject because fuck this account, stop supporting it. Next is gonna be an individual who's pretty desperate for attention, so I'm not gonna look at him for too long. This is Jake, a cosplayer who used to be in Emi's Discord server. I don't have many screenshots of him interacting with people, mostly because he wasn't super active. He would rarely be in calls, but would sometimes join them when there were loads of people in there, which I would occasionally screenshot because I was like, oh wow, this is a pretty big call. But when it comes to Jake's relation to Emi outside the server, he actually went to middle school and high school with her, which is what led to him joining the server, and also getting in the cosplay, crediting Emi for getting him into the hobby. Jake's time in the server came to an abrupt end in April 2024, when Emi decided to host a IHOP Sonic event back in her home state of Ohio. Jake lives in Ohio and was eager to go to this event, so he ended up contacting me, since I was going to the meetup and I'm also a mod in Emi's server, or I guess co-cult leader according to Ricardo, but Jake would DM me asking if he could go to the IHOP event. But the thing is, I drove all the way to Ohio in one go, meaning I was very busy on the road and was wide awake for 12 hours at that point. I was exhausted and wasn't fully able to take care of Jake could go or not. Emi specifically wanted people she knew well to go to the event, and they also had to be pre-approved. And sadly, since Jake was asking at the last minute, he didn't get approved. I remember feeling pretty bad about this and felt awkward attending after what happened with Jake. I felt like I let him down and messed up in my actions as a mod. I was also incredibly sleep deprived and stricken with anxiety that I was actually worried that Emi was mad at me for failing to communicate things with Jake, which wound up not being the case. She was very understanding about it. I did later have a panic attack so bad that I locked myself in a bathroom stall for like 2 hours, but that's not entirely relevant. But I messed up and couldn't get Jake approved to go to the IHOP meetup, which made him pretty upset. Not only in our DMs, but when we later posted our IHOP group photo, Jake reacted with a sad emoji. He then changed his profile picture to a sad shadow image, and then he left the server not too long after, never returning. While I did feel bad at first letting Jake down about not going to the event, seeing his behavior afterward, it just seemed kind of immature. I get being sad that you couldn't go to this event where you can eat mid-pancakes, but when he posted that sad reaction and changed his profile picture to that image, I kind of stopped feeling bad. Maybe I'm just an asshole, but I feel like Jake didn't really handle this all that well. Like, this guy's around the same age as Emi, they're both in their 30s. Plus, another stipulation that Emi had about inviting people from the server was that she wanted more active members to go. And the main reason she wasn't too quick to approve Jake at the last minute was because he wasn't really that active. Now, some of you may think, well, didn't you say that he was a high school friend of Emi's? Yes, he was, and that's kind of where the friendship ended. They did go to school together, but according to Emi, she was mainly just being nice to him because she felt bad that he was getting bullied a lot. Aside from her being nice to him in high school, nothing else really came from their friendship. They never really hung out or did anything outside of school together. They would just talk in class mostly. And this would be made more complicated when Emi became pregnant with her high school boyfriend, and she obviously needed to put more focus on being a mom and raising her kid, which I cut her off from spending time with her school friends, especially Jake. Plus, let's be honest, a lot of us lose touch with friends we had back in high school. It just happens. That's life. But Jake had the opportunity to reconnect with Emi by joining her server and being an active member, which he slowly stopped doing and would only really pop up when big events were happening. Nobody in her server really knew Jake, and even though Emi went to high school with him, she didn't really know him either by the time he joined the server. It had been years since their high school graduation, and obviously Emi had way more important things on life to focus on. Well, after Jake left the server because of the IHOP miscommunication, he later saw the opportunity to publicly shit on Emi, because shortly after Cope and Steve's video came out, Jake made his own video. No, he went on to make multiple videos about Emi, and he'll probably make another one when he sees I featured him in my video. In fact, he even went as far to make a whole playlist, compiling multiple drama videos about Emi, which also included his own videos. Oh, and the first video he put in the list was the Queen Falls video. Great fucking choice, Jake. I'm not gonna break down his multiple videos about Emi because I honestly couldn't stand to watch any of them all the way through, but the stuff that he shared in these videos are incredibly petty, unbelievable, and being straight up, he just had completely unrealistic expectations about his friendship with Emi. He paints it like Emi ditched him after high school, which hurt him deeply, when no, she had a fucking kid to raise. Not to mention, so many people after high school grow apart. Even best friends can grow apart after school. Much less this friendship where they would only talk to each other in class sometimes. Yeah, he grossly brings up Emi's kid multiple times, wishing that Emi had let him be more involved in raising them, which is weird as fuck.
I was really hoping that I would be able to be of some assistance to help out with what she was facing. Even though we were teenagers back then and she had to focus on parenting in general, it was really disheartening to see her essentially betray me.
They weren't even his kid, made even more unnecessarily evident by how when he first starts talking about Emi's kid, he puts up this text. Why did you put this in the video? Was anyone questioning if you were the father of Emi's child, you freaking creep? I've seen her kid's father in person myself. It clearly isn't him. Oh yeah, if you go on Jake's Twitter, it is filled to the brim with creepy ass obsessions with Emi. He almost regularly responds to anyone voicing any support to Emi by usually sending them a gift that just calls them the R word, a word that he really likes using. It's pretty clear that Jake is obviously searching Emi's name on Twitter, especially since he's even responded to people who don't even tag Emi. And what's honestly really sad is that Jake, along with another person I'll address a bit later, are just harassing people for just being nice. They even bullied people for simply wishing Emi a happy birthday. It honestly makes me feel bad for these people who just wanted to say something nice to Emi or even just wish her well, only for this obsessive jackass to bombard them by calling them ableist slurs. It's even led to a few of these people deleting deleting their posts. And seeing as Jake even went over in his own videos about how Emi would help him when he was getting bullied in school, it makes me wonder how he feels knowing he's become the very bullies that hurt him back in grade school, now being hurtful and inflicting pain on others. How do you even explain yourself here, Jake? His first video was so stupid that I ended up making a Twitter thread calling out his weird behavior and the awful things he said in his video, where he made really gross comments about Emi's parenting, and him just sharing these really pathetic stories that no one besides maybe that creepy archive account would listen to. In my thread, I also featured a comment from someone that was claiming to be a nurse, take that information however you will, and I would recommend pausing and reading this person's comment because they seriously nailed what was wrong with his behavior here. A couple server members who were also aware that Jake was making these videos went to leave comments calling him out too, so he just shut the comments off. So I'm not entirely sure what Jake's goal here even is anymore. He definitely wants to get views and attention, but he doesn't want to entertain any conversation. He was also, shocker, a massive supporter of Ricardo's video, and he even live streamed himself watching the entire thing, and it literally just consists of him sitting there quietly watching it, with a couple comments laid throughout. Peak reaction content, honestly. To say that Jake has an unhealthy obsession with Emi's downfall would be an understatement, and he straight up admits in a video that he hopes he was part of causing it.
I know things are slowly but surely still trying to progress regarding Emi's downfall, and I hope I was part of the reason for that.
This situation is not about you, Jake. Get a life. And I'd say that's not even the craziest thing he said on video about this whole situation.
Fuck Emi Jones, metaphorically. And I also feel sorry about her daughter and her pupper Mochi, because they don't deserve being treated by a monster like that. Emi is pretty much like a love child of Vic Mignogna and Boogie 2988. Vic Mignogna because of being the oh-so-innocent Christian wannabe, and Boogie 298 because, well, you already know, if you know Boogie. People have been saying that I've been immature about this. Yeah. Here's the thing. All the crimes Emi has committed is immature. Everything she's done is like the most immature of immature things to be immature about. Emi, if you're watching this, and I know you are, the only thing that I really have to say outside of shame on you on everything, if I had a physical trophy, I would ship it to you, but this is what I would send you. And I also hope McDonald's is hiring. Oh wait, I heard they are. So, yeah, you got options there.
To make it even more evident that Jake just wants to wipe Emi's existence away, while she took a break off Twitter, where the majority of her harassment was taking place, she would still post on other socials like Instagram. I kid you not, Emi has several screenshots of every single time she would post a new story. Jake was almost immediately there to see it. Like, there's hating somebody, and then there's obsessively hating on somebody. Jake, I know you're watching this video, but do you not have anything else going on in your life? If this is what your character's always been like, then maybe Emi made a right choice not keeping you as a friend or wanting to invite you to the IHOP meetup. Like, all of this overshadow pancakes, dude. They weren't even that good! The last thing I'll address about Jake is that, during my Twitter thread, I made a joke about how uncomfortable his dog looked being held by Jake in his video, so I told him he needed to put his dog down and go outside. For whatever reason, Jake's friends, or Jake using a burner, have grossly misinterpreted this to mean I told Jake to put his dog down. Not put his dog on the ground so it can leave, but kill it? Is it me, or is reading literacy actually dying? In case I need to spell it out even more for Jake and his friends, when I said to put your dog down, I meant put your dog on the ground so it can get away from you. Look at how fucking miserable your dog looks. I didn't make it make that face. Oh, and Jake was very devastated when Ricardo removed the video and posted his statement, so he constantly camps under Ricardo's post replying with these. It's really sad. I felt like addressing him was important because a few people have tried using the fact that he knew Emi from middle school to try validating his creepy behavior and victimization of himself to make some kind of case that he probably knew Emi longer than most, if it held any credibility. Spoilers, it doesn't. So, my last message to Jake and company, learn how to read and please move on with your lives. This has been incredibly stupid. Next up is another person who's very similar to Jake, not only when it comes to hopeless obsession, but even the IHOP thing. This is Steel Raids, a former member of Emi's server, who, unlike Jake, was actually a good friend of several people he met there, myself included. Also unlike Jake, Steel was actually invited to the IHOP meetup and even appeared in the group photo, all the way over there. Steel and Emi were not really super close friends, but his reputation in the server was still pretty positive, And like I said, he made friendships with a lot of people. But this would all come crashing down shortly after the Saberspark allegations came out. At first, Steele didn't really get involved with the subject. I even remember hopping in a call with him and hearing him laugh over Saberspark's initial response video. I remember him saying he thought it was just really funny that he couldn't take what Saberspark was saying seriously because of the weird location he chose to record his video, just surrounded by toys and stuff. And trust me, I remember that call vividly because it happened on my birthday, the same day Saberspark posted his video. Emi was only talking to a few close friends of hers about the whole Saberspark thing, and when she publicly came forward as the victim, all of us were giving her support. And once Steele found out it was her, he would even message a friend of ours wishing Emi well, and saying he didn't feel like he could contact her because they weren't really that close, which was totally fine, so his message was relayed to Emi by that friend. But then Steele's entire view of the situation would completely flip not too long after Copensteve put out his Saberspark Has Receipts video. Copensteve's video had completely convinced Steele that Emi was this manipulative liar. Basically, he now had the same point of view as a lot of other people who were believing Copensteve's video at the time. The thing is, the other friends who Steele had who were not only closer with Emi, had also seen Copensteve's video, and reasonably didn't fully believe or agree with how the guy was handling the situation. Steele, however, felt determined to flip those close friends' view of Emi at the time. Considering these friends actually knew Emi personally and still believed her side of things, Steele didn't want to hear it. He eventually left Emi's server and had several spats with multiple friends who didn't want to blindly believe this random person's video because they knew Emi personally and knew her character. And even when they would combat several claims and points that were made in Copensteve's video, Steele almost always didn't want to hear it, and just kept proclaiming that they didn't actually watch the video, which they did. What's funny is that Steele also didn't even watch Emi's entire For Clarity video. His childhood friend was with him when he watched it, and they said he didn't even finish it. Glad to see he was being fair. But Steele lost a lot of friends because of this whole situation, including me, which I gotta say hurt for a pretty good while. I was also pretty hurt that during these conversations he was having with other close friends of mine who were defending Emi, not once did he ever consider contacting me at all. I guess after those friends shot him down, then he just convinced himself that no one close with Emi could be trusted. However, some of you may be wondering, why am I bringing up this former ex-friend? Well, the thing is, if Steele had just ditched us and moved on with his life hating Emi, then fine. It's his choice and he could live with it. But instead, just like Jake, he decided to do something insanely obsessive. At the same time that Emi Jones' archive was making numbers with their posts, another account would appear called the Iblis Trigger, who was also making very similar posts and speculative claims about Emi, often citing the experiences of former server members who were just spreading false gossip and borderline bullshit. Yeah, this was Steele on a burner account, and a lot of his posts would also get likes and views. And it's pretty clear that this Iblis Trigger account was also a huge source of information that Ricardo ripped from, mainly with the server cult and Sam hate campaign accusations, along with the e-begging claims, which fuck you for that, Steele, even bringing up the Switch 2 thing. But what's funny about Steele being the source of that whole Switch 2 accusation was that he himself had also came up with the idea to give Emi a Switch 2, but Emi's other friends Azure and AJ had already made a group chat setting it up, and they eventually invited him. Yeah, Steele was part of that whole Switch 2 team. Could you just imagine how the other group of friends feel after seeing this when they all pitched in to help Emi with this? Like, you're basically incriminating Emi over something that literally all of your other friends wanted to pitch in and help with. What the hell's wrong with you? You don't think any of them would speak out against you? Because guess what? They all have. It's in Lamp's document. You moron. But how exactly do I know that Steele is behind this account? Well, believe it or not, I actually would not have been so confident in saying this was Steele until he decided to come forward with his own experiences, where he shared screenshots from a group DM he had with two close friends of mine, Azure and Anthony. How do I know that these are from that same group DM? They still had access to the group DM! They even sent me the unedited screenshots! Steele, how could you be this stupid? Did you really think they weren't gonna share this with your other ex-friends who were also pretty hurt by your actions? Hell, if you go look at one of his Twitter threads, which are still up, there's a screenshot where Azure calls him Steele, and he just forgot to censor it! Seriously? Steele, I went out of my way to cover your face in this video, and you can't even make sure you covered your own fucking name in these screenshots? Are you kidding me? By the way, Azure and Anthony are two best friends of mine who I met in Emi's server, but they're also super close with Emi too. They help moderate her server, or I guess help run the cult. So, Steele trying to convince these two of turning on Emi when they know her the best out of anyone I've really met was a pretty comical thing for him to try doing. I mean, their DMs just kept going back and forth trying to convince the others of their own view on things. However, the one thing that Steele shared with them that basically cemented to all of us that Steele was just long gone at this point was when he shared this. What the actual fuck is this? So, Steele was really hell-bent on proving how long Emi actually knew someone else that she's maintained a pretty long friendship with, who's another close friend of mine, AJ. Emi and AJ met over a decade ago in the My Little Pony community, even recording a podcast together as far back as 2012. And if some of you watched Emi's live streams back in the day, AJ has always been a pretty regular guest. But the reason he was mentioned at all was because AJ was actually the first person that Emi spoke to about her 2 encounters with Saberspark. So when Anthony and Azure brought this up to help prove that Emi has always been consistent with her story, that's what led to Steele putting together this horrendous conspiracy board. He was basically trying to prove that there was no way that Emi knew AJ that long ago, and that this was just another one of her lies. Needless to say, Azure and Anthony were pretty dumbfounded that Steele went as far to make this boneheaded conspiracy board. Some real Pepe Silva shit. The two of them even advised Steele to go talk to AJ about it, because even though Steele hadn't spoken to Emi much or knew her that well, he and AJ had done a fair bit of hanging out in calls. So really, Steele could have just approached AJ if he had any questions. AJ would even send Steele a message offering to clear up any information or questions that he had, very willingly wanting to give him a conversation about the whole thing. Steele would reply to him at first, saying he still had grievances with the current matter, and when he came out the conversation with Azure and Anthony, he felt pretty drained, and AJ gave him a decent response. So, clearly, Steele had a way of talking to AJ at this point, who was willing to clear up any and all questions he had about the situation, and Steele just didn't want to talk to him. Great. He bailed, cut ties with so many people, and he even went as far to have a close friend of his spy on the server for a bit after he left. It even led to that friend screenshotting messages in a private vent chat in the server, which is vastly against the rules, mainly to protect our server members' privacy, since they often vent about some pretty heavy topics and share private information. Like, straight up, if you join the server and end up leaking out stuff outside the private vent channel, you're banned. We really don't mess around with protecting people's privacy, especially in a space where they should feel comfortable about sharing their thoughts. Steele took advantage of that and made his close friend screenshot that chat since they still had access to it. This was a close friend of Steele's who was also long distance dating, or if we go off of how Ricardo saw it, was in a situationship with a friend of mine, Lamp. So when Lamp found out that their partner was leaking stuff from the vent chat by Steele's demands, they were pretty disappointed and heartbroken over it. Eventually, the guilt ate up Steele's friend, and they finally came forward to Lamp about the whole thing a few months later, explaining how Steele made this guy ask a mod for Chow Garden access, Chow Garden is the name of the vent chat, and how it was all a setup to get screenshots for the Iblis Trigger account. This person was subsequently removed from the server, and Lamp would break up with them. Yep, Steele's careless actions resulted in splitting up a relationship. What a good friend. But going back to that leaked Chow Garden screenshot that Steele posted on his burner, some of you might find it familiar. It's the exact same screenshot that I showed hours earlier during the segment of the video where Ricardo was accusing the server of being a cult, to which I further highlighted that this screenshot and the other one were the only stupid examples he had to show that the server was a cult, with him cropping out the video on the second screenshot just to hide the fact that it was just Emi asking her server again to go report this really disgusting Queen Falls video, which, may I remind you, was made by a bunch of creeps and pedal defenders trying to defend the joke that was made by someone about raping Emi's daughter. But something you might have noticed is that the second screenshot is highlighted in yellow, because Emi tagged everyone in her server, which obviously highlights her message on Discord. However, in the first screenshot, it's not highlighted because Emi didn't tag everyone. This is because she was posting it in the vent chat, which not everyone in the server can see. She just went to this very small group of people, since it was a far more serious topic that didn't belong in the general chats. And if you look at the screenshots, she only asked her server to go report this video 2 times, a full year apart. And it wasn't until the second time where she tagged her entire server to go report the video. I want you guys to fully understand, if Emi asking people to go report this video that defended really disgusting jokes that were being made about her daughter, why is this being used against her? And more importantly, how does that make her server a cult? Emi had every right to ask for this really stupid, disgusting misinformation video to be taken down. And now it's being weaponized against her like she runs her server like a cult. And Isn't that kind of insane? The main reason why Steele later went to his burner account to accuse Emi's server of being a cult was because he couldn't get any of Emi's closest friends to turn on her, so when he decided to cut ties with everybody, he went post his stupid ass theory on Twitter, where it would gain tons of attention, and was later featured in Ricardo's video, where this stupid narrative of Emi's server being a cult is now more widely being spread. I get that you lost a lot of your friends over this whole situation, but that doesn't justify you going post about how the server is a cult, which ended up also incriminating an entire Discord server of people that you barely knew. Do you even care that you hurt your friends? Let alone an entire Discord server that didn't do anything wrong. All because you had this tunnel vision hatred towards Emi. What is the matter with you? You're actually insane. It's disappointing seeing how low Steele has gone during this whole mess. Unlike Jake, Steele was someone I actually cared about, and he just straight up bailed on everyone in Emi's server. Not even just the server, but even our whole friend group. Again, it's just disappointing seeing Steele effectively become one of these creepy stalkers. And really, it's just because he wants all of Emi's close personal friends, who were also close friends of his, to just not believe her. Just like Jake, just like that archive, and just like Lizzy Silvas. So if Jake and Steele really want to see where they're going to be in a few years, look no further than Lizzy Silvas and BlueEyedFox. It's pretty scary looking in the mirror like that, huh? A bit related, but remember when Steele tried to make that really outrageous claim that Emi and AJ didn't actually know each other that long ago? Which led to that really ridiculous billboard that he sent Azure and Anthony? Well, a random burner account, wink wink, would later respond to his Iblis Trigger account with screenshots of AJ's old Twitter account, where not only was it being tagged by Emi, but they also included a screenshot of their old podcast back in 2012, debunking his dumbass conspiracy completely. But instead of doing the right thing and, you know, deleting and apologizing for this dumbass conspiracy board, instead, Steele had the nerve to ask, why wasn't this shown to me before? Wow, way to take accountability, dickhead. He'd also apparently voiced this same complaint to one of Azure's close friends as well. Also, what the fuck do you mean? We tried to tell you. AJ was fully prepared to show you everything in your DMs, and you just never reached out to him. Even more pathetic is that Steele would basically Marvel hype, which yes, is the term I'm gonna use to describe this, about how he was gonna expose other close friends of his who were associated with Emi, who literally no one knows besides him. Like, here is an actual Twitter video he posted like this.
A literal gallery of rogues have chosen to use this as an opportunity to vindicate themselves from their own horrendous behavior that they are running away from and lying about because they now feel they comfortably can.
This is so dumb. Even the people who didn't like Emi were confused and asking just who the hell any of these people were, with one reply being from Alex Hedgefox, which you don't want to have this guy on your side. He was horrible to Emi, and tried treating the contact information for various voice actors that Emi had connections with as if he was owed them in some kind of way, and has even mistreated several voice actors. Even sending this massive email to someone talking shit on Emi for not sharing people's contact information. Oh yeah, there was also another message where he called Emi a greedy whore, simply because she didn't want to give out contact information for voice actors she knew. So after Emi was sent all this, she promptly sent him an email telling him off, while also defending the voice actor's right to their privacy. Yeah, remember when Ricardo tried claiming that Emi didn't care about anyone but herself? Funny. You might have also noticed earlier that Alex Hedgefox was also the one sharing that statement from Jesse Pajamas, which the archive account retweeted. Good work supporting a pedophile in the community who got ran off the internet, you guys. But going back to Steele's stupid Marvel hyping posts, because Steele was publicly threatening Lamp here, just because they decided to make a document just to debunk all the stupid thread's claims, we want to take away his ability to hurt Lamp any more than he honestly already has. With that, I would like to play a quick testimony from Lamp, putting their situation with Steele out on the table.
So Steele and I were close friends, even meeting up in person multiple times. During 2024, he commissioned me for a PNG tuber and I took on the project when honestly I really shouldn't have. Due to the heavy workload of the project, I charged a higher price for it, and he paid before the commission was started. There was a time when I had trouble completing projects due to the fear that it wouldn't be good enough and that my work wouldn't satisfy the commissioner or myself. Because of this, I avoided it nearly altogether, which was not the right thing to do. I am thankful I have an amazing friend group who noticed I had this problem when it comes to not delivering on art I promised, and held me accountable. With Steele, I absolutely bit off more than I can chew with this project, and despite partially working on it, specifically mostly in calls with him, it was never completed. I I unfortunately lacked communication with him about this, similar to my other friends who requested art from me, which didn't help either. I was scared and didn't feel confident in my art, and I was too embarrassed to communicate why I struggled finishing the work. That was wrong of me. Steele later requested a refund, and I gave back a portion of the commission fee, as I was going through some financial troubles at the time. For some reason, I thought I had refunded the full amount, and I was incorrect. Here are screenshots of the Cash App transactions of the first 2 parts of the refund, censored for privacy. He later reached out to me through my then partner in May 2025 and stated that if he did not receive the refund by June 1st, he would expose me to the public for not completing his commission. I panicked and reached out to a friend, explaining the situation. He asked if I would like him to pay it for me, and I turned the offer down, saying if I wasn't the one who did it, it would be disingenuous. I paid back the full refund on May 13th, 2025, the day I received my paycheck. The remainder of the refund was paid immediately after I had woken up that day at 5:15 a.m. This is a screenshot of me receiving my payroll being dated 25 for the year of 2025, 05 for the month of May, and 13 being the day. Steele had blocked me on Discord and Twitter. However, after the dust seemed to settle, he sent me a friend request in June and we DM'd each other, clearing the air and assuring that we were cool with each other. We proceeded to DM occasionally afterwards. I messed up in the situation that occurred between Steele and I, but thanks to my personal group of friends holding me accountable, I've improved myself and know to only take on what I personally can handle. This was a major problem that reflected in my personal life with personal boundaries that I didn't have set for myself, and in 2025, I worked hard to fix this. After the refund incident, and while he had me blocked, he went through my ex-partner to ask if I wanted his pre-order for the Switch 2. Just to clarify, at that time I was dating his childhood best friend, who he had introduced me to. Quite honestly, when he reached out, I was confused and conflicted by the offer. I couldn't quite put my finger on how he truly felt regarding me. After a day or two, I accepted the offer, making it clear I would not receive the console until it was paid in full. My then partner ended up paying for the console and gifting it to me when we ended up in person, because I had unfortunately been unable to gather sufficient funds in time due to financial struggles. I was not able to pay back my ex due to us cutting contact after our breakup, which was caused by his and Steele's actions during the anonymous account conflict. After the discussion about the Switch 2, Steele and I had cleared the air in DMs. As stated before and seen in the DM provided, he was aware that there was no malicious intent behind my actions. Our last DMs before the thread went up was about me receiving the Switch 2 and him telling me to enjoy it. I'm quite hurt that after we had reconciled, he would threaten to out me on his anonymous account for defending my friends.
Thank you for sharing, Lamp. I'm not sure what else to say except I'm just really disappointed in Steele. So many people cared about him and were also just as heartbroken seeing him behave like this. And all he had to do was just ask us questions and actually hear us out because we actually know Emi. Cope and Seif doesn't know Emi. It's ridiculous. And while I can almost understand him making the choice to believe the other side, everything else that followed after was just so childish and unnecessary. From lying about multiple things, to literally threatening to out Emi's friends for believing her if his identity was revealed, only for him to just suddenly stop posting, because I'm gonna assume that a third party probably talked to him, and basically told him to stop doing this shit. Hint, hint. Oh yeah, when I first met Steele, he told me he was actually a huge fan of my videos, so this is probably not how he pictured me featuring him on my channel would look like. One other thing I'd like to call out is, just like with Jake, Steele would also stalk Emi's Instagram often when she'd share a story. Guys, you're not slick. She can literally see you looking at her posts. And again, just stop! Move on with your lives. Stop obsessing over Emi. The last thing this world needs is another Lizzy Silvas or BlueEyedFox. Hell, you two are already well on your way becoming them at this rate. Good lord. The next people I'll talk about will be a lot more brief because I don't want to keep repeating myself, but they've all had very similar problems to what I already talked about. I mentioned AGM when first talking about Ricardo's video. His behavior has been horrendous and really unhealthfully obsessive, and our friendship with him ended eons ago. So if it bears repeating, AGM, move on with your life and stop obsessing over Emi. I'm saying it directly to you because I know you're watching. The next person is someone who willingly spoke to the Emi Jones archive account, while also providing no proof, which is disgraceful. This was a person named Raven, another former server member who had been around for a pretty long time, but he left after not being super active for a few years, and I recently learned how much he's really grown to hate Emi over the years. But he contacted the archive account account to spread more lies about the server, again, all without providing proof, but the archive still willingly shared his DMs just because. What really rubbed me the wrong way here is that he also uses old feelings I had for Emi almost a decade ago as sort of a way to dunk on me and my behavior from several years ago. It's not only a gross invasion of privacy, but he even lied about specific details to the archive, like saying I had briefly left the server around the time he was still active, and then made a mod when I came back. Raven was initially active from 2017 to 2018, basically his first year he was really there. So he's saying when I briefly left back in 2018, where it was a very different and emotionally tough time for me, so much so that even Ceci was reaching out to me at the time, and he paints it like I was made a mod all the way back then once I got back, in mid-2018. But I wasn't promoted to being a mod in the server until May 16th, 2021. And this was just a bit after Raven became super inactive. So, unless he just screwed up the details, he straight up just lied to the archive account. I mean, I guess being 3 whole years off isn't too bad. That's technically still a short amount of time, right? But I especially want to tackle the whole using my crush on Emi at the time thing as a weapon because it's insanely gross. Also, during the same call where I told Raven I had a crush on Emi all those years ago, the only reason I said this to him was because he told me that he also had a crush on her too. We were just confiding as friends about our feelings at the time, so I really don't appreciate him trying to use it against me several years later. Hell, Raven was so obsessed with Emi, he even drove to an airport where Emi was at a connecting flight to try meeting her. And when security didn't let him in, he made a huge scene about it and threatened to kill himself. Obviously, I don't have any screenshots or recordings of this happening, but there are a few screenshots from later on where this incident was brought up. Even Raven would beat himself up about it. He also had this tendency to just talk in third person all the time, and by the end of him being active in the server, he would even tag himself over and over again just having conversations with himself. Look, I'm sharing all this because, guys, Raven is clearly not mentally well, and considering he was just willing to lie to the archive, he's not a reliable narrator. While I'm mad at him for doing this, I do genuinely hope that he gets the help he needs. Honestly, I would probably go as far to say that a lot of people out there who hate Emi, be it former friends or even randos on social media, a lot of their hate probably spawns from the fact that they have a crush on Emi. Like, guys, let's be real. She's a beautiful girl who plays video games, especially Sonic games. In fact, Emi and I have spoken about this very often, but we do wonder if a lot of these ex-friends who are now spreading gossip about her just probably had really bad crushes on her and clearly didn't know how to handle it. Like AGM, for example. During a few calls when the topic of people having crushes on Emi came up, he took almost every opportunity to point out that he didn't have a crush on Emi. Yeah, almost every time we brought up that topic in a call, he would always be weird about it and say he never had a crush on Emi. No one asked. It just seemed very telling, and considering his behavior after we cut ties with him, it just made it obvious more than anything that he just had really strong feelings for Emi, but didn't want to confront them or be an adult and talk to her about it. Like, guys, Emi's not stupid. She's in her fucking 30s now. She's had to deal with dozens of guys who have had crushes on her entire life. She can tell. It's happened a lot, and I'm speaking as someone where she had to talk to me about this. And not to mention, to AGM, why the hell would you make it a point to tell your best friends that you don't have a crush on them over and over again? That's kinda rude to just outright say repeatedly, right? Like, why would you tell that to someone you claim to care about? I gotta start telling my bros that I love them, but I would not fuck them, okay? I'm sure they'd understand. Ricardo even uses this guy, Radioactive Raw, as a source in his video. This dude literally used to be one of Emi's best friends, until he developed a crush on her and Emi didn't really know how to handle it. She told him that she didn't feel like she knew him that well enough to start a relationship, but that maybe she'd be more comfortable with time, because she struggled establishing boundaries with people and just telling a guy no. This dude bought her a Build-A-Bear and even a gift for her kid for the holidays, and honestly felt super entitled to be in a relationship with her. He would make tweets mocking her for having OC shipping art, making it how she could just have a real relationship with him, and then this dude even befriended Lizzy and BlueEyedFox, all because of his newly found hatred for Emi because she didn't date him, and proceeded to spread rumors about her for the past 8 years. These are the people that Ricardo enabled. Good fucking work, dude. Hell, let's go back to that Super Egg person for a bit. Not only is this the same guy that said he was glad Ceci gave Emi that ibuprofen without her consent, but he also had a crush on Emi for some time, and confessed to her in her own server about it, where he used his deceased ex-girlfriend and even brought up Emi's deceased grandmother, bringing both into the conversation when he was trying to get Emi to date him, even suggesting that his ex-girlfriend was gonna haunt the shit out of Emi if she hurt him. How did he think that this was gonna help win her over? And guess what? He now absolutely fucking hates Emi. It seems kind of weird for him and even other people to think they have any kind of justification for weaponizing my old crush on Emi, so I think me doing the same for all these people is fair game. But toxic crushes really do play a factor in all of this, and I'm sure there are absolutely way more people out there who are like this, who Emi was never even that close with. Being as transparent as I can about this current topic, in my pink Choose Love t-shirt, yes, when I joined Emi's server back in 2017, I had a huge crush on her. It slowly led to me becoming super active in her server, and she and I eventually became pretty close friends. But at one point we had to talk about these serious feelings of mine because it was making me act out really irrationally towards other friends. Emi set me straight and we moved on. As friends. Honestly, after our talk, it really felt like this huge weight was lifted off my chest about these feelings. So yes, anyone watching who's terrified about telling their crush about these feelings you're having on them, or if you're gonna be rejected or not, Emi had to reject me, and I'm still here. The world didn't end, and Emi and I are now best friends. It's been 8 years of friendship, and I've now made an over 6-hour video defending her. And I gotta be honest, it's kind of weird for me to look back to a time where I just had these huge feelings for Emi. Cause I gotta be honest, for my own health, the crush needed to die down. The reason I'm being this upfront and extremely vulnerable about my feelings right now is because, just like Raven, I'm sure there are going to be a lot of people mocking me for simply making this video just because I had a crush on Emi a long time ago. You know, calling me things like a simp or whatnot. Do people still say simp? Did that grow out of style? I don't know, man, like a cult member, a simp, it's always the same two insults nowadays. What happened to the good old days of insults? You guys are so boring now. Like, Emi Jones, that was a pretty classic insult. No one says it anymore. Like, if you guys are gonna hate, you really gotta step up your game. It's just gonna get stale after a while. I just think it's really shitty that people are using my own feelings about Emi from so long ago against me. Feelings that, unlike a lot of these losers, I've actually gotten a chance to talk with Emi about on many opportunities during our now 8 to 9 years of friendship. Like, who won here? You guys are going around spreading gossip and fake shit about Emi on Twitter and whatnot, earning clout in meaningless numbers and shit. Meanwhile, Emi invited me and a few of her friends to go spend her birthday at Disneyland.
Whoa, my head's spinning!
What a wild ride.
Go! That was good!
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, excellent! You're all waltzing so beautifully together. Now, let's...
Who's the simp now, bitches? And I'm not suggesting someone like Steele had a crush on her, because I don't think he did. But people like AGM, Raven, and especially Jake just had really bad crushes on Emi, and look where that's led them. Raven told me directly that he liked her. AGM constantly shot down the idea that he did like her. And why would Jake make weird comments about wanting to help Emi raise her kid otherwise? It's just kinda sad seeing these weirdos not be able to separate their feelings from reality. This gets even stranger because, remember how I pointed out that Jake was searching and responding to people supporting Emi by calling them the R word? Well, he would also do something similar where he joked about Emi having another scandal. It's really disgusting. It even led to him making a post that accused me of sleeping with Emi, simply because I was publicly defending her on social media. What the fuck is wrong with you? I get why pervs like him would be obsessed with Emi's sex life, but mine? Oh, and remember when Pete Capella called out Ricardo for making that dumbass poster promoting his video? Well, Pete got some blowback for this, and one of them was from Jake, who made this really shitty reply to Pete like, What the hell? Why are you talking to Pete Capello like this? Seriously, what is wrong with you? I guess it could have been worse. Jake could have accused Emi of having a scandal with Pete. That's some pretty out of character restraint on Jake's part. I also guess he could have called him the R word. So honestly, Pete got off easy. Guys, I'm gonna be totally real with you. If I spent several months making this several hour-long video just so I can sleep with one person, I'm jumping off a cliff. Like, that's game over for me. What the hell am I doing? So shame on you, Jake, for making such a gross-ass tweet because you can't take Emi having sex off your mind 24/7. Like, he seriously can't, considering he's also shamed her for having sex toys as well. And how dare you, Jake, accuse me of choosing favorites with my friends? I would never be that shallow. I'd fuck all my friends, thank you very much. You don't know me. Also, personally speaking, I feel like there are less elaborate ways for me to get laid. Like, if I'm gonna get laid because of a video I made, I'd rather it be over something I'm proud of, like my Sonic Heroes or Shadow re-reviews, or my System of a Down or Green Day retrospectives, or even my Mario 64 video. But this video? No thank you. I would heavily question that woman's intentions or morals. The last two people I'm going to highlight are Sandguardian and another user that goes by the name Jules. Sandguardian is someone who is friends with Lizzy Silvas, so that should tell you enough about this person's intentions already. And this person has actively participated in helping Lizzy send the police to Emi's house, which is made clear when she admitted this in a DM conversation with Ceci of all people, from way back when those two were friends. But Sandguardian, like the others I've mentioned, is quite literally obsessed with Emi. She's made countless alternative accounts over the last few years making cringy memes, and even at one point made a massive Wattpad post that was fucking huge. She has since deleted this monstrosity, but bits of it were archived. And most of the posts were just her clearly stalking the living shit out of Emi, and then even making up accusations based on very little information, such as one being Emi was faking going to a family member's funeral, and another accusation of Emi faking her dog's death? Jesus Christ. And it's all based off this girl just guessing and doing mental gymnastics to get to these conclusions. It's so inappropriate and weird. Good thing she deleted this Wattpad post, because could you imagine if Ricardo came across it? Spreading even more of this person's dumb bullshit, and also not bothering to vet any of it like he did everything else in his video? Thank God he didn't see it. I mean, there was nothing here but just her assuming shit by saying things like, I never heard her talk about Tiki before. Tiki being a family dog of Emi's, who sadly grew old and passed away. Also, this bitch wasn't doing very good stalking, because look at these tweets of Emi posting about Tiki. And I found these on Twitter Advanced Search. Not to mention her assuming Emi made up her grandma's funeral because she never clarified it was her grandmother who passed away. What in the fuck? And the reason I want to highlight this user is because her dumbass accusations are even things that Emi has been forced to address. During the February 2023 drama, Ceci's husband, Mr. Pasquale, was caught liking one of Sandguardian's posts, which was accusing Emi of faking her health problems, which is really weird considering Ceci was initially in this girl's DMs prior, shitting on her for harassing Emi way back when they were friends. Emi had to respond to this shit because it was gaining traction, and most likely a little more after Pasquale liked the tweet. Another thing that Emi was forced to answer to was Sandguardian trying to suggest that Emi faked being on a heart monitor. Sandguardian even gave this information to the Queen Falls people, and they actually put this shit in a video. It spread so much nonsense to people who know nothing about Emi, to the point where she was forced to speak about this even in the Mr. Enter interview. What's stupid about this is that Sandguardian even says, this isn't a heart monitor, it's just a Zio patch. A Zio patch is a heart monitor! Jesus fucking Christ, these people with their pretend PhDs! And because of her and Lizzy's friends trying to accuse Emi of faking her health problems, she was forced into proving her own goddamn health issues in the receipts document. She would even make this shitty tweet telling people to watch out for symptoms of those fake eating disorders. Go fuck yourself. What pisses me off is that people like this are able to make an impact on someone's reputation based entirely around nonsense. Like there's nothing of substance here, they're just pulling shit out of their ass. They can make a tweet that Emi set fire to a village, and she would be forced to speak on it. And Sandguardian is another person stalking Emi's Instagram, and even making up shit about her for other things here too, like where she accuses Emi of having herself in her top artist playlists, when Emi was sharing someone else's story. please get a fucking life and learn to read. And as for the Jules person, this person seems to be friends with Sandguardian and Jake, who is also consistently stalking Emi's Instagram and continues making posts insulting her every time she does it, where they even made the claim that Emi e-begged her audience to get her this Shadow Tim sweatshirt, and it's all thanks to Ricardo's video enabling these e-begging accusations. It's just so weird and stupid, but also kind of funny when you realize Emi actually got this shirt from a friend who picked it up for her, that Emi herself paid for. Did she e-bag her own wallet? What are you talking about? She can't even post shit that she purchased with her own damn money without these idiots rushing to their Twitter accounts to post another update on more shit about Emi. It's just fucking comical at this point. For Emi's birthday in 2025, she decided to go to Disneyland with a few friends, and Jules made a fucking hilarious tweet about this, accusing Emi of using her Patreon supporter money to go to Disneyland. However, if you look at her Patreon, you will see that it's been plummeting and bleeding money. And even people like Jules have posted about and basically celebrated Emi's Patreon plummeting, yet when they see Emi still going out and about enjoying her life, they still fall back to the Patreon e-begging accusation. She's making less money than she did last year on Patreon. Do you know how expensive Disneyland is? You think she uses her money for Disneyland and not bills? What's going on with your brain? You fucking Dilbert! Oh, and just like Jake, Jules is another person outright bullying people online for showing any kind of kindness to Emi, and has even made these poor fans delete their posts to avoid being bullied by him and Jake. Fucking Bulk Skull over here. Overall, please stop listening to these a-holes. Just about everyone mentioned in this section are just making shit up and running with it, so just stop believing everything at face value. It's so pathetic. And now, I would like to play one final testimony from Emi.
When Ricardo dropped his video on me, I wound up in the hospital that same evening with a very severe panic attack. Yeah, it was a really difficult time, as I think anyone would understand if they were put into a situation like this. I don't want anyone to feel bad for me about this, because despite what happened, I made it through this stronger than before. It honestly embarrasses me to admit this now, since actually watching it and seeing how horrendously bad it was, because I didn't know that at the time. All I knew was that I was going to take another round of harassment that I could not handle. Since confronting the contents of the video, I honestly cannot take this seriously anymore. But unfortunately, the community did, which is why we're here now. The only few things left I want to talk about are one of Ricardo's accusations and another remark he made towards the end of his video. To start, no, I didn't sleep for opportunities. In Ricardo's video, he essentially spread sexual gossip about me and openly speculated that based on that gossip, it meant I didn't actually earn my achievements with Sega. All of my opportunities were earned through my work, in the same way other influencers in this community earn theirs. It is so frustrating that this accusation gained traction, because it has essentially validated Lizzy's decade tirade, where she has also accused me of this to try justifying why I get them and she doesn't, completely ignoring the fact that Lizzy herself threatened to shoot a Sega intern, and them having to step in to protect their employees. What bothers me most is that this accusation gained traction at all. Now women in this community are going to keep getting accused of this, and people will think it's okay because Ricardo normalized doing this. Women have always been treated poorly in this community. However, usually when someone is openly misogynistic, they are typically called out for it. But now it's going to be enabled, and anyone doing it can simply point their fingers at me to make it seem justified. Misogyny is going to be way more rampant because Ricardo has now turned me into a monster that justifies throwing their misogynistic hate towards, using his young, impressionable audience to now make it even harder for the women who love Sonic here. And to top it all off, Ricardo provided no actual receipts to prove this gross-ass claim that I traded my body over what I earned from Sega. To be fair, he doesn't provide it because it doesn't exist. Instead, just grossly speculating on my motives involving my sex life and putting it out there as fact. I have worked so hard on the things I make, and acting like that didn't earn me the same things several other influencers have earned is insulting, especially over early game codes or free merch like plushies and jackets, as if giving up my body is some worthy sacrifice for Sonic the Hedgehog merch. And 2, Ricardo makes it a point for some reason that over the last few years I haven't been uploading nearly as frequently, and uses it as a means to weaponize it to make me seem completely useless to the community at large. This comment actually stuck with me because of what I've gone through since late 2022. Ricardo, my content has been less frequent because I have been spending the last last 3 years now, literally fighting for my life. And I am allowed to choose my life and the well-being of my family over posting frequent Sonic content. Ricardo, you should know this as a content creator, that your audience is not entitled to 100% of your time. I am not a machine. You are not a machine. We make content that we want when we can. And unlike you, I choose to focus on quality over quantity. The videos I care about creating take time and effort, planning. Even when I was healthy, each video took at least 2 or 3 months of planning, sometimes 6 months or even longer depending on the project scale. Not only do you criticize me for utilizing other platforms like Patreon and Ko-fi to support my ability to create content and support my family because YouTube doesn't pay enough, which you should know this personally, Ricardo, but you morally grandstand because I created videos to appease the few sponsors I have had in between making my actual mainline content. Despite you using sponsors all of the time, including in this very video where you are claiming to have made this to help the community at large and talking about serious things. And anyone who thinks rationally would recognize you criticizing me for using these avenues as irrational, but your audience doesn't have to do any critical thinking to see the holes in your arguments when the video does the thinking for them. You present this information in such a way that makes it seem undeniably factual, and you have now cultivated an audience that bullies others into submission if anyone dares to question the validity of your claims. In other words, as long as you sound like you know what you're talking about, your audience won't question it, and they'll go on social media and fight on your behalf, just regurgitating your talking points as fact, even community noting your retraction and using your video with no proof as a source. And you know what? I haven't been happy with how little I have uploaded over the last few years. That I am not giving my subscribers enough for all of the amazing support they have given me over the years. And how dare you weaponize that? How often I upload is none of your business. I said in my For Clarity video that I'm going to be less transparent in the future about my health, seeing as people like you weaponizing it as if I use it to escape accountability. But this was so cruel, unusual, and hateful of you. I have so many projects that are in active development, but I have an eating disorder to fight and overcome that takes my priority. An eating disorder that I developed because of the person you victimized in your video, and then tried silencing me over because she didn't want to be held responsible for her actions that she frequently gloated about in my server in calls I wasn't present for, telling them how she saved my life by putting medication in my drink without my consent. I almost lost my battle with this in October, not long after your video, thanks to being hardly able to eat before I finally got help. The same week people were laughing at me for standing up for myself because of getting legal help, I had to find out the video was finally removed on a landline phone in the hospital. And I hope that it is known that I slept so much easier that night despite everything going on. In the end, with all of this, I am done speaking about these experiences. If drama continues, it will not be on my end. I acknowledge and at the very least appreciate the apology for including my kid in all of this, even if it was only because you felt you had to. I could not fathom why even mentioning them by name or including images of them or talking about my journey to motherhood as a minor child was necessary to the overall picture. Ricardo, despite you trying to have me removed from the community by weaponizing all of these horrendously one-sided stories, I want to take a second and acknowledge that, unlike what you probably believe, I am really hoping you improve yourself. Our own situations began from me not really liking you because, while Sam and I were friends, he told me that you threatened to physically hurt him, and your sexist tweets only sealed it for me. When I saw you with your friend walking up San Fernando in Burbank playing with that Sonic plushie, I brought it up to those who knew Sam and knew of your poor behavior in the past. I shared it publicly when I saw you telling women they should act their age and belittling us to baby makers when you were a grown man playing with toys in public. And you know what? There isn't anything wrong with that, but it is hypocritical. While I'm not on Twitter personally, being told that you stood up for the trans community tells me that you care about being a positive influence in this community, and I respect you for standing up for the trans community. But I hope you take the situation as a wake-up call, because I really believe you need to continue to work on the way you view women, and work on the impact that you have now made against them.
Right, and like whenever I've tried like spinning game at like an Asian chick, it's really hard to get in.
Exactly.
It's really hard to get in.
They
It's like
keep that shit guarded.
I know they keep, they internally they want you, but they can't.
Telling me in DM you did women's marches to defend yourself is one thing. It's another to put in the work mentally so that you can be a proper advocate. Women in this community are wonderful and deserving of everything men in this community have. And no woman deserves to be slut-shamed for their private relationships in the way that you have done and further enabled in this space. It is not community exclusive to accuse women of using sex to get ahead in places, weaponizing our bodies to belittle our accomplishments. We are not sex objects, and our bodies are not weapons for gain, and things that men are entitled to. Saying I sleep around and hook up with random men in this community, when I have spent 99% of my time here pissing men off because I've had to let them down or find ways to avoid relationships with them because I struggle to just say no, was honestly the icing on the cake for me. I'm not perfect. No one in this community is. Not me, not you. We are all human. The message you push is so dehumanizing and degrading about a person you ultimately do not know. Hell, I don't even really know you beyond your actions on Twitter and with your video, along with what Sam told me. If you want to inspire people in this community to choose love, I ask you to understand that that has to start with your own actions. I am putting out a statement on my Twitter that goes over what I personally need to do to help reflect that myself. I go over how my lack of personal boundaries have caused me to land myself in conflict. And I hope the situation teaches you that maybe you shouldn't be so quick to make judgment calls regarding strangers online, and teaches you that you have influence that can inspire an entire community at large, and that influence should be handled with care. I've also had to learn this after realizing that my fans have had a tendency to harass people on my behalf. That ends here. Twitter has made this easier to happen, so I plan to let my work speak for itself and stay away from platforms like Twitter that I think make all of this a lot more possible. I'm going to focus on my life, my family, and when I am personally well enough to, my content again. And I really appreciate my audience who has been patient and understanding with my unique situation.
So, where do we actually go from here? Well, Emi's channel's taken a nosedive in terms of subs and ad revenue, mostly thanks to the Saberspark stuff and Ricardo's stupid video. And not to mention her Patreon is currently bleeding money. Which also means the occasional server member has just up and left out of nowhere. That's not really new though. Every time a new drama comes up about Emi, some random member of her server who is either fairly active or even not really active at all will just delete their pledge and leave the server, just choosing to not really want to stick around or hear the other side. Because that's clearly the most common trait of a cult, right? When someone leaves, they're just allowed to leave? Seriously, what the fuck was that accusation? I'm not entirely sure how other parties are going to react to me mentioning them or bringing light to certain old situations they were actively involved with, but I guess we'll see how that plays out. And I also do want to clarify that there will be a Google Drive linked in the description, with everything being organized in specific folders. And to bring up the Queen Falls video one more time because I love making fun of these idiots, they also had a Google Drive in their description, and a few people have actually tried making the defense that, all their proof was in the description, but if you actually go look in their fucking Google Drive, it is the most disorganized mess of stuff. Nothing is labeled or organized. It's like the people making that video were just like, yeah, I made the drive, just dump everything there, who cares? So yeah, I guess they technically did link all their evidence in the description. You just gotta go looking for it. It's somewhere. Good frickin' lord, stop platforming this video. No follow-up video after this. I'm done. I was mainly here just to shed some light on Emi's side, and to help clear up some misinformation that's been spread around thanks to Ricardo's video. I do hope that this video, despite how really long it is, was maybe at least helpful to anyone who maybe didn't know how to feel during this whole situation when it went down a few months ago. Again, I don't plan on making a follow-up, I'm just gonna go back to making my regular content as usual, and I have no intentions of turning back. Just please be sure to do better research before jumping on hate trains and ruining the reputation of someone's career because some random figure in the community had petty beef with them and decided to take advantage of their downfall for likes, views, and ad revenue. Not about the money though. If there are any major updates or responses after I make this video, I'll leave a pinned comment to anything new that may come up, being other parties responding or just any major updates to the subjects mentioned in the video. So if you're watching this video long after it's gone up, then just be sure to check the pinned comment below. That way you can see any updates or if you're just still invested. And look, even though I have been defending her this entire video, I don't want the main takeaway of this video to be that Emi is this perfect angel who's capable of no wrongdoing. She has just been misrepresented in so many of these controversies, and it's frustrating when she has so much evidence to back up her experiences. Meanwhile, any other person can simply toss around baseless shit about her and be given a platform. Emi is a human being, just like everyone else. And I really do believe that much of the public reaction to these things is because before Ceci's document in 2023, a lot of people put Emi on a huge pedestal. That doesn't help either. Don't do that to any content creator. Some fans would join calls with her and actually point out being shocked when Emi would use swear words, saying stuff like, "I thought you were a good Christian girl." I think people learning that Emi is a grown-ass woman who had sex with an actor everyone knows felt like this weird betrayal to Sonic fans, because they thought she was this perfect little angel of a girl, even in vandalizing her. It's kinda creepy. And it really all came out with Ceci's document, when she was just trying to pile as much shit on Emi as possible. Guys, Emi is a person. She's not perfect. No content creator is a perfect person. Everyone out there makes mistakes. Even your favorite content creators have fucked up. You may just not know it yet. Even in these situations, Emi still tries to find lessons in all of these so she can work on bettering herself as a human. She's shown this and is transparent about that. But these accusations, they're just not true. To give an example, just because I'm saying the part in Evelyn's document isn't true, and affirming that Emi didn't knowingly hire a pedophile doesn't mean I'm saying she was a victim of Evelyn's, and that Evelyn purposely targeted her. When you read Emi's full side, she acknowledged that she should have communicated better with Evelyn, so she could have a better understanding about what was actually going on. Evelyn wasn't perfect either. No victim is perfect. All victims are human, and this whole perfect victim mentality that is constantly used on people when trying to come forward is so harmful. I don't want people to walk away trying to constantly find out who is the good guy and who is the bad guy in a situation. Who's the victim and who's the predator? Real life is a lot messier than this, and I think social media has really blurred these lines, with people constantly looking for a bad guy they gotta take down. It gives people this high where they think they're making the world a better place by trying to shove someone else out. I do think it is important to hold others accountable when their actions have harmed others, but I also think people are way too quick to believe things about others based on little evidence, especially if enough posts are saying it. Even people saying something is true doesn't make something true. Just please try to do better research and honestly just focus on ways to build up this community. It's chaotic enough. I also think it's very important to remember that when it comes to anyone with a platform, you don't know what's going on behind closed doors. I think parasocial behavior has only worsened because of places like Twitter, since people can just interact with anyone, more than ever. Everyone has unlimited access to their favorite content creators, and I think that this has caused people to feel like they know these creators personally, and has enabled them to create these entire headcanons about actual human beings. Please remember that not everything you hear about online tells you the full story. And look, it's not even an elephant in the room anymore. Like, this community has a misogyny problem, and Ricardo has just made that more and more rampant because of his video. I'm not gonna go on to some sappy-ass outro about this, but I just hope this whole spectacle can serve as a painful example of just how ugly sexism has become here. I don't have much else to really say. This will easily be the longest scripted video I've ever posted on my channel before. But please do me a favor and share this video around so the community can be made aware of the truth about a lot of Emi's past situations and controversies. I just wanted to set the record straight and hopefully make this community a better place. Because running around with misinformation and harassing people over it is not doing this space any favors. The damage this has done to Emi nearly took her away from those who care about her and know her for who she is. Not lazy hit pieces made by sexist parasocial weirdos, or Twitter threads relying on hearsay that die in less than 48 hours. All I'm saying is, you guys better be grateful that Emi is still alive, because if I lost her during the making of this video, honestly, I would not have gone as easy as I have. Yes, crazily enough, this is the toned down version of the video. If at any point during this drama, me and several others who cared about Emi lost her, this video would have been longer and it would have gone even harder. So to Ricardo, Ceci, Sam, the Fan Jam staff, be happy Emi is still alive and well. She's still here, she's still kicking, and she's not going anywhere. Thank God I didn't lose my best friend, and honestly, thank God a little kid didn't lose their mother because of all this shit. I don't like imagining that reality. I know I might lose some subscribers or supporters for making this video, but I don't care. I just want to defend my friend. Besides, I've gotten shittier comments from people who have already said that my channel peaked a few years ago, which hurt, but I'm still here. Never surpassing Lego Toy Story clip though, that video staying on top forever. It's tough to find the right words to end a video this serious and this large for my channel. It actually might be the most important video I'll ever make on my channel. If I lose support, that's fine. If I get a lot of hate for this video, that's fine too. If I get death threats, I won't care. I have nothing to really lose from making this video. Plus, if I do get threats, then I'll just call the police, so I'm not really too hung up on that. I guess if I had any advice I want to repeat or just say before this video ends, just do better research, don't blindly believe hate, and just be weary of fake-ass people in this community. They're kind of everywhere. But I guess a question a lot of people may have when they see that I've made this video is, why? Why risk it all for Emi? She's had so many controversies. She had sex with an actor. She's a lost cause. Her career's in shambles and is unrecoverable. Why was defending Emi more important than just blindly agreeing with the rest of the public to not negatively risk affecting my channel? Because, to be perfectly honest, guys, I'd rather keep my friends than gain meaningless numbers from a hate mob. Thank you for watching. I'll leave you all with one final sentiment. If Emi is your villain, I would hate to meet your hero.